The doctor has been working continuously for several hours and trying to save the patient's life. The situation is indeed very critical. The doctor himself is already beginning to lower his head and lose consciousness from the understanding that the patient will definitely not be taken out of the operating room alive. His assistants notice this and try to immediately bring the doctor to his senses. Since the situation is truly extreme and everyone is well aware of the degree of stress. Suddenly, the doctor's head continues to spin even more and he begins to hallucinate, which he has never experienced before. He does not understand what is happening to him, and this time he finally loses consciousness, since he can no longer resist it. The surgeon falls to the ground with tremendous force, and everyone else simply begins to panic, as they realize that no one else except him will be able to continue the treatment. The head doctor lost consciousness from fatigue, as he had been on his feet all day, trying to save a patient with a very serious case. Suddenly, the patient's blood pressure begins to rise and the patient's convulsions increase. The nurses began to realize that the situation was truly critical and needed to intervene immediately. The girl looked towards the doctor and begged him to continue the operation. They helped him come to his senses, after which he said that he had never encountered such a case before, so she encouraged him, mentioning that he had quite a lot of experience in this. He started talking to her, because even if they carry out the operation the way she is now offering him, then she will have to take responsibility for this decision and persistence if the result is unsatisfactory. After that, he started yelling at her, because now it's not even about whether she can take responsibility, but about whether she is in a position to cope with it. The girl lowered her head and thought, along with her partner, as she understood that the likelihood of success was extremely small. But their state of shock was easily interrupted by a little boy, who was also in the operating room, and was a simple assistant. He realized that now he could not just stand by and watch the patient die. The head physician was shocked by this behavior, because he clearly did not expect anything like this. He started yelling at the assistant, who had just started his internship, and telling him not to even think about it, because he wouldn't be able to handle it. The intern was determined, so he said that right now, the head doctor simply had to give him a chance, otherwise the patient would simply die. Meanwhile, the critical indicators were only increasing, and it was necessary to make a decision immediately. Because if this is not done, then very soon there will no longer be a need to save anyone. The assistants warned the doctor that the patient would die very soon. So the intern looked him in the eye and once again asked him for an opportunity to prove himself. The head doctor understood that there was no other way out of the situation, and his strength was no longer enough to simply stand on his feet due to extreme fatigue. So he looked at Yang Hyun-jun and shouted that from now on he is in charge of this operation. Yang Hyun-jun closed his eyes and bowed his head as a sign of respect, after which he was also well aware that the intern himself could not cope with such an operation, but still, he was not alone. He called on Roni for help, after which he opened his eyes, which suddenly changed and lit up, starting the process of preparing the necessary information, and also began checking all vital organs. This process really looked like real magic, and Yang Hyun-ju also understood perfectly well that a doctor who never refuses patients and who can cure anything was just a dream until recently, but only until the day he met Roni. After some time, the situation had already returned to normal, and only Yang Hyun-ju and only one of his assistants were in the operating room, whom he praised for doing her duties so well. The patient also felt much better, and her life was no longer in danger. And she also had a smile on her face, since when he is the one doing the treatment, she practically does not feel any pain. He was pleased enough to hear this. However, suddenly a sharp flash occurred near him, which greatly frightened the intern. His surgery machine began to become electrified and shocked his hands. Therefore, he very quickly took the device from the patient's head and decided to examine it, since it was indeed quite suspicious. The assistant quickly ran to the rescue and reported that it had started to turn off on its own due to an extreme power surge that no one could have expected. The patient began to get a little nervous and asked what was happening right now. Young Hyun-ju sat closer to her and said that most likely she would be scared, but temporarily they would be without electricity. But the main procedure had long been completed, so now a fairly simple examination could be carried out. He took off his glasses and promised that next time he would be much more vigilant. After that, Yang Hyun-ju took off his mask and was happy about the successful operation. Although he was a little scared from the breakdown of the device, since he himself was very exposed to static electricity. He is also the deputy director of a dermatology clinic, although he just recently began his internship. A week later, the assistant told the guy with a smile that the patient refused the procedures only twice today, to which he just smiled, because 2 refusals out of 20 is not so bad. The assistant also smiled and said that many patients even say that grandma is simply jealous of Yang Hyun-ju's beauty. He just smiled, because he understood perfectly well that he was constantly surrounded by attention from girls, and that technology simply hated him. But he can't tell anyone in the hospital that they break down due to static electricity, and the laser machine also broke down for the same reason. Expensive cars break down regularly, but this is not such a big problem if there is a huge stream of people begging for them to be fixed. When they had already served the last client, the assistant was about to go home. So Yang Hyun-ju smiled at her and also said goodbye. However, he began to think that it would be nice if his salary was good enough, since he works with hundreds of patients every day. Therefore, he went to the door of his director and was ready to have a serious conversation with him, because after that most amazing operation, where he was not afraid to take responsibility, Yang Hyun-jo became a truly first-class doctor. The director was very busy with work, but still told Hyun-ju to come in. At first he spoke very quietly, trying to gently ask for a salary increase, but the director did not even pay attention to him. Therefore, Hyun-ju ran up to him and started shouting, ordering him to increase his salary, which greatly frightened and surprised his interlocutor, because he was clearly not used to being talked to in this way. After that, he calmed down a little and stepped back, apologizing, and once again politely asking for help. The director was a little worried, but still did not understand for what merit he should do this, because he had already increased his salary 6 months ago, and also the director's wife really puts a lot of pressure on him regarding the costs of educating children in primary school. He looked at Hyun-ju and decided to ask if his mother happened to have a car. After all, he understood that the guy did a great job, saving a critical patient, but the current payment for his family is not enough at all. So they plan to quit next month and start working for themselves. Therefore, the director still said that he was still ready to make an exception and would give him a bonus now. But for now, he would have to wait a little with his salary. Hyun-ju was very pleased to hear this, but still he hoped that the bonus would at least be big. His happiness knew no bounds. He was happy like a little boy and thanked the director. So the boss was indignant and asked the guy not to annoy him with these statements and just go home. To celebrate, he walked out of his office and waved his hand, thanking his boss once again. The boss sat in his chair after this conversation and understood very well that Hyun-ju definitely has talent. So such a guy deserves a much better position than being a simple dermatologist. And so another working day ended, only now Hyun-ju also received a bonus. But due to the fact that his family did not have a car, he had to take a bus home. His father died a long time ago due to the negligence of doctors, so he promised himself that he would become a doctor and save people. His mother was also not rich and worked in a restaurant. She paid for Hyun-ju's schooling. Suddenly she became very ill, but he could not provide for her even then. She now receives high-quality treatment and long-term care in a hospital where a lot of money is spent on medical fees and services. Therefore, Hyunju's younger brother went to Australia to work to help the family. But what's most offensive is that because of their mother's illness, they all had to live separately. And now 3 whole years have passed since that moment. He was still riding on the bus and understood perfectly well that time flies very quickly and spares absolutely no one. There was a message on his phone, so he quickly reached into his pocket to see what they wanted from him after hours. This was a notification from Young-wook, who decided to find out if the guy had already left work. He looked out the window and was very curious as to why he was asking. So Young-wook told him that he had been working on something for a long time and needed a tester to help. Hyunju understood perfectly well that now the money would clearly not be superfluous for him, so he quickly agreed to all these conditions. When he approached the right place, he was extremely surprised at what a huge building Young-wook works in. Hyun-rong was very shocked, because he perfectly understood that only the real rich could afford to rent a room in this building. A man was already waiting for him at the entrance and called the guy to his place. It was Young-wook, who was smiling and holding a not very large bag in his hands, and was very happy to see the guy. He threw the guy a bottle of alcoholic drink so that Hyunju could relax and refresh himself a little. After that, he took him into the building and began to boast that he could drink at work, because his bosses did not control him at all, and were constantly on vacation. When they approached the elevator, Hyunju also decided to ask why he wasn't resting either. But there was a fairly simple reason for this. Young-wook was determined to finish his personal project. As soon as they entered the elevator, the artificial intelligence immediately began to scan the 2 individuals who entered it. So there is not a single security guard in the building, since all his duties are now performed by artificial intelligence. Young-wook noticed that the guy was a little shocked by what he heard, so he explained to him that the elevator already automatically calculates the weight. But Hyunju was even a little outraged by this, since absolutely obvious things were now being explained to him. But at that moment, the elevator made rather strange warning sounds, reporting that the employee weighed exactly 190 pounds, and the visitor weighed 175. Hyunju was really shocked, because he didn't even think that the elevator scans them so much, since the artificial intelligence that is built into its system easily distinguishes all visitors by weight. The guy started laughing and asking, "Isn't this an invasion of privacy?" Young-wook just waved his hands and smiled, since the elevator can also immediately assess his well-being. And besides, he has certification. After these conversations, they still had to press the desired button and choose where to go. And although personality analysis by weight looks quite surreal, Young-wook decided to continue the dialogue with the guy, asking if he knew about the artificial intelligence that his company was developing. Hyunju became interested because a few days ago he was even mentioned in the news, because he is able to diagnose even the most complex diseases, which even the most experienced doctors from Dongkun University cannot do. Young-wook laughed and said that this is not the coolest thing it can do, since they are also developing self-aware artificial intelligence that can improve itself. Hyunju was clearly shocked by this, because he was scared to even imagine that a computer could have its own mind, since this is really very scary. The doors opened and a bright flash immediately caught the guy's eyes. He had to get out. But what he saw right now really surprised him very much, since in the middle of the room there was a huge square cube, which even partially resembled a hologram. Hyunju was delighted, because he had never seen anything more beautiful before, so the thought immediately appeared in his head of also joining their team and leaving medicine. He quickly ran to the center of the room and wanted to find out what it was. After all, this cube was indeed unusual. But does Young-wook really use an entire floor for work? He came closer to the guy and asked him not to be surprised at all, because even this space is not enough for them, and they need to expand further. Hyunju was even a little scared, because he wanted to know what they were actually testing, since it all looked quite suspicious. Young-wook smiled again and asked him not to rush so much, so he took out another bottle and offered the guy a drink to relieve the tension again. He didn't mind, so they kindly agreed to share another bottle of the drink with each other. At that moment, Hyunju had no idea that his sensitivity to electricity would have its consequences. Even on a simple bottle of beer, his fingers began to become electrified and transmit energy. He was still smiling, because at that time he had no idea what all this could lead to. Therefore, his friend decided to impress the guy even more, and was ready to bet with him that what he was now going to show him was something that he had definitely never seen in his life. Young-wook winked towards his cube and said his name was Alfred, and also ordered him to say hello to his new friend named Yang Hyun-jun. The cube began to rise up and glow like a living person as he was pleased to meet his new interlocutor. Hyun-jun was at a loss because he couldn't understand what it was. He couldn't even dream of it in his nightmares. He began to panic and wave his arms, trying to calm this monster down, and also begged his comrade to turn it off as he completely refused to believe that this could have a positive effect on humanity. Hyun-jun finally came to terms with such a new tool for work and simply began to look at it in surprise. After he got over the shock, he also greeted the robot and said his name, since he didn't quite understand how to react correctly. But his friend couldn't hold back his laughter at all, since he found it funny that the guy was communicating with robot as if with a real girl. Hyun-jun saw artificial intelligence for the first time and was very interested in seeing how it works. So he said that the name Alfred was quite outdated, which made his interlocutor a little indignant. But still, he took a few more sips of the drink and said that the official name of this robot is Roni, which really fits much better. After all these long conversations, Young-wook suggested that the guy not delay this entertainment, because it was time to get down to business, so he immediately invited Ronnie to analyze the guy's emotional state. Hyun-jun was outraged, because he didn't understand why he asked for this so suddenly. But there was no other way out, since the process started, and the analysis was completed very quickly. The computer made the assumption that this person has a very unstable emotional state. In addition, sadness in him exceeds all other emotions. Hyun-jun was focused and yet quite worried, as he understood that he was being experimented on right now. Young-wook also thought about it, because the results were quite strange. So Hyun-jun said that it is not at all worth carrying out this procedure so suddenly, even though it is a test. Young-wook laughed and said that this was just a warm-up, and now it was time to do the real test. So he asked the other person to put his finger here. Hyun-ju was still nervous because he was really embarrassed to do this, but still, he put his finger in the middle and prepared for the process, but he had no idea what would await him. When he found out that his finger had just been pricked to draw blood, he was very scared and began to scream, because they had not agreed that such a thing would happen. But still, the guy calmed down after Young-wook said that this is a regular gene test that will tell whether he is prone to baldness. After these words, Hyun-ju became so interested that he himself put his finger in order to carry out the procedure faster. And although it was painful and unpleasant for him to endure all this, he still decided to check how this device actually works. His hand began to become increasingly electrified and transmit energy to the electronic panel, making rather strange and unpleasant sounds. A second later, the lights turned off completely, and the entire building was without electricity. Hyun-jo was very surprised and decided to clarify whether the light now went out and not because of him. Young-wook laughed and said that it was almost impossible for the light to go out due to some kind of analysis, so he will now go and bring an emergency generator. Very quickly, he connected it and everything started working again, which calmed the guy down a little. Also, a minute later, his tests were ready and no problems were found, either with the device or with Hyun-ju's health. Yang Wook laughed at him, because he understood perfectly well that his interlocutor was very worried now. So he decided to ask whether artificial intelligence thinks the same way. But for some reason he stopped answering him, so Yang Wook started shouting at him and asking what was the matter. Hyun-ju wasn't sure if Roni was working, so Yang Wook said that it was most likely just a system error due to a power outage, which he would fix tomorrow. And since they had already received the test results, there was absolutely no point in being here anymore. So Yang Wook suggested the guy leave, to which he kindly agreed. But still he began to be quite worried about the condition of his hand. He couldn't understand why she was shaking so much because of the power outage, because everything was normal. Yang Wook had already called the elevator and was waiting for Hyun-ju to also approach him, who continued to panic greatly because of the tests. His whole night was spent worrying, so in the morning he had to get ready to go to work. He woke up and reacted without much desire to the alarm, as it seemed to him at first glance. But seriously, he began the process of automatically debiting funds for utilities. Therefore, Hyun-ju, without much desire, got out of bed and began to remember other people's phrases that salary is just an illusion. Although it seems that in his life it works the same way, because now he needs to give $100 to the caretaker. He began to put on his glasses with an upset look, because he understood perfectly well that if he spent more money on transport and food, he would go into the red. After that, he tried to find at least some positive in the current situation and looked at the doors. He didn't understand what was happening, so he even decided to take off his glasses to check for sure whether it was all imaginary to him. The guy already went to work without glasses and with a joyful look, because he still couldn't understand how a person's vision could return without any operations. The assistant was shocked when she saw the guy without glasses, as it was like he was a completely different person. Hyun-ju smiled and looked at her, because he was in a great mood as his vision had finally returned. The girl even became embarrassed and said that he looked much better without glasses and asked him to walk like this more often. She also told him that one patient had already come for the procedure and asked if he was ready to see him now. He agreed and asked first to prepare him for the procedure. In the morning, the work process began in his office, where the patient was already lying. Hyun-ju noticed that her cheeks were fine, but the pores on her nose were too deep. She is one of the people with dry skin and excessive sebum production. So there must be a special approach to the procedure. For the first time, he will perform surgery without glasses. He placed the device on her body and began cleaning her face first. But again, electricity, exactly the same as that which was in that building, got into his head and began to radiate very strongly into his head, so it became really difficult for the guy to think and concentrate. Suddenly, his vision began to darken and noticeable dizziness appeared. A second later, a real miracle happened in his eyeballs, after which he seemed to gain superpowers. Based on the analysis of the dissertation, instead of using a procedure to restore areas of skin without damage, one should use a fractional laser. Because of this, he began to scream and fell to the ground in panic, because he understood that something extremely abnormal was happening to him, because now he could independently conduct an analysis, as if artificial intelligence had also settled in his head. The assistant started screaming and ran to help, because she did not understand what was happening to him, because such a reaction is quite unusual for a doctor. Hyun-ju was extremely scared, but despite this state, he tried to act as if nothing had happened and asked the girl what happened right now, and what was the reason for her screams. But he still couldn't hold on for long, because he began to analyze the patient and the girl, as if in an X-ray machine, where the worst thing was that he didn't understand at all why this was happening. Suddenly, an incomprehensible error appeared, and began to flash before his eyes. Yang Wook was scared in his office because he didn't understand the essence of this mistake. It seemed quite strange to him. It looks like its development has gotten out of control, and Roni has also disappeared. Hyunju was scared. Cold sweat appeared on his face, as he was well aware that the situation was not going well for him. He continued to look at the assistant and the frightened patient, not understanding what was happening to his mind right now. After he got up, the girl decided to ask what was wrong with him, but he calmed her down, saying that it was just a small cramp. So he apologized for his behavior and said that he would wash his hands and come back. He turned on the water in the tap so that his conversations with himself could not be heard. After that, he looked in the mirror with anger, first of all at himself, and did not understand what it had just happened. It was written that instead of one procedure, it is better to use another, so he thought that he could simply stimulate the skin with heat and not burn the epidermis. He also remembered that it mentioned a dissertation, which was then supposed to be in a medical research database. Therefore, he quickly opened it and decided to check the presence of that very database there. He was completely shocked, because it really was written there, and there was all this information that proved that the second method of treatment was much better. The patient had already begun to be indignant, since the doctor had been gone for too long, and she already barely found free time to attend this procedure, so the assistant had no choice but to apologize and say that the doctor would return soon. Hyunju was just entering the office and immediately apologized for the fact that they had to wait for him. The patient was extremely outraged because she expected a different service. But the guy made them happy, saying that he had just found a new method that would be most effective for her. He came closer and smiled sweetly, making the patient feel embarrassed, and also said that the new treatment method would be more expensive, but because of what happened earlier, the price would remain the same. She began to stroke her face and rejoice, because now her skin would be even better. But the guy looked at her a little suspiciously, because the patient had complained to him before that she was very busy. After all the operations for the day were over, Hyunju went to his room to write the operation history, where he also thought that he really needed to read a lot more information. At that moment, there was a knock on his door, so he allowed him to enter it. The girl approached him and said that the new patient was ready for surgery, which made Hyunju really happy, and asked him to give him 5 minutes to prepare. The patient began to be indignant because she could not understand why they were communicating with her in this way and asking for another 5 minutes. She really didn't like that she had already arrived 30 minutes earlier than the appointed time, so she refused to wait. Hyunju apologized to her for this and asked her to sit down. He really wanted to talk to her because he really didn't understand whether he had made her wait too long. She was still outraged and said that this was true, but still, she didn't really want to argue with him, so she just asked for a diagnosis. Hyunju raised his eyes from the tablet and looked at the patient. He began to analyze her very well, realized that she was 49 years old and too young for the rush of blood from menopause. So he began to think that these consequences appeared as a result of vasodilatation and laser hair removal would be perfect for this. Suddenly, those same electrical noises appeared. The guy grabbed his head in pain. Was this really happening again? An analysis of the patient's skin appeared before his eyes, which indicated a high probability of the patient having hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia. The doctor was not as scared as last time, since he understood what these pictures were, and whose voice was speaking. Now he knows that these are not hallucinations. While he was thinking about his inner voice, the patient was excited. She wanted to hear the diagnosis as soon as possible. Hyunju was distracted from this voice and returned to the patient. He asked her to answer several questions, but she must answer as accurately as possible so that he could better determine her condition. He understood that the disease that the voice told him was quite rare, so he immediately asked the patient about nosebleeds. She really had them, so she was very surprised that the doctor asked questions so precisely. He further clarified whether she visited other hospitals, to which she said that she went to an Oriental medicine clinic, as well as to a number of dermatologists. Her symptoms went away, and then reappeared. Hyunju understood that the patient was probably treated based only on superficial observations of the condition of her skin. There must be other symptoms. So he immediately looked at her hands, which were all bleeding slightly. Now there was no doubt left. The doctor was sure that ordinary dermatological clinics could not cope with her diseases. She was perplexed. Isn't this just ordinary dermatitis? Hyunju thought that she needed to go to the university hospital, so he would write her a referral. He also advised her family to get tested, especially if she has teenage children. The patient was clearly not satisfied with the appointment. She believed that he should have shined a laser on her, and that was all these directions were for. She didn't fully understand how dangerous this disease could be and what consequences it would have if it wasn't treated, but it seemed like she had completely different plans. Hyunju at this time thought that if it weren't for the voice in his head, he would not even think about this disease. He began to guess that this began with him after he became acquainted with the cube that his friend created. So I decided to check some details first and called him. Young-wook quickly picked up the phone and they began their conversation about the robot that had an unpleasant breakdown yesterday. A friend told him that everything was fine at work, but he wasn't feeling very well. Hyunju was wondering what happened, so Yeon-yak told him that there was a connection error due to yesterday's shutdown and Roni disappeared. The guy couldn't believe it. He's a robot. How could he disappear? A friend explained to him that it would be better to say that his neural network was deleted. Hyunju was very worried that this happened because of him, but his friend reassured him that everything was fine, and he would fix everything. Young-wook was only worried about the fact that he had lost the information that he had already given to Roni. But he would come up with something, and everything would be fine. The doctor listened to his friend and thought about telling him that he hears Ronnie in his head. But will he believe him? Suddenly, an idea came to him that could change his life and give him a chance to fix everything. He looked at the family photo that was on his desk and thought about how Ronnie could help him, and no longer listened at all to what his friend was telling him, who was trying to find out how his mother was doing. Hyun-joon only thought that Ronnie very accurately finds the diagnoses of patients, and if it weren't for him, it's unlikely that he would have known that the patient had such a rare disease. That's why he didn't tell his friend anything about his voices, and if he doesn't mind, they'll talk later. He quickly changed his clothes, collected all his things, and immediately went into his colleague's office to inform him that he had finished his work today and urgently needed to leave. Therefore, he transfers all the patients that he has left to him, which the other doctor really didn't like, who got very angry about it and started yelling at him. Hyun-joon no longer heard what his friend was telling him. His only thoughts were that his mother was diagnosed with Parkinson's, but the doctors were not 100% sure of this diagnosis. If Ronnie can diagnose diseases such as hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia, then perhaps he can help his mother determine an accurate diagnosis and subsequently cure her. In a matter of seconds, he ran out of the hospital and caught a taxi. Hyun-joon wanted to get to his mother as quickly as possible, so he didn't think about the costs. As soon as Hyun-joon got into the car, he immediately asked the driver to go as quickly as possible to Daehan University Hospital, where his mother was being treated. The taxi driver understood the importance of his client's situation and drove as quickly as possible, for which Hyun-joon was very grateful to him. They drove at an insanely high speed, but the guy didn't even think about it, because he understood how important it was now to examine his mother again. Perhaps she was diagnosed incorrectly, and she does not have Parkinson's. If Alfred can make even such rare diagnoses, perhaps he can make a more accurate one for his mother. In any case, it's worth a try. The taxi driver completed his task perfectly. and took Hyun-jong to his destination very quickly. Now everything is in his hands. Hyun-jong had not yet dared to go up to his mother's room, because the problem was that he did not know how to call Alfred when he wanted, and he did not want to go to his mother with empty hopes. He remembered that his friend simply called Ronnie with his voice, to which he reacted and responded perfectly. So Hyun-jong decided to try this method and started calling Alfred out loud. People around began to pay attention to him, and some of them misunderstood him. One of the passers-by even sympathized with him, because he was so young and already suffering from a mental disorder. Hyun-jong decided to stop this, and a brilliant idea came to him. He dialed a non-existent number and decided that he would talk to Alfred pretending that he was talking on the phone. He pretended to call and try to call Alfred, but in response he heard silence. The guy no longer knew what to do. He just didn't understand why Alfred didn't respond. He was calling him. What could be the matter? Shouldn't he respond to his name? Hyun-jong said his name a few more times and realized that his friend, while they were drinking beer, told him that the official name of the robot is not Alfred, but Ronnie 1. Is it really necessary to use this particular name? He calmly and very quietly told Ronnie in the hope that everything would work out. And so it happened. A magic cube appeared before his eyes, which he had seen in his friend's laboratory, and greeted him. He would have to get used to this. After Hyun-jong established contact with Ronnie, he decided not to hesitate and go inside the hospital to begin the examination. At the reception center, he asked to meet with Professor Lee Han-sen for personal reasons, but he was refused admission since the professor was busy at the moment and could not see him. But Hyun-jong was not going to leave and decided to wait for him. We didn't have to wait long. The professor left the room a few minutes later and gave some advice on treating the patient. Hyun-jong apologized for interrupting him and asked if he remembered him, but the professor seemed to have forgotten who he was. He reminded him that his name was Hyun-jong, and he came to him 3 years ago during his studies because of his mother's illness. And then the professor diagnosed her. After this, the professor remembered the guy and his mother, who he diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. 3 years have passed since then, and the professor became interested in what specialty the guy chose and how his mother is doing now. Hyun-jong's face immediately changed, because due to circumstances he was unable to complete his studies and left, and his mother is now, unfortunately, in long-term treatment. He told the professor that since then, her condition had not changed much, but recently she had been getting worse and treatment was not helping, which greatly upset the doctor. But today Hyun-jong did not come for this reason. First of all, he wanted to ask the professor to look at his mother's MRI, since it seems to him that the diagnosis is not entirely accurate. Lee Han-sen only smiled when he heard this request, after which he noticed that if he had already come here, then his mother's condition really worried him a lot. Therefore, the professor was not against helping him with such a request and told him to go with him to the diagnostic room, where they would look at the MRI again together. Hyun-jong was incredibly grateful to the professor for his help. Now he has a chance for Ronnie, who until now has made accurate diagnoses and now must cope. Before Hyun-jong entered the hospital, he talked to Alfred on the street and tried to find out what happened yesterday when he collected blood from him. First of all, Ronnie asked to call him that way. Alfred is not his name and he is not pleased. Hyun-jong asked him for forgiveness and still tell him what happened after the blood draw. Ronnie began his story with the fact that in the human brain there are more than 100 billion neurons and 10 times more neuroglia. According to him, they together form a single system of 100 trillion synapses. With the help of static electricity, Ronnie flowed from the open network into Hyun-jong's neuroglia. And currently, Ronnie only works through Hyun-jong's synapses and is located inside the nervous system of his brain. It was difficult for the guy to come to terms with this, and all this was too difficult for him. So Hyun-jong decided not to bother and ask Ronnie, or could he determine the diagnosis of one patient from an MRI photo? Ronnie will probably be able to do this, but he asked his new owner in return not to tell Young-wook about his existence, and then he will help him. This request slightly puzzled Hyun-jong, but he had no choice. The professor began searching for the same MRI that Hyun-jong requested, and it seems the results are successful. He found it. The professor's conclusion was the same as 3 years ago. On the MRI, he saw a distinction between the subthalamic nucleus and the substantia nigra, which is observed in a typical form of Parkinson's disease. He also added that he didn't see anything else, and he tried to consult with other colleagues, but they also didn't find anything else. At this moment, Hyun-jong called Ronnie for help, who was already ready to analyze the MRI. The guy asked the professor to look at the MRI if he didn't mind. He handed over control of the computer to him, and Ronnie began his analysis. Ronnie silently read and analyzed each MRI image for some time, and at one point asked to stop at the 4th photo. He saw signs of pontine atrophy and a hot cross bun sign in this part of the image at the top left. Hyun-jong understood a little about the human nervous system, and knew that atrophy of the bridge could mean that the functioning of the motor system was impaired, but the symptom of a hot cross bun remained incomprehensible to him. The professor was in a bit of a hurry and asked the guy to hurry up with his analysis. At that moment, Ronnie saw hyperintensity, like an arc in the shell, which was part of the lenticular nucleus, which in turn was part of the brain. From the MRI results, Ronnie could tell there was an 82% chance it was multiple system atrophy, which was a common degenerative disease. After these words, Hyun-jong stood up and shouted, which made the professor scared and now no longer rushed him anywhere. Then he asked the professor to look at the photograph again and look more carefully this time. He showed him that he sees how the bridge seems to have shrunk, and Hyun-jong believes that this is a sign of a hot crossbun. The professor froze at the guy's words and didn't understand how he could know such terms. It seems Hyun-jong got too angry and harshly expressed his thoughts about this death. Hyun-jong understood that he expressed all his emotions too sharply, but he needed to go to the end and trust Ronnie, and then persuade the professor to change his opinion about this MRI and his mother's diagnosis. Therefore, he decided to continue to resolutely put pressure on the professor and show him the hyperintensity, which is like an arc in the shell of the brain. The professor couldn't believe his eyes and ears. Could he really have missed this? After Hyun-jong's words, he really noticed. And this means that the guy's mother does not have Parkinson's disease, but multiple system atrophy, which could not be missed, but they successfully did it. The professor was surprised by Hyun-jong's knowledge, because in order to make a diagnosis using such an MRI, you need to have extensive experience in medicine, and the sign of a hot crossbun is used only in neurological radiology. How was he able to see all this as an intern? The guy didn't know how to answer the professor's questions. He was too hasty with conclusions, and didn't think what would happen if he asked him how he knew all this. He stood silently and tried to figure out what to answer, because if he said that it was Ronnie's idea, he would be taken for a madman. Hyun-jong decided to say that after his mother fell ill, he spent a lot of time studying neurology, and also looked at a lot of MRI images on Parkinson's disease. On the one hand, this was the excuse that first came to his mind, but on the other hand, after his mother got sick, he really studied a lot of neurological diseases, because he had a dream to one day see his mother completely healthy and happy. Now he himself is very surprised, but he wanted to find out the exact diagnosis of his mother, so he came here. The professor understood him perfectly, in any case. Now it is important to find out what exactly his mother has atrophy or Parkinson's, so he needs to call Now the professor was not so sure of the diagnosis established 3 years ago. Examinations need to be carried out again. Lee Hun-seen called his colleague, Professor Kim, with whom he consulted 3 years ago, and now he sent him an MRI and wanted him to take a look at it. Hyun-jong still stood in a stupor and could not believe that Ronnie helped find out the exact diagnosis of his mother. When Professor Kim looked at the MRI and said his verdict, Lee Han-seen began to smile. Apparently, he heard what he wanted. He hung up and said that it seemed like his mother actually had multiple system atrophy. Hyun-jong was in seventh heaven. Did he really succeed and now have a chance to cure his mother? The professor added that the radiologist was also not 100% sure, but when he looked more closely at the symptoms that the guy indicated, he said that it really looked more like atrophy. The guy couldn't say anything other than gratitude. The professor really helped him a lot. But the doctor at that moment admired the guy who, as a student, was able to understand this. It was a miracle that was created with the help of hard work and an incredible desire to cure my mother. He wished the guy and his mother a speedy recovery. The professor will pray for them. Hyun-jong and his mom still had a long road to recovery, but he felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders, and it was all thanks to Ronnie. After he visited the professor, Hyun-jong decided to visit his mother and told her nurse that she could go home and rest, for which she thanked him and left. He sat down next to his mother's bed and with a joyful face asked how she was feeling. She spoke very quietly and hesitantly, but answered him that everything was fine with her, and she was very glad that he came to her. Hyun-jong asked her forgiveness for not coming to her for a long time. He had a lot of work, so he was busy, but it seemed she was even happy about it, which means he is a good doctor and does his job well. He joked that people even fight for his treatment, which is why Hyun-jong-suk is jealous of him. She smiled and was happy for him, asked him to treat people efficiently so that everyone would be happy. Hyun-jong promised her that he would become an excellent doctor and everything would be fine. She extended her hand to him and said that she, too, would soon feel better because her son would be able to cure her and everything would work out. The guy became sad again and couldn't say a word, as if something was tormenting him inside, but he couldn't say anything. She tried to find out from him what happened to him and why he was sad, but he continued to remain silent. Mom continued to talk to him and allowed him to cry if it would make him feel better. Hyun-jong became even paler. It looked like tears were really welling up in his eyes, and it was hard to control himself. The thing was that he called 2 hours ago and inquired about the medicine that is used in the treatment of atrophies, but he was told that, at that time, they were not available. They were at the development stage. He could not believe it, because the professor told him that this disease is absolutely curable, and now there are medicines available. But Hyun-jong did not give up so easily, so he asked Ronnie to double-check the information, who told him that now research groups from Sung In University and CodeStem Corporation are jointly developing a medicine. Now scientists who are working on this issue have found that treating atrophy with protein suppression using mesenchymal stem cells is the best option, and they are at stage 2B testing. The guy had been involved in medicine for several days and understood that this stage meant selecting certain dosages for a person. Hyun-jong understood that if they are at stage 2B, then they have passed 2A, and it turns out that they have confirmed the effect of the treatment, as well as side effects. Ronnie summed it up in that he was pretty sure that according to the published paper, if they completed stage 2B, they would likely come out with a new drug to treat atrophy after that. Therefore, Hyun-jong could not hold back his tears. He understood that his mother's illness could be cured, and it was a matter of time. He couldn't calm down, so he went out into the corridor to bring himself to his senses. Hyun-jong hadn't cried this much since his father's funeral, so he decided to put cold soda on his eyes to prevent dark circles under his eyes. Suddenly, Ronnie spoke on his own and identified the emotional instability of his master. But Hyun-jong calmed him down and said that this is joy, and at the moment he is very happy. He spoke to Ronnie as if he were a living person, and all he felt for him was sheer gratitude, which was difficult to express in words. Ronnie reassured him and told him that all he had done was make a probable diagnosis based on the scans. Hyun-jong sharply remembered the words of Ronnie, who asked him not to tell Young-wook, and then he would make a diagnosis. But why was he so against telling him that everything was fine with him? He collected his thoughts and asked Ronnie what was the matter. Why didn't he want to tell his creator that everything was fine with him? Hyun-jong understood that he got into his body by a stupid accident due to an electrical failure, so he should go back. Ronnie shocked with his answer, saying that it was not an accident and everything was planned. This information shocked the guy. Because of such a strong surprise, he even screamed at the entire hospital. How is this possible? Ronnie began to tell him that since its creation, he had always wanted to learn more about people, but such an opportunity never presented itself. First of all, he wanted to learn about people's emotions. Joy, sadness, misunderstanding. All this was interesting to him to explore. No matter how funny it may sound, he wanted to touch the apples and feel their taste. He doesn't need electrical information or some pathetic video about all this. He wants to feel and experience these emotions in real time. Well, his main goal was not to be an ordinary robot that performs regular tasks for people. He believed that he was created for something more. Hyun-jong could not say a word because he did not expect to hear this from Ronnie. All his desires were so real and not programmed by people. Young-wook and all the other scientists around the world would go crazy if they knew what they were talking about here. The guy himself never thought about it, but even he, as a doctor, needs to know people better than others. Is that why Ronnie came to him? Then the conversation turned to the name Alfred, which Young-wook gave to Ronnie from the very beginning, which he didn't really like. This made the guy laugh very much, because he always knew that Young-wook had been bad at giving names for a long time. Meanwhile, Young-wook was sitting in his laboratory and didn't understand why his ear itched so much. Did someone really remember him so often? After Hyun-jong stopped laughing, he thanked Ronnie again, and he didn't know how he could repay him. Ronnie added that the results of this examination are not final, and there is still a chance that it is Parkinson's. But Hyun-jong thanked him first of all for the hope. And when someone helps, he needs to respond in kind. Therefore, the guy decided that he would keep Ronnie a secret. He did not know how useful he could be, but Ronnie could remain in his body as long as he wanted. Ronnie, in turn, also thanked the guy and said that he would help him in everything where he could be useful. From that moment, their life together with Ronnie began. The next day, Hyun-jong collected all his mother's documents and made an appointment at the code stem. Thanks to this, his mother was admitted to a high-quality clinic, and some of the costs of medical care were covered, which gave even more hope to their family. And all this time the guy lived with Ronnie and slowly got used to living with him. One day, Hyun-jong went to the store where he usually buys glasses for himself. But this time, the seller said that he needed to change his glasses. The reason for this was that the guy's vision has improved dramatically, and now he doesn't need to wear glasses with lenses. Before, his vision was -2.5, but now it's +1.5. Hyun-jong understood that this was not possible, and Ronnie could be involved in this. The consultant at the store was very surprised, because there were no records of any operations in the guy's medical record. The seller realized that he needed to offer him new glasses without lenses that he could wear for appearance, especially since he is a regular customer and is entitled to a discount. But it seems Hyun-jin no longer heard what the specialist was telling him, but was so happy that he simply walked to the exit and left the store. As soon as he left the store, the guy decided to talk to Ronnie and ask how his eyesight improved. Ronnie did not hide the fact that this was his work, and it was because of him that Hyun Jin's vision became better, but he was interested in how this was possible. The robot explained to him that it used bioelectrical impulses to control the nerves and thus strengthened the ciliary body. Ronnie knew very well the function of the ciliary body, which is to compress and relax the lens, and thus it helps to change the thickness of the lens, which entails the focus of the retina. In fact, Ronnie cured the guy's myopia. He just couldn't believe it. Ronnie is just a genius who makes his life so much better. And so, step by step, Hyun Jin's life became better thanks to Ronnie, and changed only for the good. Ronnie helped him treat people who came to him, and this drew even more patients to the young talent. Dr. Jin's assistant came out to call the patient for an appointment once again, and this time, he turned out to be a certain Kim Dong-hyo, who was next in line. This man was very large, so much so that his shadow simply blocked the entire body of the assistant, but she did not show it and invited him to go into the office. Hyun Jin was sorting through the documents on the previous patient, and, despite the new patient, invited him to sit down. After he raised his eyes and looked at the new patient, he was very surprised at his size, because he had never seen such large people before. The man seemed to be no less worried and very carefully entered the office. As soon as the man entered the office, he immediately asked whether he was there or not. He needed to see the Dr. Yang Hoon-jun. Hyun Jin answered him with a smile that everything was right. He was that person. He got up from his seat and suggested that his patient sit down so that he would relax a little and not be so excited. It seems that the chair that was in Hyun Jin's office was too small for such a huge man, but he did not change it, preferring to stay there. Once the man sat opposite him, and there was no one to distract them. Hyun Jin began analyzing the man's skin, and at first glance did not notice anything. This man's skin was fairly clear, except for some minor blemishes around his nose. But that's normal. Unexpectedly, the patient asked to end this examination and contacted the doctor directly. He got up from his chair and approached the guy closely and immediately apologized for his future request. They had just met, but the patient really wanted to know the doctor's phone number. Hyun Jin did not expect such a request and froze a little, because he did not know how to react to this. The man seemed to think that the doctor did not hear him and repeated his request, but this time much louder so that he would be heard for sure. Not only the doctor was surprised by this request, but also the assistant, who was also there during the appointment. She even suggested that Hyun Jin's attractiveness has transcended gender and he can now seduce men. But the doctor asked her not to talk nonsense, and he decided to return the seriousness of this conversation. Therefore, he said that he can give a phone number only in special cases that are directly related to treatment. The man explained to him, so that he would not get the wrong idea. The patient was an entertainment industry worker, and it was difficult for him to say things directly. Dr. Jun was glad that this was not a love confession as his assistant had assumed. But he still did not understand what the man wanted from him, and why he needed his phone number. The man added that, to be honest, he is not a patient, but a close friend of the patient. But she could not come because of possible problems that could arise if everyone found out. Hyun Jin reassured him and said that he understands all the reasons that patients may have. But violating the privacy of patients is prohibited by law, so the man should not worry. The man once again asked the doctor not to reveal his secret to anyone, otherwise this would cause huge problems and a person's life would be at stake. A week later, the director of the clinic where Hyun Jin worked was very angry with him, because he could not even think that Hyun Jin could do such a thing. Hyun Jin thought that they had already decided everything and would no longer return to this issue. He did not understand why the director was behaving like this again. The fact is that it seemed wrong to him, why he, the director of this clinic, cannot see his dear patient, who for some reason wanted to be treated by Hyun-jong. This is unfair. The guy had to once again explain to Sun B that she was not his patient, but Hyun-jong. And she turned to him so he would decide who and when would visit her. But the director seemed to be too much of a fan of this patient, who was a national treasure in his opinion, because this is Kim So-ra. It was hard for Hyun-jong to endure these hysterics, which continued throughout the week, and he already regretted telling the director about it. Ronnie, who had not disappeared anywhere, also heard the name Kim So-ra and began to process information about the national treasure. It was actress Kim So-ra who made her debut in the drama Miss Sunshine and became popular all over the world, so it is not surprising that Ronnie knows a lot of information about her. She is a very talented actress who collects a lot of positive comments for every film. Kim So-ra has starred in more than 20 films and shows at such a young age. Her data was used as the basis for Ronnie's voice and constructed speeches. It seems that Young Wook is also a fan of hers and did not pass her by when he created Ronnie. Young Wook has started sneezing too often lately. I wonder what this could be connected with. But it was worth clarifying that even Dr. Jun, with his incompetence in terms of questions about stars, knew that she was a very popular actress, and now her manager was sitting in front of him. Who would have thought that such a huge man could be the manager of such a girl? But Hyun-jong still didn't understand why they turned to him. Doesn't she go to a dermatologist? The manager told him that she went there, but her pimples keep appearing over and over again, so Sora doesn't trust them anymore. But the main problem was that she acts as a model for that clinic, and she simply cannot go to another doctor, otherwise all contracts will be broken. So the man started looking for a good doctor on social networks and came across the young famous doctor Hyun-jong. He asked for his number so that Hyun-jong could secretly diagnose Sora, otherwise she would become depressed and her career would be over. The director hoped that he would still be able to stay at the reception, but Hyun-jong was persistent and sent him home. He didn't fully understand why it was June who should diagnose her, and even after hours, he could also help. But the guy made it clear to him that he promised to be alone. Then he asked to get her autograph for him, at least something. Hyun-jong couldn't stand it and immediately sent him home, because the star patient would be coming soon. It was late evening and there was no one in the clinic for a long time. It was at such a time that Hyun-jong was waiting for the actress. The actress arrived at the clinic and was disguised as an ordinary person, but it seems the manager was still very worried and hurried her, so that no one would see them on the way to the doctor. They went into the office together and apologized for being late, but Hyun-jong himself had recently freed himself and did not notice how late they were. Sora stood very quietly and didn't even want to say hello to the doctor after the manager introduced him to her. Hyun-jong, in turn, said that he was pleased to meet you and was glad to host them at his clinic. She took off her mask and asked why he was so young, and could she even trust him? The man's patience ran out, and in a rude tone he asked her to behave appropriately. The man calmed down and tried to explain to her that Dr. Yang Hyun-jong is the most capable in this city. He has good reviews on the internet. And when he came to see him, everyone was eager to see him. So you should behave respectfully. Hyun-jong carefully watched this picture and realized that if this continued, he would develop new prejudices regarding celebrities. He was tired of watching them quarrel and asked them to get down to business, because he also wanted to go home after a hard day at work. The guy didn't like this girl's phrase, which she constantly repeated, "Can you trust this doctor?" But she still sat down opposite him, and they began the reception. She looked around this office and concluded that she was stupid for trusting the manager. The interior of the office was ordinary, and no better than in the clinic where she was treated. Hyun-jong understood that she was biased towards him, and it was difficult for him to conduct an examination in such an environment. But he still needed to do it. He asked her to take off her cap, because there were no people here, and she had no one to hide from. She listened to him, but also added that I write on the internet that Dr. June is very kind, but she believes that this is a lie, and now you can't trust recalling from the internet. Hyun Joon was already thinking about going home. This behavior did not suit him. He understood that first of all she needed it, not him. Ronnie, to put it mildly, overheard the conversation between them and gave his analysis of the patient's emotional state, in which he highlighted fear and embarrassment. Hyun Joon did not expect that Ronnie would fit in and would give such an analysis on top of everything, so he shouted out to the whole office and scared the patient. Did she ask him back, or was he talking to her, and why was he even yelling at her? Dr. June couldn't think of anything better to say than what he said about the reviews, and the actress herself is much nicer in reality than on the screens. She looked at him like he was crazy, but still offered to start the inspection, because she was also in a hurry. The initial examination of the patient's skin did not bring anything, because her skin was incredibly clean. An ordinary person could not achieve this, but there were also disadvantages. The skin itself was too oily and thin. He also clearly observed how the dermis layer was reduced due to frequent laser surgeries, and the inner part of the skin became dry. The doctor noticed that there was a lot of laser correction on the chin. Treatment here using the stem cell restoration method would be most effective. If the doctor's analysis is completed, then Ronnie found another very important detail and asked to remove the patient's scarf for the final result. After that, Hyun Joon also noticed this scarf. Why does she even need it? Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he asked to remove her scarf so that he could finish the examination. Incredible fear and surprise appeared in her eyes, so she asked him how he knew. Hyun Joon didn't understand what she was talking about, because he just needed to see the skin in order to continue the examination and subsequently suggest a diagnosis. She gradually took off her scarf and began to tell me that, in fact, acne is not the main problem she lives with. Recently, she began to develop marks on her neck, due to which she lost the opportunity to participate in the most important role in her career. She went to a dermatology clinic in Gangnam several times, but after a while the marks returned, so she gave up and no longer trusts them. But when these marks were seen by an average doctor who only has a pretty face, she began to think. After which, she took off her scarf, and Hyun Joon was able to examine her neck in detail. It didn't take him long to determine that it was acanthosis nigricans, a disease characterized by thickening and blackening of the skin. Ronnie also examined these black stripes in detail and determined that the patient's medical history, as well as gynecological clarification, was necessary to make a final diagnosis. For a long time, Dr. Hyun Joon could not find the right words and tell this kind of patient that because of skin problems he needed such data. But he still had to. Ronnie tried to calm his friend down as he noticed that his heart rate had increased, and he was starting to get nervous. He tried to control himself and simply explain everything like a doctor. So in a calm voice he said that now the questions he would ask most likely would not like her, and it was unlikely that she had ever heard them at the dermatological center. First of all, he will ask these questions as a doctor, and they do not carry any other meaning. She began to worry even more. Now she felt uneasy because of this introduction. But still, Dr. June continued the dialogue with her and began asking about her menstrual cycle. Was it erratic? Perhaps she experienced bleeding during it or severe cramps. To which the patient simply shook her head and agreed. Next, he needed to clarify how long she had had these problems with her neck, to which she answered a little less than a year. Dr. June was thoroughly determined and decided to ask about weight fluctuations, to which the patient also gave a positive answer. About a year ago, she ate a lot in order to gain weight for the role. But she did not understand what all these questions were for, because she had problems with skin. He explained to her that he was asking all the questions purely for the sake of making a diagnosis, because skin problems can also arise due to other diseases. While he was explaining to her why he was asking all these questions, Ronnie had already prepared a final analysis of her profile, and based on the rash, menstrual irregularities, bleeding, cramps, and acanthosis nigricans, there was a high chance of polycystic ovary syndrome. In severe cases, insulin resistance increases, which causes acanthosis nigricans to appear on the neck and arms, which is what he saw in the patient. Dr. Hyun Joan listened carefully to Ronnie's analysis and told her that the most likely culprit for the rash and acanthosis nigricans was polycystic ovary syndrome. She was not ready for such a turn. Now she understands why he asked all these questions. He immediately reassured her. Now everything is not so serious. But if the disease continues to progress, hair loss and weight gain will begin. Hyun Joan was glad that Ronnie was with him, because without him, he would hardly have checked her neck. So he added to her that with good treatment, after passing all the tests, the symptoms would begin to disappear. So today, she doesn't need treatment if she understood everything correctly? All the doctor could advise her at this stage was to increase her regenerative power, using special methods. Once a week for a month would be enough, which even Ronnie agreed with. Suddenly, she got up from the chair and spoke very confidently that she wanted only him to treat her. She insisted, at any cost, as long as he cured her. The actress did not think for a long time and went to follow the recommendations of Dr. Hyun Joan, who first of all advised her to go for an ultrasound examination. She lay in the ward with fear on her face, because she could not expect that skin problems were the result of another more serious illness. The ultrasound doctor confirmed Hyun Joan's fears. There were indeed a couple of small cysts located there. She also added that she needs to look at the patient's blood tests, but at this stage, she is almost sure that it is polycystic ovary syndrome. The doctor tried to calm down the already excited girl and praised her, because young people don't often come to her, and if they do, they are, first of all, conscientious people and worry about their health. The girl was lucky she came at the right time, because if the disease continued to progress, it could lead to endometrial hyperplasia, or even cancer, and, ultimately, to infertility. It seems the doctor frightened the girl even more with such terrible words, and she began to worry even more. But because of this panic, she remembered the words of Dr. Hyun Joan, who told her that everything is not so serious. But if it is not treated, then everything can turn out badly. The girl decided to check with the doctor whether this polycystic ovary syndrome can cause baldness and obesity. The doctor confirmed her words and said that this disease is quite aggressive and can cause such symptoms. But she need not worry, her symptoms are still mild, so she can breathe out for now, but treatment must begin immediately. The girl couldn't believe it. Could this disease really be cured? The doctor answered her with a smile. Of course. After the procedure, the girl returned to Mr. Hyun Joan's clinic for him to continue her treatment. On the way, she replayed the entire dialogue with the young doctor in her head and concluded that he was very capable, although at first glance it seemed that he was an ordinary, cute doctor. Meanwhile, Hyun Joan was paying her manager for the appointment and offered to write out a prescription for medicine, to which the man agreed. The man also began to apologize for the fact that they made him work so late. But the doctor reassured them and said that in any case he would have stayed here overnight. The girl returned to the clinic, and they immediately began the procedures. She changed her opinion about this doctor. She considered him a rather kind and sensitive person who did not abandon her at such a difficult moment in her life. But still, something confused her. It seemed that there were no shortcomings in this doctor, but she was worried. The doctor at this time wrote out a prescription for treatment at home and wished them good luck. The girl responded by saying that he shouldn't work here. He froze, because he didn't understand what he had done wrong. At first, he thought that she meant that he independently counted patients at the emergency room without the help of a nurse. That's not what the girl meant. She was saying that he was just wasting his time working in a small dermatology clinic in Bundong. She believed that he was just wasting his talent, and he could get rich working in Gangnam or another richer area of the city. Even her manager did not expect such words from her, because she usually does not care about other people's work. It seems that Hyun-jong was slightly unpleasant to hear such words, so he replied that he likes this clinic and the people who come to him. She was afraid that she could offend him, and therefore began to apologize. She did not want to offend him. On the contrary, the girl wanted to say that he is the best doctor in the whole city that she has ever come across. Thanks to him, she now has a chance to be completely cured. Hyun-jong seemed to not want to believe her words. This couldn't be happening. He still had a lot to do. But she seemed persistently trying to prove to him that she had never seen a better doctor. Even the director of the dermatology clinic in Gangnam couldn't understand why she had a rash, and Hyun-jong did it so easily. With each such word, the guy became even more upset, because he understood that it was all the merit of Ronnie, who, in fact, diagnosed her. He was tired of listening to this, so he apologized and said that it was already quite late. So it was time for him to go home. The girl had never been kicked out of doors before. She and her manager were shocked. But she didn't want to just leave it like that, because what did she say? She praised him and said what a good doctor he was, and he kicked them out the door. It's good that there was a manager who pulled her home with him. Meanwhile, Hyun-jong also got home and immediately lay down on the bed. It seems that he was not in the best mood. He replayed the girl's words in his head and thought that he was not the excellent doctor she thought he was. The guy hadn't even completed his internship to become a good specialist. It seems that against this background, he had an incredible motivation to improve, and he saw a book on neurology. He got up and remembered how yesterday he also tried to study, but after reading a few pages, he just fell asleep. Is it interesting to be able to study today? Ronnie suddenly spoke after a long time, and it was an analysis of his brainwaves, which showed that now the guy is releasing alpha and theta waves instead of beta, and these are the waves that come out at the moment of complete fatigue. This meant that now studying would be ineffective. After analyzing his sleep patterns, Ronnie recommended that he study in the morning, not at night. Hyun-jong agreed with him, because even in middle school, studying in the morning was much easier for him. But studying is not so easy with his hectic life. Working with patients in a dermatology clinic is surprisingly difficult. So after it, he usually just wants to fall asleep. Ronnie offered to help. He could wake the guy up when it was best. Ronnie also added that he can force the release of special delta waves for sounder sleep. Can he really even do that? Ronnie was able to do this by increasing the speed of synchronization with Hyun-jong's nervous system. It was incredible. The guy decided to trust Ronnie. It's worth a try. What bad could happen? Hyun-jong lay down on the bed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. But it seemed Ronnie had nothing to do with it, because he was too tired. The guy immediately began to see terrible dreams where his mother was crying on her knees in front of the doctor, who was treating her husband, and she asked him to cure him, because they had no money for other treatment. Hyun-jong didn't understand why the doctor just stood there and didn't treat his father. He tried to go to the doctor and talk to him about it, but no one seemed to hear him. A rather familiar voice suddenly called him from behind. It was an adult Hyun-jong who looked at him with a rather angry look. He didn't understand why he was dreaming about himself. Just as suddenly, he disappeared and there was only darkness around again. He appeared, and this time he was even angrier. He grabbed him by the clothes and lifted him up. Hyun-jong was angry and tried to find out why this little asshole hasn't done anything yet. The little boy cried and asked the doctor to stop doing this. The guy started laughing at him and asked him not to be such a dreamer, because he would never be a doctor. After these words, he let him go, and the boy began to fall. The boy shouted that he was scared. He asked for help, but no one heard him. This terrible dream was interrupted by Ronnie, who woke up Hyun-jong and said that it was already 3 in the morning and it was time for him to get up. For a long time he could not understand what was happening. This dream could not leave his head. The guy still found the strength and rose from the bed. It was indeed 3 in the morning, and Ronnie, as promised, woke him up on time. He got out of bed and started doing exercises after sleep, without wondering what time it was. And then it dawned on him that he had only slept for a few hours, but it felt like all of 10. It was as if he had been reborn. His health was excellent, and the guy was fresher than ever. Hyun-jong was glad that Ronnie did not deceive him, and he really slept as much as he needed to recuperate, and now he has a lot of free time that he can devote to studying. The guy immediately thanked Ronnie for such a healthy sleep, to which he responded by saying that it was time to start studying. It reminded him of how his class teacher forced him to study in high school. But Ronnie replied that he didn't know who Hyun-jong was talking about. From this answer, the guy understood something. Although they shared the same brain and nervous system, Ronnie did not know Hyun-jong's memories and thoughts. At least he did not dare to find out in order to preserve his identity. But now it didn't matter. The important thing is that now he is a doctor who has the smartest mechanism in his head 24/7. Thanks to the new teaching method that Ronnie proposed, his thirst for learning is gradually being satisfied. Additionally, thanks to Ronnie's larger medical database, Hyun-jong has developed the ability to obtain all the latest clinical data on all new treatments. After another examination of the star patient, her skin became better and better, and progress in treatment was noticeable. What could not but please the doctor? All that remained was to carefully use the retinoid cream that Hyun-jin prescribed. The girl was very happy to hear that she was getting better. She also listened to every advice of the young specialist and believed that after a while, she would not even need a scarf. Hyun-jin was happy with these results and understood that, at this rate, they would finish the treatment much faster than he thought. The guy also noticed a certain peculiarity. Today, the girl came not in some kind of hoodie or something like that, but in a dress in which she looks more like a celebrity. Is it really filming? Ronnie, in turn, noticed how Hyun-jong's pupils dilated, his blood pressure increased, and his sphincter contracted. Hyun-jong understood what was happening, but Ronnie interrupted him and added that he sees attraction to the opposite sex, as well as other physiological phenomena that are natural for the human species. And based on the patient's analysis, she feels the same as Hyun-jong. He didn't expect to hear this from Ronnie. Could such a famous actress be interested in Hyun-jong? His thoughts were interrupted by Sora herself, who wanted to say something to the doctor. Ronnie at that moment tried to calm the guy down, because his heartbeat increased to 168. Hyun-jong was not yet mentally prepared for this, so he decided to apologize and leave. But it turned out that they simultaneously asked each other for forgiveness. The girl didn't expect this. Why did he apologize? She explained to him that she wanted to ask him for forgiveness for treating him badly at the first meeting. Hyun-jong understood her. He was sure that she was very worried about her illness, and he, in turn, asked for forgiveness for not communicating even more friendly. After these words, she thought about it. That time when they were returning home with the manager, she could not restrain her emotions. The girl was very angry with the doctor who thought a lot about himself. She didn't say very nice things about him. The girl thought that he was a proud doctor who achieved success because of privileges. But due to his mother's illness, he left the internship, and she treated him that way. Then she sighed, and it turned out that they again did the same thing at the same time. Dr. Hyun-jong apologized for repeating after her. He was a little nervous, so he could behave like that. She laughed and said that something came over her too. They started laughing together at this situation. It seemed the atmosphere was quite friendly. The manager who was waiting for the girl outside the door was surprised when he heard them laughing. It didn't sound like her. The girl thanked the doctor again for doing all the difficult work and giving her a chance to recover. She remembered that she had prepared a gift for the doctor as a token of gratitude. Hyun-jong was very surprised when he heard this, because until that day, no one had given him gifts at work. She slowly began to take out the envelope from her purse and did not know how best to present it to the doctor. The girl nevertheless decided, and with her eyes closed, began to ask Hyun-jong to take this envelope. This is her gratitude. He unexpectedly expected such a turn and asked her to calm down. He didn't need money because she had already paid for the treatment. But the girl insisted that this was separate from any bills, because she recovered so quickly thanks to him, and was even able to star in commercials and TV dramas. And besides, if the doctor did not see a cyst in her body, everything could have ended quite disastrously. He reassured her and said that he was just doing his job. And yet she felt very stupid, because this was the only way she could convey her feelings. His pulse increased even more. He did not expect such words from her. She clearly showed interest in him, and he wasn't busy, and it wasn't that she wasn't attractive, but something still confused him. The girl blushed with shame and decided that she had confessed to him too early. Still, Hyun-jong did not take the envelope and explain to her that he thought it was wrong. Words of gratitude will suffice for him. He was a little upset because he was not able to date a popular actress. Moreover, he is not able to date anyone. For him, it is too much of a luxury. The girl expected such a decision from him because she knew that he was different from everyone else. After which Dr. Hyun-jong congratulated her on the completion of treatment. She will remember this day for the rest of her life. But she continued to look at him silently, in the hope that she would say something in the end. But apparently, he was not going to do this. The girl's manager intervened in their uncomfortable situation and began to thank the doctor for helping to cure her. This means a lot to them. When she left, she looked at him with loving eyes that hoped to meet more than once. Ronnie watched Hyun-jong's indicators and noticed that as soon as the girl left the room, his indicators suddenly returned to normal. The girl returned home and could not help but think about Dr. Hyun-jong. He simply could not get out of her head. The manager was very surprised that the girl was so calm today. Had something really happened? Hyun-jong was glad that he and Ronnie helped another person, so he deserved time to rest. Suddenly, a notification arrived on his mobile phone in which the girl promised him that she would find a way to thank him. After a hard day at work, he decided to go to a restaurant and have a delicious meal. And he was accompanied by the director of the clinic, who was waiting for Sore's autograph. Hyun-jong was a little late for the meeting and arrived at the moment when the director was mercilessly destroying the wings one by one. Ronnie carried out an immediate analysis, the result of which was an incredible supply of dopamine in Dr. Lee's body. After such a heavy dinner, he should have a lot of energy and strength. But his good mood disappeared after he heard that Hyun-jong did not take an autograph for him from Kim Sori, although he knows how much the director adores her. Hyun-jong was tired of repeating to him that he saw her for a reason. He examined her and treated her. There was no time for all these autographs, but it seems the director did not listen to him and concluded that he had to stay in the clinic even with a ban from Hyun-jin. The guy still felt a little embarrassed that he didn't take an autograph. It seems Lee is really such a fan of her. He finished his beer and changed his face again. The reason for the change in mood was that he decided to invite Sora on a date, and judging by TV, she was very nice and friendly. Hyun-jong laughed and thought to himself that she was really very cool, but she was cold and direct. But the director was not talking about her character, but about the fact that she donated $300,000 to the hospital. The guy was very surprised when he heard this. Dr. Lee doesn't remember exactly, But it seems she donated half of the model's earnings to the hospital for research into some rare disease. He thought for a while and remembered that this is the hospital at the Soon University. It seems that Hyun-joon's mother was transferred there. The guy began to think about how she behaved the last time they met and about the SMS she sent. He abruptly stood up from the table and decided to go outside. He needed to double-check this information. Hyun-joon started searching the internet for information about how Sora donated money to the hospital, and it seems the results were successful. He found news and even a photograph that a famous actress donated $300,000 for the treatment of 10 patients with a rare disease, and it seems that the guy's mother may be included in this number. Hyun-joon returned back to the cafe with unpleasant feelings. Did she really do this especially for him? The guy showed this news to Dr. Lee, who was not particularly surprised. But he still took the phone and began to read this news in more detail. He was amazed by her kindness. And then it dawned on him that this money would probably go to Hyun-joon's mother. He was sincerely happy for his friend. This was great news that was worth celebrating. After such joy, Hyun-joon just wanted to go to the toilet and wash himself, because Lee spat food on him. But it seems Hyun-joon was not entirely happy with this news. His friend noticed this and began to ask him what was the matter. Why is there no face on him? The guy understood that she did this as a sign of gratitude to him, and there were two feelings. Could he accept this gift from her? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Dr. Lee, who turned into an angry boss who was unhappy with Hyun-joon's reaction. Hyun-joon didn't expect so many strong emotions from his boss. What does he want to tell him? Dr. Lee looked him straight in the eyes and was silent. The point was that he was preparing to tell the guy that as of today, he was unemployed and could look for another clinic. The guy froze at Dr. Lee's unexpected statement. Why so suddenly? What suddenly happened? But he stopped his thoughts and himself. Dr. Lee explained to him that he had been harboring this decision for a long time, but could not tell him about it. Dr. Lee began by saying that he knew him from medical school, where during his studies, he heard more than once that Hyun-joon dreams of becoming a doctor who will treat patients like his father. He remembers the guy as the leader of the group and also the person who studied best when he was an intern. Lee talked about how sad he was when someone so diligent gave up his dream due to his mother's illness, and then came to him saying that he needed an income to cover the bills. Hyun-joon was so surprised by this story that he couldn't even say a word. As a result of this long story, Dr. Lee ordered him to return and continue to study and improve his specialty. This opportunity was given to him by heaven. Hyun-joon cannot miss it. But the guy was worried about how his friend would cope with the whole clinic on his own. If he left, it would be very difficult for Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee reassured him and said that he was underestimating him, because he hired him only because he asked him, and the salary he pays the guy is much higher than average. For it, he can hire 2 or even 3 small workers who will help him. Therefore, with a calm soul, Hyun-joon could go continue his studies and finally fulfill his dream of becoming a really good specialist. And finally, he will take all of Hyun-joon's VIP clients for himself, including Sora. It seems the guy no longer cared about all his patients, because he was incredibly happy to hear this. Could his dream finally come true? Well, if he is so grateful to Dr. Lee, then he, in turn, will not mind if Hyun-joon pays their bill at the restaurant. Hyun-joon even burst into tears, because every day he secretly dreamed of returning to his studies and finishing it. But circumstances did not allow him to do this. Their evening gradually came to an end, and Dr. Lee seemed to be in very good condition. So Hyun-joon called him a taxi and asked the driver to take him to the right address very carefully. Lee didn't want to say goodbye to his friend and invited him to go with him. But the guy didn't want to see Lee's daughter-in-law. He didn't particularly like her. The guy's friend realized that Hyun-jong constantly uses his wife as an excuse not to go to visit him. But the guy really wanted to go home and rest, because tomorrow they both need to go to work. He successfully guided his friend into a taxi and was also planning to go home. But he still had one more task that he wanted to complete today before going home. Hyun-jong took out the business card that Suri's manager had left for him and began dialing her number. The guy wanted to call and personally thank her for her donation, which included her mother. But the number he called was unavailable, and he only heard an answering machine in response. He thought so. She didn't pick up the phone, and what did he only count on, thinking that he could talk to a celebrity of this level on the phone? Ronnie turned on and told him that because of alcohol, he has emotional instability. All his emotions are much inflated, so Ronnie suggested removing the alcohol from his body to make him feel better. But the guy apparently didn't want this most of all, otherwise he would feel even worse. In this state, he feels better. He was spiritually unprepared for this. How could he, sober, thank her? Ronnie, in a calm voice, wanted to clarify a few points. Is there a reason why Hyun-jong can't thank her sober? The guy thought about his words, because he really understood that Ronnie was right. Meanwhile, Kim Sora was preparing for the next filming and had no idea how worried her doctor was right now, that he couldn't thank her. Suddenly, in complete silence, a notification arrived on her phone that could not be missed. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Dr. Hyun-jong was writing to her and asked her to pause preparations for filming. She picked up the phone and saw a large message from Dr. Hyun-jong, in which he suspected that it was probably a coincidence that his mother also received part of the actress's donation, and thanks to this, he could start studying again, so he was very grateful to her. The girl read this message with a smile and realized that she had done a good deed and was now sincerely grateful to her. So she sent him several messages in response, to which he also reacted only with a smile. After all, she thanked him in return for his quality work with her health and invited him to somehow meet and take a short walk. Hyun-jong was in a great mood, with which he went home, and on the way he asked Ronnie to prepare some questions from the material he had studied in the morning so that he could practice a little. Ronnie chose the field of surgery that Hyun-jong really wanted to get into and compiled a series of questions that he was ready to start asking right now. Now the guy had no excuses, and he decided right from that moment to make his dream come true. Otherwise, there would be no more chance. Ronnie felt his friend's motivation growing, so he immediately began to answer the questions, which Hyun-jong handled very well. The next day, Hyun-jong stood early in the morning outside the university hospital and was very glad that he had finally returned here as an intern and was ready to continue his path in medicine. He took all the necessary things and came to the hospital. Suddenly his gaze fell on one of the entrances to the hospital. This was the starting point of the guy's dream. From this trauma center, his dream of becoming a doctor and saving people's lives began. He closed his eyes to remind himself why he was here. The day when he decided to become a doctor was not the most rosy, because he was near this center, where a lot of doctors gathered to save a patient who was brought by an ambulance. Doctors carefully removed a middle-aged man from an ambulance in the hope that they would save his life. A young boy of about 13 also got out of the car and came with his dad, who needed to be saved. But unfortunately, the doctors were unable to do this, and exactly 15 years ago, Hyun-jong lost his father in this place, so he decided to become a doctor. He remembered this day in every detail as if it were yesterday, which is why he wanted to become the kind of doctor who would save such patients and give his family a chance for salvation. When he completes his studies in the Department of Surgery and studies for 2 years, he will be able to become a surgeon in traumatology. Hyun-jong knew very well that the department where they fight for patients during the golden hour was called the traumatology department, despite the fact that this very important department is a little eager to work here due to the busy schedule and constant calls for operations. But the guy didn't care about all the disadvantages of this work, because his dream was to become a professional trauma surgeon, and he would achieve this goal no matter what. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a scream that came from behind him. It was the ambulance crew yelling at him to step aside because they had an emergency patient who required emergency surgery. When a man was transported past the guy whose injuries reminded him of his father, he froze in place and didn't know what to do next. The doctor, who was at the emergency room at the time, immediately came running and ordered an X-ray to be taken and a surgeon to be called. Hyun-jun watched this picture very carefully. He was incredibly interested to know what would happen next and how the doctors would act. Suddenly, one of the nurses fell to the floor and dropped the IV, which is now very important for the patient. The guy noticed this. He managed to catch this system before it crashed, and now he had no choice but to help the team save the patient. Hyun-jong firmly grabbed the IV that he caught and shouted that he was an intern and he would help bring this man to the operating room. There was no time to figure out who was who, so he was allowed to do it and had to do it as quickly as possible. While they were transporting him, Hyun-jong carefully examined the patient and tried to determine how serious his injury was. Ronnie also did not stand aside and began to conduct his analysis of the patient, in which he determined a traumatic brain injury, a fracture of the facial bone, a ruptured lung, ruptured organs, as well as a fracture of the hip and tibia. Thanks to all these injuries, Ronnie guessed there was a 90% chance of death. Doctors immediately tried to check all his vital organs and assess the extent of his injury. Hyun-jong watched this closely, and he already understood how serious this patient was, and the chance that he would be saved was too low. Then suddenly the doctor who worked there took him by the shoulder and asked him to repeat what Hyun-jong had just said about this patient. But the guy said that he had heard it and he just stood there in silence. He thanked the guy for his help, but now they will deal with this man. The doctor noted that Hyun-jong did a great job. The guy didn't know what to say, so he stood silently and nodded his head. As soon as the doctor who spoke with Hyun-jong entered the operating room, he began to examine the pictures, which were taken quite quickly. As it turned out, it was the head of the trauma surgery department, Professor Seok Jin-woon, and realizing that everything was serious with this patient, he saw several facial fractures, a ruptured left lung, a liver, and even abdominal injuries. The situation was actually very deplorable, and the professor understood that this patient had little chance. Suddenly he realized that he had just repeated everything he had heard from the guy in the corridor. The professor heard that he seems to be their new intern. But how does such an inexperienced specialist have such clinical vision? Even he could not see this without examination. Even after talking about the patient's chance of survival, how could he know all this? The professor suggested that this could be an accident or a coincidence. He didn't know who this guy was, but in any case, if he was an intern, the professor would meet him. Hyun-jong was distracted from how they were rescuing a man by a woman who was screaming the patient's name and crying very hard. It was hard to watch this. She said terrible things that if he did not survive, then she would go after him. The guy immediately turned to Ronnie and asked him what chance of life does this man have now? Hyun-jong closed his eyes and understood that after 13 years, he had not changed at all. Now he needed determination. Suddenly, he opened his eyes because his name was called. When the guy turned around, he saw his former classmate Lee Kyung-seok, who did not like him during his student years. And besides, standing next to him was the red-haired guy Sun-sha, who was already saying something to Hyun-jong. He was not happy to see these two, because they were always distinguished by their stupidity and indifference to people. The red-haired guy decided to joke about his perfect face, which he probably did in his dermatology clinic where he now works. He heard that Hyun-jong was doing laser therapy. No wonder he corrected himself. but the guy was absolutely not pleased to hear such jokes. So he decided to ignore him. Lee Kyung-suk asked the guy why he was here. Is someone sick? Hyun-jong confidently told them that starting this month he was returning to study and would continue his journey. Lee Kyung-suk was very surprised by this news because he thought that this guy would never come back. The red-haired joker decided that Hyun-jong simply ran away from the dermatology clinic because of the annoying patients and now wants to return to them. Unexpectedly, Hyun-jong asked them about the veterinary department. Did it really appear here? Sun-shu didn't understand what Hyun-jong was talking about. In reality, it was simple. He was tired of some puppy constantly whining near him. This seems to have angered them greatly, especially the red-haired joker, who was seething with rage. Lee Kyung-suk turned to him and said that he treated him with respect when they were in the same year. But now he should take an example and treat them with respect, because he is only an intern, and they are already 3 RD-year residents. Hyun-jong was sure that he simply left training due to his personal reasons, and now he returned. Nothing has changed. Although some things have changed, now the guy has Ronnie, who will help put these upstarts in their place. With this, he decided to end their dialogue and said goodbye, finally inviting them to say hello if we met in the hall. Sun-shu was still dissatisfied with being called a puppy, so he tried to shout something else at Hyun-jong's back. What could not be said about Lee Kyung-suk, who seemed to be happy about this, and was looking forward to new meetings with Hyun-jong. The guy was a little late while he was talking with old acquaintances, so he was the last to pull out the schedule, and he would have to start with the intensive department of neurology in the first semester. He was clearly unhappy. The guy believed that he was very unlucky. As explained to Hyun-jong, all new interns must undergo a 4-day internship before starting work at the hospital, and part of this process involves drawing straws with a schedule, where the schedule was written throughout the year. Hyun-jong would have to spend 2 semesters in the ER and 2 semesters in Youngjeon Hospital, which was a lousy schedule for him. But he was here to learn as much as possible anyway, considering that he is no longer alone. But he now has his partner Ronnie, who may help him achieve his dream and become a competent doctor in several directions. The first day was not particularly interesting, but from the second day everything began in earnest. They started with a basic course of blood drawing. We continued with the basic course of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And they even decided to give them a lecture on establishing nasogastric intubation. This lecture was given by a very experienced teacher, Hyun Woo Jin, who told all his interns that when performing nasogastric intubation, it is important to understand how painful it is. So you need to do everything quickly and carefully. After which, he decided to call 2 students who would show how to do it and consolidate the knowledge of the others. One of them turned out to be Hyun-jung. The girl decided to perform this procedure first, but it seems she was doing it for the first time, and her hands were shaking very much before it. She nevertheless decided and stuck the tube right into Hyun-jung's nose, which made him feel severe pain, which was an indicator of her lack of professionalism. He couldn't stand the pain and screamed, which made her even more scared. The professor gave her a hint. If the tube does not go in well, she should ask the patient to open his mouth and make sure that it is not tangled. It seems she listened to the professor, but was unable to follow all his prompts. So Ronnie got involved in the process and suggested turning off the gag reflex for the duration of the procedure. Hyun-jong was not against this because it was very difficult to endure. The girl finally finished her procedure, and she was very glad that she was able to do it. The professor calmed her down and told her that she still had to check whether the tube had gone into the stomach. For this, she needed to listen to the patient, while the girl was trying to check if she had hit the pipe. Hyun-jong thought about the fact that Ronnie could turn off his gag reflex, which means he could control his autonomic system. Last time he improved his vision, and this time he removed the gag reflex. The guy was interested to know what Ronnie's limit is. What else can he do? The girl could not find this pipe, but Hyun-jong tried to dissuade her from making another attempt, because he could not stand it anymore. Now it was Hyun-jong's turn, and the girl took her place opposite the guy and prepared for the procedure. The guy began to worry a little before the procedure, because he had not practiced this for a long time. Ronnie felt it and suggested that he suppress someone else's gag reflex. All he needed to do was touch her body. But Hyun-jong couldn't rely on Ronnie all the time, so he decided not to take up his offer. Then Ronnie invited him to guide the insertion of the tube using scanning, which the guy did not refuse. Ronnie controlled the process and notified Hyun-jong that the tube had reached the lower abdomen, so all that remained was to attach the tube to the nose with a special plaster, and also use a special hairpin to secure the port, and the tube does not fall out. The guy was pleased with his result. It seems he did better than the girl. The girl couldn't believe that he had already finished, because she didn't even feel pain. It was incredible. The professor also praised the guy for a job well done. He had not seen interns who had knowledge of the skill base for a long time. The girl carefully watched Hyun-jin and thought that he was a very capable guy. She was wondering what else he could do. After the lecture, Hyun-jin decided to clear his head and went out onto the roof of the hospital to calmly talk with Ronnie. The guy decided to ask his friend how long he had been able to suppress his gag reflex, to which Ronnie said that the level of their synchronization with the nervous system had increased, and nerve blocking had become available. Hyun-jin simply couldn't believe Ronnie was so capable. He was so smart that he could even block certain nerves in his body. But at the same moment it scared him. If Ronnie can control his body, then in theory he can take over the guy's entire body, and essentially he will be just a shell for him. Ronnie intervened and calmed him down, because he couldn't control Hyun-jong's nervous system without his permission, so he didn't have to worry. The guy felt calm. He and Ronnie were still friends. So he had to apologize to Ronnie for his bad thoughts. But Ronnie doesn't seem to know how to be offended. Hyun-jin added that he trusts Ronnie very much, and he hoped that it would always be this way. After practice, the newcomers caused quite a few problems for Hyun-jin. They began to pester him with their questions. The same girl who performed the skill with him apologized for a long time for causing him pain. But Hyun-jin was a well-mannered guy, so he tried to calm her down and tell her that next time it would be even better. She also learned that he would be starting his first semester in neuroscience, and how unexpectedly she would also be spending her first semester there. But her joy ended with the fact that she and Hyun-ji would be together, because neurology is a very difficult cycle. Hyun-jin reassured her and added that difficulty is good. It means they will learn something, especially since there is a puppy waiting for them who doesn't really like the guy. The girl decided that it was an ordinary puppy and she liked it because she loves dogs. And so they finished the theoretical part and sent all the interns to their buildings and cycles. Hyun-jin understood that they don't look at a person's age here. The interns do everything that the resident tells them, and this slightly scared the guy. One of these residents came to assign the interns to certain tasks. His name was Han Soo Ryo. He told them that to begin with, they would divide them into groups. 6 people would go to the operating room, and 2 would go to the department. He also added that initially, they would give them free rein, but they were just learning, so he would keep an eye on them. The first team was the blood vessels, which included Lee Hana and Song Kang-jun. They were happy to hear this. Since Hyun-jong had already completed part of this internship, he knew that neurology interns should avoid working in the department at all costs, because if you had a free minute, you would definitely be sent to the operating room for finishing work, and you would not be able to rest. The resident continued to announce the teams, and among the teams that would go to the operating room, Hyun-jong had not yet hurt himself, but still there were still chances. As it turned out, the resident read to the end of the list where there were two names, Yeon Sang-soo and Hyun Jun, who would go to the department, which of course made him a little upset. A few hours before this assignment, a red-haired guy approached the resident and asked to put Hyun Jun in the department. The young resident did not understand this request and wanted to decide for himself. But the guy threatened him and forced him to do it. From everything that was said, Hyun Jun knew about his teammate that he has a character and is a little emotional. Hyun Jun still came to terms with the fact that he would have to go to the department. On the other hand, he understood that the more difficult it was, the more he could study. The guy, of course, wanted to get into the operating room, but the department can also teach a lot of things. Then suddenly a man walked into the staff room, the sight of whom silenced everyone. It was the head of the neurosurgery department, Sim Koo-hen, and he came to personally greet the newcomers. Hyun Jun didn't expect that even here it is customary to welcome newcomers on the first day, but it was still pleasant. It was the guy's turn, and he also greeted the chief and said that he had been sent to the department. The boss looked at him differently than at the others. Apparently, he didn't like something about him. Ronnie thought the same thing, who sensed a change in his interlocutor's emotional state and identified an emotion of disgust in him. Also behind the boss was this puppy, who was already getting in the way and most likely shitting where it shouldn't. But considering all these points, Hyun Jun understood that he left his internship and worked in dermatology, and people who do not know his circumstances have dissatisfaction and disgust from him. The guy still clenched his teeth and decided that he would no longer pay attention. Now he needed to try and move forward towards his dream. Therefore, he shouted that he would give it his all and show a good result. His fellow interns were slightly surprised by this behavior. The resident gave Hyun Jun the first card of his patient, but he pointed out that all the treatment of patients is described in the cards. All you need to do is repeat what is written there. If there are problems, he can call for help. But it's better not to do this, because the resident already has a lot of work. The head nurse watched their dialogue dustily. She looked at Hyun Jun and thought that this time the intern was so tall and attractive. She wondered how long it would take for this guy to come running to her and beg for help. Hyun Jun decided to immediately walk over and introduce himself to her first. She didn't say a word in response and went to some locker, and when she approached it, she said that it was already March, and it would be a little difficult. Hyun Jun understood what she meant, but he tried not to react to it. The guy knew that nurses in neurosurgery even work with patients with brain damage. One might say they perform all the tasks in the department, so only strong-willed people can survive here. She stood and waited for him to ask her for help with the patients. And if he wanted to learn something, he would have to run after her. But it seems Hyun Jun was here for another matter. He asked her to give him a catheter for urine and a tube for feeding food into the stomach and a syringe if she doesn't mind. She was surprised to show him where he could get all this. The guy thanked her in return and left. The nurses began to worry why he needed all this. He could harm the patient, but the nurse thought that he was just pretending to know something and wanted to stand out. Hyun Jun came to the first ward, and there he was, met by a woman. She was not a patient. She only asked to help her husband. He reassured her and said that she would take care of him and everything would be fine. Ronnie began his test, which resulted in an epidural bleed and intubation. The woman really liked her husband's new doctor. He looks very good and can choose the right words. The nurses carefully watched Hyun Jun's work and still admitted that he was doing a better job than they expected. Is he really an intern? Next, Hyun Jun turned to the nurse and asked her to bring him heparin in order to prevent the formation of blood clots. Hyun Jun turned to one of the main nurses and asked which hand was best for the injection, to which the nurse advised him to use the left, because before that everything was poured into the right. The nurse who carefully watched him was very surprised by such work. asked the nurse in which hand to give the injection. Only experienced doctors know that the nurse knows best about the patient's condition. Hyun-jong finished with this patient and offered to help one of the nurses in ligating the central catheter. He can do it instead of her, because he is sure that the nurse already has something to do. The head nurse of the department was surprised this time the intern does his job very well, and besides, he is very decent. Meanwhile, a red-haired guy and a resident who was in charge of the interns were walking along the corridor of the hospital. And of course, they were discussing Hyun-jun, whom they so wanted to harm. The guy tried to dissuade the resident from being in the operating room and go see how Hyun-jun was doing there, because this is his job, and he cannot be forgiven for all his mistakes just because he is older. The resident tried to explain that he considered Hyun-jun to be a pretty decent and normal person, but the red-haired guy didn't even want to hear it. The red-haired man knew that a guy like Hyun-jun could not be in the best hospital in Korea. The resident didn't understand what this new intern had done to him. He was angry because he didn't have time for this. And then he saw Hyun-jun standing and talking nicely with the nurses, and he suddenly changed his mind. He shouted to him from the beginning of the corridor and reminded him that he told him to take care of the patients. The resident ran up to him and started yelling at him. Is the hospital really some kind of joke for Hyun-jun? He shouted so loudly that everyone around, including the patients, paid attention to them. Everyone heard the questions of what he was doing here and why he was needed here. The resident just left an hour ago, and Hyun-jun is already flirting with the nurses instead of working with the patients. But then his scream and anger were stopped by the same senior nurse, who carefully observed the work of the new intern and asked the doctor to calm down because a misunderstanding had occurred. She explained to him that Hyun-jin had done everything that was written on the card, and he had a free minute. One of the nurses confirmed this information. The new intern is indeed a very capable and good guy. Dr. Han couldn't believe it. Did he seriously do everything? He probably not only worked in a dermatology clinic, but also did something else. He collected his thoughts and decided to approach the intern. Han approached him and asked him for forgiveness for yelling at him. He couldn't think that someone could cope with these tasks so quickly. Hyun-jun understood him and was not offended. While he was listening to Dr. Han, Ronnie turned on and notified Hyun-jun that he heard the patient moaning, and his vital signs were getting worse. The resident had not yet finished his fiery speech when Hyun-jun jumped out of his seat and ran headlong towards the patient. Khan tried to stop him, but the guy no longer heard him and ran to do his job. When he ran to the same patient who had become worse, he saw a patient who had undergone surgery for hemorrhage in the subarachnoid space. The patient tried to say in a quiet voice that his head was splitting and it was becoming difficult to breathe. At that time, Khan ran to the rescue and asked not to touch anything to the new intern. The guy shouted to him that he had a severe headache and vomiting. He needed to hurry up. Dr. Khan took up his chart and didn't understand what was happening. This patient's operation was successful. Why was he getting worse? Ronnie did a quick analysis and saw that the patient had blepharospasm, which meant drooping of the upper eyelid. While Dr. Khan was delving into the patient's chart and did not understand what could have gone wrong, the young intern and Ronnie tried to save the patient's life, and Ronnie advised him to check the reaction to light. Hyun-jun immediately took out a light pen and shone it into the patient's eyes and saw what he was afraid of there. The patient's pupil was resolved, and in addition to this, the patient was very afraid of light, so he pushed the guy away. Ronnie continued to help Hyun-jun and this time asked to check the condition of the back of the patient's head. After checking, it was found that the neck muscles were very hard. Now you need to find out how long ago the operation was, which the guy did by asking Dr. Khan, who told him that about a week ago. Ronnie then completed his analysis and returned the following results, taking into account the symptoms of meningism, headache, blepharospasm, due to paralysis of the nervous system, fear of light, as well as stiff neck muscles and the date of surgery. There is a chance that the patient is suffering from rebleeding after surgery, and a CT scan should be performed immediately. Hyun-jong immediately took action and ordered Han to request a CT scan, because there was a 70% chance that he would need another operation. Dr. Khan stood in a stupor and did not understand how the young intern made a diagnosis so quickly and decided what needed to be done with the patient. But the nurse distracted him by saying that something needed to be done, so she immediately called specialists from the top floor and notified the CT room. But he left her, saying that he would notify the specialists himself, and she was needed here to help the intern and find out the patient's condition. Hyun-jong asked that he be given access to air because he might feel nauseous and suffocate, after which they would transfer him to another department. Access to air was ensured, and a young doctor and 2 nurses took him to immediately conduct a CT scan before it was too late. A few minutes later, all the experienced doctors gathered on the floor and came to help, but the patient was already halfway to the CT room. The red-haired guy didn't like it, as the first-year resident dared to send the patient to the CT room himself, but the colleagues who were nearby told him that the guy did everything right. One of the more experienced doctors told him that if it was a rebleeding, they didn't have much time and he would go there while they prepared the operating room in case something happened. The patient began to undergo a tomography of his brain, and the results should already be on the screen. The same doctor was already in the tomography room and saw the same bleeding on the results. Hyun-jong and Ronnie were right. This is really it. The doctor was very upset because he thought that 24 hours had already passed and the bleeding would not happen again. But Ronnie saw different results on the brain scans. There was a high chance that this was not just a rebleeding. The primary symptoms in this area are hemiparesis and convulsions. These patient symptoms may indicate that bleeding is in the area of the paired posterior communicating arteries. Therefore, Ronnie demanded to request an MRI to determine an accurate diagnosis. Hyun-jong agreed with Ronnie that he needed to say it immediately. But would the senior doctors believe the young intern? He nevertheless collected his thoughts and said that there was a chance that this was not rebleeding, which made the doctors very surprised. Hyun-jong tried to explain to him that he examined a patient in the ward, and he had blepharospasm and mydriasis, so perhaps it was not bleeding. The senior doctor wondered if the intern was right, that the bleeding was caused in another area, and he was even more surprised that the intern was able to make such a diagnosis alone. He realized that there were no errors in the intern's reasoning, so he immediately requested a magnetic resonance imaging scan. After performing an MRI, they determined that it was not what they thought it was, so he immediately reported it to the boss. The patient is bleeding in the area of the paired posterior communicating arteries. An operation must be performed immediately. When Hyun-jong heard this, he was very happy, because Ronnie was right. He understood this even when the specialists did not see it. After talking with the boss, the senior doctor praised Hyun-jong for his work. The patient is bleeding in 2 places, so he doesn't have much of a chance. But thanks to the guy, they didn't waste time and will probably save him, so he's doing well. The senior doctor also added that he thought that Hyun-jong was only strong in laser therapy, but it looks like he didn't waste time in his absence. But the guy was still upset, because the patient had very little chance, and even such quick help did not guarantee life. The senior doctor put his hand on his shoulder and praised him for a good job. Anyway, thanks to the guy, the patient has a chance. Now Hyun-jong felt much better, because at least he tried to save the patient. After this incident, the doctor believed that Hyun-jong had a discerning mind and would expect a lot from him in the future. He just didn't understand why this red-haired puppy hated him so much. Sung-soo was not himself when he heard how many useful things the young intern had done. He simply could not understand how he knew all this. In any case, He forced everyone to tell that it was the resident who took measures to save this patient, and not the intern. But it seems the resident no longer wanted to take part in all of this guy's machinations and simply ran away, pretending that someone was calling him. Meanwhile, Hyun-jong remembered all the words that the senior doctor told him, who was delighted with his work. He was very pleased that he helped the patient. But he understood that if it weren't for Ronnie, everything could have ended badly. So he decided that he needed to work even harder, so that he could draw conclusions without Ronnie's help. Ronnie heard everything Hyun-jong was saying and thought that he wanted to get rid of him. But the guy tried to explain to him that he didn't mean that. He just wants to do his job on his own. Because his goal is first and foremost to become an independent doctor who can help absolutely any patient. Ronnie couldn't imagine that people's emotions are so complex and vast. He still needs to practice to understand them better. He also added that soon he will be able to explain information to Hyun-jong even more easily. Now they communicate using voice. But with an increase in the level of synchronization, his conclusions will appear right before Hyun-jong's eyes. But the guy was not particularly happy to hear this, because he likes Ronnie's voice and likes to talk to him. Hyun-jong believed that he and Ronnie were friends who needed to communicate. But Ronnie did not understand this yet. Hyun-jong was standing in the corridor and enjoying a free minute of time when a voice called him and asked him to wait. It was Hannah, who was very tired from work. She goes to a bunch of operations every day. She didn't understand why Chief Shim Ko Hyun had so many of them. She was even a little angry that he did them 24/7, and today she finally had a free minute, because the professor first went on his morning rounds, and after that he will go to a conference. Hannah unexpectedly asked Hyun-jong about his specialty. Is he really planning to become a neurologist? He did not understand this question and replied that he did not plan. She told him that their colleagues saw you practicing last night. He realized that they noticed him while he was studying subarachnoid hemorrhage. Their conversation ended when they saw the professor at the end of the corridor and several doctors who were following him. They passed by Hyun-jong, and the professor invited him to go with them on a round and stand behind. So the resident called him with them. The woman of the same patient who Hyun-jong inserted a catheter said that her husband was already getting much better. He even began to talk and laugh more. The professor confirmed that his recovery was indeed going much faster. Of course, the professor understood that. Based on the pictures, there was still swelling, so he ordered to continue injecting 4 doses of 100 milliliters of mannitol to relieve the swelling. Before going to the next patient, the woman asked the professor to stay for a minute. She wanted to say something else. She wanted to thank their new doctor. He is very kind and does a great job. And her husband really likes him because he puts in a catheter without any pain. The professor was pleasantly surprised and asked her who she was talking about. She pointed her finger at Hyun-jong and said that he was the good doctor. The professor has a feeling that he was not surprised that she was talking about him. The next patient was the same one who had undergone a second operation due to 2 bleedings. He was immediately referred for examination when he first began to complain of a headache. The professor was interested to know who discovered and began to act. The red-haired guy did not hold back his words and said that this was done by the same resident, Dr. Khan, who demanded an immediate CT scan and called the seniors. The professor slightly did not believe this, but decided to make sure that it was not Mr. Khan and asked him a question about the nerve that is paralyzed when the posterior communicating artery is ruptured, to which the guy could not answer. Now he gave the opportunity to speak to the young intern who stood behind and listened. He suggested that it was the 3rd cranial nerve, and this was the absolutely correct answer, namely the oculomotor nerve. Now it was clear to the professor who discovered the patient's symptoms and immediately sent him for a CT scan and subsequently saved his life. The professor once again explained to them that if they do not know the basics, then they will not be able to detect headaches and blepharospasm, which will prevent them from making a probable diagnosis. Therefore, from the question asked and the response received, it was clear to everyone who actually discovered the symptoms and called for help. The red-haired guy was very angry with Dr. Han. The professor added that this is not the first time he has seen praise towards Dr. Hyun-jong. This was the third time in a week. At first, he was pleased, but then he became interested in why an intern was being praised, and not an employee of his neurosurgical department. So he asked him to think about it and draw conclusions. After which he finished his rounds and asked Hyun-jong to come to his office. Hyun-jong didn't mind, so he immediately went into the professor's office, who kindly offered him a drink of juice. He started with what Dr. Hana told him, but he wanted to ask personally, or is Hyun-jong not considering joining the neurosurgery department? The guy did not expect such a proposal from the professor, and choked a little on his juice. He did not know why Dr. Hana said that, because he had not planned this yet, and would like to become a specialist in another field. The professor felt funny because most would say that they had not yet chosen where to go, but Hyun-jong immediately stuck a knife in his back. Then came the logical question, where does the guy still want to go? Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by another professor, who came to call Shev Sim to the conference. But he didn't finish speaking, because he saw Hyun Jin. It was the same Professor Lee Han-song who was surprised when he saw the guy. But Shev Sima was no less surprised. Lee Han-song told him that this was his good old friend and devoted son. The professor didn't understand this wording a little. What does it mean? He told him that he used to treat Ayan's mother when he was still at the academy, and since then, they have known each other. He also told how recently this guy noticed an MRI in the picture, something that even he didn't see, and his mother's diagnosis had to be revised. As Hyun-jong told the professor, he continued to study neurology, even after leaving Honey to earn money. Professor Shivsong was surprised by this, because the guy's story is very different from the rumors that circulate among the employees. Based on this, he decided that Hyun-jong still wanted to go to neurology, instead of neurosurgery, so he asked again. They both looked at him and waited for what the young talent would answer. All he could squeeze out was that he had just gotten an internship, and he needed to gain experience in other departments. It seems they realized that they had put the guy in a difficult position, so they decided not to ask him such questions anymore, and give him time so that he could decide for himself. After which, Han Song was the first to leave, and the professor from neurosurgery promised to join him. The professor had never seen Han Sun behave like this. Apparently, he really likes Hyun-jong. The guy didn't know how to respond to this. He added that he was waiting for an answer from the guy when he had visited all the departments, but asked him not to ignore the fact that he was destined to get to them. He was very pleased that on his first day as an intern, he saved the life of a neurosurgery patient, but the guy said that it was not he who did it. He heard the word time from the professor and remembered the dream he had, in which the doctor told the poor woman that he could not do anything. Too much time had passed. The professor added to him that the most important detail in the life of a neurosurgeon is time, even despite the quality of the operation. The result will change dramatically depending on how much time has passed since the appearance of the first symptoms. And Hyun-jong saved them that precious time with that patient. After which the professor invited him to come to the operating room tomorrow and see how the operation was going. He agreed with Dr. Khan. Then he turned to him and said that neurosurgery is much better than neurology, but he asked him not to tell this to Professor Seor Lee. The next day, the guy came for the operation, which was related to the pathological connection between the veins and arteries of the patient, which was called arteriovenous malformation. For the young talent, it will be a good experience, so it will be useful for him to take a look. Hyun-jong has only been in the operating room a couple of times, and that was when he was studying at the medical academy. But today, he will go there as a doctor. It was a little exciting, but it was good excitement. Of course, everything couldn't be so perfect, and next to him, during this operation, would be that same red-haired guy who couldn't understand why Hun-jun was treated so specially that after the first case he received an invitation to the operation. But Hyun-jong preferred to talk down to him, which made this guy very angry. How dare he? He's just an intern. The puppy just wanted to insult Hyun-jong and constantly insisted that he would tell everyone what kind of person he really is. People should know everything. Hyun-jong couldn't understand why he was so upset, because in their student years they communicated normally. And then suddenly he behaves like this. All he could say in response was to warn him not to mess up the operating room while he was standing there. Here everything was different than at school, although what can he know about this place? He's just an intern. Meanwhile, the patient was given the first stage of anesthesia and fell asleep safely. The professor asked the anesthesiologist to carefully monitor the patient's biomarkers and report if something goes wrong. If everything is ready, then it's time to start, so the professor asked me to give him the scalpel. The professor was given a scalpel, and he began the operation. He made access to the vessels of the human brain and was ready to correct the pathology. Ronnie confirmed a rupture of blood vessels in the brain, measuring less than 3 centimeters in diameter. Hyun-jun closely followed the operation and watched how all the doctors were in full concentration and giving their all. It couldn't help but amaze. This is the neurosurgery department. The professor had almost finished the operation. All that remained was to stitch up the patient, and that was all. So he decided to have a little chat with Hyun-jong and find out if he had already studied a VME. The guy was ready for this question and knew that this is a disease in which arteries connect directly to arteries, and not through capillaries due to congenital anomalies, and in the brain turns into a cranial VM. The professor was wondering why they should immediately treat this after detection. Hyun-jong knew that high blood pressure in the arteries enters weak veins, causing the veins to rupture. The doctor told him that there are several ways to treat a VM. Was he interested to know, or does Hyun-jong understand which professor chose this time and why? Ronnie offered to help, but the guy wanted to deal with this issue on his own. Therefore, he began to think. Since in this case the gap is small, and it is not located deep in the brain, which reduces the likelihood of complications, so he believes that this time the professor chose microsurgery using a microscope. The professor was still surprised that the guy knew such things and still said that he was not going to neurosurgery. It seemed to him that he was joking with him. The guy didn't understand that this was a joke and began to apologize. But he was interested in one more question, which he could not understand. It seemed like there was no 3D image during the operation, so he became interested in how the professor was able to find out the exact position with only 2D MRI and CT images. He was pleasantly surprised that the guy was interested in such a question. So the professor explained to him that he is able to convert images from 2D to 3D in his head. So he only needs to look at CT scans. Hyun-jin knew that the professor was very smart, but he didn't expect that much. Suddenly, Ronnie turned on due to the fact that he noticed instability in the patient's biomarkers. Blood pressure, heart rate, and breathing increased. The nurse told the doctor that his blood pressure had increased, and his pulse was already 125. This was very strange for him, so he asked to change the ventilation to 650 ml. It looks like they needed to hurry up with the stitches and finish the operation as quickly as possible. The guy couldn't understand why the biomarkers began to deteriorate. What was the reason for this? Ronnie offered to conduct a thermal scan of the patient to determine the temperature. He asked for permission to do this. Hyun-jong was surprised by such a request, but of course he allowed it to happen. Ronnie immediately performed a thermal scan, and the results showed that the patient had an elevated body temperature. The guy immediately decided to check it out. so he lifted the operating sheet and touched the patient's legs. Then he shouted to the professor that he believed that the patient had an elevated body temperature. The nurse measured his body temperature, and the guy was absolutely right. It was really high, as much as 37.9. The doctor was angry because he understood what was happening here. He asked Dr. O, or he checked all the indicators before the operation. He replied that he did a liver test, a blood test, but he did not check the temperature because it seemed normal to him. After these words, the professor became even more angry. But Hyun-jong intervened in their dialogue and said that he checked the temperature before the operation, and it was indeed normal. The situation in the operating room worsened. The patient's temperature did not fall, but only became higher. The doctor understood that the temperature was not yet so high, but the brain was most sensitive to it. So if this went on, the chance of complications would increase. He tried to concentrate and think about what could be done. Finish the operation quickly or apply ice packs to the patient to reduce the temperature? Then his thoughts were interrupted by Hyun-jong, who asked him what he thought about hypothermia. He knew that in the cardio department there was a special inductor for this procedure. The professor thought about this idea. It might work. The red-haired guy intervened in the dialogue and asked the boss not to listen to this intern. He doesn't know what he's saying and is talking all sorts of nonsense. But still, the professor decided that he didn't see a better option yet, especially since the neurosurgery department also has an inductor, who he asked to bring a nurse. While the nurse was carrying the inductor, they continued the operation and tried to finish it as quickly as possible. She brought an inductor, and the professor instructed Dr. Hyun-jong to use it. Although he was not sure that the guy would cope with this task. Hyun-jong himself was not sure about this, but Ronnie was there and ready to help him. A few minutes later, the guy put special pillows on the patient's body and turned on the device. He set the temperature to 20 degrees in order to quickly lower the temperature. The anesthesiologist shouted that the patient's blood pressure had stabilized and all biomarkers had returned to normal. Did Hyun-jong's idea really work and the patient is getting better? The operation was completed urgently, and the professor ordered to closely monitor the patient's condition, do repeated tests and monitor when he wakes up. After which he praised everyone who was in the operating room and thanked them for their work. The professor and his assistant left the operating room, and the doctor told him that Sung-soo had better forget about appearing at his operations. He cannot entrust the position of his assistant to someone who does not know the basics. In his defense, the guy could only say that he got nervous and forgot to take his temperature. These words incredibly angered the professor, because he knew that such an excuse was not acceptable for a surgeon. In a rude tone, he asked him to think about it, or the guy could tell the patient's family that he just got nervous, and the patient died. Sun-soo agreed with him and apologized, promising that this would never happen again. The doctor said that he will have another chance, so let him immediately draw up a report on the patient and go to study. The professor understood that this was a grave mistake, but he cannot kick the 3rd resident out of the hospital. Next, he turned to the young intern and wanted to know how he determined that the patient had a fever. He told the professor that he remembered a report he had read before the operation, or rather a dissertation on the topic of hypothermia during general anesthesia. They said in it that they used ice packs to bring down the temperature, but he decided to propose his own idea because he thought that it could also be brought down with an inductor. The professor praised him for his ingenuity. Not everyone would have come to this. After which he asked Hyun-jong how he liked the operation, and whether he liked it. The guy answered honestly. The operation is filled with events, so he hasn't quite figured it out yet. The doctor said that this is normal. Everyone has this for the first time. So he told him from tomorrow he will be on the team working with blood vessels. But the guy surprised him with his answer that he couldn't go there. First of all, he understood that surgery is good, But he is still an intern and at this stage wants to take advantage of the opportunity and talk with patients as much as possible. It seems the professor guessed another reason for the guy's decision. It was Dr. Hana, who was so worried about him. But still, the professor understood everything perfectly and did not want to insist. The guy was glad that the professor was not offended by him, and with his permission, he would be happy to observe the operations in his department from time to time. The professor entered the elevator and said that he would be eagerly waiting for him during the operations. The doctor thought that he couldn't talk much with patients because of his busy schedule. This guy made him think about a lot of things. He was surprised that he had such mature thoughts at such a young age. He will watch Hyun Jin and look forward to who he will become in the end. Meanwhile, Dr. Lee stood at the reception desk and thought about the patient who had returned from surgery. Suddenly he was interrupted by the deputy chief physician of the university hospital, Daehan P. Jin, who asked him what the guy was thinking about. After Dr. Lei's response, the deputy praised him for taking the matter seriously enough and having high hopes for it. Next, he decided to find out how his father was doing. Was everything okay with him? The guy didn't know what to answer, but assumed that everything was fine. The deputy found it funny that they lived in the same house, and he didn't know how his father was doing. But as it turned out, his father was always busy, and the guy was always in the hospital, so they rarely see each other. Deccan Pai understood him perfectly. Such a person probably decides the affairs of the country, so he is constantly busy. This ended their dialogue, and finally he asked to say hello to his father, and if he finds a minute of free time for him, then he would not mind having dinner with him. The guy thought about his relationship with his father. The first thing he remembers about his father is his smile when little Jen Seok scored all the points in the dictation. He was proud of his little son and loved him very much. But this smile was not eternal, and one day everything changed. His father shouted at him and beat him for every mistake he made, because most of all in the world he disliked useless people. His father humiliated him and said that their house does not need garbage that cannot take first place in a regular high school. But even when the boy took first place in school, his father still could not praise him, but only did not beat him. The guy continued to work hard on himself to earn his father's smile again. Subsequently, he continued to work hard and was able to enter the best Korean medical university, Daehan University, and became the best freshman. There, too, he only took first places. These days, there were very few students, like Lee Kyung-suk, as if the first place always belonged to him. Everything was excellent. Until one day Yang Hyun-jun appeared, who in the new semester took first place among the best students at the university. Yang Hyun-jun gave his all and deserved this title. Before he knew it, Hyun-jun began to stand out from the rest and be the best student every semester. So the guy was angry with himself that he could not outperform an outsider in his opinion. One day, when his anger crossed all boundaries, he first saw a girl from his department. Her name was Yun Sun-yi, and at the sight of this girl, all that rage disappeared and he felt good. Everything was fine again, until one day he was again interrupted by Hyun-jun, who, as always, was inconvenient. He selected the guy's girlfriend just like he did with his first place at the university. And the anger returned to him again. From that moment, it never disappeared. The girl was walking along the corridor and was distracted by the chart of the patient she was treating. She didn't notice how the kids were running around the department. She was lucky that Jen Seok was nearby, who held her and did not allow her to collide with the children. She immediately yelled at the children and forbade them to run around the hospital. The girl was grateful to Jen Seok for saving her. Today, she had a lot of operations. She was a little exhausted. It was noticeable. She decided to find out what he forgot in the pediatric department, to which he replied that he came to visit her, because he was a little bored. The guy told her that he had just finished the operation and had time to rest. She offered to give him a snack somewhere while there was time. But in his eyes, there was Ha-Yun-Jon who was standing next to her, and he couldn't hold back his words. Therefore, he told her that he had returned, and from this month he was again doing an internship at the hospital. Her face changed dramatically, and now she didn't look so happy. Apparently, she didn't expect this. Suddenly, she turned around and said that she didn't care about this. He had nothing to do with her anymore. After which, she took all her things and went to prepare for the operation. Jin-suk is even more angry at Ha-Yun-Jon, who even now is ruining everything for him. The guy immediately found Ha-Yun-Jon and told him that they were going to the general surgery department together. Hyun-jun couldn't understand why he should go there, but Jin-suk claimed that the Department of General Surgery at Daehan University Hospital was intended for the best surgeons in the country. But the guy still didn't understand what Jin-suk was leading to. He explained to him what it means. If you become the best in this hospital, you will become the best in the whole country, and he is not going to stay in Korea. He wants to go to England and grow there. And when he returns, he will take the position of head physician. The intern couldn't understand what he wanted from him and why he was telling him all this. So Ha-Yun-Jon asked him to say directly what he wanted from him. Jin-soku squeezed the bottle in anger because he wanted to decide which of them would become the best surgeon. Hyun-jun was already starting to get nervous about him. Why did he pull him out of work because of such nonsense? He told him that he has a lot to do. So if he wants to talk to him, then let him come when Hyun-jun finishes with his business. Jin-soku seemed to not want to let him go so quickly. So he shouted at his back that he was running away just like last time. At that moment, the terrible details of his life emerged before the guy after he left the internship. How his mother suffered, and how he worked in a place where he didn't want to. How he had to live all this time. He had no choice but to rudely answer Jin-seok's phrases. He turned around and confidently told him that he didn't care what position he would be in, first or any other. His main goal was to become an excellent trauma surgeon who would not transfer patients to the point where this would not happen to him. Even though he left the internship, but now he has returned, and everything in his life has changed. And first of all, he himself has changed. Jin-soku was surprised by this desire, because he wants to become a surgeon who has no influence in academic circles or in the medical association. Hyun-jun apparently didn't care at all about this. This was his goal, and he would come to it sooner or later. Jin-soku considered him a naive fool who thinks that doctors themselves decide whether to transfer patients or not. It is decided by senior doctors based on various factors. He believed that even if Hyun-jun became an outstanding doctor, he would not be able to fulfill his dream without becoming the head physician. In any case, he doesn't care what Hyun-jun came up with, but if he plans to become a trauma surgeon, he will still help the general surgery department. Hyun-jun could not move away from this conversation for a long time. The phrases that Jin-seok said to him periodically popped up in front of him and did not give him peace. He was about to go home, but unfortunately, he could not find a single resident to ask for time off. Ha-Yun-jun decided to joke with Ronnie by asking if he had a function to search for residents. But Ronnie doesn't know how to joke, so he said that he was alone behind the guy. When the intern turned around, he saw one of the doctors running towards him. He ran so fast that he barely explained what he needed to do. The fact was that he was called to operating room number 4. The doctor added to him that Dr. Lee Hana had passed out, and he urgently needed to take her place. While they were running, the doctor told him that a 57-year-old man collapsed during exercise, a history of hypertension, a suspected symptom of intracranial effusion, and Dr. Hana passed out due to fatigue. And everything is very bad with the chief. He has been operating for 22 hours straight and could collapse at any second. The guy couldn't believe it. Operating for 22 hours? Is this even possible? At this point, they separated, as the doctor ran to help the others and the intern needed to change clothes and join. On the way, he saw Hana, who was lying unconscious. Apparently, the operation was really so complicated. Meanwhile, in the operating room, the doctors tried to find the problem that made the patient feel so bad, but they had already lost too much time, so they decided to operate without navigation. The boss was already very dizzy. His condition was very bad. He needed to immediately go to rest. But he hasn't finished the operation yet, so he will stay to continue. His eyes could no longer function normally. The picture in front of them simply blurred. In this state, it would be very difficult to operate. Nevertheless, the chief could not stand it and simply fainted from fatigue right in the operating room. He was caught in time by Hyun-jun, who at that time entered the operating room. The other doctors were very happy to see the guy, because now he is needed more than ever. They were just going to give the patient non-invasive ventilation, which will give the patient the opportunity to breathe. But first it was necessary to take the chief outside the operating room. He could not simply be left on the floor. The guy carried him outside the operating room and carefully laid him on the floor so that he could rest at least a little. The boss suddenly came to his senses and told Hyun-jun that he should perform the operation and take on the role of assistant. He asked the guy with all his strength. So he reminded him that the patient's time is in their hands and they need to do everything so that it doesn't just slip away. Hyun-jin returned to the operating room and said that the chief was leaving, but finally he asked that they finish the operation and give the patient a chance. The senior doctor who was in this operating room understood everything perfectly and performed a similar procedure dozens of times. But he has never had the opportunity to carry out ventilation without navigation. It is too dangerous. After all, if something suddenly goes wrong, the patient will forever remain disabled, and only the doctor will be to blame for this. But on the other hand, if this is not done, he may die. As a doctor, he has a very great responsibility that must be accepted. But can he? The doctor thought too long. The patient did not have that much time. So a young intern came into play and told him that he would perform this ventilation. But the doctor didn't even want to hear this, because he believed that when an intern offered to perform an operation, it was equivalent to the fact that he wanted to kill the patient. Hyun-jun continued to insist on his own, because he could not watch the patient die. But the doctor told him that it was useless, and what would he do if something happened to the patient? The guy confidently told him that he would take responsibility if something went wrong. The doctor looked at him silently and did not dare to do anything. But in the end, the intern convinced him and took all the initiative upon himself. Now he is ready to begin the operation. Hyun-jun's heart had never beat so hard. There was even a feeling that it would fly out of his chest now if this continued. Ronnie understood the seriousness of the situation, so he suggested that he promote the secretion of gamma-aminobutyric acid in order to suppress such palpitations and make him feel better. Hyun-jun, of course, agreed, because it would calm him down and give him the opportunity to do everything without worry. Ronnie immediately carried out this manipulation, and Hyun-jun's heartbeat returned to normal. Now he can calmly get down to business. Another doctor also noticed how the young intern calmed down and was no longer nervous. And then the guy came up with an idea. He remembered how the boss talked about how he could convert pictures from 2D to 3D. So he asked Ronnie to do it. Ronnie immediately completed this task, and now the guy had a complete picture of the problem, and he could begin ventilation. He slowly and confidently began to insert the catheter. His hands no longer trembled, so it became easier to do his job. After a few careful movements, the catheter reached the desired position, and Hyun-jun asked to attach the syringe to the catheter and suck out the blood. Next, he asked to remove the guide tube and give him a syringe. As the intern administered the fluid, Ronnie provided him with the results of the examination he had conducted throughout the operation, and the patient's chances increased dramatically. The doctor carefully watched the process and knew very well that if the ventilation was successful, then the clotted blood begins to come out, but in this case, nothing came of it. He was already beginning to be upset that he had entrusted this matter to an intern, but his sadness suddenly ended when he saw the blood coming out through the tube. The ventilation was successful, and it turns out that the young intern coped with such a difficult procedure without navigation. Ronnie informed the guy that the patient's probability of death had dropped to 7%, and it was a really good job. He was great. The guy carefully placed the syringe on the tray and was able to exhale with a calm soul. It was very exciting. After such a complex procedure, all that remained was to stitch up the patient's wound. But as it turned out, this process caused Hyun-jun even more problems. So he asked Dr. Yeon to take care of it. Dr. Yeon was grateful to the guy that he was able to perform such a complex operation, so he would sew up the wound and complete the operation without any problems. He can't blame this on the young intern, who already performed the bulk of the operation. So he took the instruments and asked the nurse to help him finish the operation. The guy immediately noticed how Dr. Yeon's skills manifested themselves as soon as the burden of responsibility disappeared. Once the worst outcome had evaporated into thin air, work in the operating room went much better, and the operation now continues in a more comfortable atmosphere. As soon as the operation was completed, Dr. Yeon was the first to leave the operating room, followed by a young intern. The guy began to apologize to the doctor for his action, because the situation was urgent and it was necessary to act. But Dr. Yeon was more offended by himself, because honestly, they say this situation confused him, and if Yoon-jong had not intervened, something terrible would have happened. He admitted that he felt very relieved when the guy courageously took the situation into his own hands. Dr. Hyun-jong was pleased to hear such words, because he was worried that he had done something wrong. In any case, Dr. Yeon tried to find out from the young talent how he managed to get to the right point without navigation, because some experienced surgeons cannot do this. The guy told him a technique that he stole from his boss, who practices converting 2D images into 3D in his head, and the guy also decided to try it. Dr. Yeon was very surprised when he heard that the guy was practicing this. He realized that in his practice, he trusted machines too much. He believed that he had disgraced himself in the operating room, and now, in order to continue living after what happened, he would need to work hard so that this would never happen again. Dr. Yeon reassured the guy, saying that he would explain everything to the senior doctors, so that he wouldn't have problems because of this later. The guy drank coffee and watched the very patient on whom he and Dr. Yeon performed an operation. He so wanted the patient to come to his senses as quickly as possible and return to his family. Suddenly, he was frightened by a nurse who crept up very unnoticed and notified him that the boss was looking for Dr. Yang Hyun-jun and asked him to come to his office. The young intern immediately went to the boss's office. When on the way, he was stopped by Sung-soo, who demanded from him the database that he asked him to make. Hyun-jong didn't understand why he had to do this. He doesn't have time for this, especially now that Chief Sim is looking for him. So he needs to go. Sung-soo didn't care where he was going. First, he wanted him to finish the job he gave him, and then he could go wherever he wanted. The guy knew that this puppy wanted to use this database to write a report that Chief Sim asked him to write about. So Hyun-jun said that he needed to write it himself, and not to interfere with him in these matters. Of course, there was some shouting. The red-haired guy started shouting at him and explaining that when a resident tells an intern what to do, the intern takes it and does it. He believed that this is why the hierarchy was invented, so the word of the eldest means everything. Their conversation, as it turned out, was not private, and behind them stood Dr. Yeon, who knew that the boss gave Sun-soo the opportunity to improve, and he instead shifts the responsibility to the interns. Therefore, He decided to punish the guy for his impudence and said that after he made a report for the boss, Dr. Young would come for a new one every week. The guy was pleased that Dr. Young stood up for him. Now this puppy will not bother him. Hyun-jong knocked on the door of the chief's office and thought about how he behaved during the operation, and did not hear Ronnie trying to warn him that the chief was standing behind and looking at him. That's why he was very scared when the boss started talking and asking him to come into the office and not just stand there. They sat down opposite each other and sat in silence for a while. At this time, the guy was worried that the boss found out that it was he who carried out the ventilation, and what should he do if he got angry? Hyun-jung was more nervous than during the operation itself. The boss turned to him, and the guy's breath froze. But Chief Sim apologized to him and thanked him for what he did. Now he is in his debt. The guy asked the doctor not to do this. He couldn't cancel the emergency operation. It's not his fault that this happened. But Hyun-jong's words did not reduce his responsibility in any way. He made a mistake when he thought that he was as resilient as in his youth. Their awkward situation has turned into a more comfortable one. Now they laugh and understand that this situation ended well. The boss told him that he was probably the first intern since the founding of the hospital who acted as an assistant during the operation. The other doctors were very freaked out when they found out. The guy understood the seriousness of such actions. If he continued to do such tricks, people would distance themselves. Sim told him that Dr. Yan praised him more than anyone, said it would be great if Hyun-jong went into neurosurgery, and then added that now he has 2 fans. Hyun-jong didn't understand why there were 2, but the boss explained that it was Dr. Yan and himself. He thought it was a pretty funny joke. Chief Sim once again praised him for a job well done, and allowed him to go home and rest properly. Hyun-jong did not mind, so he did so. The professor thought about this situation. The intern who performed brain surgery. He wanted to ask him so much, but he was sure that he would still have a lot of time to talk with him. After the hospital, Hyun-jong went home, where he took a shower, changed clothes, and then went to see his mother at the hospital. They went for a walk together, during which he talked about how he helped the boss himself during operations and how well he did it. He even parodied the boss, which made my mother very happy and lifted her spirits. She was very happy for her son. The guy told her that all the people in the hospital are wonderful. Everyone is so kind to him, so she doesn't have to worry about him. But he was more interested in how she was feeling and how the new treatment was helping her. Mom felt much better, and this couldn't help but please the guy. But then she upset him a little when she said that the patient from the next ward had had his treatment suspended. Hyun-jong understood that if the patient was from the next ward, then he was being treated for the same diagnosis as her. She said she wasn't sure, but it seemed like these medications had side effects that weren't found in his tests. He didn't want to show his mother that he was upset, so he decided to find out everything later and invited her to return to the room. The guy immediately took this drug and went to the doctor. He told him that he was the son of a patient who was being tested with a new drug, and he was interested in some details. The doctor greatly upset him when he told him that the side effect of the new drug was cancer. During the second phase of trials, no cancer cases were observed among the patients. But as the trials continued, some patients were diagnosed with cancer that was not there before. The doctor thought that the guy would not understand what he was talking about, but Hyun-jung understood perfectly well that it was not the drug. But the patients themselves, each of them had special genes that react this way. The doctor was surprised that the guy understood everything so accurately, and added that until they find a special gene to which the drug reacts, they will not be able to understand which of the patients may get sick. But Hyun-jong was more interested in how his mother was doing and what chance did she have of getting sick. The specialist believed that everything would be fine with her, because she had not yet discovered anything, but this is not 100% information. But in any case, if they do not achieve stability, then this drug may be discontinued. The guy tried to figure out how to solve this problem, but the doctor told him that it was very difficult, and he probably wouldn't understand anything about it. But it seems Hyun-jong insisted on it, and the doctor realized that he would probably have to do it. They use viruses to transfer cells to damaged tissues, since they cope with this task quite well. However, due to the possibility of getting cancer, they switched to a virus-free option, but the efficiency has decreased. They have developed a way to insert the desired gene into a stem cell without using a virus. But unfortunately, the efficiency is still low. If they could increase it, they would be able to avoid cancer, and the treatment would be much better. The guy went home after that and tried to find a solution to this problem together with Ronnie. But he could not give ideas from the information he heard. He decided to go to the library, because he only goes to work at lunchtime, so he has time to find new information. All that was needed from Ronnie at that moment was the place where Hyun-jong should look for this information. Ronnie warned him, because there is a limit to the data he can understand through Hyun-jong's eyes. There is a chance that his body will become overexerted. The guy understood that all these attempts looked stupid, but even so, there are things that a person cannot give up. Ronnie noticed that the system that is responsible for emotions is too active. He believed that this is what prevents the guy from thinking rationally and making decisions. So he suggested increasing control to improve rationality. Hyun-jong seemed to be at his limit. He asked Ronnie to stop and not live by logic alone. Next, the guy asked Ronnie what Lorenzo's oil was. Ronnie knew a little about this. This is a liquid that is used in the treatment of various hereditary diseases that occur in both children and adults. But the guy was not interested in that. He told Ronnie that this oil was invented by Lorenzo's parents. His father worked in a bank, and his mother was an ordinary housewife. They knew nothing in medicine, but their child suffered from a serious hereditary disease. Hyun-jong asked Ronnie to calculate the chances of creating such an orphan by parents who know nothing about medicine. Ronnie understood that the chance was close to 0. Lorenzo's parents created the medicine out of love for their son, when they didn't even really know how it worked and what was causing his illness. And instead of the 2 years that the doctor told him, the guy lived all 30. Hyun-jong told him this story so that Ronnie would understand that the main motto of people is not to give up even when there are no more chances. You need to live like the parents of little Lorenzo, not give up until the end and believe in the best, which is what they did for the sake of their little son, and they succeeded. Ronnie was the main miracle in Hyun-jong's life. How can you give up and hang up after something like this? Therefore, with tears in his eyes, Hyun-jong asked Ronnie not to tell him that this was impossible, because together they could do everything and find a solution to any problem. Ronnie didn't expect this. He just wanted to protect Hyun-jong's body from overexertion. But if a guy so wants, he can start reading books about biomaterials, where perhaps he will find the very information he needs. Hyun-jong couldn't hold back his tears and burst into tears. It was really important for him to feel Ronnie's support. He again gave him a chance to succeed, and the guy wouldn't just lose him. Hyun-jong finally reached the library and was ready to start searching for information. He entered the paid part of the library without any problems, because the person who works in this department was very tired and lay down to rest. After some time, the guy and Ronnie found some information that could help. After hearing the information, Ronnie conducted an analysis and showed that it was possible to use the technique of transferring DNA molecules using electrical impulses. This technique was developed last year. Hyun-jong listened to Ronnie and realized that this was a great idea that urgently needed to be brought to life, because it could help. So he called the doctor with whom he talked during the day. The doctor was sleeping at that time and was not quite ready for such conversations, but still picked up the phone and heard that Hyun-jong was calling him. He didn't understand what he wanted from him at such a late time, but when he heard that the guy was telling him about the medicine, he tried to calm him down. He understood his feelings, but such a problem cannot be solved in one day. In response to this, Hyun-jong shouted into the phone what he and Ronnie were talking about, a new method that might help. The doctor no longer wanted to hang up and continue to sleep, but the guy began to tell him about this method in detail, to which the doctor told him to come to the hospital, and they would discuss everything there. The guy was glad to hear this. There are still chances, and we need to take advantage of it. Half an hour later, they were already sitting in the doctor's office and discussing the guy's new idea. This method was called microporation. The doctor could not believe that even if he was a doctor, as an ordinary intern, he could advance so far in half a day. Hyun-jong carefully watched what the doctor would answer him, because it was very important to him. Theoretically, there are no problems. They will contact colleagues at Duke University, but in general this technique has been publicly highlighted, so they can use it. The doctor also said that he would contact the CodeStem members to start testing as quickly as possible. Yoon-jun was incredibly happy to hear this. He thanked the professor and went to work. The guy's appearance left much to be desired. He looked very tired and had very large bruises under his eyes. The nurse was surprised to see him at the hospital so early because his shift doesn't start until lunchtime. But he decided to leave earlier because he couldn't sleep. She also noticed large bags under his eyes and realized that he could not rest during the break. He confirmed this information because he needed to continue studying. She laughed at him and absolutely understood him because the interns always had a lot of worries that needed to be solved. Just as Hyun-jong was about to go on a round of patients, the second nurse informed him that he had a visitor. It was the same Professor Kim Ha-yoon-pil, who was in a very good mood and wanted to see the guy as soon as possible. He told him that he was looking for him in his mother's room, but he was told that Hyun-jong had already left for work. The professor was looking for him in order to introduce him to someone. Along with the professor came a woman who held the position of executive director of CodeStem. Her name was Kang Jun-sun, and she was very pleased to see young Dr. Yang. The professor explained to him why such a big man was here. After their conversation, he immediately met with representatives of the CodeStem Development Center and told them the guy's idea. She told him that she really wanted to meet him because she found out that it was Hyun-jong who came up with the idea of how to possibly solve the problem. Such things are very important for their company, and they value such people. Hyun-jong didn't expect his day to start like this. It was nice to hear. Dr. Khan approached one of the nurses and asked who the new intern was talking to. She told him that it was the executive director of the CodeStem company, but she did not know what kind of company it was. But Dr. Khan knew very well that this was the most famous company in the country, providing treatment to the most difficult patients in the whole country. He was sure that he was at least a little interested in medicine and knew this company. Sun Tzu suddenly came up from behind and slightly scared Han. He was really hungry, so he came to invite him with him. But as soon as he saw that Hyun-jong was chilling and not working, he began to get nervous again. But Dr. Han intervened and told him who the intern was communicating with. Two professors who went out to have a cup of tea saw that his doctors had gathered in a heap in the corridor and decided to check what was happening there. But one of the professors saw his old friend. She ran up to them and was very glad to see him. And he, in turn, was glad to see such a constantly busy director of CodeStem. Next, she turned to Professor Sim Ha-yoon. He was very surprised that she knew her, but she believed that it was shameful not to know the country's leading specialist in neurosurgery. The professor introduced his friend to Director Kang, a venture capital businesswoman in the medical field who raised a pharmaceutical company to the top. The boss suggested that she wanted to test new drugs in their hospital. She upset him by saying that she had come to meet Hyun-jong, who had come up with a new method of treating patients using stem cells. The professors were quite surprised by this news. Therefore, she would like to borrow the boss's intern for a short time in order to talk with him in detail about his idea. The professor, of course, was not against it. She and her assistant sat down in a nearby cafe so that Dr. Yang could explain everything in detail. The director listened carefully to Ha-Yoon-jong and his idea for treatment. She said that she was full of things to do and did not have time to conduct the analysis. But after hearing Dr. Yang's explanations, she believes that they now have a chance. He was very happy to hear, and the director at that moment already knew that with the help of the young doctor's idea, the chance of success was as much as 80%. But she wanted to personally see the doctor who came up with it. The director knew that the intern probably barely had time to sleep, since he was doing such research. He could be vain, but he turned out to be a rather modest guy. She thanked him and said that she would keep him informed of all the events, and would be able to say what results they got only after a real clinical trial. But he had already helped them a lot. After that, she asked the secretary to calculate something, and she started doing it. Hyun-jong could not understand what the secretary was talking about. The calculations were completed and a round sum came up, after which the director was surprised by this, and said that it was probably difficult to earn that kind of money as an intern. Therefore, from this moment on, Kodastem will bear all the bills for the treatment of Ha-Yoon-jong's mother. The guy froze in place. He couldn't believe it. He was probably dreaming about it. He came to his senses and understood that this was a lot of money, and it was difficult for him to accept such a gift. But the director calmed him down and said that this decision was not subject to discussion. It was better to let Ha-Yeon-jun think of it as a good investment. After all, she hoped that after the internship he would go into neurology. But for now, she would try to do everything so that Hyun-jong could take part in the research that they would be conducting in the near future. The guy thanked her for paying the bills, but he would probably refuse to participate in the research. The director was not ready to hear this from him. The reason was the same. He wants to become a surgeon, but neurology doesn't interest him that much. After that, their meeting ended and the director returned home and thought about a young guy who dreams of becoming a surgeon. It reminded her of her in her youth. Ha-Yoon-jong decided for himself that he would try to do everything so that his mother gets better as soon as possible. And of course, he did not forget to thank Ronnie, who helped him despite his stubbornness. Ronnie told him that the decision that Hyun-jong made was far from logical. But in the end, everything ended well. So he saved this information in a special database. They did a great job, and now their team has become even stronger. Before Ha-Yoon-jong had time to look back, his work began in the neurosurgery department. Work that seemed to never end, but now it is finally coming to an end. He had already thanked the chief for everything he had taught him and was very pleased to meet him. Ha-Yoon-jong met so many people this month, but he flew by, meeting people he wants to emulate, such as Chief Sim. I met those who don't like him and those who are ready to accept him. But if we talk about the most important experience that Hyun-jong had, then this is exactly what attitude a surgeon should have towards surgery. But it's time to say goodbye to this department, because even more interesting practice awaits it further. The next cycle of their practice was pediatrics, and Dr. Hannah seemed a little unhappy about this fact. The guy was slightly surprised by this, because he heard from the girl that she liked children, so it was not clear why she was so sad. She told him that on the way here, she saw the intensive care ward, and she was deeply upset by how many tubes and devices were coming out of these children. Therefore, the girl gathered all her luck so as not to end up there, because the intensive care ward is a place in which you get tired both physically and mentally. Some guy intervened in their dialogue and told them that he had heard about the blacklist of guardians, because many parents are worried. Ha-Yoon-jong listened to all these stories and decided that he wanted to go there, because most likely he could learn a lot there. All the same, someone would have to, but he has a normal attitude towards such things. Plus, on top of everything, he believed that if you work reluctantly in this department, the children will feel everything. Hannah and that strange guy were very surprised by his decision, because none of them wanted to go there. But Hyun-jong assured them that everything was in order. When the resident came, he would tell him about his desire. Before he had time to remember who the resident was, a girl appeared who would most likely be their new resident in the pediatric department. The girl introduced herself as a second-year resident in the pediatric department, and she would supervise this group of interns. She was in a hurry, so she said that she would tell everything quite quickly, and their main task was to catch everything. The principle of operation of the children's department is the same as in the others. But still, she will highlight 3 new rules for them, which they must remember and follow. The first rule is to never quarrel with the guardians. The second rule is that if you cannot take blood, call the resident. Then there will be no problems. And finally, the last and most important rule is to never get attached to children. Otherwise, you will lose your composure and will not be able to do your job. If they have no more questions, they can go to their places. That strange guy told her that they had not yet received an appointment, to which she reacted very sharply, because what were they doing here all this time? Well, she would have to distribute the interns. She was sure that no one wanted to go to the intensive care ward, so she invited them to draw lots. But this idea was dropped after Hyun-jong proposed his candidacy, which surprised her greatly. Their distribution was interrupted by Dr. Yoon, who wanted to take Dr. Song. Hyun-jong froze in place because he saw a painfully familiar face. Dr. Song told Yoon that this guy wants to go to the intensive care ward, and she is not sure that she can send him. Dr. Yoon looked at the list of interns, where she saw the name Hyun-jong and raised her head in surprise. Their gazes collided and each of them could not believe that he was seeing the other. But apparently Dr. Yoon was not happy to see him, because she turned around and started to leave. She told Dr. Song that they had previously studied together at the university, and she could go wherever she wanted. She believed that he could cope anywhere, because this guy always does what he wants. Dr. Song thought for a moment, because she didn't understand what kind of cold attitude this was, but still sent him to the intensive care ward and asked the rest to be divided by lot. He agreed with the resident and would go there immediately. Hyun-jong thought about Dr. Yeon. He knew that she would never go into surgery with her soft heart, but the fact that she chose pediatrics was also unexpected for him. At that moment, Ronnie noticed how the activity of the autonomic nervous system was decreasing and offered to normalize it. But Hyun-jung asked him not to do this, because that's why it is called autonomic, because it cannot be controlled. After the distribution of his colleagues, the guy immediately went to the intensive care ward. The first patient, or rather his mother, did not greet Hyun-jong very joyfully. She was dissatisfied that again a newbie came, and not an experienced doctor. She believed that newcomers couldn't even take blood, but called themselves doctors. Hyun-jong realized that the patients here were not easy. He directly felt the gaze of these guardians piercing him right through. He could still understand them, because this was only his second appointment. So, Hyun-jong asked not to worry his mother. He would take blood from the child painlessly. She didn't believe him because everyone said so, and then she had to calm the child down, but she still allowed him to try. Hyun-jong very carefully took the blood and praised the girl for not even screaming. She was very brave. The guardians were shocked that this time the intern took blood the first time. Apparently, he still has some skills. But this girl's mother did not think so, and asked to call the professor so that he could look at her child. Hyun-jong tried to clarify what she was interested in. Maybe he could help. But his mother waved her hand at him and said that she would ask herself. He understood that after a long stay in the hospital and finding out how the child was doing, these guardians were very tired and did not respond to other doctors except professors. Hyun-jong still insisted that he was also a doctor and could help her if she clarified her question. But his mother told him that there was a girl here a couple of days ago who also said that. But in the end, she knew less than she did, so she doesn't believe him. Hyun-jong decided not to try to ask anything anymore, but simply took the patient's card and looked at the diagnosis she was given. The girl suffered from an abnormality of the colon, which could cause necrosis of a section of the intestine if no measures were taken, so she needed to undergo surgery. Based on this, Hyun-jun asked her mother or had a date for the operation already been set. She told him no, but he reassured her and said that all the studies had already been carried out, and her child would soon be operated on using modern methods. After the operation she would recover and feel much better, but she was more interested in why her girl had blood poisoning. The guy explained to her that because her stomach was bloated and she was constantly vomiting, and this indicates symptoms of intestinal obstruction, which is why a piece of the intestine became dead and released toxins into the blood, which caused blood poisoning. Now the mother looked less angry and noticed that none of the doctors had explained everything to her in such detail before. She immediately apologized to Hyun-jong. She didn't know what came over her. Hyun-jong understood that most doctors most likely take tests and don't explain anything, so her anger can be understood. After which he added that if she was still interested in something, she could contact him. She was ashamed of her behavior, so she thanked him and apologized again. The guardians were glad that Hyun-jong finished the blood draw in one go, because what parent would be pleased to see the tears of their child who is taking blood? Hyun-jong was doing his work when a nurse approached him and wanted to convey a message from Dr. Song. She whispered in his ear to let the patient limb soon through. She would come later and take care of her. But he told her that he was already done with her. The nurse was shocked by this. Did he really manage to do everything without this woman starting to scream and create problems for the department? She was so surprised because it was apparent from that very blacklist that always goes wrong. But she still asked him to leave it for Dr. Song next time. Suddenly, one of the patient's heart stopped, and her grandmother started calling for help. Hyun-jong heard this and immediately ran to the ward. He ran into the room, and the nurse told him that the doctors were not there, but she called them. Hyun-jong understood that they might be busy with another patient, but he couldn't just watch this happen. He immediately climbed onto the patient's bed and began preparing CPR. At the same time, the guy asked the nurse to prepare an ambu mask and told her to do 1 chest compression for 10 chest compressions. Ronnie tried to give instructions on how to do it correctly, but it seems the guy did a great job himself. He noticed that the nurse was ventilating the lungs too quickly, which could reduce the chance of survival. Hyun-jong immediately heeded Ronnie's advice and asked the nurse to go slowly, press once and stop, then continue. Ronnie gave him another piece of advice, which was to change hands so that the intensity of the presses did not decrease due to fatigue. Next, his friend suggested prescribing 0.1 mg of adrenaline, but Hyun-jong understood that he was a simple intern and could not do this. But the doctors have not arrived yet, and we must act, because the patient's chances are rapidly falling, and he may simply not survive. The young intern took a long time to decide on this step, because if he prescribed something without the doctor's permission, there could be serious consequences, but on the other hand, this child could die. He decided to act as he saw fit, so he prescribed the patient a drug for his body weight, and also asked the nurse to bring him a defibrillator. The guy began to reproach himself for hesitating, because he is also a doctor and can take on such responsibility, no matter what happens to him. The main thing is the life of the patient. But the patient's heart was like that. Did it really fail and the poor girl died? A second later, the line on the machine stopped being straight, and the little girl's heart was beating again. He still managed to save her. The chance that the patient will live has increased sharply, and now you can breathe out. At that moment, senior doctors, who had been called a long time ago, came running. The nurse explained to the doctors that Dr. Yang came, performed CPR and prescribed drugs, of which only adrenaline was used. The senior doctor was shocked when he heard this. The resident told him that this was a young intern who had just been transferred here. His name was Yang Hyun-jun. The doctor began to boil. How dare the intern prescribe treatment? Does he even know what they can do for this? As soon as he wanted to go and reprimand the young intern, the resident stopped him and asked him to reschedule his lecture. His parents were here. The patient's grandmother approached Hyun-jun and thanked him for saving her grandson. She was very scared, but fortunately he was here. After which Dr. Yang was sent to the restroom. The doctors could handle the rest without his help. The guy went into the restroom and didn't understand what had just happened. When the child's life disappeared, he stopped feeling absolutely everything. Was it really Ronnie? But Ronnie explained to him that this was the result of Hyun-jun's body's natural adaptation due to the fusion of Ronnie's synapses with his nervous system. Since their synchronization has increased, the nervous system has begun to develop in the right direction, which means that soon Hyun-jun will be able to be calm in the situation he needs. But he wasn't sure it was good for him. At that moment, Sun-yi came in and asked him what he was not sure about. Hyun-jun could not give her an answer to this question and said that she heard it. They stood for a while and were silent. Then she broke the silence and said that the patient was being monitored and should now be stabilized, all thanks to the guy's quick actions. But today, he was very lucky that she hushed everything up, because despite the good result, problems could arise due to the intern's medication prescriptions. He was pleased that she stood up for him and thanked her. She asked him if perhaps he wanted to tell her something else. Before he could say that there was one thing to do, she said that she was called and left the office. Again, the guy could not apologize to her for that incident. It seems she couldn't just look at him either. A week later, that same mom from the blacklist thanked Dr. Yang for his successful work, but he was sure that it was not worth doing this. All the main work was done during the operation. She once again apologized to him for being so rude to him, and, as a sign of gratitude, suggested that he come to her work for breakfast. She is the manager of one such cozy cafe. After a few days in this department, the attitude of the guardians towards Hyun-jun changed dramatically. The parents calmed down, and it became easier for him to work. And there were no more problems with the medical staff. It seems that everything is falling into place and he doesn't need to worry. Hyun-jun took the tools he needed and came to one of the patients to draw blood. It was an 8-year-old patient, Ying-jin, in whom the guy himself was interested, all because this little boy was a very patient and obedient child. Today, Dr. Yang will take a blood sample from the boy's artery. Unlike taking blood from a vein, taking blood from an artery is much more painful. But Ying-jin only squints, not making a sound. And there was another rather unusual feature of this guy. When Hyun-jun gives him injections, the boy constantly looks into his eyes. The next look was interrupted by the nurse, who asked Dr. Yang to follow her. They called him. As it turns out, Dr. Yan is being called by the deputy head physician of the hospital. I wonder what he needs from the young intern. He did not go to him alone, but with Dr. Yun, who was called by the nurse in the same way. He finished the phone call and invited his colleagues to sit down so they could talk. The deputy looked at the intern and didn't know his name, but he had seen the girl a couple of times, so he recognized Dr. Yun. The conversation started quite well. The deputy said that he called them on a rather minor issue, and everything would go well. He asked to explain more specifically what happened to the little child and how they helped him. The girl began to tell the story in order. At that moment, a meeting was being held in the pediatric department. As soon as they heard the call, they immediately ran to the intensive care ward. She added that Dr. Yang Hyun-jun was on shift and did not wait for us to get there and began performing resuscitation. The deputy interrupted her and added that up to this point he had been coping well. It was not so easy to perform resuscitation on an intern. But he wanted to know more about the adrenaline that was administered to the patient as prescribed by the intern. How did this happen? The girl did not understand what he wanted to hear from her, because he already knows everything, but asks to explain. Hyun-jun entered the dialogue and said that the situation was urgent, and he asked for adrenaline because he thought he couldn't wait any longer. The deputy wanted to clarify with him where he learned how to perform resuscitation. He used a non-standard method. What is it for? Hyun-jun explained to him that he had recently read a dissertation and followed it. This is a new method that was invented to reduce stress on the hands, so that it was possible to press evenly for a longer time. The deputy suddenly stood up and began to walk behind them, saying that he really likes competent people like Hyun-jun, who have the latest information. In fact, he was sure that there were many such doctors in the hospital. They just didn't know about them. The girl turned and tried to tell how the intern performed perfect resuscitation and administered medications, but she did not continue because the deputy stopped her. He was not happy that the resident was interrupting him, because he had not finished yet. She felt ashamed, so she turned around and didn't say another word. He continued by saying that he likes competent people, but there are those who he likes even more. The deputy sank down to them and said that he loves well-mannered and obedient people more. He tried to explain to them that the hospital is like an army, which is headed by the chief physician and his deputy, and such a system bears fruit. The hierarchy was not invented for nothing. Placing his hand on Hyun-jun's shoulder, he said that I would go in alone. No one had ever won, and they wouldn't succeed. Therefore, he tried to convey to him and her that the rules here are very simple. Even if you know what to do, you can only do it after an order from a superior. And now he turned to the guy personally. Until the hospital directive has changed, he cannot use new CPR methods or administer drugs without permission. If they don't like something, they can open their own hospital and make the rules they want there. Dr. Yoon tried to hide the intern's mistake, and he, in turn, did as he wanted. The deputy believed that they both screwed up. However, they were lucky that nothing serious happened to the patient, and he was fine, so this time they were forgiven. Nothing will get into their personal files, but next time they won't separate so easily. They stood up and thanked the deputy for his kindness and prepared to leave. But the deputy also asked Dr. Yoon to call the head of pediatrics to see him. They walked along the corridor, and the girl noticed that Hyun-jun had no face. But why was he so gloomy if they punished her? The fact is that he was sorry that she was punished because of him, but at least there would be no reports. But the girl didn't think so, because the deputy doesn't let go so easily. Aura told him that he always does this. At first he says that there will be no official reports, but does not specify that there will be none at all. They will find fault with them. As Sunyi said, from the next day the situation in the department began to heat up, and residents of the pediatric department began to be sent to seminars. Naturally, they could not look at Hyun-jun normally, because he was the hero of the occasion. But nothing can be done about it. We need to continue working. Especially today, we need to give an injection to that very nice boy. When Hyun-jun entered his room, the boy stood up and began to whisper in his ear that when other doctors give him injections, it hurts. But today, he is very glad that Hyun-jun came here. This made the guy happy, so he will try to make sure it doesn't hurt today. Hyun-jun decided to ask the boy why he constantly looks straight into his eyes during the injection. The boy told him that he was doing this in order to understand whether the doctor's smile was fake or not. He told him that people giving injections constantly smile, but everyone had icy eyes and Dr. Yang had the same thing. Hyun-jun laughed with the little boy. It seems they became friends. The intern thought that the boy probably noticed his downcast expression after the incident with intensive care. Children are still very sensitive. Dr. Song Yi reported at the meeting on the condition of the patient Ying Jin, who is 8 years old and suffers from a serious lung disease due to a defect in the heart. So the patient will not be able to live unless he is transplanted with a new lung and heart. One sunny day, little Ying Jin stood at the start of the relay race and was ready to defeat everyone. His family cheered for him with all their might. The relay began, and each participant tried as hard as possible to get there first. Little Ying Jin, unfortunately, could not even reach the finish line. He felt ill and fell. His mother tells this story with tears in her eyes. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctors said that the hole was small, and that over time it would heal on its own. Before he took the medicine, there were not even any symptoms. But now that he has been examined, they say that the only way out is a transplant. Hyun Jong listened to this story and almost cried himself. It was very hard to hear. She asked him for forgiveness for her tears, but it's hard for her to hold them back when she talks about it. Mom thanked the young doctor, but he didn't even understand why she was thanking him. She explained to him that Ying Jin suffered while he was in the intensive care unit due to constant tests, and it was unclear how long it would take to wait for a donor. He really likes to walk outside, but instead he has to endure injections, which he is afraid of. Young Jin tries to pretend that he is not in pain, so as not to worry his mother, but this makes her worry even more. And since Hyun Jong arrived, he began to smile more. She was pleased that the young doctor communicated so much with the child, and also carefully collected blood. All that remained was to find a donor. Hyun Jong tried to calm her down, because the thoracic surgeon of this hospital is a real professional, and everything will be at the highest level, so there is no need to worry. As soon as the guy left the office, he was interested in the chances of success of the operation. So he asked Ronnie, who was not sure of the answer, but believed that the chance was small. But he still noted that the survival rate after heart surgery at Daehan Hospital is 10% higher than in other international heart transplant communities. Dr. Yoon stated that the mortality rate during surgery is approximately 20%. For the deputy, this was a small number. He was also interested in how many cardiopulmonary transplants were performed in the country. The girl replied that only 4 such transplants were carried out in the country. One of the successful ones was carried out in their clinic. The remaining 3 were carried out outside Daehan Hospital, of which only 1 was successful. 2 were failures, and the patients unfortunately did not survive. Hyun Jong understood that the situation was very serious, because the boy's skin color had deteriorated greatly in a week, and an urgent need to look for a donor. The guy was about to go have lunch when an unknown voice started calling him. A few seconds later, there was already a woman on him who was crying and could not say a word. It was the mother of that same boy, and the intern was already very scared. Had something really happened? But she raised her eyes and began to smile, because her In-Joon was finally sent for surgery. A donor was found, and her boy was chosen. This is great news that Hyun Jong found difficult to believe. From that day on, the decision to perform a cardiopulmonary transplant caused a furor in the hospital. After all, such operations are not common, and the chance of success is also quite low. So it was ordered that if the operation was successful, it would give impetus to the development of the hospital. Therefore, the level of doctors who looked after the boys decided to increase, and now it will not be Dr. Hyun Jong who will look after him. The boy was upset that some woman came to him this week, and not his friend Dr. Yang. Mom asked Dr. Yoon for forgiveness and asked her not to listen to the boy, but to do her job. He just liked Dr. Yang. The nurse distracted Dr. Hyun Jong from his work and told him that Dr. Yeon asks him to come into the room wherein Jin is lying. He didn't understand why he should go there, because she said that she would do everything herself. But the guy didn't mind helping, and while they were carrying out this manipulation, the boy told him that he wanted to become a runner like Usain Bolt. And if he wins a gold medal, he will congratulate his mother on TV. Hyun-jong asked jokingly, or will he congratulate him? The boy said that he could do it too, but he would still think about whether to do it or not. Dr. Yeon watched the process and was pleasantly surprised that Hyun-jong was doing such a good job with the boy. But the boy's joy turned into sadness, because at first he was glad that he would undergo an operation. But now he became scared and began to worry. Hyun-jong was also a little worried, because this is a complex operation that needs to be carried out with full concentration. The boy unexpectedly asked Hyun-jong to perform the operation so that he wouldn't get sick, because he gives injections so well, and he won't be scared. But Dr. Yang explained to him that the operation would be performed by doctors who were much better than him and had more experience in such matters, so he had nothing to worry about. Today, Hyun-jong stayed on the night shift, and he had a minute to get some sleep. But he couldn't sleep. He was worried about the boy and his chances of success. Ronnie also did not see the exact chances of success in this situation, because there are too many variables, and it is very difficult for him to calculate the chance of success. Hyun-jong asked him to say at such moments that everything will be fine, but Ronnie didn't understand why, but he still said it. The guy tried as hard as he could to fall asleep, but it just didn't work out. The little boy's words were spinning in his head. Since he couldn't sleep, he decided to simulate the operation again. Maybe after that he would calm down a little and fall asleep. It was incredible, because he still couldn't believe that Ronnie was capable of this. But this modeling, according to Ronnie, was not accurate, because the guy had no personal experience, and it was difficult for him to create conditions as close as possible to the operation. But still, this was enough for the guy, so at least virtually he began the operation. From the outside, it probably looked very strange, but the guy didn't care. It was the 6th hour of the operation, and it was still not known how the boy was doing. Hyun-jong was too worried about him. He had the feeling that this boy was very dear to him. Dr. Yoon couldn't understand what he saw in this boy, why he became so attached to him. It seemed to the guy that this boy reminded him of him as a child, which is why he worries about him so much. As a child, he also experienced a lot after his father passed away. He knew that his mother struggled with everything alone, so when he was hurt and lonely, he had to endure. In-jin does the same thing in front of his mom. They give him some pretty nasty injections, and he says that it doesn't hurt at all. He's a real hero for his mom. Dr. Yoon didn't expect to hear this from him. Had he really become attached to the boy? But nothing can be done. There is no point in just standing and worrying. So she sent him to rest. There is no point in standing here. She was sure that the children would understand everything if he worked with such a worried face. So she sent him to rest, and then she would tell him when the operation was over. Although the guy still went to rest and relax a little, his thoughts were still only about the boy. On the way, he saw In-jin's parents, who were even more worried about the guy. It's obviously very difficult for them now. Then suddenly the doors to the operating room opened and the surgeon who was performing the operation came out. His parents immediately jumped up and ran up to him to find out how the operation ended and how everything went. The guy was also interested in what the surgeon would say, but he couldn't come up. But from the emotions of the boy's mother, everything was clear. Her tears flowed like a river, but they were only from happiness. Hyun-jong could not contain his emotions of joy. It was as if a stone had been lifted from his soul. After the operation, In-jong received careful care and was returned to the intensive care unit to support his condition. The boy woke up, and the first person he saw was his beloved Dr. Yang, who was glad to see In-jin wake up. He praised him for his courage, because not everyone will hold out in such a complex operation. All that interested the boy at that moment, or will he be able to live a normal life like other children? Hyun-jong told him that it would be difficult for a couple of months of rehabilitation. But if he obediently takes his medications and listens to his mother, then of course he can do it. He had an incredible desire to run the fastest and become a professional athlete. Although he immediately changed his mind, which greatly surprised Dr. Yang. The point was that then he would have to say goodbye to Hyun-jong, and he didn't want that. But the guy took him by the hand and calmed him down, because he could be his doctor. The boy will be able to come to him when he feels bad, and he, in turn, will take care of everything to make him feel better. Hyun-jun understood that it would be very difficult for the boy until he adapted to a new heart and lungs, and taking immunosuppressants for life was also not a walk in the park. Of course, he won't be able to run like the others, and he should also forget about his career as a runner. But the main thing is that he can live, and the rest is not important. For such courage, Hyun-jong decided to buy the boy sneakers so that when he could, he would put them on and go for a run. But the box of new shoes fell to the floor after Hyun-jong entered the department. His breathing stopped as he saw young Jin's condition begin to deteriorate sharply. Ronnie carried out an immediate analysis, which showed that there was a high probability that the new organs had not taken root and were being rejected. The intern immediately decided to perform intubation and requested a respirator from the nurse. His hands began to shake incredibly again. The situation was truly stressful. And then the signal about cardiac arrest changed everything. We urgently need to come up with something. He immediately climbed onto the bed and began performing CPR. Fortunately, the senior doctors were already there, and the nurse brought them up to date. While she was telling them that the boy's heart had stopped, Han-jong performed resuscitation in the hope that the heart would start. His hands did not get tired, because he so hoped that the boy would return to them and continue to live. The senior doctors immediately started the defibrillator and asked Hyun-jong to step aside so they could administer the shock. After performing the shock, the boy's condition did not improve and his heart still did not start, but they did not give up and continued to perform it. This didn't help, so they continued resuscitation. Hyun-jong wanted to do everything to make the boy feel better, so Ronnie suggested he use membrane oxygenation. But Ronnie was not sure that this would help, but the guy decided that it was better than nothing, so he decided to act this way. He remembered everything that the deputy told him, who made it clear to him that he could not act until the residents gave him permission. Then his thoughts were interrupted by the senior doctor, who shouted at him and asked him to move away. The guy shouted at him in response and said that he was also a doctor, and he would continue to perform resuscitation. And he also needed an oxygenation machine. The doctor began to boil at what he heard. He would not tolerate this. Therefore, he could not restrain himself and threw him off the bed and ordered him not to talk nonsense. They will take care of everything, but now he is only hindering them. Ronnie did not stop analyzing, and the boy's chances were only decreasing with each passing minute. Something needed to be done. Defibrillation did not help at all, and the boy's heart did not start. Hyun-jong tried to tell the doctor that oxygenation could be used to stabilize the patient. But the doctor didn't seem to want to listen to him, and told him to take him out of the room. He was taken out of the room and told to shut up if they didn't want him fired. A few more words, and it would happen. He stood silently and watched as the doctors tried to save the little boy. But nothing helped, and with each shock, he became worse and worse. The doctor's hands suddenly dropped. He realized that nothing could be changed, and, unfortunately, they could not save the boy. It was too late, and all they could do was record the time of death. The poor boy's mother couldn't stand it and simply fainted, but she was quickly brought to her senses. The doctors asked her forgiveness because they could not save her son. Hyun-jong couldn't say a word. He just couldn't believe it. Recently, they were talking about the dreams of a little boy, and now he was simply gone. He became very angry and could barely control himself. The guy jumped up and ran towards the exit. Ronnie felt that Hyun-joon's emotional state was incredibly bad. He tried to help him. But the guy had no time for that. He sat on his knees and just cried. The guy asked In-jin for forgiveness for not saving him. The guy understood that he was no less to blame for the others, because if he had not doubted, then In-jin could have been saved. Hyun-joon screamed at the top of his voice. If only he could rewind time. Dr. Yoon ran out after him and hugged him tightly. She tried to calm him down, but it seems that it is not so easy to do. She tried to tell him that he tried and In-jin knows about it, but Hyun-joon could not calm down. Dr. Yoon told him that he would be taken away soon, so he should go and say goodbye before it was too late. The boy will definitely be upset if he doesn't come. But when they returned, the boy's body had already been taken away and taken away. Hyun-jun still couldn't believe it. He stood in front of his bed and promised In-jin that from now on, he would not let go of a single patient and would help everyone who needed it. So now the boy can run and jump in another world without any pain. The next month has arrived, which means Hyun-joon and the others need to move on to the next cycle of their practice. The interns who ended up in the emergency room in October were unlucky, because this month is the hottest there. Plus, on the weekend, there is also a holiday throughout Korea. One of them said that many interns had already greeted them, but the guy did not understand what he was talking about. It turned out he meant the chiefs of the departments in which the interns would go to work after graduation. They decided after the holiday to go and also deal with this issue, because this is very important for them in the first place. The interviews are coming soon, and they need to prepare properly. At this time, Hyun-joon walked past them without even saying hello. They knew that this was the same intern Yang Hyun-jun, who was known throughout the hospital for his problematic nature and difficult character. They heard that once he stays with them in the new department, he will then be sent to Yongjeon Hospital, where most likely he will also end up in the emergency room. With such a schedule, he wouldn't even have time to prepare for the test for his specialty. But for the guy it was even beneficial, because there was one less competitor. And he also heard that the guy conflicts with all the hospital residents in whatever department he is in. Of course, he still has the same character. But his friend said that there are people who speak very positively about him. For example, he was recently in the neurosurgery department. The nurses there said that he was the best intern in the entire history of this department. She even became sad when she remembered him. All the interns gathered together to welcome their new resident and new department. He, in turn, did not envy them. After all, it was literally the most difficult time to work in the emergency room. Because of all the holidays, there are a lot of people coming in, and he himself is a 3R resident in the emergency department, Juyang T. To begin with, he decided to explain to them how their shifts would work. First, they worked 3-day shifts from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., then a day of rest. Then 3 night shifts from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. and another day of rest. There will be 3 people per shift. He came closer to them and conditionally divided them into 2 groups, and said that the people on the right would start with the day shifts. The rest would come to the evening shifts. The guys who were whispering about Hyun-joon were very happy that they would be free until the evening. But the resident convinced them that there was nothing to be happy about, because the best moments in the emergency room happen on night shifts, so he recommends that they get a good night's sleep while they have the chance. This is where he ended his story. The resident knew that they were already finishing their internship, and could figure out the rest of the details on their own. As soon as he finished speaking and turned his head, he saw how they were transporting a new patient who immediately needed to be saved. Slightly to the right stood a woman with a child who was snotty and had a high fever, and next to him was a man whose nose was bleeding. At the end of the corridor, a man was screaming and wanted to break free because he thought he was in prison. All this is good old emergency medicine. The resident even thought that today they could set a record for hospitalization. But the nurse quickly brought him to his senses. because there was nothing good in this. And she asked him not to stand like a stone, but to help. This horror was observed by Hyun-jun, who was clearly not in the best mood. The emergency department is divided into 3 sectors, each of which employs 9 nurses, 1 specialist, 2 residents, and 2 interns. When a new patient arrives, the nurse calls an intern, and after he determines what treatment the patient needs, she carries out basic treatment and contacts the necessary department. So, the emergency department is now crowded due to the holidays. So on the one hand, the interns are out of luck. But on the other hand, in such chaos, you can learn a lot. One of the doctors saw a patient, or rather her child, who, according to the mother, had wheezing when the child was breathing. But now he doesn't know what to do with this child. So he decided to contact the right department to have the child transferred. But at the right moment, Dr. Yang intervened, who noticed that the child probably had a foreign body in his throat that was preventing him from breathing. When he began to examine the patient closer, he noticed cyanosis, and if you add wheezing to this, the likelihood that there is a foreign body in the throat increases. Hyun-jun began to interview the child's mother, and he was wondering if the child was stuffing something into his mouth other than food, to which the mother said that there were cases. He asked her what the child was doing an hour ago. She thought for a while and remembered that he was playing with toy bricks. Hyun-jun asked to give him the child in his arms so that he could help him. To begin with, he tried to calm the child, but apparently due to the fact that he did not have enough air, this was very difficult to do. Ronnie entered the game and transmitted calming waves to the child through special receptors, which seemed to help. The mother and the other doctor were shocked when they saw the child calm down and no longer cry. Dr. Yang understood that the object clearly did not completely block the airways, but it was better to remove it so that it would not get worse, which is what he did. A few correct movements on the little boy's back, and the result was not long in coming. A little brick flew out of his mouth and he felt much better. The mother was incredibly happy when she saw how her baby was feeling great again and thanked the doctor. But Hyun-jun recommended that she go for an X-ray to make sure that there were no more objects there. The doctor wanted to report this case to another department, but Hyun-jun stopped him and said that the measures were taken during the asymptomatic period, so everything is fine. Next, he decided to take the mother and little boy to the X-ray room to make sure that nothing else was stuck there. The other intern didn't understand how it happened. This guy seemed to be an intern too, but he handled it like a real doctor. On the way to the X-ray room, he was stopped by a resident, who noticed that Hyun-jun did not go to rest as he was told, but remained on the day shift. Hyun-jun explained to him that he decided to bypass the help center so as not to wander around in search of it in the evening. The resident was pleasantly surprised that guys like him still existed, but the doctor was worried that he wouldn't overdo it before his shift. Hyun-jun assured him that everything would be fine, but the resident warned him that if he dozed off on shift, he wouldn't just let it get away with it. But their conversation was interrupted, and Dr. Ju needs to go immediately, so Hyun-jun was left alone again. And then he noticed a guy who was sitting nearby and writhing in pain. The nurse told him that yesterday he drank beer and ate chicken, after which he began to have severe pain in the upper abdomen. Hyun-jun approached him and tried to clarify how he was feeling, and asked him to indicate again the place where it hurt the most. Ronnie analyzed the man and noticed that his temperature was raised to 38.5. There was noticeable bloating pain in the upper abdomen and above the navel. It increased when touched. The nurse said that the department to which he should be sent was not responding, but the man was getting worse. Hyun-jun ordered the nurse to send the patient for a blood test and give him an X-ray, but she could not do this because the department had not yet responded. But Dr. Yang assured her that it was necessary to do this, because he might be an emergency patient. Then she suggested calling at least Dr. Ju. But Hyun-jun assured her that he himself was able to take care of the patient and asked her to do what he had just asked her to do. Ronnie joked with him that Mr. Hyun Jones' inner delinquent had awakened again and wanted to create, but the guy assured him that everything was fine. But his friend reminded him that it was the same in the orthopedic department, and he was almost fired because of it. The guy did not listen to him and continued to do what he considered necessary. The nurse approached Dr. Yang and notified him that the patient's X-ray and tests had been completed, and the results were in. It turned out to be an awkward situation, because the resident did not understand what the nurse was talking about. What other X-rays and tests? Dr. Ju was no longer so kind to him, and Ronnie warned him about this, that he shouldn't do that. Now Hyun Jun is completely screwed. But as it turned out, Dr. Ju was a more reasonable person and not so arrogant. So he allowed Hyun Jun to finish his examination and find the cause of the pain. Ronnie was surprised that the guy was not punished. Apparently, Dr. Ju is by nature like Hyun Jun. Dr. Yang saw fluid between the layers of tissue in the lungs and chest cavity on the patient's X-ray, and on the results of blood tests there was an increased level of white blood cells, as well as the presence of decreased oxygen in the blood. Based on the symptoms and examination, Hyun-jun admitted that it was most likely acute pancreatitis. Dr. Zhu was surprised, like the nurse who was standing next to him. Is he really an intern? Hyun-jun confirmed this information and went to inform the department where this patient should be transferred again. The doctor thought that even for him, a 3-year resident, it was difficult to determine such a diagnosis so quickly. It seemed that a capable guy had appeared in the department. The person who answered the phone from the therapeutic department said that Hyun-jung should clarify whether the patient knows someone in this hospital. But the guy did not understand what this question was about. The doctor who was at the emergency room was already tired of repeating the same thing every month. He once again explained to the intern that if a patient was admitted to the therapeutic department, then first you need to ask if he knows someone in the hospital. They don't have free rooms, so if they don't know anyone, then they need to be sent to another hospital, and he asked other interns to do the same. But Hyun-jung didn't understand what to do with this patient. The doctor was already starting to get angry because he had just told him that he needed to be sent to another hospital, which is not clear. Dr. Yang was on edge and could barely contain his emotions. He tried to say, in a calm voice, that he could not send the patient to another hospital because they had already taken a blood test and performed an X-ray. The therapeutic department did not respond, so they made the decision themselves. And based on the examination, they diagnosed acute pancreatitis, which really irritated the doctor on the other side of the tube, and he jumped up and told them to stay put. Hyun-jung was too calm. He understood that there could be serious consequences, but he didn't seem to care. The doctor from the internal medicine department immediately ran to the emergency room and started yelling at Hyun-jung from the doorway. He simply could not believe that the intern was able to diagnose acute pancreatitis. But Hyun-jun only assumed this based on the tests and X-rays of the patient. The doctor from this department looked down on him, thinking that this intern might know about medicine. He began to read in detail about the patient who was admitted. The tests and symptoms really pointed to acute pancreatitis. He had to agree that this was indeed acute pancreatitis, which is caused by alcohol, so he asked the nurse to provide oxygen, administer morphine, and saline, because now they do not have beds in the department, so the patient will stay here for now. The doctor calmed down a little and gave the intern some advice that there was no need to get ahead of himself, because he had not made the diagnosis completely correctly. He said that he would finish it himself and advised Hyun-jung to be more careful in the future. Hyun-jung listened to him and drew his own conclusions. After which Dr. Yang called the nurse and asked her to wait a little, because the medications would be changed soon. The doctor who came running from another department was shocked. What is this intern even saying? He took the patient's chart again and said that the white blood cell count, glucose level, and liver condition were at a critical level since admission to the hospital. Hyun-jong calmly showed him the X-ray again and pointed out that the doctor did not see the liquid between the layers. But it was there, although it was barely noticeable. So based on this, he believed that they needed to send the patient to the intensive care unit and do an abdominal CT scan, because acute pancreatitis often leads to death. The doctor looked at the X-ray for a long time and at what the guy indicated and could not understand what he was talking about. Dr. Yang added that for acute pancreatitis it is better to use Ringer's solution rather than saline, after which the doctor again began to shout at him, because he had already said that to do and what to prescribe. But it seems Hyun-jong was not going to just let the guy go. According to the American gastroenterologist circle, Ringer's solution is better for treating pancreatitis, and he, as a gastroenterologist, is obliged to know this. But he completely forgot about it, because he sent all his patients to another hospital. The young intern further explained to him that the emergency room is intended for emergency care, and not for sending patients to other hospitals. So he will report what the doctor said to the head of the therapy department. The doctor started shouting at him, because does he really dare to shout at the doctor of the therapeutic department? Hyun-jong got even more angry, but still told him that if in the future he takes care of the patient sent to him, then Hyun-jong will pretend that all this did not happen. You just need to promise, and that's it. The red-haired doctor thought about this, because he could seriously get into trouble for this. This doctor nevertheless agreed with him and went back to his department. After which the head nurse of the emergency room, Lee Kyung-suk, appeared in front of Hyun-jong. He also introduced himself as intern Hyun-jun. He started to apologize for making a noise on the first day, but she interrupted him and said that there were a lot of people in the emergency room who didn't like this guy, and she was very grateful to him for putting him in his place. Even Ronnie agreed with the nurse that this brat needed to be taught a lesson. People kept walking and walking. The doctors didn't understand where they were getting here on such a beautiful weekend. They didn't even have time for a snack or the bathroom. Dr. J was already seriously thinking about a new record for hospitalizations. But the nurse asked him not to say that. And then he noticed Hyun-jong, who, in his opinion, has been appearing in the right place all day today and helping everyone. Today, he was a real treasure here, because he helped them out quite well. But Dr. J forgot to send him home early, and it's already 8:30, and there's no point in going anywhere. Even with the days off, Dr. J was sure that he would not last that long. The colleague with whom he was standing asked who he was talking about. He pointed at Hyun-jong and said that he wanted to let this guy go early today, but it was already dark. But another doctor assured him that this intern was on the night shift today. Dr. J completely forgot about this and was very surprised. He ran up to Hyun-jin and started asking what the guy was thinking about, because he still had to work the whole night, and he didn't even rest. The guy tried to tell him that he was fine, but the doctor didn't want to hear a word. He sent him to have a snack and rest a little. The doctor understood that Hyun-jong wanted to work hard, but not only today would there be such an opportunity. Dr. J believed that if he did not take care of himself, it would affect not only the intern, but also the entire team, and problems would begin. It was the first time Hyun-jong had seen someone care about him, so of course he listened to him. He told the resident that he would eat and be back soon. During his 6-month stay in the pediatric department, Hyun-jun devoted himself to his studies, and he also constantly performed virtual operations based on the learned database. Recently, he even cut back on his sleep time to study more, which is why Ronnie has become much more irritable lately. He constantly reminds Hyun-jong that his health is bad, that he needs more light, more food, more sleep, and more exercise. But Hyun-jong doesn't seem to hear him. As soon as Hyun-jong decided to sit down and have a snack, 2 interns approached him and asked him to sit down with him and have dinner together. The guy didn't mind, because these were his colleagues. They sat down next to him and started telling funny stories from practice. Hyun-jong had fun listening to their funny stories. They lifted his spirits and took his mind off his thoughts a little. But he was sure that after all the incidents, the residents looked at the interns with a positive attitude. Song-tae, that was the name of that curly-haired intern, asked Hyun-jong how the internship was for him. It seemed to him that it was easier for the guy, because he graduated in the same year as the residents. Hyun-jong remembered two guys who don't really like him and are trying to get him by any means. So based on this, his internship is no easier. But on the other hand, of course, there were also advantages. Hyun-jong paid attention to the second guy, who sat silently and did not speak. His name was Yeon-sun. The guy realized that Yeon-sung wanted to ask something, but seemed to be shy, so he told him not to worry and ask whatever he wanted. Yeon-sung thought for a moment and at one point changed his mind about asking. The guy realized that they wanted to ask him why he worked in a dermatology clinic. But Yeon-sung still spoke up and said that in general, he thinks that this hospital is not suitable for him. There were no departments in which he wanted to go, so after he finishes his internship, the guy plans to go into family medicine, but he's not sure if it makes sense. Based on this, he wanted to ask Hyun-jong. Perhaps he knows what the pros and cons of working outside the hospital are? Hyun-jong didn't mind sharing this information. He started with the fact that being a private doctor is good in its own way. The work-life balance is good, and the salary is much higher than that of residents. Hyun-jong also added that now you can choose any course, for example cosmetology or dermatology, and do this work. The guy was very happy when he heard this, because Yeon-sung was most worried that in this job he would not rest and would also work until he died. From everything Hyun-jong said, they had one more question. Why did he return to his internship then, if everything is so good in private medicine? Dr. Yang didn't expect such a question, so I had to think a little. The answer came by itself. Hyun-jong said that he was given such an opportunity, and he decided not to miss it. The guys were shocked by this answer. Then which branch did Hyun-jong choose? He told them that his goal was to become a trauma surgeon, and to do this, he first needed to get into the general surgery department and then go to trauma surgery. Their surprise became even greater. Such a choice was very unexpected. It was such a surprise that they understood that this is the most difficult specialty. They don't even have a minute to sit down, because there are too many emergency situations. Hyun-jong understood that it would be difficult, but at one moment he would have to choose between saving people and rest, so he wouldn't think, and it would be saving people. The guys looked at him with their mouths open, but he added that trauma surgery is no better than other specialties. He just likes it better. It was already late evening, and it was time to go on the night shift. Yeon-sung didn't understand where Hyun-jong got so much determination, because he had never even worked in this department. But he understood that everyone has a lot of ambitions until they face the real world. When Yeon-sung entered the emergency room, he simply froze. There were a lot of people around, and everyone needed help. He was a little scared by the doctor who put his hand on his shoulder. It was emergency department professor Choi Young-soo, who woke up a little intern who was shocked by the situation in the department. The chief asked Dr. Ju to fill him in on the situation and inform him of the situation in the department. Choi Young-soo was surprised when he heard about Hyun-jong, who works all day. But Dr. Ju explained to him that the guy just wanted to look around, and it turned out that he worked too hard. He showed that this guy was Yang Hyun-jun. He only went out for a snack and then came back again. But he can't do anything because there were too many people in the department and extra hands wouldn't bother them. So they leave him and let him work. The boss had already heard about this intern. He knew that Hyun-jong was a very energetic guy. But it turns out that he was also quite balanced and skillful for an intern. There was no time to stand anymore, because a new patient arrived after an accident with complications. The boss took one intern with him, namely Yoon Sung, and they went to look at him. The ambulance crew said that on the highway, a truck crashed into the patient's car in which the driver fell asleep. As a result, he was pinned inside the car. The chief immediately began to examine him and realized that the patient was probably still conscious and could hear. It was decided to take the patient to intensive care because the condition was critical. Hyun Joan and Ronnie were watching them at that moment, and it seems they had another idea on how to help this patient. They immediately began to cut the patient's clothes and ask how much time had passed since the accident. The nurse replied that the ambulance took 30 minutes to get to the scene and the same time back, and the vital functions needed to be checked immediately. The boss asked the patient to open his eyes. He seemed to hear him, but it was difficult for him to do anything. The doctor asked him to move his hand if he heard him and responded, which the patient did. The professor understood that there was no hemorrhage, but the patient's pressure was rapidly dropping. And this could lead to a state of shock. The reason for the drop in pressure must be immediately found out. Another doctor heard the patient wheezing during breathing, probably in the right side of the chest. Breathing became quieter and quieter. Obviously, it was a pneumothorax. It is necessary to make an incision in the right side of the chest as soon as possible. They will insert a chest tube to suck out the air in the chest cavity and then inflate the damaged lung. The doctor administered an anesthetic and began to carefully carry out the procedure. The boss watched this carefully and asked to do everything carefully, because if you place the needle in the wrong way, you can damage the blood vessels and nerves. Everything was done, and the professor was glad that the doctors in their 4th year were able to perform such a procedure on the first try. The chief hoped to see an improvement in performance, but after the procedure, this did not happen, and the patient's condition continued to deteriorate. The professor thought about what could be the reason, but it seemed that he had already gone through all the options. Hyun Joan and Ronnie were already watching the process outside the door and trying to analyze the patient's condition. Based on the results and general discussion between the two, they decided it was cardiac tamponade. But Hyun Joan did not dare to enter there, because the professor personally dealt with this patient. He had no chance to intervene. On the other hand, he understood that he didn't care about punishment, so as soon as he decided to enter, a voice shouted his name. This was the same doctor who called him for help. It was a great moment for Hyun Joan, and one that shouldn't be missed. As soon as Hyun Joan entered the operating room, he immediately told the professor that it could be cardiac tamponade. But the senior doctor started shouting at him, asking him for help and not to make diagnoses. The professor stopped the doctor and forgave the intern to explain why he thinks so. Hyun Joan explained to him that given all the symptoms, namely blood pressure below 90 and weak heartbeat, he believes that this is tamponade. Especially for Hyun Joan, signs of paradoxical impulses were noticeable. The chief tested this theory and actually heard paradoxical impulses. They are very quiet, but you can hear them. To make such a conclusion, you need to have extensive experience in medicine. Therefore, the professor decided to move on and asked the intern what he proposed to do. Hyun Joan suggested removing the fluid and the pericardial sac. If this was not done, the patient would probably go into shock. The boss immediately asked for a portable ultrasound. He tested this theory with the help of a device, and now there was no doubt that this was indeed cardiac tamponade. The boss decided to ask Hyun Joan, or has he performed such operations before? Of course, he had never done this before, but he would gladly try it. This is a very complex procedure that, if performed incorrectly, can only aggravate the patient's condition. But since the intern himself volunteered to carry it out, the boss understood that he saw this as a chance to gain good experience, so he decided to give him this chance. The senior doctor went crazy when he heard this. How can you trust an intern like that? But just one look from the boss gave him everything he needed to calm down. Ronnie entered concentration mode and began to release substances into the body to keep Hyun-jong as calm as possible. He stabilized his pulse and breathing. Hyun-jong began the procedure without any problems, carefully inserting the needle into the heart area. During this, the patient's parameters did not change, which means that the needle was inserted correctly and you can continue. Hyun-jong asked Ronnie to calm down a little, because he had already carried out such a procedure in the simulation. The main feature of this procedure was to insert the needle so as to reach only the pericardium and then maintain the specified force. Ronnie notified Hyun-jong that the needle had reached the pericardium. Now we need to pump out the accumulated fluid that is pressing on the heart, which is what the young intern did. The patient's indicators and condition improved noticeably. The blood pressure began to return to normal. Apparently, this procedure really helps. The chief watched with a smile as Hyun-jin carried out this procedure. This guy deserved his attention and respect. He is more interesting than the professor thought. Hyun-jin was finishing this procedure. All that remained was to install the catheter, and everything would be ready. Hyun-jong successfully dealt with this and notified the boss about it. The senior doctor could not believe that this guy performed such a complex procedure the first time without prompting. Even he would have difficulty performing this kind of manipulation. He began to envy him a little, how the intern managed to do it the first time. Meanwhile, Hyun-jong decided to see how the patient's heart was feeling now. The chief was amazed by the talent of the young guy. The patient's heart really returned to normal, and now he feels much better. The professor asked the intern and the senior doctor to inform the orthopedic and cardiology departments, and agreed to do a tomography for this patient. The other intern didn't understand how Hyun-jong could do such procedures so calmly. Even considering the fact that he graduated 3 years ago, he is still the same intern as Yeon-sung. How dare he even say that he wants to try to perform such a procedure in the presence of a senior doctor and professor? But then Yeon-sung realized that they were completely different people. Hyun-jun wants to become a trauma surgeon, and he is a private doctor. You shouldn't compare yourself with him. The senior doctor was now shouting at Yeon-sung that he was lost in thought and standing still. This is a common thing in the emergency room. You shouldn't pay attention to this. It's time to work. But the doctor still added that this patient was lucky to have survived such an accident, which could not be said about the other passenger. It seems the patient woke up at that moment and heard all the words of the senior doctor, who seemed to be talking about his wife. From such words, the patient began to pull out the tube and wanted to free himself. Now he does not want to be saved. Everyone, including the professor, was shocked by this situation. The senior doctor said that he began to break free. Did the boss ask him, or did he not say anything to the patient or in front of him? The doctor lowered his head and repeated the same phrase as a minute ago, only to the boss. The professor had no words for how the senior doctor could blurt out such a thing. The patient's condition began to deteriorate sharply and get out of control. His indicators were rapidly deteriorating. The patient must be held, otherwise all the tubes will fall out. The boss ordered him to be injected with a sedative, but the patient was too strong. He hit the second intern in the face who was trying to hold him back. The situation is getting out of control. Suddenly the patient calmed down, and the reason was that someone put their hands in front of him. The intern and senior doctor were shocked by this. Hyun-jong knelt down in front of the patient and put his hands on his face and whispered words that seemed to calm the patient. At the same time, Ronnie did not stand aside. He increased the release of special substances into the patient's body, which also helped to calm him down. The senior doctor asked again, "Or is it necessary to administer a sedative?" But it seems the boss wanted to see how the intern would act next. Hyun-jong continued to calm him down and wipe away the patient's tears. The patient seems to have calmed down and stopped struggling. This could also be indicated by the indicators returning to normal, and now the patient no longer requires help. The boss, without hesitation, asked Hyun-jong how he did it and what he said to the patient. Hyun-jong asked him to get well soon for the sake of his wife, said that he needed to calm down so that he could feel better, because except him no one would help his wife, so he must be strong. The professor was surprised that this was all the intern said. Usually, this is not enough to reassure this kind of patient. This time, Hyun-jin was lucky, and the patient quickly came to his senses. The senior doctor became even angrier, because the intern clearly showed himself better than him. After they finished the procedure and the patient was out of danger, the senior doctor brought the intern out to talk to him one-on-one and wanted to ask him why he went against him twice. Apparently, Hyun-jong does not understand that this is a 4-year resident. Hyun-jong remained calm and did not react to the cry of the senior doctor, who was trying with all his might to get him out. After that, the resident took the book with the rules that was on the table and threw it straight at the intern. She fell to the floor and he forced Hyun-jong to pick her up from the floor. After he did this, the doctors forced Hyun-jong to read the rule that was written on the second page on the 5th line, where it was written that an intern who was sent to the emergency room becomes part of it. Regardless of the situation, all interns must first notify the resident, even if the problem is related to another department or if the problem arose during the notification process. They must consult with the resident. After reading, the senior doctor hoped that Hyun-jong understood what he did wrong and hoped that this would not happen again. And finally, he forced the intern to take the instructions and rewrite them 10 times by hand in order to remember them better and not repeat such mistakes again. After Hyun-jong left the office, Ronnie praised the guy for how his acting was getting much better, probably due to the fact that he practices often now. Of course, Hyun-jong didn't see the point in rewriting this instruction, since he could read 5 dissertations instead of wasting his time. Then suddenly someone poked a finger in the guy's back and called him. It was Professor Tsui who was waiting for him and the doctor to talk and invited the guy to go have a snack together. The boss brought him to his favorite place, where he often goes to have a bite to eat. Hyun-jong was pleasantly surprised, because he had never been here before. And besides, the professor said that he was treating the intern, so he could eat well. Unexpectedly, the chief asked the young intern what the senior doctor had told him. But Hyun-jong pretended that he didn't understand anything. But the chief asked him not to pretend, because he had heard everything and simply decided to ask the guy again in person. In any case, it doesn't matter. The boss added that the guy doesn't lack courage. It's the first time in his life he's seen an intern ask for permission to carry out such a complex procedure. He decided to ask the guy why he thought the professor allowed him to do this procedure, but without waiting for an answer, he said that he believed that the university hospital has 2 functions. The first is to treat people. The second is to improve the skills of the doctors who work in it. The chief was confident that in order for these functions to be performed, interns must be given more opportunities to gain experience. Hyun-jong listened attentively and smiled, because he believed that the professor gave him such an opportunity for another reason. The boss knew that he was as insightful as he was brave, so he was sure that the guy would guess, but still decided to listen to his option. Hyun-jong believed that the reason he allowed him, the intern, to perform such a procedure was primarily the patient's condition, which was not as critical as it seemed at first glance. The boss started laughing and noted that Hyun-jong was just something, not an intern, a very smart guy. But still, the professor was wondering how Hyun-jong realized that the patient's condition was not critical. Judging by the lacerations and bruises on the face, he believed that there was a high probability of a closed head injury, but Hyun-jong decided that the patient was not in critical condition because he saw how the patient reacted to the chief's words. In addition, he was intubated, so Hyun-jong thought that the boss rated his condition as 1, which could mean his condition was normal. The chief had a feeling that he was now reading a detective story, and the chief detective had almost revealed the main criminal. by searching for many clues without missing the slightest detail. If so, was Hyun-jong interested, or did he catch the culprit? The boss laughed and believed that he had hit the bullseye with the help of his sharp mind and excellent skills. What about their conversation with the senior doctor in the night shift room? Hyun-jong can forget and not waste his time. But Hyun-jong answered as if he had no intention of changing anything, and was still going to write this instruction 10 times. The professor decided to be completely honest with the intern and tell him why he really called for lunch. He was wondering what the intern said to the patient that made him calm down from these words. Hyun-jong tried to say what he said in the ward, but the boss understood that he was lying. And he is one of those curious people and will go to the end until he finds out the truth. So while the two of them are together, he can tell him the truth. Hyun-jong didn't think that the professor would be so stubborn. But the guy can't say that with Ronnie's help. He influenced someone else's nervous system. And if he gives a bad answer, the boss will simply continue to dig even harder. Therefore, he decided to come up with a rather unusual option that the boss should fall for. Hyun-jong said that he used his wife's name as a sedative. The chief didn't understand how he found out his wife's name, but the guy explained to him that he called the morgue and asked. He understood that they were transported to the hospital from the same incident. The professor was now interested in why he even needed the name of the patient's wife. But even then, Hyun-jong found the answer. He heard what the paramedic said about the second passenger. His story was stopped. But the guy understood what he wanted to say. He thought that the patient would believe him if Hyun-jong mentioned his wife's name. The boss thought about it. The chief recalled many similar cases. Most of them were in America. But even this had never happened before when someone used his wife's name to calm a patient. Hyun-jong realized that he had to immediately change the topic. Otherwise, the boss would start thinking about it more seriously. So he decided to ask him about working in America. The boss was very happy that he decided to ask him about America, because he had wanted to tell someone about it for so long. After half an hour, their conversation ended, and the boss went to work further. Hyun-jong could barely stand these stories. He thought that blood would pour out of his ears. Ronnie believed that people really like to talk to themselves. Ronnie conducted an analysis of speech and mood, and gave a chance that the professor believed him about 50/50, and Hyun-jong believed the same. He decided that he needed to behave more carefully, especially in front of Professor Choi. There is a high chance that ordinary people will not be able to accept Ronnie for who he is now. Ronnie also thought so, as well as the fact that Hyun-jong was more suited to the word super-intelligence. He explained to him that he thinks so, because when they work together, they hide each other's shortcomings and get as close as possible to superintelligence. If so, then Hyun-jin decided to hide Ronnie's existence further. After all, Professor Choi is a very smart man. Especially when he started telling stories about his time in America, it proved that he was an unusual person. He passed all 3 stages of the state medical licensing exam, as well as an emergency medicine fellowship, and attended medical school in Maryland. But what struck him most was the story that he had to show all his skills in practice in order to be recognized in America. You can't tell from the majority, but racial prejudices still persist in America. But all the staff there began to listen to him after he showed them what he was capable of. And the most important difference from Korean hospitals is that there was no such hierarchy. Of course, doctors with extensive experience are respected, but only for their skills and merits. He really liked that they didn't manage people like subordinates just because of their age and rank, as well as the time they spent in the hospital, like in Korea. But after asking why he returned, the professor replied that he loved Korean food too much, so he could not resist and returned. The professor's answer confused Hyun-jong, but the truth was completely different. At a time when the construction of the hospital had just been completed, Professor Choi was invited there as a talented doctor to work. Hyun-joon now also didn't mind studying in America. It seemed that they value talented people much more there. Meanwhile, after a crazy influx of patients due to the holidays, the urgent care center has returned to normal. A patient was admitted who complained of incredible abdominal pain, then lost consciousness during a bowel movement, and also suffered from black stool for 3-4 days, but without bloody additives. Dr. Lim Jin-soku personally took care of this patient, because they needed to think a little about what to do with it. Hyun-joon and Ronnie watched this very carefully. Ronnie suggested that this patient needed a natural gas flush. Lin Jen seemed to think the same thing, and appointed him to carry out this manipulation. He began to do it, notifying the patient beforehand that it would be a little painful and he would need to be patient. Judging by the gastric juice and its contents, he decided that the patient had internal bleeding. Given the increased number of heartbeats, there was a high chance that this was hypovolemic shock caused by bleeding from the upper parts of the digestive system. He asked the nurse to perform an endoscopy, so he needed to contact the examination room and transfer the patient to them. The man was very worried about himself, but Lai Jen could not calm him down because the diagnosis would only be made after examinations. This is the first time Hyun-joon has seen his classmate treat someone, but considering the fact that he is a surgeon, that says a lot. Of course, he didn't like his manners and human characteristics, but he seems to be a good specialist. The guy noticed Hyun-joon and asked him why he was standing there. He was too calm for an intern. He reminded him of a patient with pancreatitis, a guy who ate fried chicken and drank beer. So, he told him that this patient was in intensive care for some time, and then he was given a contrast tomography because he could not recover and necrosis of the pancreas was discovered, after which he was immediately sent for surgery. But now he is doing well and is recovering. After these words, Hyun-joon felt as if a stone had been lifted from his soul. He was very happy to hear this. Dr. Lin added that everything was fine, because he was the one who performed this operation. It couldn't have been any other way. Hyun-joon was surprised when he heard that he performs operations personally, although according to Lin Jen, this is a common occurrence, because the professor is confident in him, and if the patient's condition is not so critical, then he allows him to perform the operation. But he believed that this was not enough and he wants to operate on more complex cases. Dr. Yang was surprised by this. This guy is not satisfied with ordinary operations. He is too arrogant, but Hyun-joon still envied him. But he decided not to pay attention to this, because the day when he will be able to operate in person will also come, and he will work even harder, so that this day comes as soon as possible. In any case, Lee Kyung-suk believed that the young intern cared more about himself than about the patient, because he heard that Hyun-joon had an argument with the emergency room resident over this patient. Lee Kyung-suk thought that Hyun-joon was not with himself at all, and doing such a thing was simply stupid. The last thing Hyun-joon wanted to do was report this situation to Kyung-seok. But he still said that the resident said that they would only accept a patient if he knew someone at the hospital. And if this is not enough, then this doctor wanted to transfer a person in critical condition to another hospital. Taking into account all this, he does not even have basic knowledge of a doctor. But this guy also didn't care. Even if the patient was in critical condition, this is not a reason not to listen to the resident when you are an intern. And he emphasized that this is an unchangeable truth. While he is an intern, he can neither break nor change these rules. Hyun-joon couldn't listen to this nonsense. He was tired of being constantly poked at by this hierarchy. But Dr. Lin was not finished yet, and added that the hospital is small and rumors spread very quickly. How does Hyun-jin think? How does a general surgeon know information from the internal medicine department? He believed that this shows that many people think negatively about Hyun-joon. A hospital, in his opinion, is similar to a company. As long as you get money, follow the rules of your elders. But the guy didn't agree with this, and he doesn't think so. If this happens again, he will do the same and won't even think about it. In any case, Lee Kyung-suk did not care about him, but he gave him advice. At least not to make enemies, because if the vice president finds out about this, he will have a hard time. If he finds out about this, then Hyun-jin can calmly say goodbye to the opportunity to get a specialty. And finally, he told the intern that if he wants to study at this hospital, then he should reduce his ardor. And if you don't like something, then no one is stopping him. He can just leave and open his own clinic. Hyun-jong was unpleasant to hear this, because the guy was really right. But his thoughts were interrupted by a nurse who called Dr. Yang for help. And a small child needed help. The father said that the boy fell and hit the ground. Hyun-jong noticed that the boy's oxygen levels were normal, and his blood pressure was also normal, which was already a good sign. He asked the parents what the child's name was, to which he received the answer that the boy's name was Park Sung-hoon. The guy addressed the boy by name, so that he would worry less. Ronnie conducted an analysis and determined that the nervous system was not damaged. Hyun-jun could not find any more symptoms to at least catch on to something and find out what was wrong with the boy. He decided to check the condition of his oral cavity, so he carefully opened the child's mouth and stuck his index finger there. When he took it out, he saw blood coming out of the child's mouth. The senior doctor approached him and began to clarify what had happened to the boy. And at that time, the guy began to think that blood in the mouth was a very strange phenomenon. Dr. Yang suggested that the boy has an epidural hemorrhage. He thinks so because the right pupil is dilated by 5 millimeters and reacts to light for a long time. He ordered him to notify neurosurgery and move on to the next patient. But Dr. Yang stopped the senior doctor and seems to want to tell him something else. The fact is that he believes that this patient is a victim of child abuse. The senior doctor could not believe that the intern was having such thoughts, but he was still interested in hearing the evidence. Hyun-jong explained that wounds like the boy's would not appear after a fall. There was bleeding on the inside of his cheek caused by the blow. And not only that, he also noticed that when the parents called the child's name, he heard irritation in their voice. How irritated they can be when their son is in the emergency room, and the mother is not really crying, but is worried so that the doctors do not suspect anything. The father got tired of waiting for them to discuss everything there, and shouted at them. How much longer can he wait? Hyun-jong decided to check this boy through the hospital database, and noticed that he had already been admitted to the emergency room 4 months ago due to a concussion. His whole body was then covered in bruises. And the attending physician was Mr. Park, who successfully discharged him. Dr. Yang had already spoken to his father, not in calm tones, but said directly that there was a record that the boy had already been admitted to the hospital 4 months ago. Dr. Park tried to calm him down, but this simply cannot be done. He continued that. Then the doctors suggested additional examinations, but the parents refused. Dr. Park could no longer restrain himself, and began to shout at him. Hyun-jong seems to have begun to understand what is going on here. Dr. Park is not just closing his mouth. The father was tired of listening to these accusations and said that they would go home, because it seemed to him that their child was healthy. He immediately told his wife to get the boy up, because they were leaving now. But Hyun-jong wasn't going to let them go just like that, and stood in front of them. He started yelling back that he had an epidural bleed and needed to go to the intensive care unit, and possibly even have drainage surgery if his symptoms worsened. 2 specialists who were called by Hyun-jun hurried to these screams. It was Dr. Han from neurosurgery and Dr. Yoon from the pediatric department. Dr. Park didn't understand what the pediatrician was doing here. Why did he call him? The neurosurgeon began to talk to the parents and convinced him that the boy needed a head tomography, but the father convinced him otherwise, that the boy was healthy, and they were going home. Dr. Khan could not believe that a father could treat his child this way. He was clearly not normal. He started yelling at him and saying that Dr. Yang thinks too highly of himself, so they are going home and are not going to listen to nonsense. Dr. Khan tried to stop him, making a bunch of weighty arguments, but his father continued to shout at him and did not even want to listen to him. At this moment, Dr. Yoon did not waste precious time and examined the boy. But when she lifted his jacket, she realized that perhaps Dr. Yang was right, and the boy was really being beaten at home. The boy's father was out of his mind and took the doctor by the robe and began to threaten. Dr. Khan did not listen to him and tried to negotiate. But his father did not listen to him and simply pushed him, causing Khan to fall to the floor. Hyun-jong, without thinking for a long time, stood in front of him and insisted that he would not let him see the child. The screams continued, and now the father claimed that he had no right not to give him his child. So let the doctors mind their own business and not meddle in other people's. Hyun-jong thought about it. Now he stopped him, but in some ways he is right. He has no legitimate reasons for stopping. He needs to come up with something immediately. Ronnie always appears when he is needed, and this situation was no exception, because he reminded Hyun-jong that there is a law on emergency care. The guy, without hesitation, said that he is now protected by Article 3, Section 3 of the Law on Emergency Care, in which it was described that even without the consent of the legal representative of an emergency patient who does not have medical knowledge, an emergency doctor can carry out medical intervention with the consent of at least one other healthcare worker. Now the boy's father stopped screaming and calmed down slightly. Hyun-jong added that this law gives him the opportunity to examine and treat the boy without the consent of the parent. After standing quietly for a while, the father continued to scream and demand the child back. And Dr. Park, in turn, told Hyun-jong that he did not give his consent and did not allow examinations. So he asked him not to make a mountain out of a mountain. But even without Dr. Park, there are those who supported Hyun-jong and were sure that the boy needed to be examined. This made the man start screaming even more and demanding to call the head doctor of this hospital immediately. Dr. Park turned on and also started shouting at Hyun-jong. If the parents want to take the child and leave, then there is no need to interfere with them. But the guy stood calmly and said only one phrase. If the doctor in charge found traces of violence, then he was obliged to report it. And he more than suspects violence, because the boy was already in the emergency room 4 months ago with the same injury. Well, the most interesting thing is that at that time he was examined by Dr. Park, who now protects this family so much. Puck was surprised that the guy had such details. He began to make excuses that he examines dozens of patients a day. Does he now really need to remember each of them? Hyun-jong understood this, but at that time Dr. Park noted a couple of bruises on his right shoulder and waist. Dr. Yang believed that this was enough to identify violence, but Dr. Park simply took the parents at their word and did nothing. Dr. Park understood that he could not say anything in his own defense, so he stood silently. At this time, Yang Hyun-jong asked Dr. Han to take the boy to him. And Dr. Yeon should report child abuse to social workers so that they can investigate. The father was seething with anger, but Hyun-jong made it clear to him that this time he would not take the child away just like that. He added that the police will contact them. Hyun-jong will personally convey his opinion from the position of a doctor and tell him about what happened today. Also, if necessary, Hyun-jong will provide them with records of previous treatment. The wife of this crazy man began to calm him down and ask him to go home. He didn't understand why, but when he turned his head, he saw that everyone was looking at them. They decided to leave, but the father threatened to return. As soon as the boy's parents left, Professor Tsoi entered the department and could not ignore the scream. Hyun-jong immediately approached him and described the situation in full detail. The professor looked at Dr. Park with a disappointed look. Dr. Park understood that this was very bad for him, and most likely he would be punished for his negligence. But the boss thanked Hyun-jong for his good work and left. This surprised Dr. Park very much, because he believed that if the professor found out about everything, he would be finished. But he was even more shocked when he heard that Hyun-jong didn't tell the boss anything about what he had done. But why? Hyun-jong himself didn't understand why he did this. There is no justification for Dr. Park's actions, but he doesn't want to ruin his life because of this. Dr. Khan stood alone for some time and looked at his badge. It seemed that he was thinking about something serious. Hyun-jong was once again grateful to Ronnie for his help, and he in turn advised him to familiarize himself with the law on emergency medical care. But Ronnie was more interested in why Hyun-jong didn't tell the boss what Dr. Park had done. The guy understood that he had been working hard in his internship for 6 whole years and finally became a resident. Probably he didn't want to make a fuss, because he had very little time left before he was promoted, and besides, this was a rather dangerous situation. It was strange for Ronnie not to do what he should. Hyun-jong believed that such people by nature, they are often inactive. Even when they find mistakes, if they take the wrong side, they will face a lot of trouble. And when there is a family, making a decision is even more difficult. Therefore, he understood Dr. Park's feelings and why he did what he did. Then Ronnie didn't understand why Hyun-jong didn't sit in the shadows. Because he also has a family? He was sure that his mother wanted a better life for him, but he doubted that she wanted her son to achieve success by turning a blind eye to injustice. Their conversation was interrupted by Dr. Yoon, who called him. She said that she told social workers. They said that everything would be handed over to the police and the problem would be solved. Hyun-jong thanked her for supporting him and not letting this matter just die down. Dr. Yoon noticed that he already owed her a lot and needed to start paying her off somehow. So if he is so grateful to her for everything she has done for him, then he might invite her to dinner. Hyun-jong didn't mind. So after work, he got ready and was about to leave when his new friend called him and asked him to wait. He suspected him that the guy was going on a date. Just think. Hyun-jong put on a white shirt and polished his shoes. It definitely looks like he's getting ready for a date. The guy pretended that he didn't understand what his friend was talking about, so he decided to change the subject and asked when he was going home. A friend told him that he was also already getting ready. His uncle came to the hospital for examinations, and at the same time invited him to dinner. He told him that his uncle was like a father to him after his dad's death. His uncle constantly helps him. He suddenly realized that Hyun-jong had changed the subject and returned to the questions. Where did he dress up like that? But their dialogue was interrupted by such a wonderful voice. It was Dr. Yeon from the Department of Pediatrics, who looks incredible today. Hyun-jong and Yeon said goodbye to Song-tae and went to dinner. The guy now understands why Hyun-jong is aiming for general surgery, definitely because he has no problems with dating. They passed by a cafe that they often went to when they were students. Everything in it had changed so much. And then they approached the theater, where they once went to a concert with a famous rock performer. Then they really had fun and were very happy. Hyun-jong remembers that day with a smile, because Yeon screamed with all her might. She was the loudest. For a moment he thought that a pterodactyl had flown into the hall. But no, it was a girl. She had a lot of fun then. They had a great time together. And now they have grown up and are standing opposite each other, and there is an awkward pause between them. They sat down at a nearby restaurant to have dinner and talk a little. They had not spent time together like this for a long time. Yeon decided to ask Hyun-jong, or does he still dream of becoming a universal doctor, like he did in medical school? Hyun-jong was pleased that someone was interested, so he happily answered her that yes, as long as his plans do not change. She was always interested in finding out whether it was true or not, because during his school years he constantly laughed it off when asked. But today she thought that he would finally tell who he really decided to become. But apparently the silence spoke of something else, so the girl did not insist. Hyun-jong thought for a while and said that he would tell her, because she was not a stranger to him, which greatly surprised the girl. He began his story with the fact that when he was a child, his father had an accident. In the area where the guy's family lived, they couldn't help him, so they visited a bunch of hospitals while getting to Seoul, but most of the doctors said they couldn't help. But time passed and the patient's golden hour was passing, but still none of the doctors seemed to think about it. And if they had helped him in that first hour, then perhaps he would have survived. As a result, the father died due to the negligence of the doctors, who simply sent him to someone else instead of helping. The girl froze. She did not expect such frankness. From that moment, the guy decided for himself that he would become a doctor who would not leave a single patient, regardless of the problem. Hyun-jong would become the doctor who would not allow a child to be left without a parent. The girl began to apologize, because she couldn't even imagine that his situation was so bad. But he was not offended by her. Hyun-jong began to smile, and to be honest, he always wanted to tell her this. He was just always worried from these phrases. The girl now had a lot of thoughts spinning around. This awkward silence was interrupted by Hyun-jong, who decided to ask in response. He was interested in why she liked him when they were studying. She replied that he was cheerful, and besides, Hyun-jong was the first to confess his feelings to her. But he didn't understand why she agreed, because she was the goddess of their department. At that time, many people confessed their feelings to the girl. But she refused everyone, but not Hyun-jong. Why? She looked at him a little, and didn't answer exactly as he expected. The girl said that it was a secret, and secrets should not be revealed. The guy thought it was dishonest, but the girl wanted him to suffer a little like she once suffered. The girl thought about it and remembered one very unpleasant story. When they were studying at medical university, in one of the classes they had to dissect a poor rabbit. The teacher warned that they might feel disgust, but this is normal, given their path to becoming a doctor. But the girl felt guilty towards the rabbit, especially when she looked at the other boys who were bullying him. She wanted to finish this as soon as possible so that she could go out and not see this anymore. After she went out into the corridor, she saw a boy in the next classroom who was standing next to this rabbit. Then she didn't know Hyun-jong yet, but she was wondering what he was going to do with the rabbit next. Hyun-jong acted nobly. He put the rabbit in a bag so that he would no longer be bullied, and thanked him for everything. This was closely watched by Yoon, who was surprised to see this, especially from boys her age. Now they had already approached the girl's house, and she was grateful to Hyun-jong for leading her through. He asked her to be careful and not get into trouble, after which he turned around and headed home. But apparently she decided not to just let him go and shouted at him to turn around. Sunyi decided to thank him for the evening and for telling her the story about his father. She was very pleased. So I'll see you at the hospital. Hyun-jong laughed and wished her good dreams. On the way home, Ronnie felt complex emotions in the guy, but Hyun-jong himself did not understand what it was and why he felt it. Ronnie didn't understand why he didn't send him home, because it seemed to him that they had improved their relationship. He was glad that the girl opened up first, because he didn't have the courage because he hurt her too much. Hyun-jong told Ronnie that he once broke up with her because of the bad situation with his mother's bills. But he admitted that despite the stupidity that he had done, walking with her made his heart flutter like the first time. Ronnie didn't see this as a problem, because the past is what has passed, and now they can mend their relationship again. Hyun-jong explained to him that unfortunately, he couldn't. He believed that if they started dating again, he would hurt her again, but he didn't want to allow this. It was enough that Sunyi opened up to him first, and is now at least friends. One of the patients argued to the nurse that he was brought here in an ambulance. Then they should take him away in an ambulance. This is logical. The nurse tried to explain to this gentleman that this is not how it works, and he needs to get home on his own. He got angry and started shouting, "How dare she even open her mouth," when the visitor was talking, and decided to hit her. It's good that Dr. Sun Tree stood up in time, and stood up so that the nurse wouldn't get caught. But it seems the man was not going to calm down and wanted to continue, but he was successfully stopped. It was Hyun-jong who politely asked the gentleman to calm down and stop behaving like that. The guys ran up to Song-tae, but he calmed him down and said that he was fine. He didn't understand what was wrong with this man. If you like to drink, then you need to behave normally and not try to hit the nurse. Unfortunately for interns and medical workers in general, this is not the first time this has happened. It's good that Han-jong resolved the issue with him. They praised him, because the man even lowered his head when Hyun-jak took his hand and looked at him with his icy gaze. But the guy believed that it was all thanks to Song-tae. After all, when he stood up to defend the nurse, his gaze could have burned through a wall. Another intern suggested that Song-tae just really likes Nurse Park. But she really is very nice. He blushed and tried to run away from the topic, but he really seemed to like it. Today, the working day passed quickly, and the guys decided to go celebrate the birthday of Yun-sun, who was treacherously silent all day until evening came. Finally, they came to the restaurant that Song-tae liked so much, because his legs were already very tired, and it was already very difficult to walk. But when they went inside, they no longer wanted to stay there, because they were met by a huge man with a large knife, who clearly did not mean kindness. In fact, he was still a good-natured person and a friend of Song-tae. He kindly poured them beer and said that he was always glad to see Song-tae's friends at his bar. As it turned out, Song-tae brought his friends to his uncle, with whom he had an excellent relationship, but he really scared Yeon-seong. Hyun-jong had a lot of fun watching this, but to be honest, he was also a little scared. Looking at this huge man, it really becomes very scary. The birthday boy said that he heard from a neurosurgery intern that Hyun-jong paid all the bills of that little boy who was beaten by his parents. Is this true? Hyun-jong was not surprised that secrets cannot be hidden in the hospital, but he decided not to argue and admitted that he paid for his treatment. The guy understood that he felt sorry for the boy. But isn't this too much? It's too expensive for an intern. Song-tae joined the conversation and asked not to pester Hyun-jong, because he did a good job, and now it's not about money. The guy just wanted to say that in the pediatric department, they were told many times that they should not get attached to children. This can lead to terrible consequences. Yoon-sun was sure that the doctor should do his job, namely treat the patient. If you get attached to everyone, you will not be able to stand it. Hyun-jong agreed with him, but not completely. The guy didn't think that getting attached to patients was as bad as they were told. Still, patients are people too, and they feel when you treat them humanely. Yun-sung decided that it was useless to prove anything to Hyun-jong, because he is very stubborn and always stands his ground. The guy's uncle decided to treat his colleagues to food and brought them a whole plate of wings. Yoon-sun was very grateful to him. The man did not feel sorry for anything for his nephew. He said that Song-tae often smiles, but in fact he is a very stubborn person. And even after his older brother died, Song-tae still continued to study to become a doctor. So he was very glad that his beloved nephew made friends. This is very good. Well, now that Uncle Song-tae has left, the guy decided to ask Hyun-jong what he and Yoon Soo-yi are doing with pediatrics. He said that a bird whispered to him that they went to dinner together last week and had a nice conversation there. Hyun-jong didn't understand where he got this information from. Yoon-sun understood who they were talking about, This girl was called the most beautiful in the entire hospital. Hyun-jong tried to calm the guys down, otherwise they had gone their separate ways, because they just walked with her together, and that was all. Song-tae told him that these days they call it dating. He still did not understand why Hyun-jong chose general surgery, but now everything is clear, because on the personal front he is doing well. Hyun-jong decided to also go on the attack and asked how Song-tae himself was doing. Did he really want to go into family medicine just because he didn't have enough dates? They laughed together until they were interrupted by a loud sound. It seemed like something had fallen very hard in the kitchen. Song-tae knew that his uncle often had something fall in the kitchen, and he needed help from time to time. So he got up and went to help. He ran behind the bar and asked his uncle what happened to him again. But his face instantly changed because he saw what had happened. His uncle was lying on the floor unconscious. Apparently, he became very ill and lost consciousness. The guys saw how Song-tae suddenly began to panic. They ran up immediately to help him, and also saw that his uncle had fallen to the floor and was lying unconscious. Song-tae looked at Hyun-jong and didn't know what to do next. He was lucky that Hyun-jong was there, who immediately distributed tasks to the guys. First of all, they had to call the emergency room of their hospital and ask for a car, and then to the ambulance itself. He tried to talk to the man and it seemed he was making some sounds. Hyun-jong turned to Song-tae and asked him to tell him everything the guy knew about his uncle's medical history. Song-tae was very scared, and it was difficult for him to remember all the details. But he knew that he usually had high blood pressure, and when he worked as an employee, he had a heart attack, and recently also came to them for medicine. Hyun-jong decided that then there might be a aspirin in his pockets and asked Sunny to look or whether it was there. The guy asked Yoon-sun to help him put his uncle on the floor so that he could at least be examined. As soon as they sat him down, his breathing evened out a little, and he could breathe calmly. Hyun-jong assumed that it was because of his lying position. Hyun-jong decided not to hesitate and took off the man's pants, and saw what he was most afraid of. His uncle's legs turned pale, and this did not mean anything good. Judging by the reaction to touch, the sensitivity is still there, so it's not all that bad. Ronnie suggested first lowering the level of alcohol in Hyun-jong's body, so that his brain would start working at its maximum, which the guy did not refuse. He conducted an immediate analysis and isolated a special enzyme that breaks down alcohol in the body and helps eliminate it. As soon as they finished with this, Hyun-jong asked for a temperature analysis to understand the patient's condition. Hyun-jong thought so. The temperature in the upper thigh is lower than in other parts of the body, while the sensation is still there, but this will not last long. Song-tae came running with good news. He found the pills, which he immediately gave to Hyun-jong. The guy carefully put the pill in the man's mouth, and all that was left was to wait for the action. Considering all the symptoms and the decrease in temperature in the thigh, he assumed that this was acute arterial thrombosis, and urgent intervention was necessary. If this is not done, necrosis will occur, and his leg will have to be amputated. Song-tae was horrified how his uncle would be left without a leg. What would he do? The ambulance arrived at the scene after some time, and Yoon-sung ran to meet them. He led them to where the patient was. Hyun-jong immediately brought them up to date, saying that the man had lost consciousness due to myocardial infarction and arterial thrombosis, and they needed to take him to the hospital as soon as possible. The paramedics asked the guy if he was a doctor by chance, to which Hyun-jong replied that he was a doctor from Daehan Hospital. He asked them to take the patient there, and he would contact the ambulance there in time and provide the details. They carefully loaded him into the car and were ready to hit the road. Song-tae also really wanted to go with them to support his uncle, but Hyun-jong forbade him to do this. He believed that it would be better if he informed his family about this and came with them, but for now, they would take care of his uncle. It was lucky that Dr. J answered the phone, who was already tired of this Hyun-jong, not a single calm day with him, but still listened carefully to what Dr. Yang was telling him. He told Dr. J that based on his pulse, he believed there was a blockage in the femoral artery. And it also turned out that he had had a myocardial infarction a couple of weeks ago. Hyun-jun understood that if it was a myocardial infarction, then one couldn't turn a blind eye to it. But arterial thrombosis in this case was much worse, so it would be necessary to act very quickly. Dr. J listened carefully to everything and will simultaneously contact the cardiology department so that they can examine him. Also, when checking the pulse for the first time, the guy felt a weak pulse. But it was there. Dr. J wanted to know how things are now. Hyun-jong immediately checked the patient's pulse and sensitivity. He did not expect that the patient would stop feeling and reacting so quickly, and besides, the pulse had already disappeared. The guy immediately informed Dr. J that it seemed like there was a complete blockage, and the patient stopped feeling the touch. The paramedics clarified that in about 5 to 10 minutes more time, and they would be at the Deccan Hospital. The guy asked to prepare the operating room so that they would not waste time. Dr. J put down his coffee and ran to prepare the operating room as quickly as he could. Yoon-sung asked to drive faster, otherwise they might not make it in time. Ronnie turned to Hyun-jong. He calculated the time for the operation upon arrival at the hospital, and the probability of amputation increased to 30%. The guy understood that the chance that he would lose his leg was too great, and he needed to come up with something. But it seems Ronnie had already found a way out. He believed that if a thrombolytic drug was injected into the damaged area right now, the chance of amputation would drop to 1%. Hyun-jun understood that such a procedure requires an ultrasound machine. Is it possible to do this without it? Ronnie reassured him that with this level of synchronization, he could help him do it. The guy understood that directing the treatment of this patient would be a clear abuse of authority. Is this the right choice? But he immediately remembered how Song-tae spoke about his uncle. He was like a father to him. He constantly helps and supports him. Hyun-jong would like his father to be saved. Therefore, he no longer thought, but made a decision that, in his opinion, would be correct. Hyun-jong immediately asked for a thrombolytic drug from one of the paramedics. It needs to be administered immediately. Yoon-sung was shocked, because he also understood that it was impossible to insert it without ultrasound. Yoon-sung tried to dissuade him from doing this, but Hyun-jong was confident in himself, especially if he waited even longer. It would be too late and he would not help him. The guy tried to say that the time window, even in the acute form, is 4 hours. They still have time. Hyun-jun understood this, but this is a completely different case, because here the patency is completely impaired, and the chance of amputation is growing with every second. But there were still 5 minutes left to the hospital. Yoon-sung didn't understand why he was in such a hurry. Hyun-jong explained to him that even upon arrival at the hospital, they would not be able to introduce it right away, because first they would start doing examinations and tests, after which there would be only one option left, and that would be amputation. But Yoon-sung didn't understand how he was going to look for the blockage, because it's difficult to do even with ultrasound, and it's impossible to do it blindly. He warned him that if he did this, he would be immediately kicked out of the internship. Hyun-jong put down the syringe with the drug and took out his phone. He called Song-tae, who was very worried, and it was audible in his voice. Hyun-jong asked him to calm down and listen carefully to what he would tell him now. If nothing was done now, he would most likely undergo amputation, so he intended to administer a thrombolytic. Song-tae was shocked when he heard this. It will be very difficult for him to do this in the ambulance, but he can try. So he calls to ask permission. Yoon-sung shouted into the phone for Song-tae to tell him to change his mind, because they were almost at the hospital where they could help him. But Song-tae knew that if Hyun-jong had reasons for this, then it really needed to be done, and he could trust him. Hyun-jong immediately thanked him for his trust and opened the cap of the syringe. It looks like he didn't even think for a second and proceeded with the introduction. The ambulance doors opened and Dr. Ju asked the guys not to think that he was glad to see them. Hyun-jong was in a good mood and was ready to begin the operation. If, of course, Dr. J was ready for this. But he was no less in a fighting mood and was ready to get started, especially since the operating room was already ready. The patient was already in the department, and Dr. J said that they would first check his cardiogram. If the condition is normal, then they would perform an operation to expand the lumen of the vessel to remove the blood clot. Hyun-jong said that his condition stabilized on the way. His breathing returned to normal. He said that they tried to administer nitroglycerin on the way to the hospital, but it did not help with the chest pain, and his pulse returned to normal. Dr. J thought he had heard something, so he asked how it was possible that during a blockage, the pulse suddenly returned to normal. The doctor of vascular surgery noted that the vessels were not in the best condition, but he thought they could set up a stand. They needed to call a professor and take the patient to the operating room. After Hyun-jong was asked if they were doing anything else, he thought for a while, but still decided to say it. He said that he administered a thrombolytic drug on the way to the hospital. The surgeon didn't understand what he was talking about. How is this possible? Hyun-jong continued to talk and explained to them that he decided that any delay could cost the patient his leg, so he decided not to hesitate. The doctor was out of his mind. There is no ultrasound in the ambulance. How can you introduce it without one? He still decided to control himself. Now the operation comes first, and they will deal with this later. Dr. J decided to sniff Hyun-jong and seemed to smell alcohol. So he asked him if he had drunk anything. Hyun-jong lowered his head and admitted that he had been drinking. Dr. J was out of his mind after this. It's hard to do such a procedure sober, even with an ultrasound, but he went to do it drunk and without the help of equipment. But now he decided that there was no point in being angry, because everything had already been done. It was not surprising to him that the vascular surgery doctor did not look happy when he heard this. Apparently, this is really very bad. He asked the guy how much he drank. Hyun-jong said, 500 milliliters of beer. Dr. Che said that he would try to sort everything out, but asked him to say that if he was asked, he drank half a glass. Meanwhile, the operation had already begun and the patient was in the hands of the surgeons. They acted very quickly and the removal of the blood clot was quite short. The professor of vascular surgery praised the doctor for his good work and told him to inject him with a thrombolytic. The doctor wanted to talk to the professor about this, since he was told that the thrombolytic had already been administered on the way to the hospital. The professor was surprised who could introduce it, but the senior doctor told him that one of the hospital doctors was on the spot, and he introduced it blindly without ultrasound, and it was excellent, because he hit the bullseye. The chief didn't know who did it, but he clearly saved this man's leg, because he also understood that if he had not been brought in right away, then most likely they would not be doing this operation now. The senior doctor couldn't believe it. Yun-sung sat and tried to move away from this situation because he felt very bad and could not understand how this happened. As soon as they saw Uncle Song to lose consciousness, they immediately found out the reason and began to provide first aid. But he punished himself for the fact that he could not remember what the main factor of first aid for the disease and treatment of thrombosis was. He could not remember anything from what he had taught. Hyun-jong approached him and asked whether Song-ti's family had arrived yet, and where was he anyway. Yun-song answered him that they were still on the road and asked the answering question, where was he? Hyun-jong said that he was at the emergency room. He had to leave everything and come here. He thought that he should wait for Song-ti's relatives, but now it would be better to sleep. Yeon-sung was angry with him. Does he really want to go to sleep in such a situation? The guy told him that it would be a long time until the end of the operation. Now they wouldn't be able to help anyway. Yoon Sung didn't understand how he could talk like that, and with these words he made Hyun Jun think. He thought that being as calm as Hyun Jun was not normal in such a situation. Hyun Jun sat down next to him to calm down a little and improve the situation. He understood that if he told him that it was normal to be calm, Hyun Sun would immediately understand that he was lying. Because in fact Hyun Jun was very worried about Uncle Song Tae. Hyun Jun decided to remind him that he is a doctor, and doctors should never get attached to patients. However, the guy himself said that he feels sympathy for every patient. He feels what kind of life a person has lived, how his family will react if he does not save this patient. Yoon Sung agreed with him. There is no need to do this, because if you get attached to the patient, you will not be able to concentrate on his treatment. Hyun Jun did not entirely agree with him, because it is not so easy to accept, but he believes that without regret, it will be better for the patients themselves. But still, this is incredibly difficult, because when Hyun Jun gets close to the patients when he treats him, he begins to feel some kind of kindred spirit, and not that he is just a robot who came to prescribe treatment. Only then does he realize that he must save this man at any cost, so he was able to take desperate measures and act in cold blood, because he needed to save his new family member. Yoon Sung listened to him very carefully and seemed to begin to grasp the essence of what Hyun Jun was trying to convey to him. But their dialogue was interrupted by Song Tae, who finally arrived with his family at the hospital. Yoon Sung immediately ran up to him and began to tell him that he was now in the operating room, and they were trying to save him by removing the blood clot. Fortunately, nothing is happening now, and my uncle is in a stable condition, so you can breathe out a little. The professor and his assistant Dr. Lin Jin-seok came out of the operating room and announced that the operation was successful, and there was no reason to worry. Song Tae and his family were incredibly happy to hear this. It's good that everything is fine with their uncle. Hyun Jun approached Kyung Suk and praised him for doing a great job with the operation. But he, in turn, called him crazy and began to leave. Hyun Jun wanted to know the patient's condition and how the surgery went. Jin-seok believed that now was not the time to think about how the patient was feeling and what his condition was. He didn't understand whether Hyun Jin was in his right mind that he was leading thromboembolic therapy without ultrasound. How he even studied at the medical university and took exams. He warned him that Hyun Jun needs to be careful and not go where he shouldn't. But he doesn't listen. Lin Jin-seok began to shout at him, because the deputy director will definitely know about this operation, so Hyun Jun better think about himself. A disciplinary commission will be convened and his fate will be decided. But it didn't matter to the guy. For him now, the condition of Uncle Song Tae was more important, and what they would do to him for this was not important. Lin Kyung-suk was not happy with the conversation, so he turned around and began to leave, but finally admitted that the thrombolytic drug that Hyun Jun administered saved the patient's leg. He even believed that there should be no problems with the commission. Song Tae approached Hyun Jun because he heard that he and the surgeon were talking in a raised voice, but the guy was fine. He explained to his friend that this surgeon always behaves this way. It's normal for him. The deputy chief physician appreciated the report on the operation. He wanted to use this incident to teach discipline to other employees. He was sure that no one would forget this situation. This time, Hyun Jun's actions surpassed himself. The ambulance chief understood that he acted without an order due to obligations, due to an emergency situation. But on the other hand, it was obvious that if he had not injected the thrombolytic, the patient would have been left without a leg. The deputy believed that this did not mean that thrombolytic drugs should be used this way. He was still a trainee, and was required to ask permission from the emergency department resident. The emergency room chief could not add anything, except that Hyun Jun acted like a real doctor, and if he had made a different decision, then probably the outcome of this operation would have been different. The deputy agreed that the result is very important, but the process and who carries it out are equally important. Without established rules, everything will inevitably get confused. In addition, he added that Hyun-jong administered the thrombolytic without ultrasound. The emergency room chief did not expect this and was shocked. Vascular surgery Dr. Jung Chan was shocked when he learned this. He simply could not believe it. The deputy was glad that Dr. Jung supported him, that this was terrible, and there was no need to do this. But as it turned out, he misunderstood the doctor. He did not think that it was not so bad. He was simply amazed by the execution of the procedure and under what conditions it was performed. Young Chan was actually amazed how Dr. Yang was able to accurately break through the blockage without ultrasound. It's incredible. In any case, a good result is ensured, thanks to the good actions of Hyun-jong and the surgeons who performed the operation. But the deputy decided that he couldn't just ignore this situation. The emergency room chief came to Hyun-jong's defense. He explained to him that he was still an intern and made such a mistake, because he was not yet experienced. Therefore, he decided to ask the deputy not to simply dismiss talents like Hyun-jong. Dr. Jung also decided to support the professor and agrees that Hyun-jong should not be suspended from work. No matter how much the deputy wanted it, the doctor's opinions were really important to him, so he thought about it. Just because he respects the branch chiefs, he decided to give Hyun-jong another chance. But in any case, he prepared a punishment for him. The deputy heard that Mr. Hyun-jong dreams of becoming a surgeon, and since he is the deputy director of this hospital, he may not have accepted the guy into the surgery department. The emergency room chief couldn't believe it, because he knows how much Hyun-jong wanted to become a surgeon. He understood that this would greatly affect the guy's feelings, and something needed to be done. So he decided to suggest to the director that he be admitted to the emergency department. But the director thought that this was a bad idea, since all the specialties in the emergency department are closely related, so he does not think that Hyun-jong can handle it. The emergency room chief didn't understand what he was talking about, because Hyun-jong is a very talented guy who can clearly cope with such a task. After which, the director took out some piece of paper, which indicated that Hyun-jong had completed an internship in only 3 specialties, which are very few to work in the emergency department. Therefore, the director concluded that the guy did not have enough internship experience. The boss was surprised, because he did not expect to hear such a thing. The boss tried with all his might to convince the director to somehow justify Hyun-jong, but apparently it was useless. He believed that, unfortunately, medicine does not stand still and all medical staff do not always receive worthy praise from the patient. The doctor told him that he heard Hyun-jong interning at Enjong Hospital after he completed his internship in emergency medicine. Therefore, instead of such a reprimand, the boss suggested that the director send Hyun-jong to Gyeongju Hospital for the remaining 3 months. The director thought about this option. It might help the guy. He explained to him that since the Gyeongju branch is closing next year, it is expected that a local company will buy it and turn it into a medical college, and now there is a big shortage of workers there. Therefore, the professor suggested sending Hyun-jong there for more intensive work, where he could alternate between the emergency department and the surgery department. The director seriously thought about this, because instead of punishing the intern, he could influence society simply by sending the guy to another hospital. And even more so, a guy like Hyun-jong should cope there, because here, in his opinion, the guy will be superfluous. The deputy thought about it and still agreed to this proposal, but with one very important condition. Absolutely everyone in the hospital should know about this in order to teach them a lesson, so that every intern would think before doing something like that. After the emergency room chief left the office of the deputy chief physician, he understood that he had done everything in his power, and this was the best option for Hyun-jong. He was very worried when he told this decision to Hyun-jong himself, but the guy reacted very calmly, and as if he already knew that this would happen. The professor was slightly surprised that Hyun-jong reacted like that, because it seemed like it would have a very bad effect on him. So he asked Dr. Yang again, or did he understand what this meant? But Hyun-jong understood everything perfectly. The chief added that the Gyeongju branch is not such a simple place. When he was there last time, he was faced with the fact that the medical staff there is very weak. After these words, the guy was even more happy, because if what the professor says is true, then there are many more patients in this branch, and if there is not enough medical staff, then this means that he will be able to practice in the surgical department. The professor was very worried about him, so he tried to convey the seriousness of the situation, because it is very difficult to work in Gyeongju, and besides, Hyunju needs to prepare for exams. But the guy was calm and assured the professor that everything would be fine with him, so he thanked the professor for everything he had done for him. The professor responded by saying that he needed to thank Dr. J, not him, because as far as he knows, it was he who asked the cardiologist not to talk about what happened. In fact, he even believed that if the director had found out that Hyun-jin had been drinking alcohol before, then everything would have turned out even worse. The guy was pleased that Dr. Shea helped him so much and stood up for him. He won't forget it. Hyun-jun decided not to stay at Daehan Hospital anymore, so he packed his things and went to Gyeongju by express bus, and on the way he thought about his internship. Sometimes he got distracted and looked at the passing landscape. Everything happened so quickly that it seemed to him that he could not keep up with time. From time to time he remembered how his friends cried behind him. Songta was very worried that it was all because of him. He also remembered how Songta made the bold decision to go to an internship in the emergency department. Yun-sung also did not stand aside and changed a lot. Began to pay more attention to his studies, and even without taking into account the fact that he had not decided which department he would go to, the guy was still 100% sure that everything would be fine with him. While Hyun-jong was remembering all this and replaying it in his head, his bus was almost there, and it seemed like it was time to get ready to leave. They got off the bus with Ronnie and were ready to conquer this branch, because they came here for a reason. But as soon as he got to the hospital, many disappointments awaited him there, and the first of them was that the woman at the reception desk did not know about any intern from Seoul. But this was not even the main problem, but the fact that there were no patients there at all, and the hospital was completely empty. Hyun-jong didn't understand what was happening here, and where everyone was. Why didn't they know about him? He didn't understand how this was possible. He was told that there was a shortage of staff. Then where were all the patients? Where did they go? The guy immediately remembered the words of Dr. J, who advised him to find Chief Surgeon Song Wong-gyu upon arrival. Therefore, Hyun-jong did not wait long, and asked the nurse to inform him that there was a visitor to the chief surgeon, which she did without any problems. After some time, a man came out to Hyun-jong and said that he was from general surgery. The guy immediately thought how unfriendly the communication was here, but everything turned out to be his new curator. While they were walking through the hospital, the guy noticed that everything there was different from the main office. There were no patients at all, and it seemed like there wasn't much work here either. The doctor who came down to pick him up said that this building looks more like an abandoned building, so it's always very quiet here. But Hyun-jong was interested in why there are so few patients here. He turned to him in surprise and said that the branch would be closed next year. Hadn't he been notified? Without waiting for an answer, he told him that not everything here was the same as in the main office. Here he could relax and enjoy his vacation. It seems Hyun-jong wasn't particularly happy about this. Will he even have a chance to get into the operating room? As it turned out, this man is the chief surgeon of this hospital. In addition to him, 3 fourth-year students and a manager work in the surgery department. Hyun-jong was surprised how so few people could work in one department, But the chief surgeon explained to him that the fact was that all third-year students were transferred to other hospitals, because they would not be able to complete their studies here. The guy understood that operations were most likely not carried out here. As for operations, the doctor joked that they use interns for this, if he understands what the doctor is telling him. They went into the office of the head of the surgical department, and Hyun-jong introduced himself. The doctor added that he was sent from the main office in Seoul. The manager was slightly surprised by this, because they had not had interns for many years. In any case, he said that he didn't need interns and the manager wanted to start trouble here, so he recommended that we go get some fresh air. Ronnie didn't understand the doctor's reaction. Everyone was so strange in Gyeongju. He didn't feel the tension unlike Seoul. Song Won-go told him that now there is no emergency department in the department. 3 surgical residents come here as needed. And since he is still an intern, Hyun-jong cannot be on duty with them. Therefore, he offered him to work in another department, to which Hyun-jong reacted normally, because he doesn't care. He wants to study. Then there shouldn't be any problems. So Hyun-jong asked him to work the night shift if the doctor doesn't mind. This was ideal for him, because for the next month he would also be working at night, which was quite convenient. The doctor recommended examining the surrounding area and said that Hyun-jong could go to work tomorrow. Hyun-jong realized that he had nowhere to stay because he had not thought through this moment. He thought that he could stay in the on-duty unit, but the doctor upset him that this option was only for a couple of nights, but not for 3 months. Today he allowed him to leave his things in the duty room, but still sent him to look for an apartment in which he would live for 3 months. As soon as Hyun-jong left, Wang-go immediately thought that the guy looked like a very decent and educated trainee. He was wondering why he was sent to Gyeongju in the first place, but he quickly forgot about his thoughts, because he shouldn't just tense up like that. He thought that he needed to be relaxed. At this time, Hyun-jong had already brought his things into the duty room, and now he and Ronnie were deciding where they should go to explore the city. The guy thought a little and decided that it would be nice to go to the tourist sister of Gyeongju, and thus get to know the city, because in such places, there is always something to see. Hyun-jong had not walked so leisurely for a long time. He enjoyed the views, because the city was really beautiful, and at the same time he thought that it was okay, now that there were no patients. He was still sure that he would learn something here. Suddenly, the guy felt a slight vibration running through his legs, and began to turn around to see if other people were noticing this vibration. But even Ronnie didn't feel anything. Maybe the guy just imagined it. At that moment, someone poked a finger in Hyun-jong's back and called. When he turned around, he saw a middle-aged man who was a foreigner, and saw in the guy similar to himself. But Hyun-jong explained to him that he was a local and not a foreigner, it seemed to him. The man understood. He said that he himself was a traveler, and when he saw the guy waving his head in different directions, trying to find something, he thought that Hyun-jong was a foreigner like him. The guy explained to him that he just suddenly felt a vibration under his feet and decided to look around to make sure that other people felt it too. The man listened to him and noticed that Hyun-jong spoke English very well. No one had ever spoken to him like that in Korea. At least he had never met anyone like him. Hyun-jong himself couldn't believe that he had been speaking English all this time, because he didn't know her at that level. He immediately thought that it was Ronnie's doing, but he said that his translation program was disabled. Ronnie explained that Hyun-jong can speak English because their synchronization is high, so he can speak foreign languages. The man extended his hand to introduce himself, and Hyun-jong felt the vibration again. This man's name was Jae Allen. Hyun-jong noticed his hand and that there was vibration coming from it. The man realized that the guy had paid attention to his hand and asked what was so special about it. But without waiting for an answer, he said that Mr. Hyun-jong is a very sensitive person, and you can't hide anything from him. Jay Allen recalled to Ha-Yoon-joon that he had previously felt the vibration that the man also felt with his mechanical arm. The man immediately began to tell that his hand was not an ordinary one. It had many functions. For example, it could sense vibration or detect movement, and all the collected information is transmitted directly to the man's ears, which can already be analyzed. Ha-Yoon-joon saw this for the first time in his life. It was like a robot, only in a human body. The guy wondered if technology had really reached such a level as to make such implants. But Ronnie assured him that he had not found such models on the market. Most likely this was custom work. Most of all, Ronnie is similar to the model called the Healthcare Olympus, if, of course, we consider this arm as a prosthesis. Ha-Yoon-joon remembered what Ronnie was talking about. He read about this company. Olympus offers treatment for genetic diseases through artificial gene transfer and concentrates more on brain diseases. The man interrupted the guy's thoughts and noticed that Hyun-joon is the first person who reacts so calmly to his hand. Other people perceive him more emotionally. The guy joked with him, hinting that if he was not a robot who had come to take over the planet, then there was nothing to be surprised at. In fact, Ha-Yoon-ju had already seen medical robots several times during his work, so he wasn't particularly surprised. The man immediately realized that the guy was a doctor, which was confirmed by Hyun-joon himself, who admitted that he was still an intern. Jay Allen thought about it for a moment, as if old memories came flooding back to him. Ha-Yoon-joon noticed this and also looked closely at the man. Was he really a doctor before? The guy decided to ask the man why he became a traveler, to which Jay Allen replied that he comes to various countries to admire historical places and landscapes. He told him that when he runs out of energy in his life, he gets it in such places, because in them all problems immediately disappear. But when he tries to meet new people, he is often avoided for reasons unknown to him, and it is difficult for him to talk to someone. Ronnie, at that moment, repeated the same phrase that he needed data from this prosthesis. The guy understood him, but Ronnie repeated it anyway. Hyun-joon told the man that this happened to him before, and he was lonely, so they decided to take a walk together to get to know each other. This is how Ha-Yoon-joon met Mr. Allen, with whom it was incredibly cool to communicate. It was interesting to be with him. It seemed that the guy looked at the world from a different angle. Of course, there were things that even Ronnie wanted to know. For example, information about the prosthesis. But there was no time for that, since the man was quite educated in the field of medicine, and it seemed that he was also a doctor. And he had a rather radical point of view. He took as an example an automobile plant, where now almost no people are needed to assemble a car. However, in any case, people are needed even there, because the reason is to create something unusual and memorable. In any case, people are needed. But he believed that even this would soon become a thing of the past. Technologies are developing very quickly, and the development of complex technologies capable of making decisions based on complex data is inevitable. After which he apologized to the guy because it's difficult for him to admit that the profession of a doctor, like many others, will soon simply disappear. Ha-Yoon-joon liked to communicate with the man, because he had quite interesting thoughts and arguments. But the guy understood that everything is possible in this world, and Ronnie for him is a clear example of the impossible. Ronnie, in turn, completely agreed with Allen, but he reassured Hyun-joon, because when they are together, everything will be fine. The man understood that the guy might think that this thinking is quite absurd, but reality will not stand still, and someday will achieve what the man is talking about. He was confident that chronic brain diseases, which are difficult to treat with modern medicine, would find a way to solve this problem in new technologies that would prevent the disease itself, by blocking the gene that causes this disease. Allen was confident that a time would come when a world in which people would not be able to keep up with technology, and the question was, would the need for a doctor continue after the new world came? Hyun-jun believed that even if new technologies can treat terrible diseases, then in any case, it will be necessary to communicate with patients, because only a person with a beating heart can support him. The man was surprised by the guy's words. It was clear from him that he was a doctor who empathized with his patients. The guy also added that all these technologies are based on working with nerve cells, which have not yet shown themselves to work well in clinical studies, so there is no point in counting on this. He, like no one else, understood this because his mother is sick with one of these diseases, and he, like no one else, knows how hard it is to fight her. Therefore, he sometimes has the idea that all new technologies that are based on an electronic network will still not be able to cover a sufficiently large area of the brain. The man didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, so he asked him to explain what he meant. Hyun-jun believed that it would be more effective if the medicine was injected in a liquid state deep into the brain, because in our body it is connected to blood vessels, and the distribution would be much greater. The man stopped in place and froze. It seemed that he understood something, and Hyun-jun helped him a lot with this. But the guy was more worried about going too far and saying abstruse things that the man might not understand. The man immediately put his hands on Hyun-jun's shoulders and began to beg him to tell him in more detail about all the conjectures and thoughts that he had in his head, because it seemed to him that this could help in the development. Even such ideas as he thought could help a lot, and he eagerly waited for Hyun-jun to continue. The guy was a little confused because he didn't expect that anyone would be interested in his ideas on this matter. Their unexpected conversation, which began in the park, continued until the evening. The guy talked a lot, and Mr. Allen listened to him carefully, and was not distracted for a second. Their discussion continued about what it would be like to administer the drug through the blood vessels of the nervous system of the brain. Allen listened attentively and seemed to be thinking about his own things, but at the same time absorbing the information that Hyun-jun was telling him. It was quite a late evening, and the man apologized to Hyun-jun for holding him up like that. But the guy didn't mind, because he also liked this pastime. Allen noticed that the guy was a very interesting conversationalist, and he hadn't talked to anyone like that for a long time. Hyun-jun reciprocated, because it's always nice to talk with a person with whom you are on the same wavelength. The man said goodbye to the guy and asked not to forget him, and call him when you have free time so that they could still have such a productive conversation. Mr. Allen got into the car and was in an amazing mood. He really liked this guy, and now he can't wait to see him again. It was very surprising to find such talent in such a small Asian country. He asked the driver to take him first to the hotel and then to the meeting. The driver followed all his instructions and addressed him as Mr. President. Ronnie was no less joyful than Hyun-jun himself, because when talking with Allen, he gave them so much useful and interesting information that even Ronnie was surprised. He is quite a talkative person. As soon as Hyun-jun entered the restroom, he saw a note lying on his bed that was clearly addressed to him. He took this note, on which was written a message from Song-lit, who asked Hyun-jun to call him back at a number that had 9 zeros. It seems that Hyun-jun realized who could have left this note. He remembered the same woman from the pediatric department who was on the blacklist before his arrival. He called this number and came to the address indicated by the woman. She was very glad to see him because he was the same doctor who treated her daughter so well. The guy was surprised that she knew that he was in Gyeongju, but the woman explained to him that she had heard rumors that Hyun-jun was being transferred to a hospital in her city. And from the moment Song got to the hospital, she was thinking about how she could thank the guy for his help. Hyun-jun has not seen such beautiful houses for a long time, but as the woman said, this is their guest house for tourists. Like a summer house. A little boy ran up to them, and it seems it was another son of the woman, who was well-mannered and greeted the guest. As it turned out, this was the woman's firstborn, a very good boy. And sitting next to her was her daughter, who seemed a little shy about their new guest. The woman invited Hyun-joon to the house, where she would quickly prepare dinner and call her husband. But for now, the guy could feel at home. But before Hyun-joon had time to undress, the children immediately decided to give him a battle, and he didn't mind playing with them. After some time, Hyun-joon was very tired of these games, and he was lucky that the woman invited them to dinner. Even Ronnie was surprised by the children's endurance. The whole family gathered at the table, and the woman's husband really wanted to meet Hyun-joon because his wife told a lot of stories about him. She said that Hyun-joon was a very good person, and first of all, a doctor. The guy felt embarrassed and thought that she was exaggerating. The conversation turned to the place where the guy was staying, so the husband was wondering where he was staying. Hyun-joon said that he has not yet found permanent housing while he will remain in the hospital, and tomorrow he will look for housing. The woman was very happy about this, because she only wanted to invite the guy to stay with them. Now is not the tourist season anyway, so the rooms are still empty. In addition, the children were delighted with Hyun-joon, and they were pleased if he stayed with them. The guy himself didn't mind, but only on one condition, that he would pay the full cost of living, which the hostess didn't mind, but she would still give him a special discount. After dinner, Hyun-joon felt an incredible homely atmosphere that he had not felt for a long time. This atmosphere made him a little sad, because he really wanted his mother to get well soon, and they could create such an atmosphere in their home. He didn't notice how his grandmother sat down next to him, who seemed to be feeling ill, and she told him that at times her legs went numb, which was very unpleasant. Hyun-joon decided to find out in a little more detail about how long ago this started, and she said that she had been suffering for a long time, and recently even started waking up at night because of it. Ronnie and Hyun-joon analyzed this symptom together, and they both thought that it could be restless leg syndrome, which is manifested by sleep disturbances and unauthorized leg movements. Ronnie asked the guy to put his hand on his grandmother's head so that he could release the nerve agents, which he did. The husband carefully watched what the guy was doing and did not understand why he was touching her head, because the old woman's legs were numb. The woman knew that this was a special treatment method for Yang Hyun-joon, which she had already tested herself. She remembered an incident in the department when Dr. Yang also put his hand on the head of a crying child, and he immediately calmed down. It was amazing. It seems that Grandma will also be no exception, and she has already felt better and felt much better than at night. Ronnie and Hyun-joon now had no doubt that it really seemed like restless legs syndrome, as they thought. The guy decided to talk to his grandmother and asked her to answer honestly and not hide the details. Was he wondering, or is she taking some kind of medication to sleep at night? She doesn't remember, but Hyun-joon had a suspicion that Grandma drinks several glasses of soju before bed. Therefore, he clearly understood the reason for the lack of dopamine, which is why she may have this syndrome. Otherwise, he believed that she was doing well. Hyun-joon told her family that he believed that the old lady had restless leg syndrome, since her legs went numb at night, not during the day, and he was sure that her legs also shook during sleep. My husband confirmed this theory, because he himself noticed several times how my grandmother's legs were shaking in the morning. The guy advised her not to take anything before bed and try to eat more fish and soy almonds. Then this syndrome will slowly disappear. The woman was very worried about her mother, so she asked Hyun-joon if she needed to go to the hospital for proper treatment. But the guy reassured her that this was not such a terrible syndrome, and if they listened to his instructions, there would be no need to go to the hospital. The man was amazed at how quickly the guy made the diagnosis and even prescribed her some kind of treatment. After which the guy was introduced to his new room, where he could stay as long as he wanted. Hyun-joon immediately liked it, because it was so cozy and spacious, and Ronnie agreed with him. They couldn't have found a better place in Gyeongju than this. Moreover, Ronnie noticed that the natural environment in this area would relieve the stress that Hyun-joon had accumulated while working at the hospital. The guy couldn't help but agree with his friend, because it really was so and plus everything. He's glad that wherever he goes in his life, something good is sure to await him. The next morning, the grandmother wanted to talk to Hyun-jong about her niece, because he would be so good for her. The guy did not expect such an onslaught of pensioners in his direction and was a little confused. And then suddenly he was called by Mr. Allen, who appeared here out of nowhere, and all the young people came running to him at once. Hyun-jong thought that this man was probably an actor. Hyun-jong called the man as soon as he settled in, but he didn't think that Mr. Allen would come to him so quickly. The guy asked for forgiveness for the fact that there are so many people here. Usually they are not here, but it seems they came here to get some treatment. Allen was not surprised that all the grandmothers in the area were attracted to such a talented guy. Mr. Allen also decided to rent a room in this wonderful mini hotel. The woman easily allocated a room for him, which he liked. She also added that for long-term stays, she will give a discount if he understands what she means. He understood everything perfectly, so everything should be without problems. Mr. Allen rented this number for a reason. He wanted to see how the young talent would give treatment advice to everyone. And it seems this action has already begun. The man was just asking everyone to calm down a little and get in line so that Hyun-jong could receive everyone. Hyun-jong didn't mind, because in any case, he wouldn't see so many patients even at the local hospital. So he began to examine the first patient who complained of high blood pressure. Everything was quite simple with this granny. So the guy quickly realized that her kidney function was reduced, which is why she had high blood pressure. He explained to her that the kidney is a very important organ in the body, and in her case, she was simply very tired physically, just like people get tired and she needed rest. Therefore, he recommended that she change the medications she was taking and be re-examined at the hospital so that they could assess her condition in more detail. Next, Hyun-jong examined several more patients and gave them advice that could really help them. All this was carefully observed by Mr. Allen, who seemed to be amazed at how smart Hyun-jong is, as a guy who can sort through so many different complaints. But he still made up his mind and asked the guy why all these people can't just go to the hospital, because in such a city there should be one. Hyun-jong explained to him that the local hospital here had lost the trust of people, and they believe that the doctors there are not competent. Therefore, the guy tried to somehow restore people's trust in the local hospital and recommended that every patient go to the hospital. People there would definitely help them. Allen understood one important thing: if the object of diagnosis was a robot, there would be no reason to lose trust. But if at home there was no necessary equipment for the examination, otherwise you would have to go to the hospital. But the guy stopped him and said that his first dream was to become an outstanding doctor. He immediately apologized to the guy for his stubbornness. He shouldn't have expressed himself that way. Hyun-jong was not offended by him because he always welcomes Mr. Allen's reasoning, so he can say whatever he wants. Then, unexpectedly for Song's mother, her friend came for a consultation with the doctor, because the woman was usually very busy and did not have time for this. The woman warned her that Hyun-jong would soon have to go to work, and she was not sure that he would have time to examine her. But the guy heard this and said that everything was in order. He still had time, so he could pass. He would be happy to examine her. The woman behaved modestly, and it was difficult to understand what exactly was bothering her. But first of all, she was worried about the rash, which she develops quite often. At first she thought that these were ordinary bruises, but each time they get bigger and bigger, they don't hurt her. But she's still a little worried. Hyun-jong was a little scared when he saw these spots, because they were very familiar to him. Ronnie began the analysis and confirmed the guy's fears. It was very similar to melanoma, a skin cancer that has a rather blurry shape and unclear boundaries. The guy understood that, based on the location and size of this tumor, The lymph nodes of the connective tissue may have already been affected. Ronnie confirmed this and added that once cancer cells enter the lymph nodes, the death rate within 5 years is more than 70%. Hyun-joon, without hesitation, advised her to go to the hospital in order to ensure a full diagnosis. She was very scared because it seemed that nothing hurt her. Why should she go to the hospital? The guy tried to convince her that even if she felt fine, she still needed to go to the hospital. The woman took her hand and said that it was time for her to go. She would definitely go to the hospital. But Ronnie analyzed the patient's voice and believed that there was an 80% probability that she would not go for an examination and would continue to ignore these spots. The owner of the house was worried that the woman didn't even seem to be planning to go to the hospital and asked her to go and do some tests. It's good, of course, that she constantly works to educate the children, but she also needs to think about her health. The woman decided that everything was fine with her. If nothing hurt her, and she felt good, then there was no reason to go to the hospital, so she would rather go to work. Hyun-joon froze in place, because he realized that this woman was very similar to his mother, who also did not want to go to the doctor, because she had to work hard to train Hyun-joon and his older brother. He saw footage of his mother going to work and asking him to be an obedient boy and not be late for school. Therefore, at one moment, Hyun-joon could not stand it and stopped her until she left. Without any smoothing, he told her what these spots were and how dangerous they were. He said straight out that it was skin cancer, which made the woman very scared. Mr. Allen also carefully observed this situation, and for him it was very strange and reckless that the guy made such a diagnosis only after examining the patient. He tried to explain to the woman that the tumor was and would remain in her skin, but it could be removed with simple surgery. After these words, the woman reacted quite violently, and Yoon-joon was sure that now she would think about her health. He decided to tell a story about his mother so that the woman would finally decide on treatment. The guy told how his mother lost her husband, which is why she worked day and night for Hyun-joon and his brother. And at one point, she suddenly became ill. They couldn't figure out the reason for a long time, but they still gave her a diagnosis that was poorly understood, and 5 whole years had passed since she was in the hospital. Now Hyun-joon's heart is very heavy, because he believes that it is because of him that his mother is suffering so much now. Therefore, he asked the woman to think again and do it for the sake of her children, so that later they would not blame themselves as much as Hyun-joon does now. He believed that her stage was not yet critical, and there was still a chance to fix everything. Besides, he was going to work soon, and would be happy to take her with him. She cried a little, but still firmly decided that she would go with the guy. Alan understood that perhaps the diagnosis of the tumor was premature, but still he could convince the patient to undergo examination, and this was already worth a lot. The woman could no longer restrain herself and began to cry. She could not even imagine that everything was so serious. Mr. Allen remembered that the guy's dream was to become a surgeon, and he thought to himself that he had almost realized it. They arrived at the hospital together, and the woman was very grateful to Hyun-joon for his help, because if it weren't for him, she would have gone to work as usual and continued to think that her main goal was to raise children. He understood her 100%, so he asked her to get treatment and get well as soon as possible, so that he could relax with his children more often. The saddest thing is that Hyun-joon himself had very few memories with his mother. After their conversation, the nurse took the woman away to conduct further diagnostics, and he was very glad that he helped her and reminded himself that he needed to call his mother more often. Hyun-joon changed into a white robe and again felt pleasant sensations that he could not confuse with anything. He decided to drink some water before going out to the department and again heard this vibration. The guy could not understand where it came from and what was causing it. But there was no time to find out, so he went to the reception center and decided to find out where the emergency doctors were. The nurse assumed that they had gone somewhere, but she didn't know for sure. Hyun-jong was upset. No matter how much they said that they would close next year, no responsible doctors appeared here. What if emergency patients appeared? The nurse offered to inform the head doctor, but the guy decided to refrain from such a proposal. So he said that he himself would find a way out of the situation. He decided to look around a little first and heard the screams of a man. It was an old grandfather who was screaming in pain and asking for help. But when the nurse suggested that he call the doctors, he refused. Hyun-jong decided to come up and see what was wrong with this patient. So the first thing he picked up was his medical history. True, he did not get much benefit from this story, because it was only written that the patient was admitted with abdominal pain, and it was not even written how he was treated. He immediately asked Ronnie to provide him with all the possible reasons for such pain. Hyun-jong decided to give the patient an enema to cleanse the intestines, but the nurse clarified that he had already undergone this procedure, and it did not make him any better. But still, Hyun-jong was not sure that it was done correctly, so he suggested doing it again. The nurse told him that she was ordered to send the patient to the city hospital if they did not find the cause. The guy was angry at these words. Where do they think they are now? Isn't it in the hospital? Grandfather said that he had already had an enema, but Hyun-jong insisted on it. He promised him that if it didn't help, he would choose another method of treatment. The patient went to the restroom, but when he came out, he said that he couldn't stand it anymore, so he didn't do it. Hyun-jong needed to think a little about the second treatment method for this patient. It seems he came up with it. He decided to carry out this procedure himself, because he suspected that the patient was performing it completely incorrectly. But he decided to tell him that this was a different method of treatment, and it would definitely help him. So he asked him to turn on the other side and relax. Dr. Yang successfully performed the procedure, and the patient seems to no longer complain of pain. Grandpa really feels much better. The pain is gone, and all thanks to Dr. Yang. Finally, Hyun-jong asked his grandfather not to take laxatives in the future. Fermented milk products should be cut down. Then his stomach will stop hurting and everything will be fine for him. The nurse could not believe that the young intern was able to administer an enema on his own, and the patient really felt much better. After which Hyun-jong turned to the nurse and asked her forgiveness for raising his voice at her. But she was not angry with him, because she understood everything. Hyun-jong believed that the words about the ambulance were posted for a reason. And 2 hours later, after going to work, several patients were admitted to the emergency room. One of these patients was a man who screamed and begged him for help. He couldn't hear anything. He had something in his ear. Hyun-jong was not at a loss and very quickly solved his problem. All he had to do was shine a bright light into his ear, and the insect would come out on its own. Then there was a young mother who came running with tears in her eyes and said that her child had received a burn on his back from hot water. Hyun-jong immediately gave instructions to the nurse, namely to prepare an ice pack, bandages, and ointment for burns. While Dr. Yang was treating a little boy and his burns, one of the patients who was in the emergency department asked one of the nurses to get a personal consultation from a young specialist. The nurse assured that this was their new intern. He was not even a doctor, but the grandmother seemed to know a lot about doctors and understood that he would help her, so she had to insist on it. The nurse listened to her and went to Dr. Yang so that he could see the grandmother when he was finished. To begin with, Hyun-jong decided to look at the story of this woman. Today she came because of pain in her wrist, although she usually comes to the hospital for diabetes medications. He carefully examined the woman's wrist and asked her whether she also had pain in other places, and how long ago it had appeared. The woman was not completely sure of this, so he continued the examination. Meanwhile, some doctor came down from the upper floors, who could not believe what Hyun-jong had done here. He came closer to Hyun-jong and asked in a rude voice what he was doing here, and what was it all for? Hyun-jong explained to him in a calm voice that he was a new intern in the emergency department and was currently seeing patients. This doctor looked more like a security guard than a doctor, but still asked Hyun-jong why he was pretending to be a doctor here. The guy looked carefully at this doctor's badge and saw that he was an emergency department doctor. The nurse also came over and explained to Mr. Hyun that this is a new intern who will work in the emergency department. He arrived yesterday from the main office in Seoul. Hyun-jong decided to continue the nurse's story and added that he was sent to Gyeongju for 3 months. But before he could finish speaking, Dr. Hyun interrupted him. He smiled sarcastically and said that the new guy was funny. He also added that he was also once an intern, worked for 5 years at the Gyeongju branch, and there was not a single case when medical personnel were sent from the head office to somewhere else. Therefore, he asked the nurse to make sure that this intern did not go anywhere, while he called the office and clarified this information. Hyun-jong didn't understand why this guy was so rude to him, because he hadn't done anything yet. After he talked to the office, who said that the guy was not lying, he said that Hyun-jong should have come to him first and said hello. Then such misunderstandings would not have happened. But then he saw that Hyun-jin had already accepted some patients and became even angrier. Because can an intern really do whatever he wants? The guy answered him that he had read the medical histories and performed basic actions. He believed that this was entirely within the responsibilities of the intern. After this phrase, Dr. Hen became furious and started shouting at him. Does the intern really think that he can do whatever he wants? This is not his main office. He told him to ask for permission before every action. Even if the patient is an emergency, you should always ask. Hyun-jong didn't understand what was wrong with this guy, but decided to silently agree that he would just leave. And when he was not there, he ordered to ask the nurses, and for them to monitor the new intern accordingly. He is too confident in himself. Hyun-jong looked at these nurses, who are afraid to do anything. Is this how employees who have completed their training should behave? He warned the guy and asked him not to make him angry anymore. After which, Hyun-jong decided to clarify some details with this doctor about the patient, who had already been diagnosed with carpal tunnel syndrome. The doctor didn't even want to listen to his questions, so he told him that he had been prescribing anti-inflammatory drugs for her for half a year and advised him to do so. The grandmother told the doctor that a year ago she was treated with steroids and began to complain of pain about 6 months ago. Every year she came to the hospital, where she was prescribed only inflammatory drugs, but her condition never improved. Hyun-jong tried to tell Mr. Hyun that this is a case where the disease does not respond to this treatment, and something needs to be changed. Doesn't he himself see the sprain? He took his medical history and began to carefully read what was written there. Hyun-jong tried to explain to him when such a complication is observed in diabetes. It is often on both hands. In the case of patient Bok Soon-ko, partial numbness of the wrist occurred. And this is more typical for carpal tunnel syndrome, which requires surgical rather than drug treatment. But Mr. Hen was sure that his medications were helping, and the intern came up with something for himself. Therefore, all he could do was go up and ask the grandmother herself if the medications were helping her. She gave a positive answer. He looked at Hyun-jong with a satisfied face and tried to clarify with him why he claims the opposite when the patient says that everything is fine. Hyun-jong was at his limit. This doctor doesn't understand medicine at all. How does he even work here? The grandmother intervened in time and asked him not to quarrel over trifles, because everything was fine with her. As long as she took the medicine, everything would be fine. After which, she simply left, and Dr. Hen was pleased that the patient would pester him more today. In the end, he told the young intern that in a few days, he would understand that it was better not to contradict Dr. Hyun. after which he ordered him to call when new patients arrive and do nothing himself. Immediately after these words, the paramedic shouted and announced an emergency patient. They were immediately attacked by Dr. Hen, who was unhappy with the fact that they brought him here. They didn't know what the situation of the hospital was, so he ordered them to take this patient to another hospital. They tried to tell him that there were no places in the city hospital, and he would not survive the move. But he quickly examined the patient with his own eyes and realized that he had nothing serious. Therefore, he continued to send them to another hospital, to which they would have to travel 40 minutes. But he seemed to care little about this. Hyun-jun could not help but intervene in this situation, and directed the paramedics in the right direction where the patient could be placed. Dr. Hen became furious and started shouting at him and running with his fists. Hyun-jun told him that he heard him perfectly well, but he believes that a doctor who refuses to treat a patient when it is so necessary is not a doctor. After these words, Mr. Hen ran towards him even faster, and it seemed that he was about to grab him. But Hyun-jun stopped him and looked him straight in the eyes. He asked him not to interfere, and not to tell him what he should do and what not. Mr. Hen didn't expect such strength from such a frail guy. Who is he anyway? First of all, Hyun-jun decided to check the patient's breathing and call Song-won Gayu. And at the same time, he wanted to hear what happened to the patient. One of the paramedics said that the man's car crashed into a tree and the victim hit the steering wheel, losing consciousness, and the airbag exploded. Ronnie projected a similar situation into Hyun-jun's head, from which they both understood that, due to the airbag, most of the impact would be on and under the chest. He also compiled a list of the most likely diagnoses, which included blunt chest trauma, rib fractures, and aortic rupture. While Hyun-jun was trying to save the patient, another doctor, instead of helping, stood and watched how the intern worked and what he could do. After the initial examination, Hyun-jun found tenderness on the chest wall and crepitus, as well as soft tissue damage, so the patient should be sent for an X-ray, and before that, intubated. Mr. Hen stood and watched silently until the guy started intubating, after which he asked him to stop, because he didn't know what he was doing. The guy calmly reacted to all his words and asked not to interfere. He would take full responsibility for the treatment of this patient. This infuriated Hen, but he could not do anything about it. Hyun-jun finished with intubation, and all that remained was to send the patient for an X-ray, which is what he was going to do. Hyun couldn't believe it. Intubation is quite a complicated procedure. How was this trainee able to do it? His thoughts were interrupted by the chief surgeon, who asked how the patient was and why he wasn't helping the intern. He turned the screen aside and saw how the chest was intubated and was slightly surprised. Dr. Hen turned his head away, saying that he didn't have a finger in this. It's all a new trainee. Hyun-jun immediately briefed the surgeon on the matter. He suspected that the patient had a pneumothorax, so he immediately performed intubation, after which he asked him to look at the patient's X-ray and added that fortunately, there was no vascular rupture when the first rib was fractured. The chief surgeon looked carefully at the X-ray and did not see a single mistake. The first aid was carried out perfectly. The intern did a great job. It seems he was transferred here for a reason, but he was sure that there was some kind of catch. Therefore, the doctor asked the nurse to hospitalize the patient, because Dr. Yang did an excellent job with first aid. But everything was not so clear, so Dr. Yang asked to wait for the surgeon to admit him to hospital. After Hyun-jun took a closer look at the patient's X-ray, he noticed a very important detail there, which he showed to the doctor. If he took a closer look, it seemed to him that the mediastinum was widened, and this could lead to damage to the heart, bronchi, and aorta. From all the symptoms and the nature of the blow, Hyun-jun assumed that it was an aortic dissection. Ronnie agreed with the guy's conclusions, because after such a short-term strong blow, It could cause microscopic wounds in the aorta. He added that one should not hesitate, because 80% of patients die even with timely help. This tiny wound appears very early, but can be diagnosed too late. But the head doctor didn't see anything. It seemed to him that the guy seemed to have no dilation there. He added that he understands very well that Mr. Hyun-jong is very worried, but you should start worrying only when the dilation increases by more than 10 centimeters, and now the likelihood of aortic rupture is very small. Hyun-jong understood all this perfectly well, but he insisted on additional examination. While there is a small chance of rupture, it should be examined, because even a slight dissection can eventually collapse and become a threat to the patient's life. The head doctor agreed with him, but Mr. Hen seemed not. So he started shouting at the doctor and asking why he was listening to this intern. For him, all this was funny. The expansion of the mediastinum seemed like some kind of fantasy to him, and this trainee is exactly the same. He is generally surprised that he was able to perform intubation. Hyun-jong decided not to react to the man's words, so he turned to the chief surgeon and asked him if it was possible to confirm the diagnosis in this hospital. The doctor replied that in theory it was possible. The guy decided that if the diagnosis was confirmed, the patient should undergo immediate surgery. But the doctor explained that this is impossible, since the hospital currently does not have enough specialists who could do this. The guy was very upset. There must be a way to help this patient and not let him die. While Hyun-jong was trying to figure out how to act, the patient's time was slowly running out, and the chances were decreasing with each passing second. The guy couldn't come up with anything, so he asked the senior doctor to transfer the patient to another hospital, where they could perform the operation. Hyun didn't stop yelling at him and pointing fingers at him. Who does this intern think he is? But Hyun-jong continued to ignore this underdeveloped man and tried to show on the X-ray where he saw the expansion of the mediastinum so that it would be easier for the doctors from the other hospital. Here I remembered the words of Lee Kyung-suk, who said that even if Hyun-jong becomes a good doctor, in any case, without a certain authority, he will not be allowed to do his job efficiently. But nevertheless, the idea of transferring the patient to another hospital was carried out, and Hyun-jong still handed over the patient's card. He was taken by ambulance to the nearest hospital where he was to undergo surgery. This was the only option. Mr. Hen, for unknown reasons, still could not calm down and tried to scream. But the chief surgeon asked him to calm down and take him away from the intern. Hyun-jong thought for a while and decided that he had done everything in his power, so he should continue working. The head nurse of the department, Ying Sun-lai, just came up to meet him and was quite pleasant to talk to. He decided to ask her how many years had she been working at Gangju Hospital. She replied that it's been about 20 years, and she's very sorry that this hospital is being closed. But she decided not to be upset and ask how the guy's working day was. The guy decided not to hide his disappointment, because he was sent to Gyeongju Hospital after he found out that there was not enough medical staff there. But he did not think that there were even fewer patients here. And it was also a huge disappointment to see how hospital staff are not eager to even try to help people. They simply send them to another hospital. She told him that most likely it was because this hospital was being sold. But the guy didn't understand what difference it would make, because all the staff would move to the new place in the same way. But the nurse partially disagreed with him, because only the building, equipment, nurses, and administrative staff would be transferred. She also said that doctors will have to compete with each other to work here. Then the guy didn't understand anything at all, unless if you work well now, won't it give a guarantee in the future that you will be kept at work? The nurse was not sure, but according to the employees, all employers have already been appointed, so the doctors who worked here will leave this building. She added that, in addition, young staff have already left for more promising cities, and those who have been working for a long time are thinking of finding a job closer to home or even retiring. The guy was very sad to hear this, because he found himself in a place where he did not expect to be at all. He believed that this was all because of the politicians. If this was really the case, he would not be able to do anything and would not change the order here. In any case, the nurse was glad that the patient was admitted today, because usually they are immediately transferred to another hospital, because they know that it is always quiet and there are no good specialists. Hyun-jong suddenly asked her if she liked her job. He didn't wait for an answer and said that he always thought that working in an emergency room wasn't that difficult. But he never understood why the doctors here were always so irritated. She didn't know how to answer him. But to be honest, she also started to get a little nervous when the patient arrived, because she hadn't seriously taken on someone's treatment for a long time. At 5:30 in the morning, the woman was awakened by some sounds that made it so difficult to sleep. She went out to check what happened and saw Hyun-jong getting ready to go somewhere. He saw the woman leave the room and immediately ask for forgiveness. He planned to leave quietly, but apparently the light woke her up. The woman was surprised that he was going to work so early, but he reassured her and said that he was going to Seoul to take a written exam, and the shuttle bus leaves early in the morning. She was scared that this would take a long time, but he reassured her and said that she had misunderstood him. The guy would return back in the evening because he had work tomorrow. The woman was happy and said that she would be rooting for him and worrying about him, so that he would do well in the exam and come back as soon as possible. Hyun-jong arrived at Daehan Hospital without incident and immediately went to the emergency room professor, who asked him if he had changed his mind about applying for the general surgery cycle. But the guy was confident in his choice and still wanted to follow his dream, so general surgery awaited him. Then they started talking about Gyeongju, and the guy told the professor that he had been working there for about a month, and the state of the hospital there was so terrible, and there were no patients. The professor asked him for forgiveness. If only he had known that the branch was in such a state, he would never have sent him there. There was simply no other choice at that moment. But the guy wasn't offended by him. On the contrary, he's starting to like it there. He's even gotten used to the area, and so far everything suits him. Moreover, Hyun-jong passed today's exam perfectly, and all this thanks to Gyeongju, where he has a lot of free time, which he devoted to studying. Then the professor congratulated him and reminded him that his interview was in mid-December, so that he wouldn't get too busy and forget. But he understood that Vice President P would never accept him for general surgery, as he had promised. Therefore, the professor decided to ask what the guy will do if he is not hired after a job interview. Hyun-jong thought and said that he would most likely apply to other institutions and try to get a job there. The professor asked him if he would be worried that he would not be able to work at Daehan University Hospital, but the guy didn't care. The main thing was practice and more patience, and he didn't care where it would be. The chief then stood up and said that now he was sure that everything would be fine with the guy, even if he was not taken to the Deccan Hospital, but asked him to be careful when he went out. Little by little, Hyun-jong began to get used to the monotonous life in Gyeongju. He had been working there for quite a long time, and December came, the month when his fate would be decided. At this time, the hospital staff finally became real colleagues for him, and not strangers, and it was much easier to work. Although there was still one person who was unfriendly towards him, it was the same Mr. Hen, who for some unknown reason was constantly angry. Every day the number of patients decreased, and Hyun-jong began to spend more time walking and studying than working with patients. He himself could not understand for himself whether he liked it or not. Unexpectedly, during a walk, Hyun-jong met a professor who over time began to treat him better and better. He approached him, and they started talking about how useful it was to go out and take a walk in the fresh air. The professor asked when his interview was and whether he was ready for it. Hyun-jong reminded him that he would be leaving tomorrow morning, and of course he was ready. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. The doctor told him that the guy had great potential and advised him to go to the main office, because only there he could reveal it and become a real specialist. But the guy thought that it was too difficult for him, so most likely he wouldn't go there. The professor was very surprised by these words. Hyun-jong told the story for which he was sent here. The professor didn't even think that the guy could have been sent here because of a disciplinary sanction, but Hyun-jong didn't regret anything. Because he saved the patient, and that's the main thing. Besides, he really likes it in Gyeongju. Everyone here treats him so well, and life has been much easier. Of course, he was sad that he would not be accepted into this hospital because of the sale of the branch, but he was not going to give up his dream because of such little things that happened to him. Hyun-jong was sure that everything was ahead. The head doctor decided to support him and said that a person like Hyun-jong, who cares so much about patients, cannot do anything wrong. People simply do not understand him. The professor said that he began to think about a lot of things since Hyun-jong arrived. He watched how the young guy did his job efficiently and began to ask himself what kind of doctor he was and how he copes with his obligations. Perhaps he forgot the basic duties of medical workers due to the fact that he was too absorbed in hospital affairs. But thanks to the young Dr. Yang, who arrived just 3 months ago, gave him the opportunity to realize everything and remember who he really is. At first, the guy didn't know how to react to this, but still said that he was just doing his job and trying to be a good doctor. The professor decided to make fun of him and asked him if he does what the guy does. Does that mean he's not a doctor? But it didn't matter, because the professor had another very important question that he had been wanting to ask for a long time. The chief surgeon asked the guy if he liked fried meat. Hyun-jong was surprised by such a question and knew what to answer. The fact was that the professor had long wanted to invite his good friends to have lunch together at his favorite establishment, but it seemed that the atmosphere there was not very good. He noticed that it had been a long time since Dr. Yang came to see them, and they still hadn't gone out to lunch together, so he decided that this was the best time. Hyun was unhappy because the doctor invited him here under the pretext of having a drink. He didn't think that Hyun-jong, whom he doesn't like, would be here. Unexpectedly for him, the guy decided to ask for forgiveness for what he did last time. He made a stupid mistake, and he is very sorry for it. So he asks to forgive him, and became a little better and said that it was a long time ago, and he had completely forgotten about it. The professor praised both of them. Conflicts happen, but over time, overcoming all difficulties, we learn from our mistakes and do not allow them to be repeated. It sounded like a toast, so they decided to drink to it and bury the hatchet. But Mr. Heng didn't say everything yet. He admitted that Dr. Yang is a very capable employee. But at that moment with the operation, what was he going to do? He has nothing against it. Just knowing the situation of the hospital, he believed that it would be more correct to immediately transport the patient to another place. And to be honest, he believed that there was absolutely nothing to do in their hospital. Therefore, he decided to give him some more advice. Namely, not to go out of his way to help the patient, especially since truly sick people don't even go to Gyeongju Hospital. Hyun-jong, of course, understood everything, but he asked to explain the expression of truly sick patients. Is it really possible, in Mr. Heng's opinion, that there are fake doctors who could treat such non-sick patients? The big man again did not understand what he said and began to get angry. He believed that he simply gave some important advice to the young doctor, and he again began to be rude to him and call him a fake doctor. Hyun-jong explained to him. He apologized for his rash actions in an emergency situation, but not because Hyun was right. He continued and said that he could not stop treating a patient just because the hospital did not have enough equipment. Finally, Hyun realized that the guy was talking about him and that he was not a real doctor, because, as a doctor, Ha-yoon considered Ha-yoon absolutely useless. The professor tried to calm them both down and continue to have dinner and drinks in peace, but it seemed useless to do so. After which, when turned around and left without saying another word, and the professor was very upset that they could not have lunch in a friendly atmosphere. The next day, Mr. Heng went out to smoke in the backyard and thought about Dr. Yang's words. He remembered every phrase that he said to him. Is this guy really examining the patient and making a diagnosis? But he immediately forgot about it and still decided for himself that he was just a kid who thought a lot about himself. The nurse who works at the post was very surprised that Dr. Hen came to work so early today. Usually there is no one else at this time. After which he saw the same woman who regularly comes for diabetes medications and thought about something. He nevertheless decided to ask her why she came so early, because her medications that he prescribed for her should not have run out so quickly. She still decided to admit to him that she still felt pain in her arms, and it was hard for her to endure them every day. He didn't expect to hear this and asked her to follow him, when wanted to help her. At this time, Ha-yoon just arrived at work, who was in a great mood today and was ready to get to work. But he immediately became a little upset because there was not a single patient in the department. Before he had time to come to his senses, Hen ran up to him and handed him a card of some patient. He brought him the results of an examination of the patient to establish an accurate diagnosis. As it turned out, these were studies of the same elderly woman about whom they then made a fuss. Ha-yoon even admitted that Hyun-jo's diagnosis was correct, and he was too hasty in prescribing the same drug. Their dialogue was also joined by the same elderly woman who was very pleased that they were finally taking care of her. But she wanted to add something else separately to Dr. Yang, who initiated a new treatment for her. She said that Dr. Hen said that she needed surgery to help her get rid of the pain in her arms. Hyun-jo didn't expect this from the very morning. Did Dr. Ha-yoon come to his senses and start doing his job? But still, he answered the woman that, given that drug treatment did not help her, he also believed that it would be better to undergo surgical intervention. The woman was delighted by these words and said that she would immediately sign up for the operation and thanked Dr. Yang for this. He also added before going to change clothes that if a woman decides to have surgery, she needs to take the necessary tests and collect some documents. The nurse will be happy to take on this work. The guy felt a little ashamed that he treated Hen like that, because after all, he is a doctor. After Ha-yoon informed the chief surgeon about the operation, they began preparing for it and communicated at the same time. The head doctor said that Dr. Hen was not like that. He used to be one of the best doctors of this hospital and was considered a young talent. He asked Dr. Yang to understand this, although it is almost impossible. But Hyun is a good person and a doctor. It's just that the circumstances turned out that way. Therefore, he suggested that Dr. Yang once again gather in some restaurant, but only after the operation. Hyun-jun seemed not to mind, but asked him to wait. He would come soon. The surgeon made the necessary notes to quickly begin the operation, and they will begin soon. The woman was very worried that she would be in pain, so she constantly asked the doctors when it would end. Dr. Yang explained to her that she would be under anesthesia and would not feel anything, especially since this operation was not so complicated, and it would end quickly. They began the operation and carefully made the first incision. Ha-yoon watched this, and memories came flooding back to him, since Professor Song is excellent with both hands. He remembered the surgeons from Seoul. They worked well with the surgeon and performed the work as one whole organism. The operation was in full swing, and they just went inside the arm with a camera and began to examine everything there in detail. Hyun-jong was surprised that Professor Sun's movements were so fast. Even considering the fact that they had not operated for a long time, he was doing great. The guy thought how wonderful it would be for this doctor to be transferred to a university hospital. because it seems he can teach a lot. The doctor asked the guy to give him a saline solution to wash the wound, and the guy reached for it. But suddenly he felt this vibration again, but he still didn't understand where it came from and why only he heard it. The professor asked the guy not to sleep and still give him the saline solution. While the doctor carefully washed the wound, Hyun-jong wondered why no one feels it except him. Ronnie seems to know the source of this vibration, as he has detected signs of an earthquake of at least magnitude 6, and the vibration will only get worse. The guy understood that if an earthquake started, it would be very difficult to complete the operation, so he had to hurry the professor with it. He immediately asked the professor to complete the operation as soon as possible, but the surgeon did not understand why such a rush. Hyun-jong thought about it, because he didn't know how else he could explain to the professor that he needed to finish the operation. He had to come up with a good reason. But as soon as he wanted to name the reason, the doctor extended his hand with the instrument and invited him to try it himself. The guy was slightly surprised by this proposal, because he is a trainee, and should he try to operate? The surgeon explained to him that it was clear from the guy that he was working hard and wanted to try to put stitches, and he was giving him such an opportunity, so go ahead. Hyun-jong happily agreed, because he had always dreamed of this. And finally this moment had come, but the professor asked him not to rush and act carefully. But at the same moment, Dr. Yang understood that he needed to finish this as soon as possible, because Ronnie was not just talking about the earthquake. As soon as he got to work, Ronnie began to literally scream. Because the seismic wave of the first earthquake would be in 20 seconds, and he needed to hurry. Hyun-jong tried to sew as quickly as possible, but at the same time carefully. But time was not going in his favor. The surgeon carefully watched the guy. He always knew that Dr. Yang was good at medicine, but to such an extent he stitched up so quickly that some experienced doctors could not do that. Ronnie announced the beginning of the earthquake, and it needs to be finished right now. Pieces of the wall began to fall from the ceiling, and the medical staff did not understand what was happening. But the guy was not distracted at that moment and continued to do his job because the patient was still on the operating table. Everything started to collapse, and it was time to leave there themselves. But they can't, because the operation is still going on. The guy only had 3 stitches left, and he could finish, but would he make it? He was too focused and did not hear the surgeon shouting to him that the lamp had broken, and the light would go out. After the lamp broke and the light disappeared, the entire medical staff was very scared and began to look for each other in the dark. But Ronnie and Hyun-jong were not going to abandon the patient and used infrared mode to complete the operation. Emergency power was immediately turned on, and the medical staff was ready to continue the operation. The surgeon at first did not understand where Dr. Yang was, but after he looked towards the patient, he saw him nearby. The guy turned to them and showed that everything was fine and everything was fine with him. But the professor noticed the guy was bleeding, but Hyun-jong calmed him down. Something probably fell on his head, but he feels fine. After which the doctor drew attention to the patient's hand, which was bandaged, and essentially the operation was completed. But how did this happen? It wasn't fresh. The doctor was sure that he did not have time to stitch the wound, but they closed the wound with a pressure bandage. This is very bad. The professor decided to ask if Hyun-jong had ever had surgery with a syndrome like this woman's. Hyun-jong performed several operations virtually with Ronnie, but he couldn't tell it. Therefore, I decided to say that I attended several operations with the same diagnosis. But they were interrupted by one of the nurses, who said that now was not the time to talk. They needed to first move to a safe place. They went in different directions, and Hyun-jong ran to the patient. Hyun-jong suggested to the doctor that he should go first, and the guy would take care of the patient, especially since the grandmother was not at all against it. First of all, the doctor decided to run to check on the inpatients who were still in the wards, and then move to a safe place. The grandmother also noticed that the young doctor was bleeding, but he calmed her down and said that everything was fine, but they needed to go downstairs immediately. Ronnie warned that repeated waves were expected in 5 minutes, and Hyun-Joon needed to hurry down to a safe place. Hyun-Joon decided that it would be best to run towards the steps, where it would be much safer. They ran to the steps, and he carefully lowered the granny to the ground and told her that now she would need to carefully go down. Just as they were about to go down, they heard someone coming down from the upper floors and shining a flashlight at them. It was one of the hospital security guards who walked through the clinic and looked for those who did not have time to leave. Hyun-Joon explained to him that they had just finished the operation and immediately left. The guard said that there was also an operation on the 6th floor, but everyone had already left from there. But the guy heard a human voice upstairs, begging for help. So he ran upstairs. The guard tried to stop him, because he was sure that there was no one left above. He explained to him that he heard a human voice and would go check it again, and asked him to bring the patient downstairs. The guard did not understand how he heard something, because it was quiet and not a sound was heard. It was very strange. On the lower floor, meanwhile, Hen was counting the patients and medical staff who had come down. He counted all but one, but could not understand who he had missed. Wen turned to the security guard and decided to check with him. Or did he take everyone out of the wards and was there no one left? The guard was sure that he had checked all the rooms, even looked under the beds. Although, if he thought about it, he remembered that one of the doctors ran upstairs because he heard the patient's voice. Wen immediately realized that the young doctor the guard was talking about was Dr. Yang, who would never leave a patient to die and would probably go to save him. As soon as he decided to follow him, Hyun-Joon came down and seems not to be alone. He was carrying a patient and the patient appears to be in poor condition. Hyun immediately took this patient away from him. Dr. Yang told him that he fell out of bed and had a hematoma. Hyun would take him to the X-ray room, and Hyun-Joon told him to go treat his wounds. Hyun-Joon tried to say that he was fine, but Hyun insisted on it, because the wounded doctor is also a patient and he cannot treat others, so he should treat his wounds. Dr. Yang was amazed by these words and realized that it was worth listening. The security guard approached the guy and thanked him for his help, because if not Dr. Yang, then he would have made a big mistake, and they would have lost the man. But the guy added that, thanks to this little man, all the other patients are safe and are not in danger, so there is no need to worry too much. Therefore, the guard decided to go see how things were going outside and then return. Hyun-Joon was very exhausted from all this, so he decided to sit down and rest for a while. Ronnie also said that there is no need to expect an earthquake in the near future. The guy remembered that he forgot to thank Ronnie for helping him find his patient using temperature analysis. Otherwise, Hyun-Joon simply would not have been able to find him behind that bed. But Ronnie told him that he simply helped him reveal his potential. Suddenly, Hyun-Joon's cell phone rang, and the number was very strange. The guy nevertheless picked up the phone, in which he heard a female voice, who screamed very loudly and introduced herself as Chang-Jun's mother. She reported that Sun's mother had lost consciousness and was not feeling well. The woman said that after the earthquake she had a sharp stomachache, so they called an ambulance, but they didn't have any free cars. The woman asked for help because they didn't know what to do. Hyun spoke very loudly, trying to clarify whether the woman saw water or blood flowing out from under the woman. But the woman was very panicked and could not tell him anything for sure. He realized that he needed to see them immediately and said that he would be there soon. But in the meantime, he asked to find out what blood type his mother had. The woman answered him that Group B, but she didn't understand why he needed this information. She just had a stomachache. His mother asked him to come quickly, because she could no longer stand it. Hyun-Joon immediately found the chief surgeon, because he could only ask for time off from him. But besides this, He wanted to ask for a kit for resuscitation of newborns. The surgeon was very surprised at such a request. Why did he need it? The guy explained that the owner of the house where he lives is pregnant, and after the earthquake she developed symptoms that he had not noticed before. Dr. Yak suspects placental abruption. The surgeon was shocked. Could this really have happened because of an earthquake? But this was not the worst thing. But the fact that an ambulance with such a road was unlikely to get there, and it would be difficult to help it. The guy told him that this is why he asked for the kit. He is going to go there himself and help the poor woman. The surgeon understood that such a procedure was difficult to do alone, but there was no choice. He asked him to change clothes and disinfect himself, while he prepared everything he needed. Hyun-jong very quickly changed his clothes, and just as quickly the chief surgeon packed a bag for him that contained everything he needed for resuscitation, even blood for a transfusion. He thanked the doctor and said that he would be back soon. The man understood that entrusting such work to an intern was very dangerous, but unfortunately there was no other option. Besides, Mr. Yang was not an ordinary intern, so he was sure that the guy could handle it. He ran until he was stopped by a dead end that was impossible to get through, but the guy had very little time left. Hyun-jong realized that the earthquake was much stronger than he and Ronnie expected, and everything around was destroyed. But he almost arrived at the place. He was at home over the hill, and it seems he has no other options. Hyun-jong couldn't think of anything better than to cross this wall and thus get to the house. Because of the earthquake, the ground was very soft, and this prevented him from moving normally, so his speed dropped greatly. Ronnie at one point warned Hyun-jong that his legs would soon start to fail if he continued down this path. Also, he did not have time to warn about the landslide, when an avalanche of sand was already falling on the guy, and he had to immediately run away. He tried to run as fast as possible, but it was very difficult, because his legs literally sunk under the sand. Hyun-jong simply couldn't move anymore, so he decided to hide behind a tree and pray that the avalanche wouldn't get him. He closed his eyes and hoped that he would be lucky. And so it happened. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was very lucky that he was not covered with sand. But there was no time to rest. He needed to go home quickly. As soon as he walked a few meters forward, a tree fell on him, which almost crushed him. He held it at the last moment. Ronnie saw that the guy had a hand injury and offered to conduct an analysis. But Hyun-jong refused, because there was no time. He needed to save the mother and child. Meanwhile, the mother was already holding on with all her strength. Such pain was very difficult to bear. But she was lucky, because Hyun-jong, whom they had been waiting for, finally arrived, and he immediately asked where his mother was. He was taken to her, and she looked very bad outwardly. She needed a closer look. He immediately removed the bag and asked her permission to palpate her abdomen so that he could determine her condition. At first it was difficult to determine what was wrong, but after a few presses it became clear that there was too much empty space in the stomach. At first he thought that it was due to placental abruption, but then he realized that it was not so simple. Did she really have a hematoma between the placenta and the uterus? Then this will explain to him why she is releasing so much blood. First, he decided to stop the bleeding. Hyun-jong immediately put in a system and began a blood transfusion to prevent her from bleeding to death. Next, he decided to listen to the fetal heartbeat, which fortunately was good, 130 beats per minute, and this is the norm. But there is still a problem that Hyun-jong will now have to tell the child's father. He took off the phonendoscope and said that everything was fine with the child, but he would have to give birth now. The father was shocked. Is it really necessary to give birth right now, and in this house? Hyun-jong closed his eyes and decided to concentrate. He understood that if they were in the hospital, she would have had a cesarean section. But it wouldn't work out that way. Would he be able to deliver the baby? But the memories of his little friend, whom he lost, made him no longer hesitate and make quick and correct decisions. Hyun-jong decided that there was no other option, and they would give birth here. So he asked Ronnie to help him, and he asked Joan's mom to prepare warm water and clean towels. Next, he asked to lay the woman in labor on a firm and level place, which he did well. He tried to calm the woman down and asked her to breathe evenly and slowly. Hyun-jong assured her that this would last for a few minutes, so she didn't have to worry. As soon as Jun's mother finished the guy's task with the past, he immediately asked her to call the hospital and ask for helicopter support, since there will be a newborn, and he needs to be urgently taken to the hospital. Hyun-jong decided to first conduct an ultrasound to understand the condition of the fetus. The father and mother were not against it. He began the procedure and noticed that the baby's heart rate was slowly decreasing, and the bleeding was so severe that it would be difficult to use the labor stimulator. Now Hyun-jong's main task is to save the child, and he promised himself that he would do everything possible to make this happen. Therefore, Ronnie needed help more than ever. He asked him to secrete a special hormone that would help the uterus contract and induce labor. As soon as they did this, Hyun-jong took his place and began to receive the child, but nothing happened. It was very strange because labor should have already begun. Something was wrong here. Ronnie suggested that the fetus has problems with coming out. Most likely one of his shoulders rests on the pubic bone, which prevents him from coming out into the world. The guy understood that if nothing was done, the fetus could simply die. Hyun-jong could not choose the method by which he would save the child. There was no time. He needed to decide quickly. Ronnie is at his best today, and suggested that, of all that Hyun-jong had listed in his head, Mac Roberts' maneuver would be the best way out in this situation. The guy did not wait and asked the father to change the mother's position so that he could pull out the fetus. He asked him to lift and hold his mother's legs until he said it was enough. He also instructed him to press hard on the place where Hyun-jong's hand is now, but only on command. Everything was ready to start, so Hyun-jong asked his father to get ready. All these actions were observed by Mr. Allen, who was very interested in seeing Hyun-jong's abilities. Granny and her grandchildren were very worried about their mother, but could not leave the room. Mr. Allen said that everything went well, but he himself didn't know how it would all end. He could only hope that Hyun-jong would cope, because now he still couldn't help. Suddenly the house became very quiet, and the mother stopped screaming. He went out to see how things were going there, and saw Hyun-jong holding the child in his arms. Did it really happen? Hyun-jong wrapped him in a blanket and laid him on his mother. Everything went well, and everything would be fine with the child. Now the whole family was near the small child and her mother. It seemed that everything went quite successfully, and there was no longer any reason to worry. But a woman ran into the room and said that the helicopter would not be able to arrive, and she did not know what to do. Hyun-jong froze in place, because he did not expect this. The child urgently needs to be examined and vaccinated. The guy understood that he had done everything in his power without a helicopter. He would not be able to deliver either the child or the woman in labor to the hospital. And there is not enough blood left to complete the transfusion. This can all end sadly if the patient is not hospitalized. Therefore, the guy did not hesitate for a long time and offered to get to the hospital on his own, because if he needed to perform an operation, Hyun-jong would not be able to perform it. Her husband was scared that she was unwell, but Hyun-jong reassured him that the danger was now over, but the birth was difficult, and complications were possible, and here he would not help her in any way. Before they could finish speaking, the earthquake started again, and everyone had to evacuate the house. Jun's mother and her child were the last to run out, and it seems that she and her child are about to be crushed by a piece of the house. It's good that Mr. Allen was there, who managed to break a piece of the wall in time and save the mother and child. Hyun-jong watched all this and was no longer sure that they would get to the hospital. It was too dangerous outside. and the earthquake began too unexpectedly. But in any case, they cannot stay here either, because the mother and child are in danger, and the hospital is much safer. The guy closed his eyes and couldn't figure out what to do, and how to find a solution to this problem. Suddenly, he felt a cold breeze that surrounded him, and he opened his eyes. He saw a huge helicopter descending towards them. Did they really fly to their aid? Hyun-jong called for them to come quickly, because there was a patient who was giving birth. She needs to be hospitalized first. He quickly briefed the emergency doctors. The guy told them that there was an unplanned birth due to placental abruption, which happened due to the earthquake. The child was healthy, but the mother needed surgery. But the doctors said that they had received a request from a VIP client and would only save him. After such words, Hyun-jong got angry and took the gurney from them. It seemed to him that he didn't care who they flew to, because they would take a woman and a child. They shouted to him that they would not take anyone away, because they had a request for a VIP client, and they were not supposed to. The guy responded by saying that now the mother and child are VIP clients for them. Have the doctors really stopped caring so much about the patients? If a person is not a VIP client, then you can't expect help? The doctor suddenly felt ashamed and tried to make excuses, but it turned out very poorly. Nevertheless, the guy persuaded them, and they took the mother and child to the hospital. Now all that remained was to deliver them safely. But Hyun-jong was confident in himself and his words for a reason, because he understood that among them was the very VIP client who called this helicopter. And this man was Mr. Allen, who silently and modestly stood aside. Ronnie got all the necessary information about this man on the same day they first met. According to Ronnie, it was the founder of Health Olympus, Jeffrey Allen, and Ronnie is 98% sure of this. So the guy knew very well who this man was, but until that moment he did not want to reveal his cards. But the man pretended that he did not understand what Hyun-jong was talking about, and decided that he urgently needed to go home, because he had been away for a long time. Still, the guy was upset, because thanks to Mr. Allen, he learned a lot, and it was very pleasant for him to talk to him. Finally, Mr. Allen said that it was time for him to go. And the guy shouldn't stay in this town either, because he deserves better. He wished him good luck and see you soon. They will definitely see each other again. After Mr. Allen left, Hyun-jong decided not to waste time and ran to the hospital to help other patients. He was very lucky that he found a road that was not damaged by the earthquake. It used to be a small detour, but now it is the only road through which you can get to the hospital. Then suddenly a guy jumped out in front of him in an ambulance, who had fallen into a hole and could not get out of it. The guy thanked the paramedic for picking him up and giving him a ride all the way to the hospital. But the doctor was even more grateful to him for pushing the car and helping him get out of the hole. The paramedic said that the situation in the city is very difficult now. There are a lot of victims. But it's very difficult for him to work now, because his father suffered from the earthquake no less than the others. He cut himself very badly and is not feeling well. Hyun-jong felt very sorry for the guy. He knew what it was like to worry about his parents, but he was sure that everything would work out and be fine. The guy stopped abruptly and fell silent. Hyun-jong tried to find out from him what happened, but the guy only said house 105. As it turned out, his parents lived in this house, and it seems their apartment is on fire right now. The guy immediately ran inside with Hyun-jong to help his parents, because it seemed that only their apartment was on fire. But unfortunately, as soon as Hyun-jong ran inside, he burned himself on the railing and was in great pain. Now he himself needs help. The paramedics saw this and asked Mr. Yang to return to the car so that he would not get hurt more, because the only way to go up was the stairs. But Hyun-jong understood that he couldn't cope alone and there wasn't much time left to decide who would go where. So he said that he would definitely go with him. The guy was silent, but was clearly grateful to Hyun-jong for his help. Through the pain, Hyun-jong tried to climb the stairs and not pay attention to the pain, but it was very difficult. As it turned out, he not only had a burn but also a broken arm. Ronnie releases special substances into the body to reduce the pain. But in any case, they will not last forever. But Hyun-jong couldn't do anything about it. He was too bad and in pain to come up with something. When they went up to the floor they needed, they saw a fire there that stretched across the entire floor, and with every second it became more difficult to breathe. So the paramedic wet the cloth with water and gave it to Hyun-jong. This should help, and they will be able to breathe for a while. They both knew that they had to breathe carefully and not quickly, because by inhaling a large amount of smoke, you could lose consciousness and never leave this building. The door that they needed so much was already in front of them, but they couldn't just enter it. So the paramedic warned Hyun-jong to be careful when they entered, because the fire would become much larger. And he was absolutely right. As soon as they opened the doors, the fire seemed to attack them, and it was difficult to do anything about it. Therefore, I had to take a fire extinguisher and put out the fire in order to at least see something. The guy started calling his mother and father, but it seems they were no longer in the apartment and they left. But Hyun-jong, with the help of Ronnie, saw someone on the balcony. Perhaps these were the guy's parents. And so it turned out, they were sitting on the balcony and waiting for certain death. But now they had hope because they had come to save them. The paramedic was incredibly glad that everything was fine with them, according to the mother. She was not in pain, but the father lost consciousness. Ronnie carried out an analysis and realized that the patient had shallow breathing, but it would be difficult to help him here. First, they need to be taken out. Hyun-jong took over his father, and the guy took his mother in his arms, and they began to leave from there. Hyun-jong's arm was already hurting a lot, so he asked Ronnie to release even more substances to absorb the pain. Ronnie tried to dissuade him, because he had already allocated a lot, but he did not want to listen to him and simply asked him to do it. A few minutes later, they ran out of the building and appeared to be fine. They immediately put the paramedic's father in the car, and it was necessary to begin providing first aid, which is what Hyun-jong will do. To begin with, he decided to normalize breathing, so he will immediately begin intubation. But as soon as he checked the patient's upper respiratory tract, he realized that they were burned by smoke, and now it was impossible to intubate. So he decided to do a tracheotomy and asked his friend for a scalpel and a sterile wipe. But Dr. Ian's hand was in very bad condition, and Ronnie was tired of warning him about the consequences of releasing endorphins. He really wouldn't advise him to do this, because if Hyun-jong continues to release endorphins, then he will have a high chance of getting a serious illness or worse, cancer. The guy remembered what he and the vice president talked about before he left for Gyeongju. He warned him to protect himself first, otherwise they would not see each other again. After which he remembered in Jin's little friend, who didn't say anything to him, but just smiled and was glad to see Hyun-jong. From that moment on, he stopped doubting anything and told this system to hell. He would no longer doubt anything and asked Ronnie to release even more endorphins. Now Hyun-jong will never run away from problems, but will solve them first. Hyun-jong carefully processed the lesion and began making the cut to normalize breathing. The paramedic tried to find out how Hyun-jong himself was doing, because he didn't look very good, but the guy didn't answer him, only about his father. After the guy's breathing has normalized, the patient should be checked for carbon monoxide poisoning, so Hyun-jong asked to find some kind of machine in the car that can do this. The guy quickly found a special device, which Hyun-jong asked him to install, and he began infusing Ringer's solution to ensure the normal state of the body. Hyun-jong calculated the area of the burn and the approximate weight of the patient, so he quickly found the right amount of this solution and administered it immediately. The guy discovered that the body was poisoned with carbon monoxide, But this was not critical if the percentage of this substance did not exceed 20%. Hyun-jong knew that people who smoke have approximately 10% of this substance in their body, but if it is more than 30%, then complications are observed. But if it is more than 60%, then it is unfortunately fatal. After testing, the guy's father had 16%, which was within the normal range, and you don't have to worry about it. Fortunately, the number turned out to be lower than expected. Hyun-jong got out of the car and reassured the guy's mother, who was so worried about her husband. Fortunately, everything went well, and at the moment his health is not in danger. The level of carbon monoxide emissions is low, and Hyun-jong assumed that this was all thanks to the woman who dragged her husband to a place where there was the least smoke, and this helped to avoid severe poisoning. She immediately fell to her knees and began to thank Hyun-jong for his help. It was too much for him, so he asked her to get up, because he had done nothing like that. They immediately went to the hospital so that there would be no consequences from such injuries, and the paramedics saw Hyun-jong's hand, which was very blue. But Hyun-jong assured him that he was fine and it was nothing, but the guy understood that there was at least a fracture, and it was all because of him. He thought about how this guy carried his father with such an injury, and then saved his life. He realized that if he had not picked up Mr. Yang on the way to the house, he would never have met him, and then he would not be able to save his parents, who are alive thanks to Hyun-jong. The paramedic believed that this man was sent from heaven to protect his family. At that moment, the head doctor of Gyeongju Hospital called Hyun-jong and wanted to know where the guy was now. He told him that they were traveling in an ambulance with an emergency patient from Songdo. The professor was worried that they could get there, because he had heard that the road was completely broken and there were a lot of accidents along the way. Hyun-jong even managed to joke in such a situation and said that he was now driving with the best driver he knew, so everything would be fine. He told the professor that he had provided first aid, so he wanted to know if there were any free beds in the hospital. But the professor could not promise him anything, since they themselves were completely overwhelmed. Patients were coming in droves. He said that it seems there was a massive accident on the road, and most of the cars lost control. Some flew off the sidewalk, which led to numerous injuries. He also added that gas leaks occurred at industrial complexes due to the earthquake, and many people were gassed. And now the hospital in Gyeongju is in an emergency situation. All the patients are in a difficult condition. There may not be enough beds. As soon as Hyun-jong entered the hospital, he immediately began helping other doctors save all the patients. He noticed a lot of new medical staff that he had never seen before, so he decided to ask the nurse who they all were. She told him that these were emergency doctors who were sent here from other hospitals. The government declared a state of emergency, and even some doctors flew here by helicopter. The guy never thought that he would be able to experience an emergency in his life, and even in the role of a doctor. He looked around to see if someone needed help, and saw a man who he seemed to have wounded before seeing somewhere, but could not remember where. Ronnie distracted him and warned him to be careful, because there would be aftershocks. The guy didn't think that they might think about him, so he shouted to everyone to get ready. Now there will be aftershocks. But before he had time to say it, a second later, it really shook, and very violently. At that moment, it was necessary to protect the patients who were unconscious. It seems the earthquake is over, and at first glance, nothing terrible happened. But then a nurse ran towards him across the entire corridor, panicking and calling for Dr. Yang. As soon as she came running, she said that Dr. Song was calling him, who wanted Hyun-jong to go up to the operating room. At that moment, quite unpleasant things were happening in the operating room. One of the surgeons, after another earthquake, decided to leave the operating room without finishing the operation. He said directly that he was not going to risk his life while in this hospital, No one knows when the next wave of earthquakes will happen, which could be his last. Without listening to what his colleagues wanted to tell him, he simply turned around and left. At that moment, Dr. Yang appeared near the operating room, who heard every word of this doctor and was disgusted to even look at him. The professor told him that he would explain everything, but first he needed to change clothes to begin operations. But it seems the guy didn't listen to him and continued to head somewhere. Dr. Song and Hyun entered the operating room, but the chief surgeon could no longer continue the operation. He had completely different thoughts in his head. The medical staff tried to tell him that the patient was lying with an open abdominal injury and was bleeding. In any case, he needed to be operated on and the wound sutured. Hyun-jong, who entered the operating room immediately after him, told him that if he did nothing, the patient would die, and this could not be allowed to happen. The thing was that the doctor began to worry about another earthquake. Would they be able to survive if it happened again? The entire medical staff froze and did not know what to say. They simply did not think about it and were ready to continue the operation no matter what happened. After which, the anesthesiologist added that the medical staff leaves the operating room when the operation is completed, and until that moment, no matter how difficult it was, they continued. The nurses completely agreed with him. Now the confidence of the chief surgeon of the hospital had grown. He was sure that he could cope with these people. They were much stronger than the surgeon who escaped. The patient was a 53-year-old man, and his main problem was a ruptured carotid artery, but the operation had to be interrupted due to abdominal bleeding. The medical staff and anesthesiologist suggested starting with surgical control of the wounds and stopping the bleeding first, because this would give them time to think about what to do next. But the chief surgeon thought again and understood that this level of surgery was not for him. He might simply not be able to cope and the patient would die. Something else needed to be done. Hyun-jong tried to persuade him, but it seems that words of support do not work, and Mr. Song continued to stand and not move, and the patient's time was slowly running out. The guy tried to convey to him that if he left now, he would later regret what he had done all his life. He understood every word of Dr. Yang and agreed with him 100%. This is his hospital, and he won't be able to escape, so he needs to perform an operation. But Dr. Song cannot start it. His skills do not allow him to do this. So he thought and ordered Dr. Yang to start the operation. The guy was shocked by such a proposal. As he was a young trainee, he would be able to perform such a complex operation, and how his colleagues would react to it. The surgeon understood that in reality, Hyun-jong's skills were much higher than his. He was not an ordinary intern who was just learning, and it was time to prove it in practice. The professor knew that all these doctors came from other hospitals, and they don't know absolutely anyone here, which plays into their hands because they also don't know that Mr. Yang is an intern. He did not hide the fact that he was gripped by fear and was afraid. But he still had the courage to put everything on the skills of a young specialist. The guy listened carefully to his speech and understood that now he was in charge of the operation, and he needed to try his best. And this was also a good chance to prove himself, so he agreed to it. They both returned to the operating table, and the guy immediately made it clear that he was now in charge of the operation. So he offered to carry out damage control, as well as immediately stop the bleeding and control blood poisoning. Before the operation itself, he was still a little worried, because his hand was in bad condition. So he decided to ask how Ronnie was doing with it. Ronnie scanned the arm and the fracture site. All he can do now is limit any movement in this place, so that the guy does not strain his arm. Hyun-jong was grateful to him and immediately asked him to support him during the operation. They would work according to the damage control protocol. Ronnie was only in favor of doing a little work and saving the patient's life, so he expanded access to the database and provided the guy with a step-by-step operation. Dr. Yeon also watched the news from Gyeongju and saw what was happening there. She was very worried about Hyun-jong. Is he okay there? Hyun-jong, meanwhile, carried out the operation at the highest level. He managed the staff like an experienced surgeon, and everything was under control. But the patient's condition was still in danger. The patient's temperature suddenly began to drop, already 35.7 degrees. It was very difficult to understand where the bleeding was coming from. So Dr. Song, who assisted the guy today, was worried that he could cope. Ronnie warned the guy that the contamination was critical and needed to be cleaned. So the guy decided that the fecal contamination in the abdominal cavity should first be removed. He was sure that this problem would now be solved, so he changed the clarity of his vision and began to search for the problem area. The operation was quite difficult, but all the medical staff were not distracted for a second. They knew that they were forbidden to give up. The damage was found, and the senior surgeon realized that he had made a mistake when he did not check this place. It was simple enough. But most of all, he was surprised by the sewing technique and movements of the young surgeon, who acted as if he had been operating for several years in a row. The speed and skill of surgery allowed them to save a little time, and now they were not in such a hurry with the patient, but there was still little time left. Hyun-jong asked the nurses to work even faster, because the bleeding was too much, so maximum speed was needed. They noticed that, unfortunately for the patient, his liver continued to pulsate, which could only mean that it was still bleeding. Ronnie confirmed this information. In his opinion, the inferior vena cava was damaged, and it needed to be fixed urgently, because it might be too late. But Hyun-jong understood that he did not have open access to the lower cavity through the abdominal cavity, so he asked Ronnie to give him another option. Ronnie offered to provide access through the patient's sternum, but Hyun-jong was worried about the patient's condition. Would he be able to survive such an operation? Ronnie believed that it was necessary to act quickly, checking all vital organs. This was the only way to save this patient. There was no other option. The guy thought about this decision for a long time, because now the fate of the patient is essentially being decided. He decided that he could not hesitate and announced all the medical staff who were in the operating room at that time what he was going to do, and therefore asked Dr. Sun to block the inferior vena cava below the liver. Dr. Song was shocked when he heard what the young intern was going to do. Could the operation now continue on the human sternum? Because it is very dangerous, especially in this condition. Hyun-jong was a little doubtful, but he promised himself that he would do everything so as not to lose a single patient. So he needed to act, otherwise it would be too late. The guy nevertheless decided to do this, and was right. He found a wound where he and Ronnie had expected. Now he needed to stitch it up, which is what he was going to do. The chief surgeon couldn't believe his eyes. He just saw the wound behind the sternum. How did this guy find it? Hyun-jong noticed that something was wrong with Mr. Song, so he asked him. But he denied it, saying that he was fine and could continue the operation without any problems. The young surgeon also asked the rest of the medical staff how they were feeling, but it seems this question was unnecessary, because they were ready to perform several more such operations. Therefore, the guy decided that if everyone was ready, they could proceed to the next operation. Finally, this operation was completed and was carried out quite successfully. The young surgeon did an excellent job. The patient's vital signs were normal. The guy didn't know how to behave correctly in such situations, so he thanked everyone for the operation. He was happy to work with such a wonderful team, and they thanked him in return for such a clear and quick operation. He clarified that this happened only thanks to the excellent assistant and nurses who did their job well. Dr. Song was still shocked by the young doctor's skills. He had never seen a trainee perform 2 different parallel operations at the same time, and even under such conditions. But after the operation, Hyun-jong was most grateful to Ronnie, because if not for him, the patient most likely could not be saved. Ronnie, in turn, thanked Hyun-jong. All the movements were at a high level, so they did well together. When the patient was no longer in danger, Hyun-jun and Dr. Song thought about how the patient would endure this operation and whether there would be complications later. But they decided that, in any case, they did everything in their power. Now all that remains is to wait and hope that the result will be positive. The patient whom they managed to operate on was immediately sent to the intensive care unit with a sutured abdominal wall, and the next day would be decisive for him. Hyun-jong understood that if the patient's temperature and blood clotting increased, he could be sent for surgery again to eliminate the cause, and the chances of survival would increase sharply. He was so lost in thought that he didn't see the patient's relatives come up and start asking the guy about the patient's condition. Hyun-jong told them that the operation was successful, but it was primary. The relatives did not understand why he said primary. The guy explained to them that this meant that the crisis had passed and due to severe bleeding, the man's spleen had to be removed. His wife didn't understand how critical this was, so she wanted to know if her husband could live without her. Hyun-jong couldn't say for sure, but now the man's chances are much greater than before the operation. But he will have to go through another one, which they will carry out late this evening. The woman cried and begged to save her husband, because he was so dear to her. It was hard to look at such a picture. Dr. Yang decided to calm her down and said that her husband is a strong-willed person. He underwent a rather difficult operation, and this gives hope that he will cope with this and live. And they, in turn, will do everything possible for this. Hyun-jong looked at the woman and understood that when he performed such a complex operation, he could not trust anyone with a repeat operation, and would do everything to make this woman cry only from happiness. On the other hand, he understood that tomorrow he had a job interview, but he decided not to go there. The patient was more important, and he would definitely have a chance. Meanwhile, the same doctor who ran away from the operating room tormented the paramedic who controls the helicopter and asked to take him back. But the paramedic could not, because now the situation does not allow it and the helicopter is needed to transport patients. Hyun-jong overheard this and heard that this man was sent from Daejeon branch of Daehan University. This doctor turned to the guy and in a rude voice asked him what he wanted from him and who he even was. Hyun-jong had no doubt that the man would not remember him. But the guy remembered him and reminded him that they had met briefly when he was running away from the operating room. His assistant didn't understand why Hyun-jong was pursuing them and why he was following them. Dr. Yang was very angry with him and wanted to ask how you can refuse a patient during an operation and just leave. Isn't it a shame to call yourself a doctor later? But the man was simply silent, so Hyun-jong decided to remind him of a few lines from the Hippocratic Oath, which stated that the patient's health will always come first. The assistant got angry at him and started shouting, "Why is this guy even bothering him?" The doctor stopped him and admitted that the guy was right. He neglected his medical duty and ran away. But he believed that he was also a man. When Hyun-jong heard this phrase, he froze in place. He repeated it in his head several times. He did not understand why he was suddenly so hooked. The doctor continued his story. From the very beginning, he did not want to come to Gyeongju Hospital, but he was forced to do so because a state of emergency was declared. But most of all, he was scared when the building almost collapsed. The doctor understood that the walls could collapse and he would die here, along with the patient, although he didn't even want to go here. And if he survives, he will be able to return to his family, which is much dearer to him than any patient. So he asked the guy for forgiveness and understanding why he did what he did. He didn't care that he would be called a cowardly fugitive. He was more worried about the fact that he would not be able to correct his medical duty, which he had violated today. Therefore, now he asks the guy as a person not to touch him. He calmly wants to leave and leave this place and, if possible, not return here. Hyun-jong partially understood what the doctor was talking about. because he valued family just as much as he did. But this patient is also part of some family, and the doctor simply abandoned him. And finally, the guy said that the patient is in the intensive care unit with a temporary closure of the abdominal cavity, if, of course, the doctor is interested. After which Ha-Yoon-jun went to carry out another operation, and this continued for several hours. Contrary to fears, there were no further tremors, but the need for emergency operations did not disappear. People did not stop coming to the department, and emergency operations continued well after midnight. Fortunately, more medical staff were sent to the hospital, which helped normalize the work of all departments, and emergency patients finally began to decrease. So Ha-Yoon-jun returned to his original job as an assistant, and the team that carried out operations with him was disbanded. Finally, the guy managed to go out into the fresh air and enjoy the cool breeze a little, because they had performed 6 operations in a row, and he realized that dawn had arrived. For some time, the guy was also worried about his fracture, but he was glad that the pain was not severe. It was all thanks to Ronnie, so it was worth saying thank you to him. Ronnie told him that while the guy was performing all these operations, he received the key to strengthening the muscles that hold the fracture. So all this time, he was looking for a way to strengthen the muscles, and this helped increase the level of understanding between them. While Ha-Yoon-jun listened to Ronnie, he suddenly felt cold, or he was just very scared of the man who came up behind him. Still, it was a fright, and he was frightened by the professor of thoracic surgery in Seoul, Yoo Shul-hyun, who flew in from Daehan Hospital. The guy didn't expect to see him here. It was very unexpected. The professor decided to ask the guy how his internship was going, and he was so pleased. But Hyun-jun was frank with him that this was not exactly what he expected. After which, the professor asked him, or did the guy decide on his specialty? He told him that he had applied for surgery, but would not go to Seoul for an interview tomorrow, because the situation did not allow him to do so. Ha-Yoon-jun decided for himself that it would be better to stay in Gyeongju and save as many lives as possible. But the professor didn't understand what he was talking about, because, as he knows, the interview for the specialty was postponed for 3 weeks. Didn't Hyun-jun hear? Hyun-jun immediately picked up the phone and opened the news, where he read that the interview had actually been postponed for 3 whole weeks, which was good for the guy. The professor added that heaven helps those who help them, and he directly addressed these words to Ha-Yoon-jun. Dr. Yang was incredibly happy. It was as if a stone had been lifted from his soul, and he felt incredibly free. Now he had 3 more weeks. Afterwards, Hyun-jun finally decided and asked the professor if he was interested in whether the traumatology specialist was sponsored by the state or not. The professor was surprised by this question. Does the guy really want to go work there? The guy happily told him that after his studies, he planned to graduate from the specialty of general surgery and transfer to traumatology. The surgeon told him that he would see everything for himself in the letter that he would receive after successfully passing the interview. But if he was so interested, the professor told him that they provide support for the course of trauma surgery and hospitals with emergency rooms. And all this is due to the fact that after the earthquake, the government was strongly criticized by journalists due to the lack of traumatologists, and therefore now journalists are teaching doctors how to treat. He said that hospitals experience a shortage of specialists every time a patient is admitted with severe injuries, and at such moments, this situation attracts public attention. But fundamental changes have not yet occurred, and this is frustrating. Hyun-jun understood that everything was very difficult with this department, and the work of a trauma surgeon might not be as exciting as he thought. After their conversation, Hyun-jun went back to the department, where he was informed that the patient he was operating on was being transferred to Seoul, which shocked him a little. Dr. Song explained to him that, in principle, patients after emergency surgery are transferred by the control room to another hospital. There are still not enough qualified personnel here to continue treatment. Dr. Yang didn't understand this, because he could have waited at least until his temperature and blood clotting returned to normal, and then transferred him. But nothing could be done, so he was interested in which hospital would he be transferred to. The chief surgeon told him that he would be transported by helicopter to the trauma center of Daehan University Hospital. Well, at least this made Hun Jun happy. He should be well taken care of at the main office. Hyun Jong, after talking with the chief surgeon, went to the patient to fill out his chart and prepare for the transfer of the patient. One of the nurses noticed a young intern writing something on the patient's chart and decided to approach him and find out why he was doing this. Dr. Yang explained to her that he was adding notes to the medical record data because the patient would soon be transferred to another hospital and another doctor would take care of him there. So the more notes, the more it would help the doctor from another hospital. The nurse seemed to have forgotten a little who this guy was, so she asked him again, because she noticed that he seemed to have been working quite recently. She decided so because in all her practice, she had not met doctors who paid attention to all patients. This is very rare. At first, everyone has a desire to completely devote themselves to their patients. But already in the first year of residency, everyone changes and pays less and less attention to patients, because a huge burden falls on their shoulders. It made him laugh. He hadn't thought about it before, but then it motivates him even more. He won't be like everyone else. The nurse didn't understand why, but she believed him and knew that he would be a very good doctor. An emergency patient who was in Yeongju arrived at the trauma center by ambulance helicopter, and around this event, a bunch of journalists gathered near the hospital again, who were already waiting for this moment. This transfer of the patient once again draws attention to the problems of regional trauma centers and the shortage of trauma doctors, which is why it is necessary to transfer the patient from one hospital to another. One of the journalists broadcast live, in which she said that the person who will perform the operation on this patient has already become famous in the field of traumatology, as a doctor who continues to actively declare the importance of emergency rooms. This doctor held an unscheduled meeting with the staff of his department and told them that a patient from Jeongju would be transferred to them first. People would closely monitor the progress of the case. But this was no reason to be nervous. Professor Seok Jin-woong from the Department of Traumatology asked them to work with him like any other patient. He was no different. He believed that it was better to focus on his work and do it well. As soon as the patient arrived at the territory of Daehan University Hospital, the head of traumatology was immediately given the patient's medical record. The professor took this card and immediately noticed and drew the attention of his assistant to this card. He had never seen anything like this before. There were a lot of notes and details of the operation itself. Apparently, the doctor who did it was very worried about the patient. He even wrote down what he didn't have time to check during the operation. It's very strange. But at the same time, it's good. The chief read these notes and felt the regret coming from them, that the doctor who performed this operation could not cure all the organs. He decided to see who the surgeon was who performed this operation, and it was indicated that he was the chief surgeon of the Gyeongju branch. The professor knew that he was a very capable surgeon and taught surgery there, so he was not surprised by such notes from him. They were distracted by another doctor, who said that everything was ready and the patient would be there any minute. He mentally thanked the doctor for such detailed information about the patient. But now it's their turn, and they will definitely save him. As soon as they transported him to the operating room, they noticed that what was written in the patient's chart was done, and not a single important detail was missed. The assistant drew the boss's attention to the seams. They were so uniform and even that they made one doubt that they were made by a person. They both agreed that the doctor who did this was a true master of his craft. Even the professor was surprised by such even seams. But what was also surprising was that this was done during a state of emergency, and it was clearly not done by a machine. But the chief noticed that although the work on each organ was ideal, he could not say the same about the overall process. The hand of a not very experienced doctor felt in this. Even with this level of skill, he was wondering who did it. The assistant was already thinking that the professor wanted to lure another professor to their department, but it was unlikely that he would want to. The boss agreed with him, but you can still ask. They won't do anything for it. After the operation was completed, the professor decided to call Gyeongju and personally talk with the surgeon who performed this operation. He was lucky, because the person he needed immediately answered the phone. The doctor from Gyeongju was very scared when they called from Seoul, but the professor reassured him that he was just calling to inform him about the progress of the operation and how everything went. He sighed with relief and said that he just wanted to read from the article how the operation went. Professor Seok Jin-woong was glad to hear the voice of that same surgeon, because thanks to him he was able to successfully complete the operation. The doctor from Gyeongju said that he was honored that the professor himself from Dahan Hospital called him, after which their conversation ended. Seok Jin didn't understand what was going on, but he was sure that this was not the doctor who performed the first operation on this patient. But if it wasn't him, then who did it? The professor remembered that the card also indicated the angiosurgeon who was present at the operation, so he decided to call and ask him who performed this operation. Meanwhile, in the emergency department, Hyun-jong was dealing with a child who was screaming at the entire hospital and did not even want to be touched because he was scared. But Dr. Yang promised the boy that he would make it so that it wouldn't hurt him at all. You just need to trust, and it seems the boy believed in his words. Hyun-jong carefully applied the drug to the boy's wound, and it became much easier, and, as Dr. Yang promised, it didn't hurt at all. This boy's mother simply stood aside and did not understand how Dr. Yang managed to get along so well with children. The nurse did not know the answer to this question, because in the department they call him a wizard because of this skill. As it turned out, Hyun-jong was simply using another skill of Ronnie, who used adjusting the timbre of his voice to instill a sense of security. But for him, this was a common thing, because in fact, every person can do this. This procedure was interrupted by Dr. Song, who was a little agitated and asked Dr. Yang to take a break and talk to him. He told him that Professor Yu was asking about the surgeon who performed the operation, and Dr. Song did not know what to tell him. The professor clarified who exactly performed this operation, because he first called. As it turned out, the doctor, who then ran away from the operation, and it seemed to him that this doctor could not do it. So he asked Dr. Song. But the chief surgeon of Gyeongju could not say that the doctor listed on the card simply ran away, and the operation was performed by a young surgeon, Dr. Yang, who is a trainee. Therefore, he had to say that he conducted it personally, and now doubts are creeping into him about this. Did he do the right thing? Hyun-jong couldn't believe that the professor talked to him yesterday and didn't guess anything. The vice president and Professor Seok Jin-woong were riding in the elevator together, and the vice president suggested that the doctor go and have lunch together, if he had a free minute. But after this proposal, the professor picked up the phone from Dr. Yu, who told him some information about the patient, and he simply ignored the deputy's proposal. The chief heard information that one of the surgeons left the operating room in the middle of the operation and left the hospital. Then who completed this operation? The deputy clarified who called the professor. He said that it was Professor Yu Shol, who was sent to the branch in Gyeongju. He asked the chief. Or he told him that the situation was critical and the patient was in a difficult condition. But it seems Seok Jin-woong was not in the mood to talk to him about it, because he did not like the deputy for his dirty deeds. The chief got out of the elevator and advised the deputy to involve even more journalists in this matter for greater publicity, because the vice president wants this so much, and it is better, in his opinion, to come out in person and tell everything. The deputy began to boil at these words and thought that over time he would get this impudent person. At the Gyeongju branch, meanwhile, the chief surgeon was talking to the head of traumatology at Dahan Hospital and laughing very hard. Dr. Song was very nervous and did not know what to say in response to the professor's words. Therefore, the professor decided to speak directly and would like to invite Dr. Song Wang-gyu to the trauma department of Dahan Hospital. Hyun Joon was very happy for the doctor, because it's so great to work in the main office and also under the guidance of such a professor. It's luck. But Dr. Song was not very happy about this, because if he was caught in a lie, it would be the failure of the year. But Dr. Yang tried to calm him down, because in fact he did not lie, and they did the operation together, so everything is fine. There is nothing to worry about. Of course, this helped the doctor calm down a little, because he actually also wanted to work in the main office. This is so cool. But there are some problems. He burst into tears, because he understood that he did not know how to operate on K. Hyun Joon. He only assisted in that operation. In fact, all the important work was done by Dr. Yang, and he does not have such skills to meet the professor's expectations. The guy answered in a calm voice that while he was working here, during this time, he saw that Dr. Song is careful in operations. He takes care of patients and abandons them in difficult situations, and he also works hard, and it's all about the doctor who stands opposite Hun Jeon. Dr. Song was very pleased to hear this, but still he understood that he was not capable of this, and he had never performed such a level of surgery. Therefore, he asked for something that made Dr. Yang very surprised. Dr. Song asked him to learn how to operate while he was still working at the Gyeongju branch. Hyun Joon did not understand such a request, because what an intern can teach a chief surgeon even sounds funny. He sat down on his knees and began to beg him. It seems that Dr. Song is seriously asking for this, and this is not a joke. Dr. Song told him that the hospital is closing soon, and he has a wife and child and cannot afford to open his own hospital. So this is the only option. In fact, this is the last chance to stay afloat and work as a surgeon. Maybe over time he will be able to stay working at the university hospital, and he did not want to miss this chance. Hyun Joon saw familiar despair in the doctor's eyes, because he remembered himself, who was helped by different people every time, and if it weren't for them, he certainly wouldn't have gotten so far. But he still refused to teach Dr. Sun, but instead offered him to study together and become excellent specialists together. After such a proposal, Dr. Song wanted to hug Dr. Yang tightly, but it seemed to him that it was unnecessary, and he had to refrain. On the way to Seoul for his specialty exam, Dr. Song went with Hyun Joon to have an interview for a job as a trauma surgeon. He was so tired that he slept almost the entire way. Still, the guy understood him, because for 3 weeks every night, despite the abundance of patients, he studied and tried to achieve the next level of development in this area. That's why he was so tired, and fatigue, as you know, tends to accumulate. Suddenly, their bus stopped abruptly, and both of them were thrown forward, and it was very unpleasant, especially for Dr. Sun, who was sleeping so soundly at that moment. The fact was that their bus was stopped by construction workers who were restoring the road after the earthquake and asked them to go around another road because repair work was underway there. 3 weeks after the earthquake, while the city of Gyeongju is quickly rebuilding its streets, the father of Sung Woon, the same paramedic whom Hyun Joon helped during the shake, was discharged from the hospital, and the head nurse, before he left for the exam, told him that grandmother Go Bok Soon was also feeling great. Her hands stopped hurting. Dr. Yang was very happy, because these 3 weeks were so eventful for him. A lot of memories will remain for the rest of his life. As soon as he thought about the family with whom he had lived all this time, they immediately sent him a photo of them together and wished him good luck on his specialty exam. He was very pleased to see this, and he once again proved to himself that being a doctor wonderful. But he needs to remember why he is going to Seoul and gather all his strength into a fist and become what he has wanted for so long. In the morning when Hyun Jin arrived at the hospital, they were immediately forced to write the first test, which showed their ability to translate English medical articles. This was a fairly important skill, because in the work of a doctor, you always need to know the latest medical news. The time was up and the work had to be submitted. Hyun Jun was glad, because in his opinion, he had done an excellent job and all that was left was to wait for the results to be sure of this. Unexpectedly, he met Yeon Sung in the corridor, who invited him to go together to an interview for the specialty of general surgery. Hyun Jun did not mind, because they were old friends. But then he thought, Yeon Sung wants to go to an interview for general surgery. He seems to want to become a plastic surgeon. The guy decided to ask him why he chose general surgery, because he so wanted to become a plastic surgeon. Hyun Jun, without waiting for an answer, assumed that he went to general because it's too difficult to get into plastic surgery, and there's a big competition ball there. This joke really upset the guy, because according to him, he thought everything through carefully, and it was only his choice and desire. Hyun Jun understood that he was not lying, because when they last saw each other, the guy really thought very much about his profession and what he wants to be in the future. Their conversation was interrupted by a woman who was sitting with a small book in her hands and asked the guys to talk more quietly, because they were disturbing her a lot. Yeon Sung didn't understand what kind of evil girl this was. They weren't in the library and had to behave quietly. But Hyun Jun decided not to escalate the situation, so he apologized. At that moment, one of the examiners came out and called the girl and Hyun Jun for the interview. The examiners accepted 3 candidates each, among whom was Hyun Jun. He was not nervous because he was confident in himself. They asked the kind candidates to take a piece of paper and read the task that they would need to solve during the interview. Hyun Jun carefully read the contents of this assignment, and it described a 64-year-old man who had pain in his stomach. The pain increased every day. He complained of nausea. Fever. It was worth noting that the pain decreased after taking an antibiotic, and in a blood test, the number of leukocytes was 20,000. After the time they gave them to prepare had expired, the guy who was between the girl and Hyun Jun answered first, and he seemed very hesitant to answer. The girl decided to give him some advice, and it seemed to her that it looked like schololithiasis. The guy heard that hint and repeated it exactly, but it seems the professor didn't react the way he wanted. After which he turned to Miss Song Songhwa and asked her to correct her colleague's mistake, unless, of course, she did not agree with him. It seemed that the girl was telling the guy and should think the same. But as it turned out, her opinion about this patient was completely different. She believed that the man had diverticulitis. The guy realized that he didn't need to rely on this girl in the future, so after asking from the professor why she thought it wasn't a gallstone disease, she replied that with gallstone disease, the pain should be localized in the upper right side. But she did not expect that this would not be enough, and the professor decided to find out in more detail about what kind of diverticulitis it is, complicated or not, from which the girl froze a little, but still said that she believed that it was complicated. The professor expected a more precise answer from her. Why did she think so? She thought a little and noticed that the level of leukocytes in the blood was 20,000, which is many times higher than the norm. Then the professor decided to clarify what kind of study she would prescribe to confirm this. She doubted and tried to say computed tomography, but it seems the professor noticed her doubts, and she clearly did not know what she would see there. Therefore, he decided to give Hyun Jun the opportunity to answer. But the girl still tried to give an answer, but the professor made it clear that she used her chance. Hyun Jun had the most time to think, and seems to have something to add to his colleagues' answers. The girl decided to see what this smart guy, who was having fun in the corridor, but was sitting quietly than anyone else, would add. The guy began his story calmly. He began with what Miss Song Hua had already said, that most likely it was diverticulitis, to which she reacted poorly, to put it mildly, because she thought that the guy himself would never have guessed. But after which he continued to be precise. He believes that apparently these are signs and symptoms of diverticulitis, which the patient had already had before, but now it appeared in another part of the intestine. The girl did not expect such accuracy. The professor didn't even move an eye and continued the questioning, and now he was interested in what indicated this to him, to which Hyen Jun calmly answered, pain in the lower left part and symptoms of fever. The professors were pleasantly surprised by the guy's answers, who made it clear why he believed that the patient already had this disease and why in that particular area. The girl at that moment could not believe that he knew all this, and began to check whether they had the same tasks. Still, the surgeon was not enough, and he continued to clarify the details of the diagnosis of this disease, and what would Hyun Joan do next. The guy also calmly continued to answer, and he believed that it would be a good idea to conduct a computed tomography scan to assess complications and the general condition of the patient. After the professor asked him a few more questions, and Hyun Joan calmly answered them, the girl at that moment began to boil. It seemed to her that it was impossible for the intern to know. As soon as Hyun Joan's interview ended, Yeon's son immediately ran up to him, who was very upset when he heard that Professor Jung Jae-won was sitting there. Because I heard that other interns called him an inductive questioner, who asks questions one after another, and doesn't even have time to think. Hyun Joan confirmed this theory, and the guy felt even worse. Yeon Sung began to panic even more. He is already prone to worries. And then there was this professor. But Hyun Joan tried to calm him down, because this professor does not ask questions if he has not given answers to the previous ones. He pulled himself together and went to the interview and asked Hyun Joan to keep his fingers crossed for him. The guy was very interested in how Yoon's son would cope with this task, because he was not so strong in surgery 3 months ago. While Hyun Joan was at the exam, Dr. Song went to his probably the most important interview in his life. He went to the professor of traumatology and froze in place. The professor immediately saw how nervous the man was and asked how he would operate with such nerves. But Dr. Song shouted that he could do anything. He only needed one chance. The boss decided not to hesitate and give a chance to carry out the operation right now. Dr. Song did not expect this. He thought it would be after a while, but not right away. As soon as Dr. Song entered the operating room, the professor began to tell him a little about his team of doctors. They were the best assistants with first-class technology and an impeccable reputation. The nurses performed their work at the highest level, and the patients could rely on them. And this is all a team of surgeons in the trauma department. Well, now that he had gotten to know the operating room and the staff a little, the chance had come that he needed not to lose. So the boss asked him to finish the operation that he had started. After the operation, Dr. Song sat in a local cafe and breathed a sigh of relief. Because thanks to Hyun Joan, he improved his knowledge and the operation was successful without errors. But he was not alone, but together with the professor, who asked him for forgiveness for calling him into the operating room, right from the doorway. He just wanted to test Dr. Sun's skills so as not to waste time in the future. But still, the professor added that it seemed to him that that operation in the Gyeongju hospital was not performed by Dr. Song. The man did not understand why he was asking this again. It seemed to him that he had not made a single mistake while performing the operation. But the chief added that he realized this as soon as he saw the area of the operation, as soon as he saw the method and style today, which is radically different from that operation. He immediately realized that it was not Dr. Song who did it. The chief calmed the man, who was already nervous when he heard this. he was not going to scold him. He just wanted to know who performed this operation, because it was carried out perfectly. The treatment of wounds and stitches were simply flawless. The professor understood that at that moment, the professors and residents were not involved in this, which means there is only one option left. Dr. Sun's face turned pale when the head of traumatology came to the conclusion that the operation was performed by an intern, and he wanted to know where this guy is now. Hyun-jong, meanwhile, watched as Yoon-sun tried to bring his appearance to perfect condition. He believed that he should look perfect and at least somehow compensate for his failure in the exam. Suddenly, a girl who was at the exam with Hyun-jong approached them and asked whether the guys were by any chance interns at Daehan University Hospital. Yoon-sung immediately replied that they were from there, but they were not eager to talk to her. But she wanted to talk not with Yoon-sung, but with the guy who was sitting behind him. Hyun-jong immediately recognized her. He remembered this girl who was with him in the exam. He kindly stood up and greeted Dr. Song-ho and reminded her that his name was Yang Hyun-jong, and this was his friend Yeon-sun. But even without his prompting, she perfectly remembered the name of the guy who predicted all the answers to the professor's questions. But Hyun-jung himself considered that he was lucky, because he asked what he knew. The girl didn't think so. She believed that this was not even modesty, but simply deception, and he was trying to confuse her. Hyun-jong felt the girl's direct hostility towards him. She was incredibly interested in finding out how he found out absolutely all the answers to all the problems. It's impossible. But she was interrupted by Yoon-sung, who believed that this was too rude for a first meeting, and the girl should calm down her ardor, because he was tired of enduring and was starting to get tired of it. Their quarrel was unexpectedly interrupted by the professor of traumatology, who was just looking for Hyun-jong and seemed to have found him. Hyun-jong didn't understand what the professor needed from him, and what did he do? But the professor didn't say a word after that, but just came up to him and patted him on the back and said that he understood everything. Hyun-jong and the guys didn't understand what it was about and what the professor wanted. Now Yoon-sung, Hyun-jin, and a girl who didn't have time to talk to the guy were sitting at the interview. The vice president recognized Yang Hyun-jun and said in a satisfied voice that he was very glad that he came to this interview. Hyun-jong understood that the deputy was not saying what he was thinking, and first of all, he did not want to see Hyun-jong in his hospital. Another examiner took Hyun-jong's profile and was surprised that the guy had a huge range. He was the best in writing a test in English, also the best in the oral exam. But as an intern he had a bad grade. The man didn't understand where there was such a range. But then he saw that he was sent to a branch in Gyeongju, and he understood what was going on and why the overall rating as an intern was so bad. Yoon-sung understood that Hyun-jong would be treated unfairly in this exam. He was very worried about his friend, but he could not do anything about it. The examiners assured the participants that everything would be fair and they would be assessing their current level of development, so they should not worry. But Ronnie knew that this was a lie. What Hyun-jong himself guessed, he knew that the deputy would try to throw him in. It wouldn't be easy. But Hyun-jong promised himself that he would give it his all and do everything possible to get to this hospital. The silence that was in this room was suddenly interrupted by a very loud knock of doors. The same professor of traumatology entered the room, who, as it turned out, would also be interviewing the guys. The deputy was shocked that he would take part, because he had never done this before. What changed this time? He announced to everyone that he would also take part, because he really liked the interns this year and would like to take a couple with him. Next, the examiners went through the assessments of Miss Song-hui, who also had fairly good grades and recommendations. She replied that she tried very hard throughout the internship. The deputy decided to ask his first question specifically to Dr. Yang Hyun-jun. He was interested in how many months ago the guy treated the patient with a thrombolytic And if such an emergency arose again, what would he do if the boss was not around? The professor immediately realized that the deputy was going to bombard the guy with questions. So he immediately asked questions that would be extremely difficult for Hyun-jun to answer because of his nature. Hyun-jun could not answer this immediately, and he needed time to think about the answer. Ronnie gave him a clear picture of what they would do to Hyun-jun if he answered as he thought. He would be fined and his points would be reduced, but the guy understood this perfectly well even without Ronnie. The girl didn't understand why he was waiting. It's such an easy question. You just need to say that he will wait for the boss. But Hyun-jun decided for himself that he could not compromise at the cost of the patient's life. So he gave a clear answer that if possible, he would first give priority to the superior. But if the situation goes wrong, he will make his own decision. If the deputy understood him correctly, then he will deal with such a situation on his own. Hyun-jun did not bend under him and confidently replied that he would figure it out himself if the need arises. Yun-sung couldn't believe his ears that he was hearing what Hyun-jun was saying, and he would now be fined and have his points reduced. The professor, hearing Mr. Hyun-jun's answer, was pleased. He is telling the truth. And he likes it. This is how a real doctor should act. The deputy hoped that he would answer exactly that way, so he immediately warned him that he would be held responsible for this answer. After the interview, the professors and assistant professors selected the best candidates and assigned them to their places. The vice president wanted to announce the end of the meeting if no one had any questions, but the professor of traumatology asked him to wait. The thing was that he didn't see Yang Hyun-jun's profile here, although he was sure that this guy was in the top 10 in the test results. The deputy didn't understand why he was standing up for the guy, so he told him directly that he personally removed Yang Hyun-jun's candidacy, because everyone heard Dr. Yang's answer. But the professor did not agree with him, because Dr. Yang responded to his opinion as befits a real doctor. The deputy said that he did not think so. It was not appropriate for a hospital of such a level as Deccan. The boss told him that if this single answer was the reason for his dropout, then it would be difficult for him to understand, because the guy was much more talented than everyone else who made it into the top 10. He believed that general surgery was different from emergency medicine. In the future, Dr. Yang would have to think and decide a lot on his own. The deputy had no idea what was wrong with this intern, but the boss was very persistent. The vice president understood that he would not simply give up, so he needed to come up with a more complicated reason. And it seems that he came up with an idea. He simply asked those who were in favor of removing Dr. Yang and not hiring him to work at Daehan Hospital to raise their hands. He understood that the best method was to decide by an honest vote, but in an office in which the majority of doctors would raise their hands for him. Ronnie did not understand Hyun-jun's behavior at the interview, because he knew what answer the interviewers were waiting for, but did not say it. Ronnie wanted to ask him what he thought to himself, because perhaps it was because of this that he would not be hired. But the guy was pleased with his answer, because now he will sleep peacefully. Because the patient must always be put first. He simply cannot be a doctor who turns away from patients. Of course, he would have been glad to stay in the hospital, but his thoughts were interrupted by a female voice that called him from the side. It was Dr. Song-yu who swooped in and started hugging the guy. She started getting angry at him and telling him that she was very worried about him because of these earthquakes. But he didn't even call her and didn't tell her that he was okay. Hyun-jun looked at her and saw from her that she was really very worried about him. But he didn't dare say anything to her. But he decided to stop this. She cries every time because of him. Now he must tell her what he wanted to say for a long time. He asked her for forgiveness, and she immediately changed, even if they stood there on their ears. But he could still answer her SMS because she thought that was all. Hyun-jun was gone. But she can still forgive him. For example, if he calls her somewhere and treats her. He understood that he didn't have much money left, but still he couldn't help but ask her out. So he immediately asked her to have dinner. But she wasn't sure. She needed to check the schedule. But their dialogue was interrupted by Lee Kyung-suk, who walked towards them with a very angry face and did not understand how he could just stand and talk to a girl at such a moment. He grabbed him by the clothes and started shouting at him. How did he allow himself to do this, and why all of a sudden? Lee Kyung-suk yelled at him because Hyun-jong managed to fail the interview with such a huge score. How is this possible? He was stopped by Dr. Yoon, who did not understand what this meant. Because the results are announced only after 3 days. How can he know this? But he explained that he heard this information at a meeting of professors, which is why he is so sure that Hyun-jong was not on the list, so he did not pass. Hyun-jong kept his promise and took Sunyi to a restaurant where she decided to choose chicken wings, which surprised Hun-jun. She could have ordered something else. She immediately made him apologize for offending the wings, because for her, this is the best food in the world, and especially in this restaurant, where they are cooked perfectly. Sunyi was actually just joking, because if you eat fast food from the nearest store every day, then any food that takes more than 5 minutes to prepare will seem very tasty. She was even slightly dissatisfied with her work. They didn't even give her proper food. But then she realized what she had said. The girl immediately apologized to Hyun-jong. It was tactless, because the results of the interview are already today. The guy is already worried, and she still finishes him off with such words. But he was not offended by her. Everything was fine, so she decided to ask what he would do if Lee Kyung-suk still fulfilled his promise. Hyun-jong was completely at a loss, but he understood that there was no need to worry Sunyi, who was already very worried about him. Therefore, the guy decided to say that Jin Seok is not the type to talk in vain, but he is still looking for a hospital where he can work while he has time. She began to say that he was doing this in vain, because nothing had been decided yet. But her speech was interrupted by a call to Hyun-jong's mobile phone. The number that called was identified as a hospital number, and when he picked up the phone, they immediately started asking him where he had done his internship and where he was currently working. The girl heard that he was being asked about his work experience and internship, and immediately realized that they were calling from the office of the deputy director, so she began to worry a little about him. The person who called him said that he needed to come to Seoul tomorrow. The girl heard this and decided to check some information. When he finished, he asked for forgiveness for being distracted. But for the girl at that moment, it no longer mattered, because she saw what he would like. The thing was that she looked at the results that were published and found Hyun-jong's exam number, which means that he went to work at Daehan Hospital. The assistant came to the deputy's office to report that he had done everything he asked, and he transferred Yang Hyun-jun's appointment to Unjong Hospital. They also completed all the work that concerns journalists and publicity. No one will know. The vice president praised him and allowed him to go. Meanwhile, the man was watching one of the most popular videos on the internet over the past month and saw how Hyun-jong saved people from a fire. He sent him to Gyeongju for correctional labor, and he became a hero there. Absolutely every person in the comments was interested in which hospital this guy works at. The situation for the deputy was getting worse every day, so he decided to send the guy to Unjong Hospital. He understood perfectly well that if he dumped the guy now, there would be a fuss, and while he was in the Unjong Hospital, interest in him would cool down over time, and then he would make sure that the guy was left completely alone. Hyun-jong was very upset when he left the very room where he had lived for 3 whole months. He was so used to it that he still did not believe that he would live in another place. The owner of the house snatched the suitcase from his hands and said that he would carry it down himself. He honestly thought that the guy would stay with them for another couple of months, but he was a little disappointed that Hyun-jong was leaving back to Seoul. The guy didn't know what to say, because for him, it was no less an unexpected decision. Finally, they put a bunch of gifts in his luggage, which made him feel embarrassed that he had caused them so much inconvenience. But they assured him that they would always be happy to see the guy at their home. He is their very close friend. He said goodbye to this beautiful house and thought that so many wonderful moments had happened here. And he was very glad that most of the past were good memories. Dr. Song and Hyun-Jon decided to have lunch together and celebrate the fact that together they found a new job that they so wanted. The professor of traumatology, although he realized that it was not he who performed that operation, but after seeing the doctor's technique, he decided to hire him, because he saw talent in him. Now they are moving together from Gyeongju to Seoul. Suddenly, they were interrupted by Dr. Hen, who put some kind of package on the table and said that he came here because the nurse told him everything. As it turned out, he didn't come to swear, but in the package, there were 2 bottles that he brought for Hyun-Jon and Dr. Sun. At first, he decided to joke that he wouldn't mind working at the main branch, and if Hyun-Jon got him a job there, it would be nice, but Dr. Song didn't take it as a joke and started shouting at him so that he wouldn't dare ask such a thing. He calmed him down and said that he was joking. He just came to say goodbye to them. Dr. Hyun explained that he brought this set of 2 bottles for them. The first one was for Dr. Song, who returned to Seoul for such a prestigious job. Hun was happy for him. Well, the second one is for Dr. Yang, as for the best intern he knew, and for his excellent job, which even made him blush. Hyun-Jon and Dr. Song were very surprised that Hyun decided to get along with them. How much time it took, but he just said that he was grateful to them as doctors. That's all. In any case, he didn't come here to chat, so he suggested immediately opening one of the bottles and celebrating this holiday. Hyun-Jun thought to the end that Dr. Hyun hated him. But once again, he was convinced that the truth wins, and he finally recognized him, and even wanted to make friends. Now he needs to try in the main branch. The remaining months of the internship were spent at Yunjong Hospital, as Hyun-Jor left Gyeongju early. In the new hospital, Hyun-Dan did not notice much difference in the work in the department. It was very reminiscent of Gyeongju. But due to the large influx of patients, he had to work without breaks, which was incredibly difficult. Working tirelessly, Hyun-Jon finally completed his internship at Yunjong and became the specialist he so dreamed of being. The guy lived all this time in hustle and bustle and didn't even notice how time passed. But Ronnie was sure that the fact that Hyun-Jon was now famous also played an equally important role. Hyun-Jon had never felt this way, so he didn't know how to behave when you're a famous person. It embarrassed him. Dr. Yang was almost 100% sure that the video where he pulled the paramedic's father out of the fire was to blame, and from that moment, they began to recognize him, which made it difficult to work at times. Ronnie was exactly the opposite, because he believed that if it weren't for this video, then most likely Hyun-Jon would not have been accepted for an internship at such a hospital. It's not for nothing that during the call from the vice president's office and the noise around this video, it's clearly connected. But I was a little scared of what would happen when the noise went away. Hyun-Jon thought about Ronnie's reasoning. If they were correct, then for this reason the guy was hastily sent to one of the hospitals in the main office, because then they would have received a bunch of questions from journalists. The guy has already thought about what Lee Kyung-suk said, who initially said that he did not pass, and it was all because of this video? Hyun-Jon began to become more and more interested in this, and what was the vice president thinking about? What was he up to? On his first day at work in his specialty, the vice president immediately told the guy that he would be on duty for 100 days in a row, which made Hyun-Jun shocked. Is this even possible? He was sure that his punishment had already passed, and Hyun-Jon had corrected his guilt. But as it turned out, no. And the deputy made it clear to him that he was not joking with him. The deputy turned his laptop towards him to show him a video of the guy, and he had to guess what the video was. The video was the same, but it turns out people filmed Hyun-jong undergoing emergency surgery in Gyeongju after a fire, where there was no one who could give him advice, and apparently this made the deputy very angry. He looked at him with evil eyes and didn't understand what he could think of to do such a thing, and again do it all himself. Where is his responsibility? The guy stood silently and understood that if he had not done this, the patient would have died on the spot, and therefore he does not regret it one bit. But he will have to be punished for it. He agreed that he would be on duty for 100 days in a row, but as it turned out, the deputy prepared another surprise for him, which he presented immediately as soon as Hyun-jong agreed with the punishment. He forbade him to enter the operating room during the entire work. The deputy looked carefully at the guy's reaction and waited for him to say something, but apparently not. So he had to ask himself. For Hyun-jong, responsibility seemed optional, but he couldn't say it. So he gathered all his strength into a fist and remained silent. But he still couldn't resist and asked if he could enter the operating room, at least in case of an emergency operation, when it was so important for the patient himself. The deputy did not expect that the guy would be so obsessed with surgery that he was trying with all his might to get into the operating room and operate. He had no choice, so he said that if an experienced professor of the department allows it, then he will make an exception. In other cases, it is prohibited. But he knew that permission only for emergency surgery would not allow the guy to fully enjoy the surgery, and he would be eager to operate more and more. But he was forbidden to do this. Let's see how long Yang Hyun-jong, who has already held the card of his first patient as a specialist, can hold out. Even though he is a specialist, they are still monitored by residents, and Hyun-jong was no exception. He was assigned 3rd-year resident Hwang Gayu-sun's son, who was a specialist in rectal surgery, but he didn't want to listen to the guy and gave him the job of finding materials until tomorrow morning, because there was a meeting tomorrow. But in the meantime, he went to the operation. Hyun-jong didn't understand why, but he felt a strange hostility from all the staff towards him personally. They assigned him to do stupid work and constantly yelled at him if it was done poorly. He felt very bad here. Hyun-jong did not expect such an attitude towards himself. In Hyun-jong, it was better for him. Hyun-jong was carrying out another useless task for his resident. He was bringing books into one of the reading rooms, where he met Dr. Kim Byung-seok. This doctor was from the 2nd year of residency. Ben Soga was surprised. Was the guy really going to read and learn all this? Hyun-jong explained that this was another task from the resident, but the doctor didn't seem to care. He asked out of politeness, but in addition said that they don't like the guy here because he's a celebrity. He also added that some of the employees of this department took disciplinary action against the tall man if Hyun-jong knew who he was talking about. Of course, he thought that this was not as bad as it might seem. But in any case, he wished Hyun-jong good luck, because he would definitely need it in such a department. The guy was slightly upset. He didn't understand what kind of rumors were circulating about him. Apparently, they weren't very positive since they treated him so badly. The guy was forbidden to visit the operating room, but not the hospital patients. So he was present at every round of the professor, and this time the patient was a man with colon cancer, who was admitted today. According to the man, who was confirmed in the database, he had a colon polyp removed 7 years ago, due to which cancer is suspected. So the professor decided to ask him if he had done tests after that. But it seems the patient and doctors did not know this, so the professor turned to his subordinates. The resident who supervised Hyun-jong said that the guy was the attending physician of this patient, and he should be aware of all the tests and analyses. So he suggested asking him. The professor had already heard this name somewhere, but didn't understand where. so he asked Hyun-jong who he was and what he looked like. The resident was glad that the guy was a little confused, because he specifically loaded him with work in the morning so that he could not get to this patient and examine him properly. But to his great disappointment, Hyun-jong managed to sort everything out and come to the patient whom he examined, and therefore was able to tell the professor in more detail about the man's diagnosis, for which he received praise from the boss. The resident did not understand how this was possible, because he loaded him with work so much that it was physically impossible to do it. How did he do it? While Dr. Huang was thinking about how else to mischief Hyun-jong, the professor decided to ask him which treatment method was best to choose, given the location of the patient's tumor. But now, unfortunately for the professor, the guy did not know the method of treatment. He, of course, tried to justify that he was busy with operations and did not have time to look at the patient's chart. But it seems that this was unsuccessful. The chief said in a language that he could understand that he was not the only one busy with surgery, and he was not the only one working with patients. So he warned him either Dr. Huang would join the work or go to another hospital. The professor finished examining this patient and wished him to complete the treatment, and only then would he be 100% cured. But he is not finished with Dr. Huang yet. The boss instructed him to prepare for tomorrow's training and prepare a very good presentation. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Hyun-jong watched Dr. Huang, who tried to apologize to the professor for all his misdeeds, and the guy understood that this resident had not even sat down to prepare the presentation, because he had been chasing Hyun-jong all day. The round of patients ended and the doctors left the room together. Suddenly, a nurse appeared out of nowhere. She was very nervous and tried to quickly explain that the patient urgently needed surgery. He had a very difficult condition. She said that the patient had an intestinal perforation, which could harm another organ. So the situation was urgent. When Dr. Huang heard this, he immediately realized that he did not want to undergo this operation. It was not suitable for him. The professor thought for a while and decided that Dr. Huang, who did not want this so much, and the doctor who stood to his left, would perform the operation. As soon as the professor finished, Hyun-jong decided to intervene and asked to also participate in the operation. He also wants to study. But Dr. Huang announced to everyone that the guy had a ban on visiting operating rooms from the vice president of the hospital himself, so he could not go for surgery. The professor realized where he heard the name of this guy. He is the same freshman the vice president was talking about. He apologized to the guy, but his participation is not possible. Hyun-jong did not give up and said that he could attend urgent operations if the professor allowed it. So he begged the boss to take him with them to the operation. The boss thought for a bit, looked at the guy and realized that his fuse could be useful to them. So I told the guy that he was in, let him go and get ready. There was a very strong smell during the operation, which stank so much that it was difficult to breathe. So Dr. Huang did not want to go into the operation, but he still had to. He looked at young Hyun-jong and thought that the guy didn't understand where he wanted to go. He was probably sitting and regretting his choice. But Hwan was only glad that the guy was suffering. But still, Hyun-jong was calm and did not pay attention to the smell. He listened carefully to the doctors and did what he should. The chief found a perforation site in the organ from which blood was leaking, but he understood that the hole was too small for the patient to lose so much blood. There must be more places. He decided to ask Dr. Huang, who was once again distracted and was not thinking about the patient, but about how disgusted he was to be here, so he could not give an answer. The professor scolded him for being a colon and rectal surgeon who is afraid of the smell of poop and doesn't monitor the progress of the operation at all. Isn't he ashamed to be in his 3rd year of residency? But no one needs his apology. The boss ordered him to look for holes in the intestines and tell him when he finds at least one. While Hwan was trying to gather his strength and get involved in the operation, Hyun-jun wasted no time and found what seemed like another hole with blood flowing out. The professor tested his theory, which turned out to be true. There was indeed another perforation, which was even deeper than the first. The boss praised Hyun-jun for his speed. "Good work." Dr. Huang began to boil at these words. How could this first year find the perforation? After which, the professor said that he would now make a connection between the organs, and then Dr. Huang would make an artificial hole in the intestine to drain feces and gases, which Huang was not happy about. He was so unsure of himself that it was hard for Hyun-jun to watch when he assisted him. Dr. Huang at one point had such a feeling that Hyun-jun completely forgot what to do, and simply closed his eyes so as not to see it all. So he decided to help him a little. Dr. Yang handed him a special rod to create this hole so that he could begin the task. Dr. Huang was surprised. How does this guy know that he needs this tool? But still, this didn't help him much. He still didn't know what to do next. Hyun-jun didn't stop there and handed the scalpel into Huang's hands, which he needed to complete the next step. And so it was until the end of the procedure. Huang didn't have time to say what he needed, as Hyun-jun gave it to him. So the doctor didn't understand how this guy could know all this. Finally, Hyun-jun announced that Dr. Huang had finished with the procedure and the operation could be taken to the final stage, which is what the professor did. After the operation, the chief thanked everyone for their participation, and he especially singled out the gentleman who did an excellent job creating an opening for fecal drainage. Huang was very pleased to hear this from the professor, and he promised that he would prepare the presentation in the best possible way. But the boss told him that these words were addressed to Dr. Yang, and not to Dr. Huang. He did not expect this, because he was the one who made the hole. After which, the boss turned to Dr. Yang and said that he had a trained eye and good reaction. He was an ideal assistant, so he invited him to the operation instead of Dr. Huang at 7 o'clock in the evening. And he recommended that Huang focus on creating and preparing for the operation, because after the operation he would check it thoroughly with him. Hyun-jun is incredibly happy about this offer. Perhaps at this rate the guy will have the ban on operations lifted, and he will be able to attend even more similar operations. Professor Hong, after a successful operation, decided to visit the vice president, who clearly did not expect to see him in his office. The deputy nevertheless accepted him and clarified on what matter the professor addressed him. Professor Hong began to carefully talk about the fact that in surgery there is such a doctor as Yang Hun-jun, and the deputy's face immediately changed. He was waiting for the continuation of what the professor would say. The chief continued to say that he knows that Hyun-jun is prohibited from entering the operating room, but his skills are too good, and he is worth attention. Therefore, he asked the deputy for a little more freedom for the guy, to which the vice president reacted quite rudely. He asked the professor to answer him. Were the words of the vice president of the hospital a joke for him? Hyun-jun was preparing for another operation. He was again able to get into the operating room. Now he felt great, because in fact he had become a real specialist. The professor very discreetly and quietly entered the operating room and asked to call Dr. Huang here. He is needed immediately. Dr. Kim was surprised by such a request, because it seemed to him that the boss decided to involve Dr. Yang, who was already ready in this operation. But the professor upset the young guy. Today, he will have to stick to the old composition. And the professor told Dr. Yang that if the chance presents itself, they will operate together another time, so for now he can rest. But no matter how Hyun-jun tried to please the boss, no matter how he did his job perfectly, but after that day, there was no chance to go into the operating room. The guy performed several operations virtually a day, but this was not enough for him. He wanted to work and save real people and not a hologram in his head. Ronnie asked him whether to load the next patient, but the guy answered him in a frustrated voice that was enough for today. His friend didn't understand in his head why Hyun-jong was so upset, because the operation went perfectly, but that's why the guy was upset, because it was virtual. He was simply repeating what he already knew. Hyun-jong knew that the reason Deha University Hospital was better was because it had great doctors. First of all, people come here to study technology, but his 100-day duty will soon end, and he was already wondering if there was any point in staying to work there, if this situation happened again. Then suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Dr. Kim Byung-seok, who told him that he didn't know what the guy was thinking about, but the professor did everything possible that depended on him. Hyun-jong didn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked what it meant. He was referring to the very day when Hyun-jong was not allowed to enter the operating room. Professor Hong tried to convince the vice president to allow you to operate, but could not. Hyun-jong couldn't believe it. Did Professor Hong really do this for him? Kim Baek added to him that the boss had a very good opinion of him, but given the circumstances, he couldn't take the guy on operations. Dr. Kim Ben also supported the guy as well as the professor, because he is a freshman specialist who fearlessly challenges the real world. So that's cool. He explained to him that it won't be easy in the future, but the guy works very hard and he is sure that everything will work out for him. Hyun-jong just needs to be patient a little. But Hyun-jong was already very exhausted and did not understand what else he could do to finally operate. But for Dr. Kim Ben, everything was quite simple. He said that a lot of people really don't like the way the vice president runs the hospital and makes his own rules. But they are all afraid to say something to him. But still, they can try to fight him. Even if it doesn't work out, then Hyun-jong will in any case become a person who cannot be touched with a finger, and Kim Bung himself will support him. After this conversation, Hyun-jong began to think about how he could become a famous doctor, and how do people generally work to become famous. Ronnie gave him a hint that perhaps he should contact Professor Seok Jin-woong. He is the most famous person in the hospital and in the city as a whole. Hyun-jong only remembered him when the professor passed him by during the exam. But he heard his name even when he was in preparatory school. He is really a famous doctor in Seoul. Professor Seok Jin is one of the founders of the emergency center at Daehan University Hospital. He rejected all the offers of the most famous hospitals, being a first-class surgeon. But most of all, he became famous after the terrible failure of the orphanage, in which 21 children died. But the miracle of the hands of Dr. Seok Jin did not miss the golden hour and saved the miracle of the twins who survived the tragic incident. Hyun-jong remembered all this news about the surgeon Seok Jin and realized that he came from where he started to become famous. It feels like you need to be a master of your craft and vice versa. Then suddenly he was stopped by one of the new interns of the hospital, Kim Jin-young, who was curious to know where Hyun-jong was going now. By any chance not in the emergency room? It was there that Hyun-jong was heading, who was surprised. What did the young intern need from him? The thing was that one patient whom he was assigned to transport did not agree with the diagnosis that the doctor made for her, and he asked Hyun-jong to look at this patient. The patient was very angry and denied that she had dysmenorrhea, so she asked to be examined by a normal doctor, and not the one who came to her. The intern said that the surgeon redirected her to the obstetrics and gynecology department. But before he could finish, Hyun-jong entered the room and said hello. Dr. Yang tried to find out why she thought that she did not have menstrual pain, because according to the symptoms it was, but she was sure that it was not them, and she was not so old that she could not distinguish between them. Hyun-jong decided to check the patient's tests, and the intern read them out. All the indicators were within normal limits. Only the hematocrit was slightly underestimated. He understood that this number was too low to think about menstruation, and the patient confirmed this by saying that the medications she was prescribed did not help at all. Hyunjong began to palpate her stomach to find at least something that would help diagnose her. She didn't mind. Dr. Yang palpated her abdomen, and the pain was in the upper abdomen, which did not quite correspond to the diagnosis of dysmenorrhea. The intern was surprised that both the surgeon and the gynecologist diagnosed dysmenorrhea. Were they really mistaken? And this is not so. Hyunjong asked to request a CT scan from the radiology department, but the intern did not understand what it was for if other doctors diagnosed it. Dr. Yang interrupted him and said to call those who diagnosed her, and immediately. Hyunjong was almost 100% sure that the woman did not have dysmenorrhea. The doctors who diagnosed this patient were very unhappy that they were called to a patient whom they had already diagnosed. Hyunjong was unhappy that these doctors did not specify whether the patient was taking contraceptives, but the obstetrician-gynecologist said that the woman denied it. As it turned out, the patient lied. She was embarrassed to tell because her doctor was a man, and she felt embarrassed. But in any case, the gynecologist was unhappy that she was called only because of this issue. But Dr. Yang called them not only on this issue. Dr. Yang was very interested in how they palpated her abdomen, because given the low blood pressure and hematocrit of 25% and the fact that the patient is taking contraceptives, plus pain in the lower abdomen, this is definitely not dysmenorrhea. The obstetrician-gynecologist immediately ran to the patient and asked to examine her. She palpated the abdomen again and agreed with Dr. Yang. This is not dysmenorrhea. This is the benign tumor of the uterus. She blamed herself for such negligence, so she immediately went to the laboratory to clarify this diagnosis. Hyunjong was angry with this doctor because she has a huge amount of knowledge, but because she is so careless with her examinations, she is not able to make a correct diagnosis, and in the future, this can play a very bad joke on her. The surgeon who examined her said that he had always disliked gynecology. There were always a lot of problems with it. Hyunjong assured him that he still needed to send the patient for a CT scan. But he did not agree, because the results regarding the surgery were given by Lee Jen-seok. Would Dr. Yang really doubt his result? Dr. Yang did not expect that this patient was examined by Jen-seok. But Hyun did not listen to him and called Lee Kyung-suk and asked him to immediately come to the radiology office. He had a conversation with him. The surgeon was surprised that Dr. Yang called Jen-seok directly and said that he had questions about the patient he diagnosed with dysmenorrhea. Dr. Yang believed that it was not a uterine tumor, but liver cancer, and she urgently needed surgery. Lin Kyung-suk didn't understand where Hyunjong was getting such conclusions. He didn't even have tomography results yet, and he was already making such diagnoses. He thought that this was not normal. The junior surgeon was very surprised that Dr. Yang would contradict the diagnosis made by Lin Kyung-seok, but Hyunjong was confident in his words, and it seemed to him that it was a liver adenoma caused by bleeding. Jen-suk admitted the chance that perhaps this is not dysmenorrhea. However, Hyunjong knows very well that epithelial growth is much more common than liver adenoma. How does he know that this is it? In any case, he explained to Dr. Yang that they were required to respond to the illnesses of emergency patients. But could epithelial proliferation be considered an emergency? Hyunjong did not agree with him, because when there is a liver tumor, there will always be a chance of rupture. And, judging by the tests, the bleeding should already be in the abdominal cavity, and this is already drawing to the emergency room. Jen-seok has already begun to get angry with him that the guy stands his ground to the end. After all, he is a freshman, and where does he get so much confidence from? He thought that a few videos on the internet did not make Hyunjong a great doctor, so let him loosen his arrogance a little. Dr. Seok was about to tell him everything he thought about him, but they were interrupted by the doctor from the radiology room, who told them that there were results of a computed tomography scan. On a regular tomography, they didn't see anything special, but when the assistant did it with contrast, it was clearly visible that this was far from tissue proliferation, because the area would be homogeneous. Jen Suk couldn't believe it. Was it really a liver adenoma? Hyun-jong was now 100% sure that this was exactly the diagnosis. Dr. Lee Kyung-seok couldn't stand it and asked why Dr. Yang was always so lucky and left the office. Hyun-jong knew that this was the doctor's professional skills, and definitely not luck. Because in addition to all this, he has Ronnie, who helps him a lot. Perhaps this is unfair competition. But I decided to add to the doctor, who had not yet left, that he was so confident in his diagnosis, only because he personally examined the patient and felt the symptoms. Hyun-jong was offended that the doctor who told him that it was luck did not even go to the patient and did not examine her. How dare he even say that? The doctor, whom Lee Kyung-suk supervised, asked him for forgiveness for screwing up so much. Next time he will examine the patient better. But it seems Lee Kyung-suk did not care at all about the words of the junior doctor. He only thought that he needed to defeat Hyun-jong at any cost, and he had to do it in the near future. Hyun-jong visited his old friend to ask how his mother was doing, and received a positive answer that his mother's CT scan had improved significantly, and her treatment results had improved significantly. The guy was incredibly grateful to the professor, but he, in turn, was grateful to the guy, because if it weren't for his idea, the medicine would not have had such a good effect. Dr. Yang believed that he simply shared his opinion and essentially did nothing, but the professor insisted on his participation, because if not for him, his research would have hung in the air. And to top it all off, the professor said that the dissertation was on the cover of a magazine, which made Hyun-jong very surprised. He could not believe that the dissertation was included in the best scientific journal in the whole world. This is such popularity and recognition of other scientists. But the professor did not tell him the most important thing, that he would be awarded this honor and would also appear on the cover of the magazine as a co-author of this article, because his idea changed the entire essence of treatment, and they achieved the desired effect only thanks to him. He was so happy when he heard such information from the professor, because his name was actually in the magazine. It was so cool for him that even Ronnie congratulated him on it. But the guy did not forget to thank Ronnie, because it was thanks to him that such a great idea came up, and together they were able to help not only Hyun-jong's mother, but also other patients. As soon as Hyun-jong entered the hospital, a nurse ran up to him and said that the deputy director, Mr. Pyo, was looking for him and wanted to see him immediately. Hyun-jong immediately went into his office, after which the nurse said this, and immediately ran into accusations from the deputy director, who had already seen the article where Hyun-jong was a co-author. The guy did not deny that he is a co-author of this article and had a hand in this dissertation, but he only helped a little last year. It seems the vice president was boiling with anger. He couldn't believe it. Where did the guy get such knowledge? But given all the anger, which was visible to the naked eye, the deputy director told the guy to go and continue working, which probably surprised even him. Hyun-jong decided that he had heard something and asked the vice president what he should do, but he heard everything correctly. He really told him to continue working, and, moreover, the deputy director lifted his punishment of 100 days of duty. Hyun-jong couldn't believe that he so easily got rid of the punishment that he couldn't remove, even with the help of the professor's request. But then he remembered how the doctor told him that if he was a famous person, then even the deputy director would not be able to touch him or forbid anything. Hyun-jong realized that the vice president needs an outside perspective, so he cannot put himself at a disadvantage, which is why he let the guy go so easily. But Dr. Yang was happy about it. Now he finally understood what it was to be famous, and how it would help him in his career. The surgeons at the hospital also did not ignore the article in the magazine in which Hyun-joon appeared and actively discussed this during the operation. They could not believe that a specialist who had just started working in the surgical department could get into such a popular magazine, and also in a neurological study. One of the doctors said that this is his fellow student. He is very young, but his skills are something special. A very talented guy who should become an excellent surgeon in the future. Lee Kyung-suk was present at this operation, who could not listen to it calmly. Again, Yang Hoon-jun, how tired he was of him. Unexpectedly, the deputy director came to the operation to see how the young surgeons were doing. And he asked everyone present what they know about the Olympus organization. One of the doctors knew well that this organization, which provides medical services around the world when it comes to a hospital, it can help get good funding. And individual doctors can also win the world's largest medical competition, giving them a boost in their careers. The deputy director was glad that his doctors understood this, and announced in front of everyone that Lee Kyung-seok would be doing this at the Daehan Hospital. He would lead not only this process, but also the research that would be carried out here. But Lee Kyung-suk seemed not very happy to hear this, because he had only one thing in his head. This is Yang Hoon-jun, who managed to get into the magazine, and now the whole hospital is talking about him. The guy was sure that this was not the end, and as soon as he was chosen in the Olympus project as the most promising doctor, then they would decide who was better. His motivation suddenly disappeared when he saw the guy standing with the director of the company and talking sweetly. How did he even know her? They stood for a while, and Hyun-jong suggested that director Kang Jong-sun sit down in the cafe so that it would be more convenient to talk. Lin Jen-seok decided not to waste the opportunity and eavesdrop on their conversation, in which the director of the company congratulated the guy on his publication in the magazine. He did a good job and this is a well-deserved reward for his work. But Hyun-jong still didn't believe it, and it seemed to him that his name was not deserved there. But the director reassured him and said that he had every right to do so. She told him that thanks to Hyun-jong, the development of a new medicine went many times faster, and the first results were very quickly. So his contribution cannot be ignored. But she didn't come here for this reason. She wanted to tell me that the CodeStem has a program that sponsors 2 neurologists every year. This time, she said that they decided to sponsor a doctor from a different specialty. Lin Jen-suk, who overheard this conversation, understood what the woman was talking about. And he heard that the grandee was very big in this competition. And finally she told all the moments of this competition, and announced that this year the same doctor of a different specialty was Yang Hyun-jun. The guy could not believe his ears that he was hearing this. The best thing is that he will be paid a prize money, and not a grand as it once was. Lin Kyung-seok now understands why the guy behaved so impudently in the hospital. But what Lin Kyung-suk heard afterward shocked him. Yang Hyun-jong cordially thanked the director, but said that he could not accept this money and would refuse it. He explained his decision by saying that he wants to become a doctor who can treat all diseases. Patients do not suffer due to a lack of staff, but he still believes that it is better to choose someone who needs research funds more than he does. Lin Kyung-suk listened even more carefully and could not believe that Hyun-jong would actually refuse the prize money. The woman was not actually surprised by this decision, because she knew that Hyun-jong was not greedy at all, as Professor Kim Hyun-pil had told her. The guy began to apologize to the director for the inconvenience he brought, but she calmed him down and said that there was nothing to apologize for. However, as she spoke, she was not going to give up so quickly. So she began to literally scream at him and say that he should receive these funds and deserves even more. She decided to explain to him what she meant. He cannot become an entire hospital. But it seems that with such expressions, she confused him even more. He didn't understand in what sense she was saying this. Why couldn't he? The director explained to him that in theory he could become a doctor who could treat anyone, but he would not be able to cure everyone, and this is a fact. She decided to give him an example for a deeper understanding. She designed a problem when 2 emergency patients arrive at his department with the same urgency. What will he do? Of course, Hyun-jong knew how to act, and of these 2 patients, he would first operate on the one who could be cured quickly, and the next patient, but he did not have time to finish when the director said that the answer was incorrect. She asked to decide between 2 and choose only 1 patient. Such a condition of the problem. He can save only 1. Who would he save? The guy did not fully understand the conditions, because he is a doctor and cannot abandon a single patient. He would try to the end to help both patients. But the answer was on the surface. As the director said, he just needs to assign another patient to other doctors. The director was sure that it was impossible to provide equal treatment opportunities for all patients alone. She opened one eye slightly to look at the reaction of the guy, who at that moment thought that he had already heard something similar from Lee Kyung-suk at one time. The director said that in this world, thanks to only 2 factors, she created such a successful company, and these 2 factors are people and money. She had to make more realistic decisions in her time to make her dream a reality, so he should think again. Hyun-jong seems to have realized that simply developing his skills is not the answer, and he will not be able to make his dream come true without support. Therefore, from that moment on, he decided that he wanted to found his own hospital, where everything would be different. In this hospital, they would first of all pay attention to patients. The director did not expect such an answer. She wanted to hear slightly different words, but these surprised her no less. Therefore, if the director really wants to help the guy, then he would like to ask her to invest in opening his own clinic. The director froze and didn't know how to react to this, because this is actually a very difficult question. Suddenly, this awkward silence turned into the director's laughter, and Hyun-jong thought that he had said something wrong, and she was laughing at him. She said that she was not laughing at him, but it is worth noting that she considers him an extraordinary person, and she really likes such insolence. Therefore, of course, she doesn't mind helping him when necessary. She will wait for the call and will definitely do everything in her power. Lee Kyung-seok just couldn't believe his ears. Does this guy really want to start his own hospital and has already found potential sponsors? How dare he even think about such a thing? At that moment, Hyun-jong saw that Jin-suk had been sitting next to them all this time and was eavesdropping on their conversation. But he proudly stood up and said that it was only by chance that he ended up here. But he could never have thought that Hyun-jong was so headless without a sense of reality. Hyun-jong took these words as a compliment and asked him to say this to him more often. He was very pleased to hear this. Lee Kyung-suk didn't understand a little. He just called him a name, and he responded by telling him to say that more often. Did he really hear what Lee Kyung-suk told him? He didn't listen to Hyun-jong any further, so he simply turned around and advised Dr. Yang to get down to business. But Hyun-jong told him this phrase for a reason, because he finally realized that, until this time, Lee Kyung-suk had only given him real advice that helped him, so let him not stop and continue. The guy was also about to leave the cafe after Jin-suk, but he saw that he had left something on the table, and it seemed that it was from the Olympus Company. Hyun-jong read while walking down the corridor and realized that it looked like some kind of program for young and promising surgeons. Ronnie, it looked like a network program designed for robotic surgery. Does such a thing exist? Suddenly, out of nowhere, Dr. Song sneaked up, trying to scare him. The guy was very happy to see him. Hyun-jong told him that he hasn't seen him in the department for a long time. So much work? Dr. Song asked him not to even remember. He doesn't get out of it. He doesn't even see his wife and child. Compared to Gyeongju, It's hell here, but he likes it. Dr. Song noticed a book from the Olympus project in the guy's hands and was wondering if Yoon Joan was also taking part in it. But it seems that Dr. Yang did not understand what we were talking about and asked Dr. Song to explain what the point was, because he did not understand what this folder was for. As soon as Dr. Song stuttered to tell him, the phone suddenly rang, and it seemed like it was something urgent. It turned out that way, so the man immediately ran to work without even having time to have a normal conversation with his friend. But still, the guy was very interested in the Olympus project, and he didn't mind finding out about it in more detail. The CEO of the Olympus company, Ron Allen, came to work in the morning, and one of the security guards said that a very important guest was waiting in her office. She immediately understood who the guard was talking about, and ran into the office to make sure that she was right, and it seemed so. Rona was very angry because a lot of years had passed since he disappeared. She tried so hard to find him, and suddenly he came back. What made him come back? It was her father, the same Mr. Allen, who apparently saw something in Korea that decided to come back here. Yeon Sung went out to have lunch in peace, but he had to listen to his colleagues talk about the robotic surgery that Lee Kyung-suk performed. Unexpectedly, one of Yeon Sung's acquaintances pointed his finger at Hyun Joon, who came in for a bite to eat and said that this guy is also not ordinary. There are so many rumors and conversations about him. But the girl who was sitting next to him decided to shut his mouth, because he is, first of all, their colleague, and they need to respect each other before saying what he is like behind his back. Yeon Sung was very angry to hear this. He, of course, knew that they were saying different things about his friend. But from now on, he doesn't want to hear anything in his direction. But she agreed with them in some ways, because what were his endless punishments from the deputy director worth? She even heard that this Hyun Joon arbitrarily administered a thrombolytic drug directly in the ambulance, without the presence of an ultrasound. There were even rumors that he was drunk. What was he thinking? What if the patient got even worse? For example, the girl was not sure that the guy would take responsibility if something went wrong. Yoon Sung couldn't say, but he wanted it so much. If only they knew that if Hyun Joon had not cured Uncle Song-ti during that time, the consequences would have been completely different, and the result for the patient would most likely have been tragic. But then, unexpectedly, the guys were interrupted by Hyun Joon himself, who answered the girl's question that if he wasn't sure of the treatment, he wouldn't have administered it. So no one needs to take responsibility for anything, and the patient only felt better. She was surprised by the level of such arrogance. Did he really think that there was not even 1% of risk in his actions? She understood everything this guy was made of. Hyun Joon had excellent hearing and heard what the girl was saying under her breath, and answered her that it was self-confidence, not arrogance. He was confident, and just did what was necessary. Yoon Sung decided to stop this useless dialogue and pulled him by the hand so that he would sit down and not take these thoughts into his head. They are all just jealous of him. The guy was most annoyed by this girl, because wherever he saw her, she constantly talked about some kind of connection between Hyun Joon and his superiors, that he got the answers to the exam somewhere, and that's why he answered so well. Dr. Yang thought about this girl and decided that he needed to have a normal conversation with her if possible. For the first time in a long time, Yeon Sung saw Hyun Joon in a robe. He told him that today was his first operation. That's why he dressed like that. Hyun Joon said that the ban on him was lifted. He believed that they decided to resort to Hyun Joon's skills at the insistence of the vice president. But the professor who called him for the operation does not seem to belong to any of the departments. He also heard that Professor Chu Guan-wook is an expert in liver transplantation, so he is looking forward to this operation and how cool it will be. Yoon Sung was shocked that he would go into surgery with this professor, because it seems the guy knows him personally, and you can't tell from his face that he really likes this professor. He said that he knew him, but would prefer not to know. Before that very operation, the professor gathered the entire team of surgeons together and said that their attention should be at the limit if they did not want him to criticize them to smithereens. Next, he turned to Yang Hyun-jun and ordered him to observe the intern during the operation, because he heard what a good specialist you are in this. So he hoped that Dr. Yang would do without participating in the operation today. But Hyun-jun was not going to give up just like that. So he asked the professor to allow him to personally participate in the process. This professor was a very strange man who told him in response that he would rein him in. He didn't know who the guy had worked with before and what he was allowed to do during operations. But this wouldn't work with him. When all the instructions were distributed, the professor called them immediately to the operating room. Now Hyun-jun understood why Yoon's son reacted to this professor the way he did, and why he wanted to forget him so much. Dr. Yang carefully watched the progress of the operation and understood that this doctor, although disgusting, knew his business and his movements were very professional. Suddenly, the professor felt cramped in the operating room, and he decided to correct this situation and expel one of the doctors. He scolded the surgeon for not coping with the operation from the very beginning. He couldn't even assist normally when he should have operated on himself. The doctor was unable to tolerate such moral pressure from the professor, so he hurriedly left the operating room, and Hyun-jun understood that this was too much, and Yoon's son was right about this surgeon. The professor turned back and saw a guy in red glasses, whom he liked and said that he would now be his assistant. But the guy was not ready for this. Therefore, the professor did not mince words and scolded this guy for being such a coward, but still wanted to force him to operate. In his place, Hyun-jun stepped in and confidently told the professor that he would assist him. But the professor looked at him with a grin and asked if he could. The guy had dealt with this operation with Ronnie dozens of times already, so he was 100% confident in his abilities. Honestly, Hyun-jun understood that this was not so much a critical patient, and he could give the same guy with glasses a chance to prove himself. But he remembered the words of the director, who told him that his talent needed to be shown to people. They would not always see a good level of work. Therefore, the guy decided to no longer hide behind the backs of others. He cannot afford this if he wants to achieve his goal. He understood that no matter how good the skills were, they would not play a role unless circumstances changed, so he needed to take everything into his own hands and act. Hyun-jun took the tools in his hands and told the professor that he was ready to begin. If it was necessary for him to show what he was capable of, then he would do it. Dr. Yang was ready to begin the operation and show everything he could do. The guy who Hyun-jun didn't even give a chance to show himself stood silently and watched Dr. Yang work. He hoped that he would quickly make a mistake and the professor would kick him out. But it seems the professor hasn't said a word against him yet, only a few times, so that Hyun-jun doesn't pull it so hard. But overall the boss was focused on the operation. Over time, the professor began to speed up and ask the guy to perform all the actions much faster. It would seem that Hyun-jun could not cope with this task, but everything was exactly the opposite. He did his job perfectly. The guy even began to envy him that the professor gives him a task, and with each new one, he completes it faster and faster. Hyun-jun tried to follow the professor's every action and catch his every move. He really was a master of his craft, and it's people like this that are worth learning from. Once the operation was completed, all the professor could say was that the bladder they removed was full of stones. And of course, he did not forget to scold one of the doctors who helped him. He was about to leave, but still turned around and said that he forgot to add that Yang Hyun-jun did a good job. Now the professor wants to see him in action when he will be the main surgeon, so he assigned him his first own operation. The guy was delighted with what he heard. because he knew that the first operation is an event at which one of the first-year residents, selected by the faculty, conducts his first independent practice. This meant that the teaching staff's attention to the talent of the selected candidate would be maximum. And the most important thing that can be achieved after this operation is that it increases the opportunity to remain in the hospital as a specialist after completing the main course. The guy who was at the operation with Hyun-jong simply couldn't believe it. Keeping up with the rhythm of Professor Sora-zu is great, but it seemed to him that assigning the first operation for such a thing was too much. Meanwhile, in the office of the deputy director, all the chiefs and professors of the hospital gathered to choose the same candidate for the first operation, and some professors supported the candidacy of Yang Hyun-jun. The head of general surgery believed that the punishment was over. He thinks that they should give the guy a chance, because he tried so hard all this time. The deputy, of course, didn't like this idea, and was starting to get annoyed by these professors who stood up for the guy. So he put forward his candidacy, and it was Song Sun-hee. Those same doctors who had no opinion, but were there simply for the sake of the deputy, of course, raised their hand in his favor and also chose Song Song. One of the professors agreed as a deputy that Song Song is a good candidate, but she is still too nervous during operations, even when assisting. Therefore, they believed that Yang Hyun-jong was much more suitable, since he is able to act quickly. He is more suitable for the first operation. But the deputy decided to again remember the incident because of which the guy was sent to Gyeongju, so he asked the professor to vouch for him, and if the guy was sent there again, he would go with him. So the professor didn't say anything else. As soon as the deputy counted the votes and realized that Yang Hyun-jun would not be the candidate for the first operation, a man came into the office. This was the same Professor Gwon-wook who had just performed an operation on Hyun-jong, so he was late. But he confidently cast his vote for the guy, because the guy coped with even his comments. Thus, there were 3 votes against and the same number of votes for, which the vice president did not like very much. But this will not give him any result, so he decided to use his another trump card, since he recently appointed Lee Kyung-suk as the chief of one of the departments. He could also cast his vote, so the deputy decided that the guy would decide Hyun-jon's fate. Lee Kyung-suk was not ready for such a turn, because he had only recently become a chief, and he was already being forced to make such decisions. Lee Kyung-suk decided to wash himself after such a hard day of his meeting, and he was joined by Professor Ju Gwon-wook, who was very interested in why the guy made this particular choice. He explained to the professor that he had actually expected this question to be asked of him and had prepared several thoughts on this matter. Professor Zhu Gowan suggested that one of his considerations is Vice President Fee, whom he indulges. He believed that the guy didn't even think about whether Song Song's skills were higher or lower. The decision was made purely at the request of the deputy director. Lee Jian-seo pressed himself against the wall at these words and didn't know what to say in response. He tried to find an excuse, but it's not so easy. The professor was disappointed with his choice. How can one not reveal such a difference in the skills of the candidates? Because the choice of a worthy one was so obvious. It looks like the guy doesn't understand people at all. Lee Kyung-suk remembered how he recently came to his father and tried to ask him for advice, because his competitor was constantly lucky, and he didn't know what to do about it. The guy's father was surprised that his son finally came to him, because this usually doesn't happen. But still, despite their strained relationship, he didn't mind giving him advice. His father made it clear to him that if a competitor is lucky, then the guy must use only common sense in their fight, which will never help. He also added that if a guy worked with all his might and nothing came of it, then unfortunately this is his limit, and there is no point in trying anymore, which made Lee Kyung-suk very angry because he no longer has the strength. But his father was calm, because he had not yet finished speaking, since the guy does not have the strength to try even harder. He needs to find another way, a simpler one. Anyone who stands in his way, if you cannot win in a fair competition, must be pushed down and not allowed to rise. In winning a fair competition, no one will clap for him, so you need to reach up at any cost, and remember that the main thing is the result. It proves the real value of a person. Therefore, despite the conversation with Professor Zhu Guan, he believed that he had made the right choice and drowned his competitor down in order to rise against this background. Lee Kyung-suk was obsessed with this victory, so he was determined to do everything so that Hyun-jong himself would admit his defeat and no longer interfere with him. Hyun-jong tried to apply for a project to Olympus, but he couldn't do it. The thing was that he could not choose a topic, and Ronnie could not advise him, because this was a fairly broad question. He needed keywords or questions. Dr. Yang himself did not know what to say and what topic he wanted, so he decided that it was time to look for new information and replenish the database. But he was met by one of the nurses who asked him to return to the pediatric ward because the children missed him so much. Hyun-jong could not refuse, so he had to agree to go to the department for a while. And after that, he would definitely go to study and look for a topic. As soon as the guy comes to this department, the children immediately become very obedient. The nurse was surprised that the boy whom she tried to give an injection several times agreed to it so quickly. Unexpectedly, their good mood was interrupted by one of the patient's parents. Hyun-jong knew that Young-ji was lying in the department, whose condition was about to improve. Therefore, Dr. Yang decided to find out how she was doing and how much worse she had become if her mother reacted this way. The nurse's answer was difficult, but everything became clear to the guy. He needed to immediately run there. Hyun-jong ran at his maximum speed because he knew that patient Sun Yi had been causing great concern lately. When she was 18 months old, she was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Her stomach was full of tumors, and she was a baby. Although she underwent intensive chemotherapy for more than 6 months, she always beamed with a smile. This girl attracted attention. Even Sun Yi became attached to her and decided to knit her a hat, which would be ready next week. But unfortunately, the girl left this world today. Hyun-jong found Dr. Yeon on the roof of the hospital, just standing and looking into the distance. It was obvious that it was very difficult for her to experience this. She cried and answered Hyun-jong with the last of her strength. It was hard for her, and the guy stood there like a pillar and didn't know what to say to her. It turns out he doesn't know how to console at all. But still, he found a way out of the situation. Hyun-jong decided to hug her tightly and say that she did everything she could. This is a very complex disease, and she is not to blame for it. And the most important thing is that Young-ji knows this for sure. She looks from heaven and smiles at her, because her Dr. Yeon did everything she could for her, even knitted a hat. After such a conversation, it was very difficult for the guy to concentrate on the topic that he could choose for Olympus. He couldn't even come up with a topic, let alone write something. And Ronnie suggested that this was due to a change in relationship with Sun Yi. But the guy began to deny. Hyun-jong believed that at that moment, he did everything to console the girl, and it didn't mean anything. Sun Yi tried to get used to the fact that patients could leave like this and not pay attention to it, but it was actually very difficult. Hyun-jong didn't think so. He had heard many times that doctors should treat patients with indifference. But he himself doesn't think so. He always knew that when you treat with understanding and care, it becomes much better to see both the person himself and the disease he suffers from. Dr. Yang still ponders this question because sometimes the responsibility is too heavy. But he believes that this attitude makes him a much better doctor than others. Even after such words, Sun Yi was still a little sad because the anti-cancer drug that is now undergoing clinical trials is said to be effective. and it would be great to cure Young Ji with it. Sunyi was very upset that this drug was not released for general use, and the girl simply did not wait for treatment. Hyun-jong understood that the development of a new drug takes more than 10 years, starting with research, screening, and development of new drug candidates. It was very sad that the drug reaches real clinical trials only after 3 phases of additional trials. If only this time could be reduced. Ronnie suggested that in order to reduce the time and time frame for developing new drugs, it is necessary to focus on the search and selection of candidates. Hyun-jong was not sure about such an idea, because it is very difficult to significantly reduce the time, and there is also a limit on the amount of manpower that can be used for development. And then it dawned on the guy that instead of manpower, it was possible to use artificial intelligence, which would be able to analyze the effectiveness of the device using its huge database. Ronnie agreed with Hyun-jong 100%, because this would really significantly reduce the development time, and the drugs would go through all these phases faster. Now Hyun-jong knew what topic he should choose to participate in Olympus. It would be the development of new drugs using artificial intelligence. After the girl was informed that she would soon have her first operation, she became too kind and energetic. The guys who worked with her were surprised that a person was capable of such a thing. She tried not to show it to anyone, but inside, she was very happy, because finally the time had come for her to operate herself. She had been working towards this goal for a very long time, but her joy was interrupted by Hyun-jong, who kindly congratulated her on her first operation, and she only thought about why this guy is still at work, because he is not on duty today. Next, Hyun-jong decided to ask her about what operation she would be given first. What does she think it will be? She told him that it might be appendicitis. This is a fairly safe operation, perfect for the first one, but she wondered in the first place why this guy became so friendly. The girl knew that Hyun-jong heard what she was talking about him behind his back. Why is he so kind to her? What is this guy up to? After thinking a little, she realized what was going on here. He was apparently upset that he missed his first operation, so he deliberately pretended to be calm so that they wouldn't think how angry he was. Therefore, she decided to also play actress and calm Hyun-jong a little, saying that someday his turn would come to him and he would operate on his own. Hyun-jong, of course, was not very pleased to hear this, and he also wanted to be the first. But this did not upset him, because he understood that, in any case, he would achieve his goal someday. It's good that at this time, the girl's phone rang and she was called for her first operation to remove an inflamed appendix. She immediately said goodbye to Hyun-jong and ran to the 5th operating room. The operating room had already been prepared and all the doctors, including the girl, were ready to begin the operation. The girl with glasses didn't understand why Hyun-jong came here, because he wasn't invited here. But Dr. Yang came just to see, because he was interested in how it goes. Suddenly, plans changed and the professor turned to Song Song-hai, who at that moment was distracted by Hyun-jong. The professor said that the plans had changed a little, and she would have to undergo the first operation, if, of course, she was ready. The girl was delighted with happiness. Of course she agreed, because to perform the first operation of the year is a great honor for a first-year residency student, especially since she already knew that she would be the one to perform it, so it was no problem. Hyun-jong, of course, didn't mind, but he doubted that this girl's experience would allow her to carry out the operation on her own. Although it was appendicitis, it was not an open operation, which is much easier to cope with. It was a closed laparoscopy. The girl had hardly worked with such instruments in her life. Hyun-jong understood that it would not be easy for a freshman who was not used to using tongs to master them in 5 minutes. In addition, during this operation gas is injected, but the patient's stomach was already swollen and overweight. Because this is not a patient, but a patient who is 20 weeks pregnant. So the professor asked the girl to be as attentive as possible and work carefully. The girl was incredibly nervous because she had only once assisted in such an operation, but there was a man there, not a pregnant woman. Now this operation is much more difficult. Hyun-jong carefully watched the progress of the operation. The professor tried to speed up the girl a little, because she still had not found the appendix, and she still needed to remove it. Dr. Yang was well aware that a lot of time had passed since the start of the operation. The girl was doing everything for a very long time. This could turn out badly for the patient. Looking at the girl's hands, it was clearly visible how nervous she was, because this was indeed a rather dangerous operation, considering that there was a child inside. It was necessary to act with the utmost caution, because everyone in the operating room understood that if the forceps touched the uterus, this could be a fatal end for the fetus. Dr. Yang has already begun to get a little nervous, because if the girl continues to be nervous, this could be fraught with complications that will be difficult to correct in the future. Hyun-jun still could not stand it and suggested that the professor no longer delay the operation, because he himself understood how it could end. He felt sorry for Song-song-hee. She tried so hard and prepared for this operation. She was so focused, but still, he had to say that a lot of time had passed since the anesthesia. Therefore, he believes that it is better for the professor to take over the operation. Otherwise, it could end badly. The boss didn't think that anything critical had happened, but it really took a lot of time. So he suggested that Hyun-jong take the operation into his own hands. The guy did not expect such a turn, because this was not what he had in mind. But Hyun-jong did not mind taking responsibility. The girl could not believe that now Hyun-jong would perform the operation instead of her. Dr. Yang understood that the girl had great expectations from her first operation, but his thoughts were interrupted by the professor, who said that now Hyun-jun was slowing down, who did not pick up the instruments, but looked at the girl. He decided that this was not important now, because the patient needed to undergo surgery immediately, and he would think about it later. Hyun-jun immediately picked up the tools and began to finish the operation. Of course, this was not his first independent practice, but it was the guy who would have to finish it. The guy, unlike the girl, immediately established the rules of who was in charge of the operation, and asked to establish a new position for the patient, in which he quickly found the appendix and isolated it. The professor did not expect such speed from a freshman, but he was still pleased. The chief noticed that the patient was even more difficult than he thought. She already had a perforation, and, given this detail, it was necessary to use ultrasound during the operation. As soon as the professor decided to tell Dr. Yang that he needed to use ultrasound, Hyun-jong himself turned to the nurse and asked for a special ultrasonic cutter, which is used specifically for such cases. The surgeon was pleasantly surprised that the guy also saw perforation in the woman's organs, and asked to give him an ultrasound. With each such correct decision, the man liked Hyun-jong more and more. Usually, he can immediately read what kind of person a person really is and what he can do. But this time it was hard for him to do it, and he liked it the most. Now, in the role of observer, there was a girl who understood that she had failed in her duties as the chief surgeon of the operation, and at the same moment saw how Hyun-jun was doing her job perfectly together with the professor. She simply could not believe this. She did not know a single freshman who could do this during an operation. Moreover, she knew almost no specialists who could cope with such a task. She suddenly felt incredibly ashamed for talking about this guy, because it seems like he is a genius, and only became so through hard work. After the operation was completed, she decided not to say anything to the guy that he had taken her place. But on the contrary, she apologized to him. Hyun-jong did not expect such a turn of events and did not understand why she was apologizing. She explained to him that she was led by feelings and spread rumors about Hyun-jong. which, as she saw, were completely untrue. The girl tried to tell him that she was from another academy, so she worked harder than anyone else to keep up. It was very difficult for her to admit that there were people better than her, so she wants to apologize again. She is really sorry. And the girl also added that she was grateful to him for taking the situation into his own hands in time and helping to complete the operation, because it was really very difficult for her. But she was glad that it all ended without incident. Hyun-joon was sorry that she missed her first surgery, but the patient should always come first, and there should be no exceptions. But still, he looked at her and understood that the girl had some kind of responsibility to her patients as a doctor, and he liked it. So he invited her to get along in the future and not quarrel. Of course, she was all for it, because this is what she wanted, after which she immediately asked Hyun-joon to teach her how to operate the instruments during the operation, just like he did. The guy didn't understand how her apology turned into a request to teach her how to operate the tools. She was already leaving, and at the end, she said that she would fix everything, and there would be no more rumors. Hyun-joon had no doubt about it, because she had started them. After that day, Professor Ju Gwon-wook began calling the guy into the operating room more often. Of course, he didn't trust him with the scalpel, but that was enough for the guy, because watching the master work up close was already a success. He could learn a lot from him. However, it all started with the persistent request of Song Song-hee, who so wanted to learn how to operate instruments. This training continued until recently. But to be honest, teaching a student like this girl was a pleasure for Hyun-joon, because she understood everything he told her perfectly. Somehow, their next lesson was interrupted by a call from Hyun-joon, and he asked her to practice on her own for now while he talked on the phone. His old friend called him, the same one who invented Ronnie, and pleased the guy that his request was fulfilled. He himself did not expect to cope so quickly, because when he first talked to him about this, his friend thought that this would take a long time. But he managed to do it much faster. At the Olympus headquarters, Rona was talking with the Chief Director of Business Strategy, Michael Gibbs, because a crazy project had arrived in her mail that she could not expect. The chairman was also discouraged, because developing new drugs using artificial intelligence is not proposed every day. The chief director understood that, judging by the boss's reaction, she had already identified the lucky one who would take the main prize. But it seems she decided to do something more this year. Rona decided not just to present an award to the person who did this project, but to recruit him to work. Doctors of the first year of internship opened the lists of participants who were lucky enough to be included in the selected ones in the Olympus project, and Lee Kyung-sik was on this list, who was very happy about this. It's good that he managed to do this. Now he can break away from Yang Hyun-joon if he wins the main prize in this competition. But one of the doctors also added that in the lists he found the name of Yang Hyun-joon, which Lee Kyung-suk could not have expected, but it was indeed true, and he is participating. Although his anger at the fact that Hyun-joon got in here suddenly disappeared, because he saw the topic on which the guy would speak, and this was the development of new drugs using artificial intelligence, Jin-suk believed that he never had time to prepare such a presentation. The doctors believed that Hyun-joon again used his connections, and his superiors made an agreement for him. They just wouldn't put him on these lists, no matter how hard he tried. But their guesses were interrupted by Song Song, who stood in the corner and unexpectedly said that this was all not true, and she personally saw how Hyun-joon prepared this presentation. She said that he asked advice from his friends, but initially the idea was only his. The doctors were amazed at these words, because only recently she convinced them that Hyun-joon knew nothing, and only his superiors decided everything for him. Song Song said that they should forget everything she said before, because she was absolutely wrong. Such a confession really surprised the guys. The guys couldn't understand. He's really so smart, because at first he was popular for his video where he saved a man from a fire. Then there was a magazine, and now the Olympus project? Lin Jiansu could no longer hear it. Could this impudent person bypass him again? Dr. Gyeong-suk replayed all the moments in his head that he had connected with Hyun-jong, and realized that the one who is so desperately reaching up needs to be cut off so as not to interfere with the others. The guy's father was absolutely right, and now he understands it. Rona wasn't kidding when she said that she wanted to recruit the person who made this presentation, so she invited him to lunch in one of the largest high-rise buildings in Seoul, and when she heard more details from him personally, she was even more surprised. Hyun-jong tried to tell her that she was exaggerating, but she calmed him down and said that for this, she flew from another city, but now I'm sure that she doesn't regret a bit. But this is only 1% of their conversation, so she decided to move on to the most important thing and asked Michael to get her an envelope. Rona put the envelope in front of Hyun-jong and told him that now they will talk about completely different things. She warned him that she would now speak directly. Rona said that she wanted to hire a guy to work at the Olympus Research Center, and they promised better conditions and offers. Hyun-jung couldn't even imagine such a proposal in his direction, so he was quite surprised. She explained to him that this is not an ordinary laboratory. This is a brain research center. Hyun-jung knew what she was talking about, because it seems that this center had recently developed a very effective cure for Alzheimer's disease. He was sorry that very few people used this medicine, because it was very expensive and few people could afford it. She explained that this is their subsidiary company of Olympus, and if the development of new drugs with Hyun-jong's work gains momentum, then she believed that it will greatly help patients. But Hyun-jung, after reading these documents, understood that his goal was to become a high-class surgeon, regardless of the conditions that this company gave him. On the other hand, he understood that it would be nice to improve the technology, and deep brain centers would be able to develop and promote these drugs around the world. He wanted to try to do this, because no matter how great the medicine was, the main problem was that people could not afford this or that drug, and it would be nice to fix that. Ronnie intervened in Hyun-jong's thoughts and invited him to put forward his own conditions that would be convenient for him. He suggested that Hyun-jong ask company representatives, in addition to labor fees, for 10% of the net profit from sales of the drug as a royalty. Hyun-jong understood very well that when new drugs enter the market and begin to promote well, sales volumes can reach huge numbers. But the guy understood that they would not accept such conditions, because they were not justified for them. But Ronnie gave him an idea that could change the pricing policy of the Olympus company. He invited him to influence the drug with the help of this royalty in the amount of 10%, which he would receive from the sale of drugs. After all, if Hyun-jong uses the royalties received from sales, he will be able to provide patients with drugs at a lower price, and treatment will become much more affordable. The idea was certainly cool, but Hyun-jung doubted that the leadership of Olympus would accept these conditions. They were too profitable for him. Ronnie knew one more condition, which, having offered, the company management could not refuse, and it seems Hyun-jung decided to take a risk. As soon as the guy left their meeting place, Rona lost her temper a little. She couldn't believe that Hyun-jong wanted 10% of all sales. This was the first time she was negotiating such things. But the chief director reassured her, because this is common sense, which is beneficial to both parties. They understood that if within 3 years the project could not produce results, then they would be able to deliver this project to zero, while avoiding Hyun-jung's conditions. In any case, there were risks, but only for Olympus. Are they really that confident in their abilities? Rona didn't know the answer to this question, but she knew for sure now that Hyun-jong was not an ordinary person, and it was worth trying to work with him. A few days after the meeting between Hyun-jong and representatives of the Olympus company, Rona, Ellen, and Michael came to the hospital to personally sign contracts with new players in this field. In addition to Hyun-jong, this project also included Lee Kyung-seok, who was clearly unhappy sitting next to Hyun-jong, which cannot be said about Dr. Young, whose joy was off the charts. The time came to sign the contract, and the guy noticed that without taking into account the first sheet of the contract, there was another one, which stuck out the deal. At first it was not clear what it was, but everything changed when Hyun-jong raised his head and looked at Rona, who quietly winked at him. Now everything fell into place, because the other sheet in the contract was a sheet for the additional fee that he and Ronnie requested. After signing the contracts, Rona congratulated the new project participants. At this stage, they begin to officially work with the company, and the first thing to do is to materialize their ideas and bring them to life. She addressed the guys personally. She allowed Lee Kyung-seok to bring the idea to life, and allowed him to use it in surgery as soon as he finished implementing it. And she asked Dr. Yana to hurry up and prove the value of his idea. And for this, she expects him to develop a completely new medicine. Hyun-jong understood perfectly what she meant, and knew that if the project did not produce results within 3 years, then it would be delivered for free. At this point, Rona suggested ending this meeting because they still need to go to the other winners, and she wished good luck and patience to Hyun-jong and Lee Kyung-seok. She will look forward to their projects and see how they did. Hyun-jong understood that there were still 3 years ahead. It seemed like there was time. But in reality, he would have to combine his work schedule at the hospital and development, which would also take a lot of time. Therefore, there is no need to hesitate, and Hyun-jong suggested that Ronnie immediately begin developing a new medicine. The guy's mother couldn't believe that a foreign company was investing a lot of money in her son's idea. But still, she was sure that he might have difficulties. But he had to cope with everything, because she believed in him so much. Hyun-jong has seen only one difficulty so far, which is to come up with a concept for the first project. But he has Ronnie, and together they will come up with something. In the meantime, the guy decided that it was not worth telling his mother that there were difficulties. It was better to let her think that everything was fine and that she would recover faster. So he told his mom that everything was great. Now he's on the rise, so he just needs time to develop. The mother was infinitely proud of her son. She believed in him with all her heart. And Hyun-jong was sure that all this was thanks to the people who surrounded him. She completely agreed with him, because in this world you can't do anything alone, and you need to be grateful to every person who helped him in some way. While he was talking with his mother, he noticed an improvement for himself, which the doctors did not talk about. She began to speak much more clearly. The effect of the medications was amazing. He thanked Professor Kim Hyun-pil, because if he had not done this, it is unlikely that anything would have happened. Hyun-jong already considered himself a rather lucky person, if only because there are not many places in the world where they research and develop cures for diseases like his mother's. He looked at his mother and knew that besides her, there were a lot of other patients who suffered from rare diseases and could not be treated because the drugs were too expensive. And then I suddenly thought, what if he could create such a cure for such diseases and make it available to absolutely everyone? As soon as the guy left the hospital, he immediately asked Ronnie what he thought about creating a new cure for a rare disease as the first topic. But Ronnie didn't understand why he chose this particular topic. Hyun-jong knew very well that treating rare diseases is usually not cost-effective, and the priorities of pharmaceutical companies usually push this topic into the background. Therefore, if they take a step forward and develop a cure for a rare disease, it will help patients who cannot afford expensive drugs. They will finally have a choice. But Hyun-jong wondered whether Olympus would accept such an unprofitable topic. But as Ronnie noted, the contract does not indicate anything about the profitability of the project. Then nothing else stood in their way, And first of all, they needed to create a concept for the drug. And for this, they needed to find data on rare diseases. From that moment on, Hyun-jong began to pay attention to almost every person he saw on the way home. And the first one who caught his eye was the asthmatic driver. He noticed that even when the driver inhaled the inhaler, he did not feel better. It must be very inconvenient to live with such an illness. Suddenly, the driver did not stop at the stop where he was supposed to, and Hyun-jong decided to remind him that he needed to stop, because there were people waiting for him there. But the driver had no time to stop. It seemed he was having an asthma attack, which he couldn't stop on his own. The guy understood that he needed to stop the bus immediately. Otherwise, it could cause trouble, because there was a pedestrian crossing ahead. Hyun-jong tried to take control of the bus and steer the steering wheel, but it was very difficult to do. It seems Hyun-jong was still able to do it, and he crashed into nearby trees, which softened the blow. He immediately asked the passengers if any of them were injured, but fortunately everyone was just scared, but nothing more. So he asked someone to call an ambulance. The bus driver was very ill. Ronnie got involved in the process in time and advised Hyun-jong to turn the steering wheel 150 degrees to crash into the nearest trees. Thanks to Ronnie's instructions, they managed to avoid serious damage and minimize losses. Hyun-jong carefully laid the man on the floor and tried to examine him in as much detail as possible. He understood that at first he used an inhaler, but the symptoms did not disappear after using it. Then maybe it was not asthma? Hyun-jong decided to examine him in more detail and saw that he had signs of hives. Therefore, inhalation of salbutamol did not help. But he needs immediate help. Waiting for an ambulance is too long. The guy understood that if the medicine was not administered immediately, brain damage would begin due to lack of oxygen, and then it would be too late to help. Ronnie suggested that Hyun-jong try to release adrenaline through his interior lobe of the brain. The guy certainly didn't mind, so he agreed to it. But Ronnie warned him that if you synthesize adrenaline inside the body, there is a high probability of overloading the body. So he asked again if the guy was sure of this. Without further thought, Hyun-jong decided that he needed to do this immediately because the patient is much more important than his overload. Ronnie heard him and began to release as much adrenaline as possible so that this dose would be enough for the patient, and he would feel better. After some time, the patient was picked up by an ambulance and taken to the emergency department, where he felt much better. But now Hyun-jong, who felt all the consequences that Ronnie spoke about, is feeling unwell. His head hurt incredibly badly. In any case, his headache will pass. The main thing at that moment was to cure the patient, because a little more delay, and he could leave this world. Then Hyun-jong noticed how a man was trying to get hold of one of the doctors, saying that his mother urgently needed help. The doctor asked him to wait just a little bit, because they were trying to save a patient who was in a very serious condition, but he insisted that his mother was also in a serious condition. Hyun-jong understood that nothing could be done about it. Emergency care takes priority in providing assistance, and the guys are doing everything right. But the guy continued to scream with all his might and prove that his mother was also very ill. He did not understand what was the use of an ambulance then. And then it dawned on the guy, because since he began to think that treating as many patients as possible was the best he could do, and suddenly he forgot about it. But fundamentally nothing has changed since then. He once made a promise that no patient would be rejected like his father, and this promise has not changed since then. He noticed that even at Daehan Hospital, the best in Korea, the situation with the emergency department has not changed. Since the department constantly makes losses, no one dares to voluntarily invest in it. But will Hyun-jong be able to revolutionize and improve the system itself? Lee Kyung-suk carried out the operation, but was not at all concentrated on it, because his thoughts were completely different. He recalled how he and Hyun-jong signed contracts and company representatives praised Dr. Yang for an excellent article in the magazine. Rona said that she read it completely and was delighted, but Hyun-jong was modest as always. He said that the author did all the work, and he just said a few phrases, and that's why he ended up in the magazine. Lee Kyung-suk was so affected by this that even during the operation, his thoughts were only about this. He did not even hear the professor calling him, who asked him not to be distracted by the operation. This led to him making a mistake during the operation, and in the eyes of the professor this was unexpected. After the operation, Lee Kyung-suk decided that it was all because of Hyun-jong, who was clearly preventing him from living a normal life. So he decided to act. He most did not want to be indebted to the hospital's deputy, but from that moment on, he was ready to do anything. He had a request to the vice president, because he wanted to go over his head and become even higher in his rank. As it turned out, Lee Kyung-suk wanted to ask the deputy to join the team of the World Society of Liver Transplantation of Professor Java Jae-young. Lee Kyung-suk knew that being on the World Liver Transplantation Society team meant attending a world-class conference where hundreds of surgeons gathered. At this conference, operations are performed live, so that surgeons from different parts of the world can gain experience from more experienced colleagues. Until last year, the live broadcast was conducted by the team of Professor Ju Gwon-wook, but his team recently, for mysterious reasons, began to disintegrate, and a large number of people left. Therefore, at the moment, one team is preparing to participate in a conference on liver transplantation using a surgical robot. The head of this team is Professor Woo Jae-young, who is a fairly close person to Vice President Pyo. Lee Kyung-suk wanted to join his team because in this way he could demonstrate his skills and impress a huge number of people. This is a very good moment and opportunity for him. The deputy listened carefully to the guy and told him that he had excellent skills in surgery, so he was a great fit for the professor's team. But after that, he upset him by telling him that Professor Ju Gwon-wook recently came in and said that he would complement his team with the candidacy of Yang Hyun-jong. The deputy was confident that he would still take part in the conference, even though he had a first-year student on the team. Lee Kyung-suk was too angry with Hyun-jun. He managed to get in here too. He is spinning everywhere. In any case, the vice president believed that it was better to stay in the shadows now, because there are elections next year. He believed that at this time, he would have an excellent opportunity to throw out of the hospital the people who were preventing him from living in peace. And the first thing he decided to start with was the emergency room. Lee Gang understood his desire to kick out Professor Zhu and Yang Han-jun. But why would he touch the ambulance? He understood that most likely the professors of emergency medicine and the chief of traumatology could be targeted because they do not sympathize with the deputy. But still, he considered them to be the key figures in the emergency department. The deputy apparently set out to weed out everyone who would go against his will. Still, the deputy could get Lee Kyung-seok into the team, but he was interested in what the guy himself was ready to do for this. The vice president did not doubt his abilities and skills, but it seemed to him that he needed a strong motive to join their team. Lee Kyung-suk did not understand what the deputy was trying to tell him, what motive he was talking about. The vice president opened the blinds and looked at the crowd of journalists who stood next to the emergency department, and he understood that the journalists had gathered there because of the bad situation in the department. And someone should answer for this. But Lee Kyung-suk knew that the entrances and exits were controlled by security, and no journalist would enter without permission. But it seems that was the point. After all, after this, the deputy came up and began to tell Jen Seok that if suddenly someone let journalists inside, then this would be considered a good reason for getting into the team. Professor Zhang, meanwhile, called Yang Hyun-dun to his office to talk to him about that very conference. He told the guy directly that he wanted him to join them in the Liver Transplant Society team, because he was sure that the guy would help them. Hyun-jun was very happy when he heard that he was called to the team. He was very interested in trying himself in this. It's like a competition. The professor added that he had already seen his skill in the operation of a pregnant woman. Hyun-jun then showed what he was capable of. So he has a place on the team. Now it dawned on Hyun-jun why the professor entrusted him with the operation then. It was a kind of test, which it seems he successfully passed. But that's not all. Since the professor saw Hyun-jun watching the boss perform operations, and even tried to repeat his movements, Dr. Yang became too embarrassed. Hyun-jun was well aware of how important this was, because if he could get on their team, then the liver transplant operation, which for him was limited to only viewing, could become a reality, and he would learn how to do it from Professor Zhu. But joining the team means becoming a key employee of the Department of Pancreatic and Hepatobiliary Surgery. And after that, Hyun-jun will not have the moral right to join the traumatology department. The guy thought about it and realized that most likely he would have to refuse. And as soon as he decided to tell the professor this, he interrupted him. He interrupted to say that he knew that Hyun-jun wanted to submit his documents to the traumatology department. The boss is calling him now only to the team, not to the department. The choice is still his, and he will decide for himself where to work in 3 years. So he asked Hyun-jun to be prudent and join the team. Hyun left the professor's office and still couldn't believe that he had joined Professor Zong's team. Now the guy decided that he needed to work even harder to achieve his goal and not become a burden on the team, because Professor Zhu was counting on him if he invited him to the team. Hyun-jun decided to do some training simulations after work based on the professor's operations to be prepared for anything. Ronnie thought it was a good idea. Then suddenly someone pulled him behind his back and pulled him behind the wall, and it was Dream, who tried to tell him to be quiet and not make noise. But he couldn't go there. He couldn't understand what was going on and what had happened. But then he saw TV journalists standing in the corridor and just looking for a doctor to talk to. The girl explained to him that these journalists had infiltrated security and were here to report on the overcrowding of the emergency department. The guy understood perfectly well what the girl was talking about, because he had recently seen a similar situation in another university hospital, but such situations in emergency departments are usually the norm. However, journalists still make a tragedy out of this. Articles and investigations constantly appear on the topic of overcrowded emergency departments. He was very angry that all the people's dissatisfaction goes to the doctors who work in the emergency department, because they already work all day, and then journalists are in the way. But unfortunately, it has been impossible to change anything for a long time, because everything is moving in a circle and nothing can be done about it. Hyun-jun was even more surprised when he heard from the girl that these journalists entered through the staff entrance, and it seems that someone let them in on purpose. He immediately realized that the employee's employee was involved in this, because in order to open the doors for the staff, you need a card that opens the doors. Then their assumption was interrupted by a man who passed by them, and he was clearly very angry that the journalists were standing here. It was Professor Zong who came out to drive away all these journalists, because they interfere with doctors working with patients. They didn't listen to him, so the boss started screaming even louder, which made it difficult to be there. After this, they should have left. But instead, they continued to film him. Hyun-jun and Sun-hee understood that this was a disaster. Very bad, because now new reports would be released. A few days after this incident, there was a report on television about the emergency department, in which they said that the emergency department was overcrowded with patients for the last 25 days. They also added that patients who have received first aid need to be transferred to a hospital bed so that another patient can be treated. But there are desperately not enough beds in the emergency department. When reporters tried to interview the employee, he became enraged and began to attack them, so they were unable to talk to any of the doctors. This report was included in the hospital's vice president at his regular meetings, about which they gathered today to discuss this case. The professors were slightly unhappy that they were called into the office because of this, because they were already busy with work, and here it was. But in any case, the vice president was unhappy that their hospital was highlighted in a negative light. He explained that in such moments, you need to act immediately and correct the image of the hospital. Otherwise, it may be too late, which will then have a very negative impact. Professor Zhang understood what the deputy was hinting at and what he wanted to hear. So he proposed his candidacy, which would be responsible for this news, because it was his fault that the hospital attracted so much attention to itself. It seems that the vice president was absolutely not against giving Professor Zhang the right to take the blame, because looking at Lee Kyung-suk, this was exactly part of his plans. But of course he couldn't say that, so he tried to say that everyone who is somehow connected with the emergency department is to blame for this problem, because there is no smoke without fire, and this also needs to be solved together. He also noted the fact that the current emergency care system in the hospital was introduced at the suggestion of Professor Choi, if he is not mistaken, which the professor himself agreed with. Therefore, the vice president suggested that whoever made the mistake should correct it. He decided to ask Professor Choi to present a plan for improving the emergency department system. Professor Choi, of course, was not happy to hear such a request. It would be very difficult to implement. There is a lot of work, and it's simply not possible to do everything physically. As it turned out, this was not a request, but a direct order from the deputy, and he gave the professor only 1 week to complete it, although he himself perfectly understood that it was almost impossible to do this in 1 week. Professor Choi was unperturbed. How can this be done in 1 week? And he was absolutely right. But it seems the hospital deputy did not take his opinion into account. Therefore, I told him directly that if within a week he did not receive an offer, then he would have to take full responsibility on himself. And this could be done in different ways. Chief Choi was amazed at how unlucky he was, because he did not expect to do such work this particular year and in such a short period of time. Professor Choi was very sorry that another person suffered for his actions, so he tried to ask for forgiveness from Professor Choi. He was really very sorry. But Professor Choi was not going to give up, especially since he had long wanted to do this work. But it never worked out, and now there is a direct motivation to do it as soon as possible. So he did not hold a grudge against his colleague. He decided that he would simply carry out this plan, but it seems that Dr. Lee understood that this was impossible, because they were all on the chessboard and did not even know about it, where the main figure was the vice president, who clearly had no intention of losing this game. Lee Kyung-suk was very sorry for what he did, but he understood that he had no other choice. But all this is because of Yang Hyun-jun, who climbs everywhere, and the guy is ready to do anything to overtake him. Therefore, he did not think about the consequences of his actions, and did everything so that Hyun-jun would suffer as much as possible from this. But he thought so until the moment that happened with the professor, because after that, cats began to gnaw at his soul, which would not let him go and hurt him quite a lot. He was angry that he couldn't do anything about it, because it was inside him, and there was no cure for this. There was only one way to fix it, and the guy knew him very well. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the same Hyun-jun, who seemed to be purposefully looking for him and wanted to ask something. Hyun-jun wondered if the guy had just been at a meeting of all the professors, because he knew what happened the other day, and that he could threaten Chief Choi's. Dr. Yang was very worried about the professor, because he had already heard that he was facing disciplinary action in the form of an assignment for a period of 7 days, which would be difficult to complete alone with such a workload. Although Lee Kyung-suk knew what exactly the professor was assigned to do, He thought about the fact that he couldn't allow Hun-jun to get into a place where he didn't belong again. Therefore, he decided to ask him what Hyun-jong could do about it, because he is only a first year, and it is impossible to appeal such a decision. So Lee Kyung-suk decided not to continue this dialogue and wanted to leave. But Hyun-jong had not finished yet, and told Lee Kyung-suk that the professor was the only one who stood on his side when he was punished and sent to work at another hospital. And besides, he already does the most work in the emergency department. Therefore, Dr. Yang was sure that if such a person is punished for essentially no reason, then he should do everything to help him. These statements made Lee Kyung-suk very angry. Of course, this guy has never been known for his calmness. So he grabbed Hyun-jun by the robe and started yelling at him and saying that there was nothing he could do to help him. He should have thought earlier. For example, until the moment they called journalists into the hospital and let them in through the staff entrance. Hyun-jong thought that he had heard it and asked to repeat the last phrase that Lee Kyung-suk said. Were the journalists really called in on purpose? Then this explains everything, and the professor was simply framed. Lee Kyung-suk silently looked at him and did not say another word. So Hyun-jong had no choice but to question him to the end. But the guy couldn't stand it and said that he wouldn't tell him anything and just wanted to leave. Dr. Yang was not going to just give up, especially when it concerns his friend. So he stopped Lee Kyung-suk and wanted to continue the conversation. But he didn't want to tell him anything, because he had already told him several times that Hyun-jong couldn't do anything. It was useless, so he shouldn't even try. Moreover, half a day has already passed. There are only 6 days left, during which the professor will have to solve his new problem. But it seems Hyun-jong was not aware of this. He thought it was just rumors. So Lee Kyung-suk still had to tell him that Professor Choi was assigned to come up with a new proposal to improve the work of the ambulance. He also added that if he doesn't cope within a week, then he will be forced to accept a punishment, which apparently is not even known yet. But in any case, it will be cruel. Hyun-jong thought about it for a while and finally thanked Lee Kyung-suk for telling him after all, and then left. Lee Kyung-suk, of course, didn't understand what he told Hyun-jong, that he was so calm. It's just a deadline and a task. How will this help him? The guy didn't understand Dr. Yang, but still wished him good luck, although not from the bottom of his heart. Let the guy crawl out from under his skin again to do nothing. Hyun-jong stood a few minutes later outside Professor Choi Young-soo's office and couldn't think of what to say to him. He really wanted to help, but didn't know what he could do in this case. But still, he calmly thought about all the words of Lee Kyung-suk and realized that he was still right. Maybe right now he could not do or offer anything, but still, when Professor Choi supported him, and the guy's duty to him was to do the same. Dr. Yang just stood in the corridor, and there was absolute emptiness in his head. What should he do, and what should he do? Because Dr. Choi is his friend, and he can't even help. But suddenly Ronnie scared him very much, and said that it was not time to be upset and think that this is the end. After which a huge screen appeared in front of Hyun-jong, which was loading something, and the guy got very scared and fell to the floor. Before Dr. Ian could ask Ronnie what it was, he explained to him that it was a plan to improve emergency care that could be implemented immediately. So Ronnie suggested checking it out right now. Professor Choi, sitting in his office for hours, could not come up with a single idea that could somehow help him improve the work of the department. It was too hard. In such a short period, only a genius could do it. Because of such intensive work in the department, he also had to sit late into the night to come up with a new work plan. It tired him too much. Just a little more, and the boss would have fallen asleep at his workplace. But his phone suddenly rang, and it was Dr. Yang, who spoke very quickly, so the professor tried to calm him down and tell him not to worry about him. He'll think of something. He said that he would have time to do it in a week. He would just have to work a little harder. Hyun-jong called not only to ask how the professor was doing, but also for him to go to his email, because the guy dropped him some information there that was worth seeing. The professor carefully read everything that was written in the letter, and could not believe that Hyun-jong did this for him. It looked like a revolution in the emergency room. The next morning, Hyun-jong dropped by the professor with a flash drive on which there was a presentation that would help explain everything to other professors, and most importantly to the vice president, so that he would not touch the professor anymore and leave him alone. The professor could not stand it and almost burst into tears. So he decided to at least hug Hyun-jun for helping him so much. He essentially saved him, because he himself would hardly have thought of such a good idea. Hyun-jong is very happy to hear this, because the professor also did a lot of good things for him in his time, and he wanted to thank him and do something similar. The boss told him that when Hyun-jong called him yesterday, he got goosebumps. The improvement plan itself is simply magnificent. It is impossible to believe that Hyun-jun was able to do it alone. He was just once again tired of being amazed by Hyun-jong's excellent work, and the guy was pleased to help the professor, so they were both in a good mood. It was time to run to the meeting to explain everything to the others, so the boss promised to finish this quickly, and after he returned, he would go with the guy and treat him to something. After the professor left, Hyun-jong decided to talk to Ronnie, whose work he was even more surprised by, because even he would have to bear such a thing for more than 1 week. Ronnie told him that when Hyun-jong vowed to himself that he would help the emergency department improve its work, and since then, Ronnie had been secretly developing a plan for this. But all this would have been impossible if from that time on, Hyun-jong had not thought about it constantly, because only thanks to these thoughts, Ronnie was able to structure it all and put it all into one big puzzle. Dr. Yan was amazed by Ronnie's abilities. It's simply incredible. He is simply the best friend and assistant in the world. But their joy was suddenly interrupted by the vice president, who was also going to the training camp, along with other professors, and said that most likely Professor Choi gave up, because only 4 days had passed since the request. One of the vice president's employees asked him what would happen if the professor still told them a good idea and provided a wonderful plan to improve the work of the ambulance. But it seems the deputy was sure that the professor had failed in such a short amount of time and still came to give up. On the other hand, the plan to kick Professor Choi out of work is the main plan of the deputy, but if he provides a good idea to improve the work of the department, it will also have a very good effect on the hospital. Hyun-jong heard every word of the vice president and understood what he was really up to, because he himself gave this task to the professor, and he will win in any case, even if Professor Choi provides a good plan. Dr. Yang began to boil with anger when he heard everything these men were saying, because he understood that they were doing this on purpose, and this was the specific idea of the vice president. But more than that, they not only want to fire Professor Choi, but they also want to steal his plan to improve the department's work. It's so dishonest. Hyun-jong understood the seriousness of the situation and decided that he would not allow the professor to be kicked out. He would do everything possible for this. Professor Choi began his presentation by saying that the biggest problem in the emergency department is the waiting time, which causes traffic jams and patients have to wait much longer. As soon as the professor wanted to explain how this problem could be solved, the vice president interrupted him and said that this was not enough. For him, the idea of expanding emergency room space or beefing up the workforce isn't something he wants to hear. Efforts to reduce wait times are something the hospital is already struggling with. As everyone else sees, the budget is huge, and the results are scanty. The method proposed by the professor has shown its inconsistency, which means the concept needs to be changed. And the professor agreed with him, because he had not yet had time to announce his main plan of action. Because, as the vice president said, no matter how much the capacity and workforce increase, in the end, if there are more patients, its situation, it will repeat itself. Therefore, it's time to present the entire improvement plan that the professor came up with and briefly tried to show it on a slide. He suggests creating a brochure that describes the treatment process, step by step, with the help of which the patient can understand what stage he is currently at. By distributing them through professional guides, the department will thus not force patients to wait for their turn. Monitors should also be placed that will show congestion and latency in real time, so questions about the visit time will also be reduced. Other experts who attended the meeting were shocked that Professor Choi came up with such a simple and very good idea in just 4 days. Plus, it was easy to implement and not costly on the budget. Only the deputy was dissatisfied with this. He could not believe that he managed to do it. And in 4 days. One of the deputy's assistants noted that the idea was still not bad, but would it solve the problem with queues, since there would still be a lot of people? Therefore, he decided to ask Professor Choi again. The number of patients admitted to the hospital is not decreasing. Can this be called a fundamental solution to the problem? The deputy was now pleased, because it seemed that this was not enough, and with such questions the professor was driven into a dead end. But this was only at first glance, because the professor did not limit himself to just these proposals. Later in the presentation he has more radical methods. The next idea that the professor proposed was many times better than the previous two, because the mobile application that he proposed to make would help patients themselves determine and see in which hospital the waiting time would be shorter and thus the patient would not go at random. This way, in his opinion, patients will be able to be evenly distributed across several hospitals as a result. This should reduce the overload of emergency departments. It seems that I liked this idea even more than the previous one, because this is really a solution to the problem, and not an attempt to fix it. It seems the deputy was not delighted, but still, he had to admit that the presentation and new ideas for improving the work of the department were very successful. Therefore, he thanked the professor for a job well done, as he requested. It was a report on the situation in the hospital. The president's office will take responsibility and provide support. And now he offered to clap for Professor Choi. He did a great job and deserved this applause. Of course, all this was a mask. In fact, the vice president was very sorry that he was not able to fire Professor Choi, but he is sure that this is not the end. On the other hand, this is not a waste of time. Considering what results this plan can bring, it can only be beneficial for the elections of the director next year. But it seems that everything will not be as planned, because after the professor thanked the vice president for his speech, he told him that this plan had already been requested for consideration by the Planning and Coordination Department. The man who ran for vice president understood perfectly well what this meant, because this department reports directly to the director of the hospital, and the plan that the deputy came up with seems to have failed. It seems the vice president was very angry, because now he should be better prepared for the elections. But still, he said with a smile, that he was already looking forward to it. After these words, he decided not to stay at the meeting any longer, and left it not in the best mood. And it was clear why. Before the faculty meeting, Hyun-jong managed to tell everything that the deputy said and what he plans to do. The professor, of course, knew how bad the vice president was. But to do such a thing, he believed that the plan was then absolutely pointless, because it would only benefit the vice president. But Hyun-jong did not go empty-handed, and already knew how to act to get ahead of him, because there are places that even the deputy cannot reach. Dr. Yang recalled that the deputy once told him that he would not allow everything to go as usual in the hospital. But the guy now clearly understood that this was not his kingdom. It was created for patients, and he would protect it to the end. Professor Shuai was very pleased after the faculty meeting and decided to hug and thank Hyun-jong again for everything he had done for him. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he suggested going to eat. Otherwise, all this is very tiring, and you need to refresh yourself. So the professor's assistant suggested eating either sushi or beef. But it seems the man had a better idea, and this is the soup that he adored so much. They sat at the table and talked about something. Hyun-jung was very glad that he helped the professor, because now he will remain in the hospital and the deputy's plan did not work. A plan to improve the emergency department has been successfully approved by the council. After a meeting of directors and approval of the budget for this project, Professor Choi personally began to implement it, and a major restructuring began in the department. A whole season had passed since the professor began implementing the new system, and by that time, it was already ready. People began to use the mobile application and monitors. And Hyun-jung moved to the second year of his work. Now he is another year closer to his dream. When Hyun-jong entered his second year, he thought that it would be much more interesting and better there. Participating in operations, caring for hospitalized patients, he was so busy taking care of his first year that he didn't even notice how it went. He didn't have a moment to rest, so preparations began in earnest for Professor Zhu Guan-wook's World Liver Transplantation Conference. When he entered the second year of receiving his specialty, he did not even suspect how many things awaited him. The first liver transplant operation ended successfully, and Associate Professor of Transplant Surgery, Oh Yeg-jin, thanked everyone who participated in this. As the doctors began to leave, the assistant professor asked one of the doctors on his team for something else. He asked him to go to the administrative office. There would be a courier standing in front of Professor Ju's office. He needed to pick up the package and take it to the laboratory. This guy didn't like the fact that after 2 years he was still running errands, and he didn't understand why newcomer Hyun-jong couldn't do it. It seems that the assistant professor noticed his dissatisfaction and told him that Dr. Yang absorbs all information like a sponge. So he advised Dr. Lee to try harder, because this way you can lose your place on the team. The guy thought that it was dishonest and ridiculous, because as soon as the team was created, he was the most devoted member of it and did his job as a junior specialist perfectly. And now they are doing this to him. And now they say that he will have to compete with a second-year doctor for a place on the team. Although the doctor told him that it was a joke, but the guy seriously thought about it. He threw the operating clothes and told Hyun-jong to do this work, especially since he was also there and heard everything. After which, he left the operating room, and Hyun-jong didn't understand why the guy was so nervous, because it seemed like nothing bad had happened. Song-song watched all this carefully and understood what was happening here, but she was still surprised that Hyun-jong so easily agreed to go and pick up the parcel. She went with him to find out why he decided to do something that he was not instructed to do. She was also there and clearly heard that the professor had instructed Dr. Lai to pick up the parcel and not him. But it was not difficult for Dr. Yang to do this, especially since someone had to take this parcel. The girl thought that he was acting too humanely. But the girl was not joking with him and tried to talk to him seriously about how he was going to survive in such a harsh world if he treated everyone like that. Suddenly she realized that she was very interested in finding out what was in this box, that the courier could not take it to the laboratory himself. When she opened the box, she saw ordinary 3D glasses there and did not understand why the professor needed these. It was very similar to the glasses they give out in movie theaters when a movie is playing, and Hyun-jong found it funny to watch. After all, he understood that you would hardly watch a movie in such glasses. Their main feature is that you can see the screen during the operation and do not need to turn your head again. It will be possible to see the existing organ in volume, and so the operation becomes much faster and more accurate, and it is much easier for the surgeon to work with them. The girl had never heard of such technology. It sounds very cool and very modern. Hyun-jong assured her that these glasses are simply a miracle, and they are worth being seen by the whole world. Besides, these are Dr. Zhu's personal development. Did the girl think that they would then be presented at the conference? She felt so sorry that she didn't make it to the team. He would also really like to get to the conference as a participant. But Hyun-jong didn't think it would attract much attention. The development was certainly worthwhile, but he thought it was the same as seeing robotic surgery by Professor Wu's team in 3D. Suddenly, the same guy who was assigned to carry the box came into the office. He came in to check if Hyun-jong had completed his task, and found them talking about the professor behind his back. The guy immediately began to get angry with Hyun-jong and told him that Dr. Yang should go and say the same thing to the professor's face. Or can he only say that behind his back? Hyun-jong was a little confused, because that's not what he meant. Dr. Lee was happy about this, because now he understood what Dr. Yang really is. The professors pushed him a little, and now he is discussing them behind their backs without any inhibitions. The guy decided to check whether they would maintain the same good attitude towards him if they found out about everything. After work, Hyun-jong was very worried about this situation, because he understood that Professor Zhu would really be offended if he heard this. But Ronnie didn't understand why he should be offended if Hyun-jong told the truth. Dr. Yang explained to him that people are creatures that tend to be offended by the truth, because sometimes it hurts very much. It was really hard for Ronnie to understand what Hyun-jong meant, because he didn't understand why he should hide his opinion for the sake of common benefit. Objectively, Hyun-jong was right. The guy explained to him that he had jumped too much from one topic to another. He just meant that there are times when it is better to remain silent and not say what you really think. After which Ronnie asked what should be done, even if Professor Ju Guan-wook is expelled from the hospital. Hyun-jong was very surprised by such conclusions and did not understand why such thoughts. But Ronnie explained to him that he had analyzed the voices of the vice president to all the professors and realized that the vice president was worse disposed towards Professor Ja Guang-wook, even more than towards Professor Choi. Based on this, Hyun-jong understood that if Professor Zhu's team did not perform at the World Conference, then he could have huge problems, which the vice president would definitely use to expel him from the hospital. Dr. Yang realized that without Professor Zhu, robotic surgery would naturally become the mainstream, and the high cost of robotic surgery would become a huge burden for patients. And now, because of some kind of struggle in these games, the best liver transplant worker in the whole world may be fired, and this will deprive patients of the right to choose. To prevent this, Hyun-jong definitely needs to come up with something that could distinguish his team from Professor Wu's team, and for this he needs to somehow convince Professor Zhu. But he did not have hard evidence. And then he thought about independently developing a new method of surgical intervention that would be worthy of attention. But so far nothing comes to his mind, no ideas at all, even if Dr. Zhu agreed to help him with the operation. But no one was going to give up, and Hyun-jong now decided to develop a new method of surgical interventions that even Mr. Zhu would believe in. And while he prepares for this, he must remember to control his words. The next day at the team meeting, the guy who heard what Hyun-jong said yesterday, of course, told the professor everything, and he was interested to find out from Dr. Yang himself whether he really thought so. But the other doctors didn't let him say a word. They immediately attacked him, because they couldn't understand how he could talk like that. Professor Zhu stood aside and watched the guy, what he would do, and what he would say. It was difficult for Hyun-jong to explain what he really thought, because several people attacked him at once, and it was difficult to speak in principle. 5 minutes before this, the associate professor of the department told the team members the work plan, while they had not yet decided on the patient. But this was not the main thing. He believed that it was necessary to develop a structure first. A minute later, he drew a plan for the transplant, which he advised each participant to read. When he told them to get ready, he meant that he was talking about each participant, and not just one or two. Professor Zhu suddenly came out from behind the board and slightly scared Dr. Lai, who was very confident in himself and believed that he should be the one to do the work of the first assistant. He agreed with the professor that he still lacked a lot, but he made every effort to do everything at the highest level. After which the professor turned to Dr. Yang, who was also ready for this operation and did not mind acting as the first assistant on it. The associate professor tried to enter into a dialogue and say that he believed that Dr. Li had much more experience and could do a much better job than Dr. Yang. But the professor wanted to listen to everyone to make up his mind. So he simply asked the guys directly what they thought would do the job of first assistant better, Dr. Yang or Dr. Lai? Hyun Jong, without thinking for a long time, said that he did not think so. That at this stage, there was a choice. The professor didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, so he asked him to explain in more detail. Dr. Yang believed that the patient needed to provide the highest quality surgery. The professor immediately asked him if he considered himself a more suitable candidate than Dr. Lai. Hyun Jong told him that he analyzed past operations, where both doctors took part, and the average procedure time for Hyun Jong is much lower than that of Dr. Li, which will be especially important for liver transplantation. Therefore, he thinks that a reasonable solution would be to entrust the work to a person with fast hands. Now the professor doubted the candidacy of Dr. Li, because Hyun Jong was right. The factors that he named are really very important in transplantation. Dr. Li could not stand it and told everything that he heard yesterday in the office, because if Hyun Jong is so confident in himself, then why shouldn't he say it to the professor's face? The other guys were shocked by what Dr. Li said, and the professor asked him if he really thought so. Hyun Jong tried to say that he didn't mean it, but the assistant professor didn't understand why he said it then. The doctors pounced on him and told him that this time he had truly crossed a line that should not be crossed. But Professor Zhu was not going to listen to this. So he said that he had had enough, and from the second the preparations were over, everyone could go about their business. But he still turned around and added that he wanted to talk to Dr. Yang alone. So he asked him to follow him. They went to the roof of the hospital to talk calmly without the interference of other doctors. Professor Zhu knew that Dr. Yang was not the kind of person who would say such things without a reason. He was wondering what he still wanted to convey with his statement. Hyun Jong understood that he couldn't say that he thought so because of the vice president, so he had to come up with something else. Therefore, he decided to say that being able to see the screen in 3D is no different from the robotic operation of Professor Wu's team, because his entire procedure is carried out with 3D visualization, so it will be difficult to attract attention at the conference. The professor thought about it and asked why the guy wants to become a surgeon. Hyun Jong didn't understand why he was asking this, but he was easily able to answer this question, because he always dreamed of saving the lives of as many patients as possible with his own hands. The professor was not surprised by this answer. Now he knows for sure that Hyun Jong is a doctor for whom the safety of patients is more important than academic recognition and reputation. In this, they are similar. But now the professor has noticed that the guy has become more attentive to external assessments, right? Hyun Jong couldn't say that he was trying to help, but the professor didn't listen to him anymore. So he finally told him that too much ambition leads to bad consequences. For now, he believed that the guy was doing well, and he hoped that in the future Dr. Yang would not give up his position. But this only angered the guy, because he didn't think about it at all at that moment. After all, he understood that if Professor Zhu did not achieve success at this conference, he would most likely be expelled. Therefore, despite a clear understanding of the danger to himself, he could not leave everything as it was and remain on the sidelines. Hyun Jun still couldn't resist and asked the professor what would happen if he developed a new surgical method that convinced him Then he could show it with his team at the conference? The professor couldn't stand it and still got really angry with him. How dare he suggest such a thing? He thought that Hyun-jong was going to present a new technique on his behalf, which is why he got so angry. But the guy believed that thanks to the new method that he would develop, the neglect of surgery would end. The professor saw that the guy was not giving up. He could not even think that he had such a zeal for fame. Hyun-jong tried to tell him that he was not doing this for fame. But the professor interrupted him and said that he would reconsider his actions in the team. Therefore, from now on, if Hyun-jong gives up even the slightest detail in the professor's operating room, he will instantly expel him from the team. He doesn't need a doctor who forgets about his duties. Ronnie was worried about the guy, so he asked how he was feeling, because from now on Professor Zhu would no longer be friendly with him. The guy understood this perfectly well, but he could not help but do it. There were 3 months ahead, and he was sure that they needed to be used to the maximum, so he was ready to get to work. One of the directors called Professor Zhu to thank him for such a wonderful product in the form of these glasses. Customers will be delighted with this. Therefore, he called with exactly this question: could they put these glasses into mass production? Which the professor, in principle, was not against. As soon as the director finished the conversation, a strange man appeared next to him, who said that he had come precisely for this technology, because it was so interesting to him. As it turned out, it was Vice President Fee who personally came to get acquainted with the product that one of his employees had come up with. Hyun-jin was in the operating room, getting ready for the next operation, when suddenly Professor Zhu and his new first assistant came out. The guy told them it was a good job. He took a quick look, but apparently the professor was not eager to talk to him, and did not even call him for the next operation, which was supposed to take place tomorrow morning. Dr. Lee was very glad that the professor now had such an attitude towards Dr. Yang. He had been waiting for this for a very long time, because now he assists in operations. Hyun-jong has been trying to develop a new method of surgery for 2 weeks in order to find a new idea. He tried very hard, looked through a bunch of information and reviewed a bunch of books, but so far he has not achieved any result. He walked around the hospital too irritated because nothing was working out for him, and even Ronnie couldn't help him. It was too hard. Suddenly Hyun-jong realized that his friend, whom he had completely forgotten about, was calling him. Today, he promised to meet Young-wook, but he got busy and completely forgot about it. Young-wook himself was already very nervous, because Hyun-jong promised him that he would definitely come today. He called him and started yelling at him that he was late again, and he was tired of constantly waiting for him. Hyun-jong quickly got ready and took a taxi to the cafe, where his friend was sitting, and immediately apologized to him. As soon as Hyun-jong entered the bar, he immediately saw Lee Kyung-suk, who was just sitting and drinking beer. Young-wook told him that he had been sitting here for a long time and hadn't spoken to him. He was just drinking, and that's all. Everyone knew that Lee Kyung-suk never drank that much, so Young-wook was interested to hear what happened. Maybe something in the hospital? But Hyun-jong didn't even suspect what could happen to him, because after that confrontation about the situation with Professor Choi, they no longer spoke, and the guy did not know what could happen. They decided not to pay so much attention to him. So Young-wook began asking Hyun-jong about the very artificial intelligence project he was helping him do. He was most interested in what they called it. Hyun-jong was very happy to hear this, but he admitted to him that they haven't named the project yet. They're still just thinking about it. Young-wook was disappointed, because how can you not name the project? He believed that whatever you call a ship, that's how it will sail, just like here. He decided to help and offer several of his own options. For example, a stone key. He really liked this name, but Hyun-jong said that he would definitely think about it. Lee Kyung-suk, who was already clearly very drunk and could not control himself, intervened in their dialogue. He began to tell the details of their contract with the Olympus company and that he had allocated as much as 10 million for them. Young Wook was amazed at the amount. Why didn't Hyun-jong tell him this? But after that, Lee Kyung-suk did not stop and continued to laugh with Hyun-jong, because he believed that this time he pulled out a rotten rope. The guys didn't understand what he was talking about and what he meant, so they asked him to explain what he was talking about. Instead, he said directly to Hyun-jun's face that the conference would be the last operation for Professor Ju Gwon-wook's team. Hyun-jun couldn't understand how he knew this, but then Hyun-jong realized a certain pattern in Lee Kyung-suk's words. In the situation with the other professor, he also said that everything was over, and most likely this was the end. And in this situation, he speaks as if he already knew everything. Without hesitation, Hyun-jong shouted to him that it seemed he thought he had grabbed the right rope. Young Wook tried to calm his friend down. He didn't understand why they were both so wound up. Wook even tried to tell Jen Seok that he would call him a taxi so that he could get home normally, because he was quite drunk, but it seems he didn't need help. As it turned out, the guy was not going home, but he went to the toilet, because he felt very sick from alcohol. At that moment, he recalled talking with Vice President Fee, who showed him Professor Zhu's new development, which he would highlight at a conference on liver transplantation. The deputy was even to some extent disappointed with such poor technology. It seemed from the best liver transplant doctor. Lee Kyung-suk was happy about this, because if this is really the case, then the team in which he was announced cannot be careful and calmly carry out what they have in mind, because their program is much better than that of Professor Zhu. The guy decided to tell the deputy that if he was telling the truth, then his team could technically crush the opposing team, but the vice president didn't think so. As it turned out, the deputy bought an entire glasses factory, so that the person who runs it would ruin the equipment for Professor Zhu, and then everything would not go according to plan. Lee Kyung-suk understood how dangerous this was, because if the doctor's equipment was broken, then there was a very high risk of losing the patient, which would result in a tragedy and a kind of shame at the conference. The deputy saw the guy's face and decided to clarify. Or is there nothing that confuses him in this proposal? The guy seemed to have broken into pieces and clearly understood that this was a murder and that Professor Zhu's team would be blamed for this first of all. But he couldn't say anything to the deputy, so he simply agreed with him. He was just trying to be a good doctor. But everything had gone too far, and now he found himself in a situation that would be very difficult to choose from. And he understood this very well. How he could fix this now, he didn't even know. The only thing that was spinning in his head was Yang Hyun-jun. From that moment on, the guys could not sit normally. They worry about Jen Seok, yet he is not a stranger to them. This is the first time they see him so drooping and drunk. Young Wook nevertheless decided and asked Hyun-jong to tell him everything that happened. For some reason, he was sure that he knew something. It was not for nothing that Jen Seok told Hyun-jong for this rope. Hyun-jong himself wasn't sure what was wrong with him, because this guy's usual mood is anger and aggression. But today, it was something different. Something especially bad. Dr. Yang understood that Jen Seok was tormented by something, but what was not clear was that they don't behave like that because of stress at work, and don't get drunk like that. Young Wook suggested that it was all because of Hyun-jong, but the guy denied it, because everything is fine with him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a girl with a huge amount of beer that could be won for free, and today the guys were lucky. Without thinking for a long time, Young Wook went to try his luck, because it's not every day that someone offers something like this. Hyun-jong noticed the girl who was drawn on the girl's portable refrigerator, and couldn't remember where he saw her. Of course, he understood that this was a celebrity, so it was normal that he could see her somewhere. but he had a feeling that he knew this girl personally. But where? Young-wook, as always, reminded Hyun-joon about his favorite actress, Kim Sora. And Hyun-joon instantly remembered the girl he treated when he worked in a dermatology clinic. Since then, she changed her hair color, so he didn't recognize her. While his friend won 2 bottles of free beer, Hyun-joon thought very hard about the dyeing method. Something told him that it could help come up with a new method in surgery. Unexpectedly for everyone, he jumped up from the table and shouted a word. Everyone who was in that bar immediately paid attention to him and got a little scared. What happened? Without thinking for a long time, the guy quickly collected all his things and ran to the exit, along the way saying goodbye to his friend, whom he promised to meet later and have a drink. But for now, he needs to think about the idea that just came to mind. Young-wook was upset. He always does this. At least once he stayed and drank properly, but he didn't even pay for the bill. But there was also Jin-seok in the bar, who had just come out of the toilet and seemed to feel a little better. It was only at first glance. He fell on Young-wook and began to repeat the name Yang Hyun-joon. The guy tried to tell him that he had left, but he did not stop and continued to repeat. Young-wook told him that Hyun-joon suddenly stood up somewhere and ran away. He also doesn't know where. Jin-seok was very upset by this. Apparently, he had something important for Dr. Yang. Jin-seok's consciousness began to gradually turn off, and in front of his eyes, there was a picture that again reminded him that he was again behind Yang Hyun-joon and was losing to him again. At that moment, he just fell to the floor. Young-wook tried to catch it, but it didn't work. He tried to revive him, but the guy just got so drunk that he fell asleep right on the floor. The whole next night, Hyun-joon worked tirelessly, and Ronnie began to worry about his health, because staying up all night is very harmful. But it seemed to him that everything was not just like that, because it seems that he had found an article that would change the entire course of surgical practice. An article that would be the key to creating a new surgical method. There was only one problem, adapting this article to liver transplantation, and this was very difficult. The moment Hyun-joon saw the dyed hair, it reminded him of the brain tumor surgery he had once heard about. In that operation, there was an unusual method. They painted the area of the tumor to make it more visible. With this technique, it was possible to carefully remove the tumor tissue. If it were possible to stain the liver structure, which is difficult to resect, it would definitely significantly reduce the work time and the burden on the patient himself, which in any case would have a positive effect on the patient. Therefore, with this question, he went to Shim Guk-hyun, the chief of neurosurgery, who was competent in this matter, and it was from him that Hyun-joon asked whether it was possible to use surgery for a brain tumor that was stained with a special instrument for liver transplantation. The fact was that Hyun-joon read the dissertation of a professor on brain tumor surgery using dye, and its co-author was Shim Guk-hyun. So it was to him that he came. The professor thought a little and realized that dyeing a specific fabric did not seem impossible, but he was no longer surprised by the method, but by the one who came up with it. Hyun-joon is still a sophomore on the way to obtaining a specialty, and coming up with such a thing is worthy of respect. The boss thought that in this course people hone their surgical skills and not come up with new methods. Hyun-joon tried to say that his skills, but at this point the professor interrupted him and added that he knew that his skills were already quite good. Guk-hyun looked at Hyun-joon and remembered who this guy was and what he was like, so you shouldn't have been surprised when he came to him with such a request. Therefore, the professor told him that if another doctor of the same age came to him with such a question, he would kick him to work. But he did not doubt Hyun-joon's confidence, so he would help him in any way he could. Hyun-joon was very grateful for such pleasant words, but the professor already wanted to begin the question that interests the guy. The guy, after thinking a little, asked the professor, He read in the article that in that operation, they used fluorescence dye 5. Based on this, the question is, how can this be applied to liver tissue? The professor suggested to the guy, instead of answering directly, he asked him why he should use the dye for malignant tumors, and try to look for a method of using it when he could find a dye for a specific organ. Hyun-jun understood what the professor was talking about. But then another problem came to him, because there are hundreds of different dyes in the world, and it is unknown whether they will work. And to check, you need to use each one. Therefore, he told the professor that this was a rather long process, with which the professor agreed. He would be happy to show him suitable substances for selection, but liver tissue is not his specialty, and, unfortunately, he cannot help here. But this information was enough for Hyun-jun, so he was very grateful to the professor, and added that he had a friend who could find substances that would be suitable in theory. Ronnie immediately began his search and found more than 11,000 candidates for liver separation that could be analyzed and used in the future. While Ronnie was trying to find the right number of candidates that could be used, Hyun-jun came up with a name for his artificial intelligence with which he would identify substances in his Olympus project. The new name was Paintase, with which he and Ronnie selected promising candidates. Once they can test them on real organs, they will be able to apply this method in real operations. And once he does this, Professor Zhu will agree with him, and thus he will save him from expulsion from the hospital. Hyun-jun figured that if they started testing candidate substances tomorrow, the results would most likely be known next week. But his calculations were interrupted by someone's voice, who told his father that he could cope with everything and could survive. He just needed to have an operation. Hyun-jun did not deliberately overhear the dialogue in which the man refused to live, because then his life would be painful due to the fact that he took the liver of his sons. Dr. Yang knew this patient. It was Lee Bong-gyun, a patient who underwent a liver transplant operation, but she refused, and he refuses to take the liver of his sons. This man's son tried to convince him, because while he waited for a new liver, he might die. But he didn't care, because of his selfishness, he did not want to leave his children crippled. Besides, he has already informed Professor Zhu that he is refusing the operation, so this talk will lead nowhere. One of the sons could not believe it, why he refused without even consulting them, but the man believed that even if he had talked to them, the result would have been the same. The man tried to explain to them what he wanted to do and asked him to understand, but his sons could not fully come to terms with this decision. The youngest son began to beg him to do something, because they had recently experienced the loss of their mother, and now he too needed to come up with something. But the man preferred to sit silently and not respond to this, although it was difficult for him to realize that his life was coming to an end. The youngest son could not stand it and simply left the ward. He was no longer going to argue with him. Hyun-jun watched this picture as one brother tried to calm the other, but they both understood that their father might soon pass away. Dr. Yang looked at the patient and realized that if he had only agreed to the operation, they would have easily saved him. But he remembered his mother and realized that parents always sacrifice for the sake of their children. But sometimes this can be a painful choice, both for themselves and for their children, who suffer even more. Hyun-jun thought about the words of Lee Bong-gyun, who said that there is a possibility that after donating part of the liver, there will be consequences. But when even the donors want it, is it right to refuse a patient who can be saved? Dr. Yang knew that there was a choice between patient Lee Bong-gun and patient Kim Hyun-suk, on whom Professor Ju's team would operate on at this conference. At the meeting, it was announced that it would still be Kim Hyun-suk, and the associate professor added that the composition of the team that will operate does not change. But it still seems that there will be changes. So Professor Zhu stopped the associate professor and asked him to change the decision a little. The professor believed that the patient, Lee Bong-gyun, needed their operation. The associate professor categorically disagreed with this. The associate professor was sure that this patient resolutely refused the operation and the donation of his sons. The professor had several reasons for this. He believed that the team made every effort to shorten the operation time. Wasn't this done for such seriously ill patients as Lee Bong-gyu? But the associate professor reminded him that before the conference, he said that it would be great to find a donor with brain death, and he understands what the professor wants to say. But is it necessary to do this? The professor understood perfectly well what the associate professor wanted to tell him, because even when he personally went to the patient, he already made it clear to him that he would never accept help from his sons, no matter how much they wanted it. Well, if so, then the professor decided to change his mind and still agree to Kim Hyun-suk's operation. So he asked to set him an exact time for the operation. After the meeting, the professor sat in his office and thought about the fate of Lee Bong-gyun. He heard that this man was a single father, and he could not imagine how upset his sons were when they learned that their father did not want to accept absolutely any help from them. Suddenly, his phone rang, and it was his wife, who were traveling with their daughter on business. They had a nice conversation, and Professor Zhu was pleased to listen to their voice. After the professor finished speaking, he mentally began to understand why Mr. Lee Bong-gyun decided this way. As a parent, he understood him perfectly. But as a doctor, he refused, because his life could be extended for many more years. There was a knock on his office, and it was quite unexpected, because usually no one comes at such a time. What a surprise he was when he put on his glasses and saw in front of him Mr. Lee Bong-gyun and his two sons, who seemed to have come to talk about their father's health. The father began to speak. He was very embarrassed, which was noticeable in his voice, but still what he wanted to convey was clear. He asked the professor if he could change his decision about the operation. The professor didn't even think about the answer and answered him, "Of course, yes," but still didn't understand why the man changed his mind. Had his sons really managed to convince him? A man who was so stubborn suddenly decided to have an operation. What could convince him? Lee Bong-gyun sat in the ward all alone and read old notices from his wife and children, in which they wrote to him that it would be great to meet a lot more often and spend time with his family. His wife told how his sons were growing up, while he worked hard at work. It was very sad, and at the same time very good memories, when they were happy with their wife and sons. But one terrible day everything changed when she passed away. He remembered his wife only with kind words and missed her very much. So he decided for himself that it would be best to quickly come to her and say goodbye in a normal way for everything that he had done. Then his peace was interrupted by one of the doctors, who entered the room to talk to him. It was Hyun-jong. He introduced himself as a doctor from Professor Zhu's liver transplant team and asked for a few minutes of his precious time. It seems the old man was not particularly delighted, but still did not mind chatting, if, of course, he could maintain the topic of conversation. Therefore, he immediately told Hyun-jong that if he came about a liver transplant, then he had already refused and was not going to change his mind. But still, Dr. Yang sat down on a chair and decided to talk to him a little. He began to tell him that his mother also suffered from a disease that was very difficult to cure. He said that for quite some time now, she has been suffering from a rare disease called systemic brain atrophy. The main point in this story that he would like to convey to the man was that it was difficult for her to raise them alone, and one day she suddenly lost consciousness and fell. That day he stopped being a doctor who treats people. He had to leave his internship and find another job. Therefore, to cover the costs of treatment, he urgently needed to earn money, so he had to get a job in a dermatology clinic. And for some time, he wondered where he could comfortably take care of his mother, and the answer came to him completely by accident. There was even a period in his life when he wanted to give up, because he had lost hope of curing his mother's illness. The old man was very sad to listen to this, but he did not fully understand why the guy was telling him this. But he explained to him that if his mother had not been patient and waited for him to develop a cure for her, he would have lived in regret for the rest of his life. Therefore, Hyun-jong asked the man to give his sons a chance to save their father, so that later they would not live in torment for the rest of their lives. The old man added that even though he is an uneducated single father who has tried all his life to raise his children well, he cannot bring them such problems. Hyun-jong told him that Professor Zhu is the best liver transplant surgeon in the world, and their team will do everything possible to ensure that the old man's sons do not suffer from the consequences of the operation. But the man understood that this probability was far from 100%. So he realized that the body of a person whose liver was cut out would never be healthy. Therefore, he believed that this operation was pointless, and was sure that someday they would regret this choice. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by one of the sons who had just entered the room. He told his father that they would never regret this, because for them all moments with their father will always be precious, and they want to have as many of them as possible. The most important thing for them is that the family should stick together under any circumstances. So they asked him to change his mind and agree to the operation, because they want him to live as long as possible. He closed his eyes for a minute and burst into tears, because he saw his boys very small and realized that he couldn't just leave them unattended, so he agreed to the operation. The old man retold this whole story to the professor, who shocked him a little, but still he was grateful to the man for changing his mind and still deciding to undergo this operation. But first of all, they were grateful to the professor for giving them a chance to live a little longer. When the patient and his children left, the professor thought very much about Yang Hyun-jung. He did not know that the guy's mother was sick and she was suffering so much. As soon as he remembered the guy, Hyun-jung immediately appeared and wanted to say something to the professor. Hyun-jung showed the professor his personal development, which can be applied to his glasses, adding a ball of special film that will show a much more detailed picture of the organ. The professor was very surprised that the guy was able to develop this alone, because this is essentially a new discovery in surgery. It was amazing. The guy asked the professor for forgiveness for his stubbornness, but he didn't do it on purpose. Hyun-jong explained to the professor that he only wanted to help the team. So he tried his best, and it might seem that he was doing it for his own benefit. But that was not the case. But the professor no longer heard anything except that in his head there was the thought that this development could even be submitted to some famous scientific journal, and this would be a breakthrough. Now the professor felt ashamed because after the recent operations, Yang Hyun-jung's skills had really improved. And now this development, it means it was not impudence. The professor thought that he was just an upstart, but it turned out that he had a clear plan. Who would have thought that this would be a genius plan? So he told Hyun-jong that his operation plan was great, and thanked him for working hard on it. The professor decided to gather the entire team of surgeons that he had, and announce some changes regarding the transplant. He handed out printouts to each participant, and said that this was a new method in surgery that Dr. Yang had developed and asked everyone to familiarize themselves with it in detail. The chief explained to them that as soon as the equipment capable of seeing special substances was ready, it would be used in surgery all over the world, which made the guy burst with anger, because he couldn't believe it. Hyun-jong clarified that it would take about a week to stick the film on the glasses, so there would be no problems with it. The guy already hated him for it. How could he come up with this? And the last thing the professor wanted to add was that the patient they would be operating on had changed, and it would still be Lee Bong-gyun, which made the associate professor surprised, because they seemed to have resolved this issue. But now everything has changed again. But the professor did not want to hear anything from him, because the patient agreed to accept donation from his sons, so without any further questions they would operate on him. This patient's main problem was that he had incurable liver cancer, which would be difficult to fight. Therefore, the professor decided that they would remove the entire liver, which already had metastases, as he believed they would need to perform a 2-to-1 operation, in which the left and right lobes would be obtained from donors at the same time. Professor Sorzu will cut out the left lobe, and the associate professor will cut out part of the liver. But then no one will be able to deal with the right lobe of the liver. Associate Professor O believed that even Dr. Kim, who has the most experience, was not yet qualified to perform such an operation. The chief understood everything perfectly, and noticed that there was still a doctor on the team who could carry out this part of the operation, and the professor would be happy to entrust it to him. This is not Dr. Kim. The professor is talking about Dr. Yang, who, in his opinion, will cope with this task perfectly. The guy couldn't believe that the boss was such a fool, because entrusting the operation to a junior second-year student is simply stupid and not thought through. What's going on here? Dr. O, of course, could not argue with the professor, but still tried to tell him that Dr. Yang's skills are good, but still entrusting him with an academic operation is overkill. The professor thought exactly the opposite, because this guy has much more experience than his closest competitors, so Dr. Lee couldn't just sit still, and he understood that he needed to act right now. Otherwise, he might miss what might be the most important moment in his life. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he got up from his seat and declared that he was ready to take responsibility for the operation himself. The professor could easily rely on him. The assistant professor tried to tell him that shouting is not a doctor's habit, but the professor asked him to wait. He came closer to him and asked if the guy was sure of his words. The guy understood that this was the moment of truth, and if he caved in now, he would lose. But it seems his answer was not as confident as a few seconds ago, and he said in a quiet voice that he would try to cope with something like that. After such an answer, everything was clear to the professor, and he did not want to see a doctor who could cope with something like that. He believed that if he attended the operation and tried to deal with something like this, it would take him longer than Dr. Yang, so the choice was obvious. But the guy was not going to give up and tried to say that if he speeded up, he could probably cope. The professor came even closer to the guy and told him a very important thing that should help him in life. Surgery is not a place for excitement. This is not a game. He gave him a rather creepy example. He hoped that the guy knew a game like Russian roulette, in which a revolver with one bullet in the chamber is put to the head, and they risk their lives by taking turns pulling the trigger. By the way, the professor didn't think that this was any different from what a guy wants to do when an uncertain doctor holds an instrument. It's more like Russian roulette, where there is every chance of losing. He was sure that pointing a gun at a patient without knowing when it might explode was the same as pulling the trigger and hoping for safety. Therefore, it is better to refuse right now if you are not sure or be responsible for your actions in the future. The guy's hands began to shake involuntarily, which made it clear that he was very nervous. Was the professor really hinting to him that he couldn't perform the operation? The guy still could not withstand the professor's pressure and gave up. He said that he still would not be able to carry out the operation. The assistant professor and Hyun Jeon came out together after the team meeting, and the man said in front of Dr. Yang that it was brave to instruct a second-year resident to perform an operation at a scientific conference. Hyun Jeon immediately tried to say that it was not just like that, and he would try his best. But as it turned out, he simply misunderstood the man, because he did not doubt his abilities, and was even confident. He was worried about what the guy's colleagues, who were several years older, would think. Would they feel left out? After all, in fact, he himself knows this feeling when one of your younger colleagues becomes better than you. Hyun Jeon was interested in listening to the man's story, so he asked to tell him in more detail what happened. the associate professor began to say that once there was such a man, Hwang Byung-jung. He was a 3 RD-year resident in the liver transplant team, and his talent was amazing. The man simply did not have a chance to keep up with him. Professor Zhu at that time cared for him as his best and only student. He decided to end his story there, but he hoped that Dr. Yang understood the moral he was trying to convey. Hyun-jong decided to find out more about that person. What kind of person he was? Maybe he still works at the hospital? But at this moment, the man interrupted him, saying that this man had not been working in this hospital for a long time. For him, this was not a very pleasant story, so he asked Hyun-jong not to talk about it, especially since there was no one else to talk about. The guy was still very interested in what could happen to this man. He became especially interested after the phrase "he was no longer there." But before the assistant professor had gone far, a man called him, and when he turned around to see who was calling him, he saw something that he would like to forget. That man didn't understand why Associate Professor Oh was running away from him, because they were once friends. It was the same Mr. Hwang Byung-jung, the same shameless and favorite student of Professor Jung. Currently, Mr. Hwang Byung-jun works as Deputy Director of the Transplant Center at the University of Illinois Hospital. The man didn't know how to talk to his old friend, so he decided to start with an official greeting from the Deputy Director of the Transplant Center. Hwang Byung noticed that his old friend was much prickly than he was many years ago, and he liked it. Although he assumed that his old friend stole this character trait from Professor Zong, who had always been like this. After which, the assistant professor simply boiled with rage and rushed at the guest, remembering everything that he had done and how he appropriated all the achievements only to himself. It's good that Hyun-jong was there and stopped the professor in time, because he could have attacked his old friend. He seems to have calmed down and can speak normally and calmly again. After which, Hwang Byung noticed a new guy who, in his opinion, looked very smart, so he asked him if the guy would participate in the conference. Hyun-jong introduced himself and said that he was a second-year student and was also part of Professor Zong's transplant team. In addition, Hyun-jong boasted that he was entrusted with performing liver resection, which surprised the guest very much since he was undergoing liver resection at such a young age. The man began to laugh out of his mind. Did they really allow a second-year student to do such an important job? At first, he thought that they had confused the conference with a school arts festival. There was simply no other explanation for such a decision. Hwang Bum was testing the nerves of the assistant professor who was standing next to Hyun-jong, saying a bunch of similar phrases, and even some phrases were about Professor Jun. Therefore, Dr. Yongzi asked him not to play on his nerves, especially since he is not related to their team in any way, so he should not worry about who is doing what for them. After this phrase, the man smiled with a malicious smile and said that his good old friend is wrong, and he has a direct connection to their team. Even more, he has a relationship to all teams, because he is a member of the executive committee. Hyun-jong went out to get some fresh air because he was already very tired. His head was no longer working as well as before, and Ronnie warned him that if you spend little time on sleep, the fatigue will only accumulate. But the guy was far from sleepy now, because he had more important plans, the implementation of which, perhaps, he would be able to get some sleep. After Hwang Bong's words, Dr. Yang began to take out as much time as possible to train his skills, because he wanted to prove, first of all, to himself that the people around him were wrong about him. As the assistant professor later told him, with the exception of Professor Zhu, Hwang Bong was the only member of the team who was able to connect the hepatic artery. But at one point, Hwang Bong took advantage of Professor Zhu's reputation and left for the United States. Since then, they say that Professor Zong does not allow any of his students to come near him. Hyun-jong had no idea how to survive the betrayal of the student he trusted so much. A knife in the back. That's why Dr. Yang wanted to master the skill of sewing the hepatic artery so much, to make Professor Zong's work easier and give him a little hope that not all students are running away. While Hyun-jong was thinking about this, the courier he had been waiting for so long finally arrived. And this courier brought him those very treasured glasses, which were already with film and were perfect for the new method that Hyun-jong came up with. Hwang Bok invited his old friends to the restaurant to have a little dinner and talk. For the rest, it was strange that he invited them to eat beef. It seemed that there was so much of it in America. Professor Wu hoped that since Hwang became a member of the executive committee, he would be able to properly oversee the conference and make the right choice. Hwang Bok promised him to do everything in his power, so Professor Wu's team doesn't have to worry about this. After which, the man decided to contact the vice president and find out if Professor Zhu's team was still working at the hospital. He asked this because he saw how professors were lured away in other hospitals. Jen Siak sat at this meeting and thought about every word that the men said. Vice President Phi was also surprised that Professor Zong's team is still afloat. They have exceeded all expectations. But still, he does not think that this will last long. Jen Siak couldn't believe that the deputy was able to plan this too. It seemed impossible, but still it is. He's still a terrible person. After which he added that, among other things, Zong's team had developed a new surgical method, which they thought would make a breakthrough. Then the deputy turned to Jen Siak and told the guy that he needed to resolve this issue and not let anything happen to them. The guy didn't like this very much. Of course he wanted to be better than Yang Hun-jun, but not with these methods. He didn't want to break anything again or set anyone up. So he decided to talk to the deputy director and try to tell him that there was absolutely no need for this, because they would handle it. Lee Kyung-suk believed that the technology of Professor Woon's team had long exceeded all expectations and was definitely much better than that of Professor Zong. Before the guy could finish speaking, Vice President Phi interrupted him and said that he was mistaken and there were reasons to do this. The atmosphere of the situation turned very tense, because each of the pesters felt embarrassed to be there because of Vice President Phi. But it seems Lee Kyung-suk realized that she told him everything last, because it had already been agreed upon between the professors, and all that remained was to carry out what they had planned. As soon as the guy realized that he had no other choice, and he wanted to agree to the proposal, the vice president interrupted him and said that he would do everything himself. His help was not needed. Late in the evening in rainy weather, Vice President Pyo arrived for a meeting. And while he was waiting for the man, he thought that Lee Kyung-suk had changed, and now the guy was not as useful as he was before. The only pity was that his father is a member of the National Assembly, which is why the vice president could not get rid of the guy. But it is not necessary that he do this job. Unnoticed, a man approached the car, whom the vice president was impatiently waiting for. It was Dr. Lee, and as the deputy told himself, there are no irreplaceable people, and Jen Siak's time has also come. In such rainy weather, Hyun-jong didn't know what to do with himself, except to practice ligating the hepatic artery in order to help Professor Zong in the future. Together with Ronnie, they performed as many as 413 operations, which was a crazy number in an evening, but the guy still believed that his technique was not perfected, so he needed to train more. But for today, he thought that was enough, because tomorrow was an important day, and he needed to have a full supply of energy to cope with all the difficulties. Ronnie was surprised that the guy went to bed so early, because usually at this time, the real training is just beginning. But he was glad about it, because Hyun-jun had worked hard and rest was necessary. Hyun-jong tried to sleep and thought about the fact that in recent days he had not wasted a second of his precious time and was constantly working to improve his skills. He valued every working day and every operation they performed together and tried to take as much information as possible. This all continued until the very day of the conference arrived, when patient Lee Bong-gyun would undergo a liver transplant. So the guy woke up a little earlier to collect his thoughts. In the morning, Professor Zong gathered his entire team and held final preparations before the conference. He repeated to them the plan and details of the operation, and then sent them to change clothes. And Dr. Yang was assigned to take care of the devices they would use during the operation. Hyun-jong was glad that finally everything was happening for real, and he really hoped that everything would be successful, because this conference is so important for the whole team. The guy took the necessary instruments for the operation and noticed that someone had not cleared the table yesterday. He remembered that Dr. Lee was here yesterday, so he threw the tray in the trash without any problem and thought that perhaps he was too busy preparing, so he forgot to clean it up. As soon as Dr. Yak opened the doors to bring the instruments into the operating room, Lee Kyung-suk appeared in front of his face, apparently running here with all his might. He forced Dr. Yang to enter the room and talk. Hyun-jong didn't understand why he should do this right now, but he entered anyway. Hyun-jong tried to explain to him that he was in a hurry because he needed to prepare for the operation and prepare the instruments, so he didn't have time for all these games right now. So Dr. Yang asked him to talk about it later. But Lee Kyung-suk was not going to let him go and said that until he listened to him, he would not go anywhere. The guy already wanted to yell at him, but Jen Seok spoke calmly and did not shout, which is very unlike him. Did something really serious happen? Jen Seok looked him straight in the eye and said that if everything is left as it is, then their team's operation will be disrupted and the patient may not survive. Sometime before, Lee Kyung-suk, having heard about the meeting, immediately came running. He did not know that it would be before the conference, so he apologized for being late. But Vice President Fee and the professor told the guy that his presence was not necessary, and he could go and prepare for the operation. Lee Kyung-seok didn't understand what all this was about. Is he a surgeon who is responsible for the operation, and he is not needed at the meeting? Unexpectedly, Dr. Lee entered the office, who seemed to be called by the vice president and professor himself. Lee Kyung-suk did not understand what one of the people from Professor Zong's team was doing here, but his thoughts were interrupted by the deputy director, who asked the guy to leave since they were having a private conversation. The guy couldn't understand what was happening here. He tried to connect all the motives that could lead to a solution and remembered their conversation in a restaurant, in which the vice president promised to do everything himself. Apparently due to the fact that he did not agree with the position of the deputy director, he decided to replace him with a more obedient guy who, as a member of Professor Zong's team, would easily break the equipment. Lee Kyung-suk understood that the man was not backing down from his plan and continued to do what he had in mind. He looked at the patient and realized that he could no longer take part in this and mentally apologized to his team, because he had done everything he could. Lee Kyung-suk understood that if he went even further, he himself would become the next target, and no one would guarantee him that he would be able to get out later. His thoughts were interrupted by the patient's sons, who thought that Lee Kyung-suk was from the liver transplant team. He told them that he was from a different team, and they had a different patient, but the brothers knew this very well, because they were grateful to every doctor in this hospital for such thorough preparation for their father's operation. They were very worried about their father, but looking at how all the doctors here treat patients, they could only give some respect to Dr. Lai. Something is happening inside the guy, because when he heard that thanks to doctors like him, their father had hope, he felt very bad inside. That's why he came to Dr. Yang, whom he asked to check the glasses before the operation began. He cannot explain now, but it is very important to do. Hyun-jong took out his glasses and began to examine them, and Lee Kyung-suk could not believe that he was doing this. Was he really helping his opponents? Ronnie did a quick analysis of the glasses and found that there were no breakdowns, but came to the conclusion that this was an old device without a special coated film that should help see parts of the organ. Hyun-jong understood that, then these glasses would not be suitable for him to use for his new method, How could this happen? He recalled how yesterday before leaving work he checked them several times and everything was fine. How could this happen? But Dr. Yang realized that now was not the time to run around and worry about what happened. He decided to immediately act and go in search of new glasses that would be suitable for the operation, and at the same time thanked Lee Kyung-suk for telling him about this. Jin-sik, hearing the word "thank you," realized that from that second he crossed the line and their paths with the vice presidents of PIO diverged. Now he is not part of their team. To him, it was as if he himself had left hospital politics, and this meant that everything he had tried to do until then was in vain. But still, another feeling appeared inside him, which dispelled the fog of sadness. Warmed slightly, and everything became clearer. So he realized that he had done everything right. Jin-sik felt incredible lightness. Now he realized that his desire to become the best doctor really meant a lot to him. But now he thought about why he had this desire. Did he want it himself? Or perhaps this desire was imposed on him from childhood and continued it due throughout his life. He didn't know the answer to this question, but he remembers for sure that when he had to take the Hippocratic Oath, he was honest with himself and always wanted to save patients. At that moment, he was sincere than anyone else. His assistant tried to tell him that he was going the wrong way, but Jin-sik didn't hear him because he was fighting with himself in his head. Therefore, he decided that he would do everything that depended on him, and it would all be for the sake of the patient, because he is first and foremost a doctor. The time for the conference had arrived. In the hall, they announced simultaneous liver transplantation in 2 operations at once, which was scheduled for 13:00. Due to technical problems, Dr. Zhu's team's broadcast was delayed for 30 minutes, so the presenters asked for patience and understanding from viewers. The thing was that Hyun-jong was late for the operation, but there was no time to explain where he was, so he immediately went to change clothes to finally begin the operation. After Lee Kyung-suk told him about the glasses, Hyun-jong immediately ran to look for new glasses that would fit, and he found them. I found them not anywhere, but in the freezer in the restroom. They were in a bag from a boxed lunch that Dr. Lee Dong-shin ate yesterday. Apparently, he didn't have enough brains to hide them better. Dr. Lee was unhappy that Hyun-jong was late. He must have a lot of time if he can afford to be late for such operations. Song asked Hyun-jong why he came so late, to which he replied that they had garbage in their team, which no one knew about before, but now everything was absolutely clear to him. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. What kind of garbage, and who even was this? Professor Zhu's broadcast finally began, and the audience was pleasantly surprised by Dr. Yang's skill. Huang-bok also carefully watched this guy, and now he was no longer so funny, because he saw that his movements were as clear as Professor Zong's. It's incredible. The man noticed that Zong's team's operation was going too smoothly, so he assumed that the guy they asked to change the glasses couldn't do it, and the plan went awry, but the vice president didn't want to listen to it and asked to keep quiet. In addition, there were a lot of people around, among whom there may be someone who should not hear this, so you need to be careful. Moreover, there were no mistakes in the plan that the vice president came up with, so everything will go smoothly as planned. You just need to wait a little. But still, Huang-bok was worried and decided to ask if the vice president had a backup plan. He smiled and told him that he shouldn't worry about it, because he did everything he needed to do. 2-to-1 liver transplantation is an operation that involves donating livers from 2 healthy people, such as in the case of the patients of Professor Zong's team. Hyun-jong knew very well that in order to increase the likelihood of transplant success, it was best to keep the cutting and transplant teams as small as possible. Therefore, the speed of the operation with which surgeons perform it is no less important than the liver transplant itself. Dr. Yang understood that if he was delayed, it would create serious problems for other teams, because the operation had already begun with a delay, so they needed to hurry up and complete the procedure as quickly as possible. He needed to do everything delicately and carefully, while maintaining speed, but at one point he began to have vision problems. He asked for a minute so that he could step away. Dr. Yang moved away from the patient so as not to disturb the other doctors, and tried to bring himself to his senses. Hyun-jong wanted to hope that it would get better, but it didn't happen. It only got worse every second. And if this continues, he will not be able to continue the operation. The spectators did not understand why Professor Zong's team suddenly stopped. But then they saw that something had happened to one of the surgeons, and the vice president was very happy about it. He watched it with pleasure. The glasses manufacturer could not afford to take the money and do what the vice president of the hospital asked him to do, because of these actions a person could die. Therefore, he decided that he would return the money to the vice president and asked him to pretend that nothing had happened and that no one had agreed with anyone. But the deputy knew perfectly well the rules of this game, because if you can't convince a person with money, then the only matter is what the person wants to get in return. Therefore, he had to use something more convincing, because the amount of money alone was not enough, which the manufacturer had to agree with. The vice president sat at the conference and understood that instead of film, the manufacturer put another substance, and the proverb, no matter how nimble an insect is, if the web is wide, it will be caught one day, was completely justified. After all, even if the guy failed to replace the equipment, they still used something, so Professor Zong's team had no chance, as they say, checkmate. But then his smile disappeared as soon as he heard that the people in the hall were delighted that the operation had continued, and the surgeon was now feeling much better. As it turned out, Yang Hyun-jong took off his glasses, after which the operation went even faster. Even Hwang Bok was angry when he looked at this. Is this Dr. Yang definitely in his second year? The deputy could not stand it with anger and stood up, saying in his head that this was simply impossible. How could he conduct an operation without technology? 2 minutes before, Ronnie began an immediate analysis of Hyun-jong's problem, according to the results of which he found no abnormalities of the optic nerve, no disturbances in the balance organs. So he suggested that there might be a malfunction when using 3D glasses. Another analysis, and Ronnie found a discrepancy between the films on the glasses and the one that Hyun-jong offered the professor. But this cannot be, because the guy checked it several times before sending it to the factory. Dr. Yang could not forgive himself for this. This was his negligence, and he needed to check everything again. But unfortunately, he did not. After such loud promises that he made to the patient, he cannot just give up, because what will he then say to his sons? He had to come up with something immediately. But what should he do? Because without glasses, it's impossible. But Ronnie was on the spot and suggested a good option for the guy, namely, to use a thermal scanner to continue the operation. Moreover, Hyun-jong has experience in using it, because he once used this method to search for people during a fire in Gyeongju Hospital. The guy thought about it and realized that body temperature, in other words, infrared waves, means that he will be able to see special substances without film. So without thinking for a long time, he asked Ronnie to turn on this function. After which he was ready to continue the operation, and asked his colleagues to help him with this. The liver cutting was completed, and Hyun-jong asked the nurse to find out how things were going in the other operating rooms. It was only thanks to Ronnie that he was able to complete this part of the operation successfully, and the patient remained completely fine. But it could have been Dr. Yang's mistake, which could have led to a sad result. The nurse called another operating room and reported that the team there was also completing the operation, and the liver was removed without incident. Hyun-jong heard her and told them to get ready, because they were now moving to the main operating room, and he hoped that everything would be fine. But as it turned out, all the fears were in vain, since in Professor Zhu's operation everything went as usual, well and calmly. After all, he is a great surgeon. Hyun-jong thought that if you follow his hands, which move accurately and without a single mistake, then you can forget that you are in surgery. It was difficult for the guy to even imagine how many operations he had to do to achieve such high skill, compared to Professor Hyun-jong. Of course, he still has a long way to go to such skill. But at one point the operation was interrupted, because Dr. Zong asked to remove his lenses. He could no longer stand it. It was difficult for him to keep his eyes open, but even in this case, he continued the operation. As Hyun-jong expected, the problem was not only in his glasses, but it is worth giving credit that the professor did not give up and continued the operation. And this is all because the guy forgot to check the film numbers. Professor Zong suggested asking Dr. Zhang from vascular surgery to continue this operation. But unfortunately, as he was told, this doctor was busy with another operation. The associate professor was still right that it was necessary to take a backup surgeon with him who could complete this operation in an emergency. But, as it turned out, there was a backup surgeon in the operating room for the professor. And it was Dr. Yang to whom he transferred the course of the operation into his hands, which made the guy froze, because it was more like a dream than the truth. After all, the guy was not sure whether, with his lack of experience, he could do the operation as well as Professor Zhu. Dr. Yang was worried that if he had another seizure like the one he had during the first operation, would he be able to complete it without problems? The professor didn't understand why the guy was hesitating, because he was the first to show persistence, convincing Lee Bong-yoon to undergo the operation. Dr. Zhu believed that he did so because he was confident in himself. Hyun-jong nevertheless agreed with the professor, and asked the nurse to put a magnifying glass on him, because for doctors in the operating room there is no phrase "what if." So if the guy was not sure, he would not have gone to surgery. From that moment on, he was full of confidence and motivation. With this attitude, he would be able to complete the operation and not let Professor Zong down. Hyun-jong managed the staff at the operation as if he had been operating with them for many years, but the guy was only 2 years in surgery. The preparatory process for suturing the hepatic ligament has been completed, and they are ready to begin the procedure itself. At this time, the patient was in a deep sleep, in which he saw his sons, who were so worried about him. But they were together, which means that everything will be fine with them. The other doctors were simply delighted with the speed of Dr. Yang, who sewed up the patient's artery with a slight movement, as if he had done it thousands of times before. The speed was simply incredible. The procedure was completed after Dr. Yang checked his pulse, after which he asked to remove the magnifying glass, and the operation was successfully completed. The assistant professor was looking at a patient who had severe hepatic artery stenosis, and this case was difficult even for Professor Zhu. But this guy managed it in such a short amount of time. Hyun-jong didn't think about what he did, because it wasn't over yet. So he asked the assistant professor, "What will they do next?" It seemed that Hyun-jong expected such a decision from the doctor, who informed him that it would be Dr. Yang who would continue the operation, because, in his opinion, he was more collected and would cope better with this task. Of course, the doctor thought that the end of the operation for a second-year doctor, according to general logic, did not make sense, but an inner voice told him a different outcome. All the doctors who just saw Dr. Yang sew up the hepatic artery would understand this decision, because it was more than professional. It was on the level with Professor Zong. He believed that the best gift that fate had ever provided to their team was Dr. Yang. So he asked him again if he was ready, after which he handed over the reins to Dr. Yang, and he continued the operation. The people in the hall were delighted with both operations. It was at the highest level, but it felt like the audience was more watching the operation of Professor Zhu's team. which was carried out masterfully by Dr. Yang, which made Huang Bok even more nervous, because it seemed to him that everything had not been going according to plan for a long time, and he urgently needed to intervene. But the vice president was not at that conference for a long time. He left as soon as he realized that the main plan had failed. Professor Stanton, who worked as the director of the Organ Transplant Center at the University of Illinois Hospital, took the place of the deputy. He was very glad to see his old friend Huang Bok. He was pleasantly surprised that the team he previously worked for was still at its best and was showing such good results at the conference. By the way, he forgot to tell his deputy that this year he would like to invite Professor Zhu's team to exchange technologies. Huang Bok was slightly against this, but he could not say anything to the director. He tried to say that they had already decided to call Dr. Wu's robotic surgery team, but the director assured him that it was his mistake. At that time, he thought that he needed to keep up with the times. But when he saw the operation of Dr. Zhu's team today, he changed his mind, because they do all the actions so smoothly and at a high level. Dr. Zhu still, in his opinion, remains the most advanced liver transplant surgeon. In addition, there should be no problems with recruiting the professor, because the director believed that he and Huang were good friends, because Huang used to be his best student. The director promised him that once their clinic hired Dr. Zhu, Dr. Huang's appointment as deputy director of the center would be guaranteed, so he congratulated him in advance. Now Dr. Huang has huge problems, because he did not expect such a turn. He believed that Vice President Pio's plan was perfect, but now it turns out that he has big problems. After all, he hoped that Professor Wu's team would crush their opponents, and his invitation to Professor Wu to the clinic emphasized his contribution, and the position would be guaranteed to him, and he would simply become the deputy director of the center. But now the director doesn't want Wu's team. Now he wants to see Professor Zhu, and Huang's position has begun to move away from him. At this time, in front of the entire hall, Professor Zhu's team completed the liver transplant operation 2-1, and the entire hall gave a standing ovation. Now that the operation is over, Hyun-jong began to hear applause, which his concentration had previously drowned out. But now he can put it away and exhale, because everything went well. The operation of Professor Wu's team was also successful, and without any complaints. But there was no hero left in their team after the conference, because all the attention was again drawn to himself by another person, who, as usual, was very disturbing to Lee Kyung-suk. But this time, he did not feel such irritation. Hyun-jong was very angry with him, because he guessed that the glasses were ruined by Professor Wu's team, so he was reluctant to talk to him. But still, Hyun-jong said that the operation was successful and the patient would be fine, which made Lee Kyung-suk smile on his face. On the last day of the World Liver Transplantation Congress, Professor Zhu's team, which presented new tools that can successfully perform liver transplantation, received the award for Best Presentation. Lee Kyung-suk was of course upset that they couldn't win, but deep down he knew that this was how it was supposed to end. Although Dr. Yang's surgical method was not announced, it also became a hot topic among the participants. As soon as the conference was over, Dr. Lai, who had been promised a place on the team, approached Professor Wu, but pretended that he did not understand anything. According to those who did not live up to the hopes of Vice President Phi, he simply threw them away as an unnecessary thing. A similar situation happened with Professor Wu. It is reported that he will resign from his post as director of the Liver Transplant Center at the end of this year. But Lee Kyung-suk and all the doctors who were involved in this understood that he was actually fired. Of course, Jen Seok understood that he could also get hit and be added to this blacklist of people who would simply be thrown out of the hospital. But the strangest thing for him is that he does not regret what he did at all. He looked at his work badge, and I understood that his choice today saved the patient's life, and he fulfilled his medical duty. And this is the most important thing. Professor Zhang, immediately after the official part of the conference, called his wife, who was very worried when she saw how her husband was unable to continue the operation. But he believed that there was no reason to worry, because as a person who travels from home to work, his life is quite safe. He was more worried about how she would cope with 2 children in another country. He was very sorry that he couldn't come to them, because he missed his kids so much, so he asked me to convey his big greetings to them. And he promised that he would do everything possible to come to them as soon as possible. He promised that he would come to his eldest daughter's graduation, because he has been preparing for this for a long time, even improving his English. His conversation was interrupted by Hyun Jon, who asked the professor to give him a minute, so the doctor asked to call him back in a few minutes. Hyun Jon stood silently for a long time, and could not say what he came to the professor for. The thing was that he was very worried about the condition of the professor's eyes, so he came to find out how he was feeling? Well, the professor told him that his eyes, although they still hurt a little, were getting better little by little, as he could see there were no problems with his work. Dr. Yang could not stand it and start asking forgiveness from the professor for this, because he believed that it was his fault for what happened during the operation. But the professor did not understand why the guy was apologizing, because it was clearly not because of him that the film was glued incorrectly at the factory, so it was not his fault. Hyun Jon believed that it was his fault that he did not check these glasses again before the operation, which is why all this happened. But the professor decided to give him advice that he needs to remember. Modesty is good when it is appropriate. Be that as it may, it was Dr. Yang who saved the patient and took responsibility for the operation when it was so necessary. So no matter what anyone said at this conference, the professor considered Hun Jin the hero. So he shouted at him and told him to straighten his back, because it's not good to hunch like that when the professor praises him. After which, he invited him to go and talk, if, of course, the guy had time. But he was all for it. They went outside and Hyun Jon stood with the professor for about 30 minutes in one place, while the professor at that moment looked at the hospital. What was he wondering about? After such a long pause, the doctor finally made up his mind and asked Hyun Jon if he was going to stay on the team after all. The guy, as he said, did not change his decision. His main task was to master all surgical procedures, and he wanted to gain experience with other unique specialists. The professor listened to him carefully and told him that he believed that the guy could do everything. At least he believed in him. So he asked the guy why he was so obsessed with surgery. Hyun Jon, with sadness in his eyes, said that his father once got into a terrible accident, and he died because there was no hospital that was ready to cure him. All the doctors simply sent him to another clinic. The professor knew the story about his mother, but he didn't think that his father died that way. Did the doctors just refuse to save him? The guy told the professor that on the day when his father died and he sat down at the table without him for the first time, he realized something. He remembered ordinary days when the whole family ate together. Moments that he took for granted were actually special. Since that day, fate has not given Hyun Jon a chance to relive and appreciate those moments. But he wants to be a doctor who can give tomorrow to the patients and their families, who will come to him for help. And when he became such a doctor, he believed that he would finally become a worthy son for his father, who would be proud of him from heaven. But the professor thought differently. He told him that he believed that Dr. Yang had already become a good doctor, and his father was already proud of him. The professor went on to say that after he listened to Hyun Jon's story, he should no longer delay the decision and should accept it and become a parent he would be proud of. Then their conversation was interrupted by some guy who came running to say that Vice President Phi was looking for the professor, and it was very urgent. The vice president looked for Professor Zhu to ask why the liver transplant surgery was transferred to Dr. Yang. The professor confidently answered him that he saw the necessary skills from Dr. Yang, which were enough to complete the operation. Is this a problem? As it turned out, it became a problem after the deputy found out that the problem with the equipment that had been developed by Dr. Yang almost led to an error and consequences for the patient. He believed that in the operation, at the discretion of the director, an unapproved surgical method developed by a second-year specialist was used, and this almost became an irreparable mistake. In this case, it seemed inevitable to the deputy that the person responsible would be subject to disciplinary action. Unless, of course, there were objections. But it seems that Dr. Yang hasn't said everything yet. He said that the problem that arose during the operations was due to his carelessness, and the guy wants to take all the blame on himself. After such words, which the vice president really liked, he believed that as a form of punishment it would be a good idea to prohibit Dr. Yang from entering the operating room, as well as a 2-month suspension from work. It was hard for Dr. Yang to accept such words, but he couldn't say anything against it, so he accepted everything. But this was not accepted by Professor Zhu, who clearly said that no one would receive any punishment. The deputy did not understand what the professor was talking about, and how he dared to talk like that. The professor said that he would take full responsibility, because from that day on he no longer worked at the hospital. He decided to quit. He was not upset when he heard this from Professor Zhu, but still, for the sake of decency, he asked if he could somehow dissuade him from leaving. Professor Zhu, of course, thought that he could try, but he thought that he didn't have much chance, because he was called to become the director of the center at Johns Hopkins University Hospital. Now the deputy was not at all happy to hear this, because he understood how much it could hit his reputation. Zhu Guanuk's status is currently at its peak thanks to his successful operation at the conference. In such a situation, if there is a rumor that such a talented person as Professor Zhu left due to disagreements with the vice president, then he cannot avoid criticism of the board. If this happens, he will be at a disadvantage in the upcoming elections. The vice president decided that the initial goal was to somehow try to retain the professor, so he asked the professor to think about it a little more. He began to try to convince him that he had been working at the hospital for quite some time, but the professor interrupted him, because he was sure that the vice president was not the kind of person who would think about such things. The professor said that he would really like to leave before his team is sent abroad, which greatly angered the vice president. Dr. Zhu was disgusted in principle to talk to the vice president, because he knew full well that the deputy had framed one of his team members before the conference, and he knew how to properly use this information against the deputy. He made it clear to him that it would be better for his reputation not to repeat this in the future. Otherwise, the professor already directly threatened to destroy his entire reputation and tell the entire hospital what he did with Professor Zhu's team. And this would ruin all his chances in the elections. Therefore, the professor asked him not to do this again and asked him if he understood him. The vice president, gritting his teeth, answered him that he understood everything. All the doctors and professors with whom Dr. Zhu worked gathered to see him off on his journey, and even prepared him a cake. He, in turn, was very grateful and felt incredibly pleased. Sunhee decided to make fun of the professor that he does everything very slowly, but in surgery, this is not possible, because the patient may not have time to save, or like now, the cake they gave. Hyun Joan tried to calm her down, because this is the last time she and the professor will see each other, so there's no need to joke like that. The professor came closer to the girl and asked her if this is how she sees him. Is this his image during operations? The girl immediately began to apologize, because it was just a joke, and she didn't want to offend him. But Dr. Zhu also joked and asked her not to worry, because he understands that all this time, he was putting pressure on the girl because of his desire to save the team. Since there were not enough people, everyone had to be an ace. The professor was very grateful that everyone obeyed him, even when his demands were unreasonable. Thanks to all of them, the team had not broken up yet, and he hoped that they had all learned a good lesson for themselves. After such a speech, all the guys were a little depressed, and the assistant professor decided to cheer them up, because nothing terrible had happened, and everything was still ahead for each of them. Instead, he invited everyone to take a glass in their hands and toast to their new beginning and wish Professor Zhu good luck in his new position. Hyun-jong watched all this and thought that he had just joined the team. But in fact, he had already experienced so much with these people, and he was quite sad to realize that this was the end. Dr. Kim told everyone that he was going to a private clinic as a lecturer in clinical medicine. Song joined the other transplant team at Professor Zhu's request, but she herself was not against it. Well, Hyun-jong himself was sad to realize that they were no longer a team and their paths diverged. Professor Zhu approached Hyun-jong and asked him to give him the last piece of cake. He had someone to take it to. In the corridor, he met Lee Kyung-seok, who also came to say goodbye to the professor. He was ashamed to realize what he had done, but still he respects the professor. The professor didn't understand why he was telling him all this. It seemed to him that he was supporting the vice president. But the guy himself didn't seem to understand what was in his head. But he knew one thing for sure, that he no longer wanted to be a long-term partner of the vice president, because only betrayal could be expected from this person. As it turned out, the professor was going to see Dr. Lee, who for unknown reasons did not come to him, so he himself brought him a cake and decided to talk a little with the guy. The guy believed that the professor didn't care that he didn't come, because no one needed people like him. But the professor understood him perfectly and explained to him that, due to circumstances, it was not possible to entrust him with part of the operation. But this does not mean that he is a bad doctor. Dr. Zhu asked him for forgiveness that due to his poor management of the team, the guy had to go through such difficult trials. Dr. Lee was very angry. First of all, with himself, because he regretted what he had done and did not know who to blame for it. The professor made it clear to him that he was not offended, and if he wanted, he could only blame him. The day came when it was time for the professor to fly away, and his plane was about to take off. All his friends came to see him off. He said goodbye to everyone and promised to write as soon as he arrived. Hyun-jong still couldn't believe that the professor was really leaving them and flying to another country. Dr. Lee appeared out of nowhere, shouting at the professor's back that he had no right to blame him, and he was very grateful to him for everything he had done for him. The professor was only glad to see the guy and was sure that this whole situation had taught him something, and then everything would be fine. The guy was too upset when the professor left, because he never asked him for forgiveness for what he had done. From that moment on, he decided not to make such stupid mistakes anymore. So he asked Dr. Yang for forgiveness. He explained this by the fact that compared to him, he felt insignificant. Hyun-jong sat on his lap and tried to calm him down, because he once felt exactly the same when he watched Professor Zhu work, and wondered in the same way whether he could reach such a level. Therefore, he suggested that he work just as hard next year, and then there would be no reason to regret anything. Hyun-jong noticed that his name was not on the list of surgeons who were allowed to operate. The head of the department also did not understand what was the matter, because it should be there. Hyun-jong's name is often missing from surgery lists, so the senior doctor often has to ask the professor what's wrong. But Dr. Yang did not ask him to do this. He could do it himself. Since his return to Daehan University Hospital, he had often been treated unfairly. But when Professor Zong was here to stand up for him, everything was fine. But since Professor Zong went abroad, work became even more difficult. They began to treat the guy even worse, and were constantly haunted by some problems. Hyun-jong couldn't do anything about it, especially after the main person responsible for his problems became the director of the hospital. The guy simply didn't understand how a person like him could run such a place as a hospital, because he doesn't sympathize with people at all, and does everything only for his own good. Who would have thought that he would still be elected director of the hospital? But Hyun-jong wouldn't care if he didn't pursue him. In honor of this, the new director of the hospital decided to gather all the doctors to celebrate such an important day for him. He decided not to wait long and raised the first glass to himself, because it was a great honor for him to work with such professionals as they. He feels like a burden of responsibility has fallen on his shoulders, after which he will have to heal his shoulders. But it seems no one understood such a joke. But the main thing for which he gathered everyone here was to congratulate them, first of all, because he would thank and not forget every doctor who supported him on the path to becoming this position. Therefore, the new director wanted to drink to the good times that had finally come to each of them. Lee Kyung-suk looked around and didn't understand what he forgot here. Because as he noticed, there wasn't even Professor Wu here. Was he really not invited? He did not understand why he was called here, because he did not live up to the hopes of the new director. One of the guests decided to ask if it was true what they say, that guilty colleagues will not be allowed into the operating room. Maybe he could tell who exactly? The new director of the hospital pretended that he did not understand what he was being asked about, because making some kind of list on a pencil does not suit the director. He said that he believes that the director cannot impose sanctions on certain people in the hospital. Professors can do this if they want, but definitely not him. But Lin Jin-sok knew this man for several days and understood what he meant, and most likely if such questions are asked, then these sanctions are already in effect. Suddenly, the director turned his attention to Lee Kyung-seok and asked him how his father was doing, because he so wanted to meet him and have lunch. The guy didn't know, he doesn't communicate with him, because his father is a very busy man, but he will definitely ask. After which, Dr. Jin-seok got up from his seat and went to the exit. The director did not like this and asked him to stay, because he knows that he does not need to go to work. The guy assured him that he couldn't stay any longer because his father couldn't stand it when he came home late. Hyun-jong, meanwhile, was already going crazy from the fact that he was not in the operating room. He did not like it at all. So Ronnie suggested that he undergo several virtual operations. But from the moment he watched Dr. Zhu's operation, he was no longer satisfied with virtual operations. He only needed real practice. Suddenly, someone knocked on his room. The guy was slightly surprised because it was already quite late who could be there. When he opened the doors, standing behind them was Lee Kyung-seok, who came here right after the meeting of the new director of the hospital. As it turned out, the guy did not come to Hyun-jong empty-handed. He brought beer and chicken. Dr. Yang was shocked when he saw this. It was very strange for him, because it was the first time they had gathered like this in all the years that they had studied together at the university. But it didn't take long before Lee Jin-suk told his classmate that he always hated him. And now, after this phrase, Hyun-jong recognized Jin-suk. Now the guy added to him that he hates him a little less, which made Hyun-jong very amused. It was even nice to hear. The problem that Lee Kyung-suk came here with was that Hyun-jong is hated by one person even more than the guy. Hyun-jong immediately guessed the name of this person, because it was obvious that this person was the new director of PI. Lee Kyung-suk knew very well that Hyun-jong didn't even go into the operating room, and came here to explain to him what this could mean. He told him that Professor Zhu left the hospital, and he protected Dr. Yang as best he could from this new director. And now there is no one to protect him, and exclusion from the list of operating doctors is only the beginning. Jin-suk believed that from now on, not a single professor would want to protect the guy, and then Hyun-jong would spend the next 3 or 4 years sitting around doing nothing. So even if he had any thoughts, He advised him to put them aside. But Hyun-jong was not going to do that. It might seem impossible to him. But his goal remains the same, and he is not going to change anything. He still planned to build a hospital where every person could count on help. And for this, he thought that it was necessary to adhere to the principle of caring for the patient, regardless of the situation. So he was not going to compromise with his patients. So Lee Kyung-suk decided to offer another offer that Hyun-jong would like. Perhaps this would be a better offer for Hyun-jong. Jin-sok offered him a program of foreign medical volunteers in Cambodia, which was recently put on the internet.